Dude, come on. It doesn't change the actual spells.
Enchantress.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have all come together to watch the final, the last game, the last series of Europe and CIS here at the BTS Pro Series Season number 4 with T-Panda and T-Governor, Team Spirit and Viking GG, best of 5. This should be a banger. Man, it is great to be here. And obviously, two great teams, one of the most handsomest co-casters I could find, and overall a fantastic package just before Christmas. T-Governor, welcome.
Keeper of the light.
Hi. Yeah, how you doing, mate? This is splendid.
How do we start this?
All right, so let's ignore the draft for a second and just talk up the fact that we have an EU v CIS final, like we mentioned yesterday. The playoffs basically allowed for one semi-final being the EU teams, one semi-final being the CIS team. So it allows for us to have some inter-regional grand final, like we've seen in most of the big tournaments in the last couple iterations. Other than that, Team Spirit, just in case you're not aware, that is Yellow Submarine. They just got picked up by Team Spirit, I think just last week, if that, last couple of days. So it is, Yellow Submarine, Team Spirit versus Viking in the grand final. And this is new patch. Meta's kind of the same, but the heroes are very, very different. To some degree. Not really. I take that back. PA's still here. No, Sven, no. I mean, Sven's not here, all right? In the back of my mind, I was thinking of Sven, all right? Sven, see ya, buddy. I'm not seeing... Oh, mate, we're not going to see that for some time.
It's very true. I think all the Nordics are gone. Sven's out. Magnus, well, he's not really around because people are like, there are more interesting heroes to play. So there's definitely that. And not to even mention, we're still going without any map changes, any economy changes, which are most likely to drop in the near future. At least I hope they do before the DPC event starts. And most importantly, like have at least a week or two time to kind of like adapt and learn what's going to happen, so that everybody doesn't go in like cold feet to their first qualifier games, because that would suck for like open qualifier teams and closed qualifier teams. That would suck for them the most.
10 seconds. But that's the interesting thing, right? Like based on like you said about the Twitter and how like the update was meant to be like 3 gig and only 1.6, etc. Like the No One tweet, if you saw Epicenter Twitter, they had a comment from No One saying like there will be these changes coming. So it will be really exciting to see if within the next week or so, are we going to get like big XP changes, big gold changes, all the kind of major meta dictating stuff. So yeah, I just love the fact that if that is to be true, we have this kind of 2-tier patch where round 1 is just learn the heroes, guys. Just learn what shards do, learn what's happening. We can find out what's bugged and broken. And then, a week later, they throw in all the heavy stuff. But alas, that's all for next week. For now, Team Spirit, Viking, GG. Viking were first picking the draft. They picked up the Enchantress. It was banned out in both the series, both the games they played out yesterday. And they go back for their Kotl. Aramis played it both games as well. It was very annoying to deal with. Probably one of the best supports, in my opinion, of the patch so far.
Yeah, very big nuisance. And Team Spirit were able to score a victory with Enchantress. So let's see how Viking pulls off the Ench this time. I think the most notorious Ench performance I've actually seen is not even actually from either of these two teams. I think it was the Thunder Predator team back in NASA a few weeks ago in another tournament that was like, I saw this Enchantress diving tier 2 towers at the 7-8 minute mark with what's it called? A Satyr Tormentor, the one with the Hadouken. So
just run him down.
Yeah, so you have like this level 6, level 5 Enchantress, 7 minutes in a tier 2 tower just diving you. That's when you really feel like your enemy's pulse 5 is feeling it. So if Viking can pull off something similar with some dangerous Ench plays, those are definitely on the table and it can happen. And now with that Kotl, that goddamn Kotl, we did actually discuss with Celery, I think, after the series, and I was like, goddamn Kotl looks good, and he said the same thing. I was like, goddamn Kotl actually looks really goddamn good right now. So Spice,
it has everything, right? Like it has.
It does.
So the key thing is when Kotl got changed in the last couple patches, and you lost that recall ability, people were quite angry. Oh, what's happening? Then of course Will-O-Wisp came into play. Everyone was happy about the team fight aspect, but the key thing was you didn't have that free illuminate during the day where you could run away. You have that recall, and then the blinding. There's so many things like where you really wanted it to be back, and then now you've got the Will-O-Wisp, you've got the blinding light, you got the recall, And now you have this new spell, which is so strong, especially when it's 15% magic amp, or technically magic reduction to that hero, but either way, it's magic amp to you as well, technically. But yeah, it's very strong. And when you see this Ench pick as well, yesterday we saw Viking run the Kotal with Furion twice. And it's the idea that you have a hero that can just keep pushing the objective, keep winning a lane, and then suddenly this Kotal, who's heavily enabling your side lane, you play a really fast tempo game. Like, Kotal just goes for a quick ags, gets that big team fight, dragging these heroes across the map. Ench is always setting up, or the Furion from yesterday. Like, it's just really known to play with. So I hope to see that fast pace from Viking as well. And Team Spirit, their response is they're trying to slow down that aggression with like a Witch Doctor pick. It's that cast has high value against what an Ench type lineup provides. It's that quick run at you. For Viking, they go for the same strat of yesterday, where it won't be this Nyx plus Kotal off lane, where it's the stun, the impale into illuminate. You have the chakra to help with the more impales, and yeah, Toby's just playing these really obnoxious off lanes. So far, we've seen one bounty game, one Nyx game, and he's just in your face. It's so annoying to deal with.
But now with, to talk about, like, okay, he picks out the Nyx assassin, but let's talk about if he actually went for something like a Doom, another obnoxious hero to go up against, because Satanic, nerfed to the ground, no status resistance, doesn't that make Doom really strong right now?
Yeah and no. Like, you still need to get out of laning phase, so mid Doom for sure can be very good, but in principle, Doom's still very strong. Only a few cores would want to buy Satanic anyway, right? So I think Doom's in the exact same place, and status resistance in general, that is like a key thing to look at. Like, the idea that Satanic has been removed, I think for big picture, the status resistance has been removed. For big picture of the game, that's where we're looking for. But yeah, Doom for sure is still a very good hero. Also, fun fact, by the way, it is Toby's birthday today. I did see that on Wikipedia, and I forgot to mention it when we opened up the game. So, happy birthday, Toby.
Happy birthday, Toby, indeed.
Good luck, but again, can't be biased, mate. I'm a caster.
Obviously.
So I don't wish you enough luck to win, but I wish you just enough luck to have a good day. All right, so you find the happy medium, but anyway, best wishes, mate.
Exactly. I think that's just, you know, like, honest and being friendly in a sense, because, you know, it's a birthday, and, you know, maybe it gives him something of that extra flair, so to say. When it's on his birthday, maybe he plays something flashy instead of, like, those you said annoying offlane.
He's playing Nyx. So. He's already playing. He's playing his Nyx, though, mate. He's got exactly what he's want. He's set himself up to have this birthday.
Yeah.
And Team Spirit actually picked the Batrider into the Nyx. Years have gone by, and Nyx has been the counter to Batrider. Same kind of principle of Nyx into Viper. You just run into the Firefly into that AoE damage. You carapace, you stun him up. You can completely mitigate his ability to really enter the team fight confidently.
Yeah.
But then Viking, they respond to the Batrider with a Void, because they need a core that can buy that MKB. They need a hero that can also survive against the Batrider. And Void is one of those few heroes that can, because the time dilation prevents the napalm stacks. He can also then, time walk away from any of this quick damage. So yeah, I think Viking, they have a really scary draft for just laning presence, but then just map control. And in the rare scenario, and I roll my eyes at this, in the rare scenario that the Nyx finds the PA and is able to actually get Vendetta right click on the PA, sure, we have a break. The blurb will not work. But in the rare scenario that he's able to get through the Doctor, the Clock, and the Bat, we'll get to see that too.
I kind of like the idea that Team Spirit, they went for the Batrider without actually banning any of the Heart Dispellers, basically. So when they could have maybe taken away the Legion Commander, they've already banned the Doom in the first phase. We talked about, like, the Doom pick for Toby later on, because obviously first ban also there. But, like, those Oracles and all that, when you already see the Enchantress and the Coddle picks come out, you're like, okay, you're not going to go for another support pick anyway, because you already have your 5s and 4s locked in. So you're kind of
just doing OG, mate.
You're feeling very comfortable just going on a bat pick, because I know they can't do anything against you. Well, Nyx maybe, but
yeah, exactly. I think the other thing as well, the Ench can fare okay against bat because of the enchant slow that comes into play. But yeah, like you said, this bat pick, it's more about there isn't that instant lane counter coming in from the support, so he doesn't really care, because Batrider as well nowadays, they go for bots, straight BKB. And if you get that, if you have a good lane and you're not playing into the next lane, and then you get the BKB, you don't care about that matchup. So as much as there's that counter in play, like the itemization and the general plan of a Batrider, can play against the Knicks. The point is, when we've seen Toby play yesterday, he likes to collapse out of laning phase very quickly, get his 6 and just start making plays. Like on the Bounty Hunter, he was tracking everyone. On the Knicks, he was just using Vendetta. Sure, he didn't really get kills, but he was just still being a very annoying hero. And that's what I'd like to see him do in this game, where you get that quick 6, you just suddenly teleport to that bat lane, you kill off the bat, and now he doesn't get the bots at like minute 10. He can't farm a quick BKB. And then you're looking at the spirit that the spirit supports, the Witch Doctor on the clock, having to try and look for kills. And these two supports, they actually aren't the most comfortable heroes running into the likes of a Void or a Coddle. The Blinding Light mitigates the battery assault from Clockwork. The Void can always get away from the clock, and there's not that hard lockdown. That's a nice puck pick as well.
It is.
This Viking lineup's very scary.
It does synergize. It does work with the Coddle, does work with the Knicks, you know, lining up stuns, keeping them close to each other. Kind of isolating some heroes, and Void can also now kind of use Chronosphere for single pickoffs because, you know, Puck is creating a lot of space, and also that early damage that Puck provides. Because
exactly, cheap
I've always
damage
had,
for sure.
yeah, cheap damage, because that's what I've been thinking. If a Puck can't carry the game by himself in 20 minutes, it's over. That's kind of the mentality you have. So that's why you have Faceless Void to back you up in the later parts. But Puck will have a lot of impact in the early game.
Yeah, really strong pick for sure. Like, I was literally about to say the same point, so thank you, Panda, for stealing my point. I now don't really have anything to say about Puck.
It's all good.
But no,
we can talk about what does Spirit want to fill their lineup with, seeing the Puck pick come in.
Well, that also puts me in the point of having to actually make a prediction and to really test my analytics skills. It's a new patch, mate. I'm kind of scared to do that. So let's look at this Puck one more time. They need an int hero that can play off the recall, that can play off that, oh, what? He's here? You know, one of those moments. So that's where the Puck fares pretty well. If I keep adding additional points, you know, 17 seconds left, eventually Spirit will pick, and then I don't have to make a prediction.
I'm just going to go wild. I'll just say Shadow Fiend. I'll just say Shadow Fiend out of nothing, and I don't really have anything else. No. You have like a damage dealer and a flash farmer.
Kunkka. No, yeah.
But you were probably wanting to say Kunkka while I was talking, so
yeah,
I was. We always run into this.
I looked at the bans and I saw DK Tiny, which are like the two, like Tiny auto kills Puck, and then DK is like the hard counter. So what Viking were banning out were just kind of early damage mitigators that can just frontline. And then I was gonna, after my memes, I wasn't even gonna joke here. I was kind of gonna get along the lines of a Kunkka hero, but you know, oh well, our memes, you know, went above the predictions. But alas, they go for the Kunkka. It is a really good Kunkka game for the idea of Viking. They want to run at you. They want to be non-stop aggressive with their lineup. The Void will try and be that outscaling hero, but the Kunkka with that boat buff, the ability to frontline, really obnoxious. I hope we get to see his shard, because it is the dumbest thing. It's like you just have this little water tidal wave pool thing, and it just gently pushes back these heroes. It's like, no, don't fight me now. Yeah,
that's actually weird. Interesting, because if you think about like outside of the game lore-wise and how Tidehunter and Kunkka kind of fit in together, because Tide is slowing them with the same kind of gush, and Kunkka is actually pushing them away with the same kind of gush.
Yeah, but why is Tide's gush such a poor visual?
It's
but
like a puddle.
Kunkka's shard is like, ooh,
it's
look
true.
At that. And
it's
then Tide's just
true.
Like, yeah, like justice for Tide. Let's get. We want the Kunkka animation on the Tide gush, okay?
Yeah, I think it should be the other way around, exactly.
It
because
100% should. Why
his name is literally the goddamn Tidehunter. He's supposed to be in those waves, smacking you with that big anchor, and then instead he just, you know, spits on the... and just
Look at that. You like that? A little bit of damage. Yeah, it's so sad. But alas, Team Spirit, you know, I kind of like how they ran that out of the draft for sure. This Kunkka does... It does run out the draft in the idea of he can stop that aggression, but he is the only hero that can stop that aggression. He needs to be so active in the map in regards to being in the right place at the right time. And that's really hard to do when you're against a Nyx, an Ench, and a Coddle, because the Ench is always going to be scouting out with the creeps. The Nyx will always be scouting out with the Vendetta, and the Coddle can always recall the Puck of the Void, the hero that doesn't have TP available. So if Kunkka's present in these fights, then maybe they can turn it around. But also, if you get over that kind of the idea of damage mitigation that is Kunkka, you have to think about what damage does Spirit even bring in these early fights. And Witch Doctor Clock, maybe at 6, they can provide big fight. Bat Rider with levels. But early on, Viking do have the superior draft. So again, we need to see Toronto Tokyo have a really standout game.
He does. And also, I think something that we might want to, like, if we want to build a storyline for the Grand Finals. We mentioned Toby having his birthday, the offlaner for Viking GG. What about Team Spirit? We've got Collapse playing on Batrider. Yesterday, absolutely insane performance from the youngster. He's several years younger than Toby is. He's proven himself to be a very capable player. But I guess hindsight 2020, we can go in like who is the, well, at least series-wise, the better offlaner player. So I think that is something that we can, like, not directly
You're throwing this down to a
put
showdown? It's bloody Toby's birthday, and you're like, yeah, mate, so if you lose this series, Collapse is the better offlane. No. Technically, that is true, right?
Yeah.
That is true, though, technically. Like, the winner should, in theory, be better, but... You know, no pressure, Toby. Again, it is your birthday.
Yeah, I think I need to rephrase my words a little bit better there, because I didn't mean to sound so harsh with that, but I mean the idea behind it, that
it ain't harsh,
keeping an eye open, keeping an eye open
a lot
on
harsher, Panda.
because I feel like Collapse can make these really flashy plays by himself. And he's got the hero that he's capable of doing those, while you see the Nyx Assassin can be more of that, like, oh, look at that. Instead of like, oh my god, what a play. Because, you know, the heroes are playing. Nyx Assassin is more of that, you know, surprise element. Batrider can make those quick plays happen. So, it doesn't really justify or give enough justice to how well these two guys have been playing.
Yeah.
And they only actually have played one
good.
series, which is the thing. So, they're just coming in from a victory into the Grand Finals.
Exactly, on this patch.
This patch as well.
There we go, yeah.
Who's going to have the 100% win rate?
Oh, damn, going into Christmas. Wow,
I think that's
actually.
And that concerns way more players. Oh, Miposhka finds a courier. That's Toby's courier going down. That's a salve dead. Not a panic salve though. He's fine.
He's chilling.
He's chilling. So Bad's also connected the creep wave in top, allowing Collapse to hit that early level 2. Clockwork's going to go bully Enchantress. Keep Celery away.
Where are you going?
So now that Batrider's going to hit 2, you have Firefly, you have Napalm, so enabling that as well with the vision, and also maybe some well, bullying damage in a sense. So Ram is looking for a solo kill, but there's a Fairy Fire, and Miposhka actually lives. Illuminate comes through,
So
and the Fairy Fire keeps him alive. Good attempt.
I'd say the important thing about top lane though was the fact that they had this kind of 1.5 creep wave where it had a couple more melee creeps into it, which allowed Shad to completely remove the creep wave, his own dire creep wave. So Batrider, even though he gets a little bit of XP, he just missed absolutely everything. And Shad, he's had nothing taken away from him. Yatara getting first blood in bot lane. Poor old Cole early on, especially with the fact that you don't have this blinding light and you are a solar bind boy now, you are very much a victim to your positioning. And I keep liking to kind of reference a Kotal +1 lane as like the Viper +1 lane, where level 1, 2, 3, it can kind of be a bit awkward where you can die, but then when you get to like 4, 5+, that's when you start dominating. When you have the chakra, the points in the illuminate, you're really just applying that pressure.
To do some UI fixing there. Apparently we have the BO3 left from
You did, mate, yeah.
I thought I fixed the BO5 for the playoff bracket, but I also forgot that it's actually the draft screen as well. So, my bad. It's fixed. It's dealt with.
That's right. Happens though, mate.
It's just we didn't see the Coddle kill, unfortunately, for that. But,
Oh, you didn't? Oh, well.
No. But I'm glad you narrated through it, though.
No, yeah, that's fine. I actually predicted that you'd be doing the HUD, so that's why I went into such detail
honestly,
on a single kill. Yeah.
It's best if you have the T-Tours at the start.
That's true. To be fair though, I thought, like, have we seen at Grand Finals where T-Tours have happened like during the big clutch fight? Like maybe like the Observer just goes to sleep in like the game-winning fight.
Hopefully we didn't just jinx it. Oh, stun connecting on Miposhka. Illuminate comes through as well after the Impale. A decent amount of damage, but it doesn't take down this Witch Doctor. Toby finally gets that courier and the salve. That's a magic wand with some extra HP for himself. Ern almost ready. 11 CS picked up, 16 on the PA though, so a little bit better for the Yatoro Phantom Assassin. But Toby's still getting a good amount of farm.
Yeah, like this bot lane isn't really that strong from Team Spirit, simply because of the value of an early stick or wand. Nyx naturally has really good armor and regen anyways. He's bought the Ring of Protection, and you have this Coddle with you, so it is very much a a happy Nyx lane. There could be some lanes where Nyx can't ever approach the lane, like maybe like a Juggernaut +1 where he just gets spun down. But especially when it's a PA as your carry, you just thrive in these type of situations.
CIS is also pretty even in mid. It's very difficult as a puck to try and dodge Tidebringers. It's near impossible, but
You can just pump fake it, and then you waste the phase and off he goes again. But he has done a pretty good job in fairness. Boom. He has dodged, I think, 2 or 3 so far. Simply because Toronto Tokyo isn't cancelling and he's just fully committing. But again, Boom he's doing a pretty stellar job. 26. Oh, I can't read. 27-1.
Yeah. They get to contest at least the bounties, but by the looks of it, so does Team Spirit. They get 2 bounties for themselves, so 2 for 2. That means our bounty situation is 5-3 in favor of Viking.
Oh, I wish I tested in lobby actually beforehand, but can you use the witch shot to shard whilst like rooted or obviously not stunned, but for any of
I
these,
don't
like,
really know how that works.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see, but that's going to be hype. I bought 1 witch shot to ag shard, and it was so refreshing because an Ursa would jump me, and then I'd be like, boop, I'm now a ward.
Celery.
Bye, Celery.
Kill force so bad with the help of Collapse. Also trying to get rid of that enchanted ghost.
Yeah.
That is 77 damage on that ghost when it's controlled by the Ench. 77. And a slow.
You get plus 30 damage when you're on level 2 enchant. It is really, really annoying. Who's gonna get a 6-minute rune?
Ooh, which one is it? It's an illusion for Kunkka. At least he denies it from Puck refilling his bottle.
Yeah, unfortunately as well, Celery actually instantly TV'd into mid as well. So when Puck went for the 50-50, she lost and didn't get the refill from the Enchantress either. So kind of an upsetting moment for Boom there. Only now having 1 bottle charge to retreat to the jungle. But actually keeping top now.
Close attempt there, yeah. Celery in the jungle, so bad's there. Boom is trying to look for an easy quick kill. Might have to use his ulti. Yeah.
Ooh.
Has to secure the kill with the ultimate, yeah.
If
he didn't have to use Dream Coil there, like that'd be amazing. Because like, look at this rotation. He goes top. He only missed 2 creeps.
Oh, he dies getting the coconut out. And Yatoro, can he capitalize on this? He's trying his best onto Aramis, but the solar bind will slow him down, so he's unable to keep the chase.
Viking are trying to just make the initial moves. A really key thing as well that we haven't mentioned is Ancients. The damage from Magic was 70% previous patch, now 50%. Collapse is gone on a little bit here, so a moment of silence for the fight.
Yeah, did you actually see? Oh, Chrono. Collapse was chasing Celery around, but he's gonna bite the dust.
They keep fighting at like the perfect points so that I can't do any talking about analysis.
Yeah.
It's thoroughly annoying. But anyway, more importantly, I'm going to quickly say it before the next fight breaks out. Ancient 70% reduction, now 50%, so people with magic damage can do it. Thank God you didn't take a fight. Oh my God.
Dire's middle tower
For once,
damage.
it's hard to squeeze in sometimes.
But in bot lane, I'm joking.
Yeah, I was looking at that. Oh. But the thing was, when you were about to talk about those Ancients, you did see Celery actually blocked the pull from Collapse, who was stacking it. And he's coming back again, but he's going to be late this time. Meanwhile, Viposhka dies to Aramis, and Celery is coming to contest.
Alright, can we just watch Batrider farm Ancients, please? Because last patch, this wasn't a thing.
Go. 6 stacks. We're going to look at the Ancient Dragon.
Like, look at this. Why?
Decent enough damage. Meanwhile, Celery is dying in the river.
I don't care. Why can a Batrider happily farm these golems with confidence? Of course, he's got Napalm and many of them, but like, bring me back. You know what? I want 90% magic resistance.
Oh, okay. You want even more, just because of the Batrider.
A CM could probably ult them now. You know, like if you're walking through the jungle and you accidentally misclick your ult, and you're like, "Sorry, PA with Battle Fury, didn't mean to ult your own ancient camp." You know, like that can happen.
Well, at least if we look at the net worth, we've got our Kunkka leading with 4,500 net worth, just above the Faces Void. PA, 700 gold behind the Viking GG carry. Otherwise, looks like the farm is pretty nicely spread out. And now hunting on Miposhka, Viking GG with 4 heroes into bottom. Some quick work on Miposhka. Puck has also built up a double null talisman with the power treads. Is this the wave clearing thing? Same with the Wind Ranger?
Yeah, pretty
I
much.
think the reason is the same.
Have mana regen, be able to always have this kind of early damage. But if you just look at this disparity between Puck and Kunkka right now, it's the fact that Kunkka, he just flash farms jungle, he can't be pressured by Puck, so it forces Puck to make moves on the map. Kunkka naturally doesn't want to be proactive in his rotations. He wants to look towards the enemy team diving, TP in, and utilizing X mark. But with his heroes that he has, there's no one to really play off. There isn't any turnaround potential and this early damage that we mentioned. So we are going to see Team Spirit focus more at farming inwardsly, utilize that jungle, wave clear when possible. But if Viking group up for a tower, it should, most of the times fall unless Team Spirit bring 4 or 5 heroes.
At least Team Spirit, they do have their Boots of Travels now ready and collapse, so the mobility is up for the Bat Rider. Now going on to a Blink Dagger, but that does mean that Team Spirit's not necessarily wanting to take initiation-based fights. Maybe the Kunkka does the work for the first minutes, get that Blink Dagger up. Team Spirit looks like they want to just farm for a few more minutes, kind of allowing Viking GG to do the same. Toby TPing in top, however, I feel like Viking want to take the initiative. And there's the stun, and this is going to be like, okay, he doesn't get the impale off.
Bit awkward.
But there's the hook shot, the lasso comes through as well. Here comes a Mud Golem, and the Impetus Spear will finish the job. Clockwork's going to get caught up as well. Nuposhka comes out of the trees. Stunning Celery, but Shad and Toby nicely spread out, so no further casualties. Batrider taken out, but Chrono has been used in Toronto, Tokyo. He looks like he's up to no good. Puck is TPing in as well. That's a lot of traffic in top now.
Yep. But Tokyo can die here. He has the armlet, but...
1700 HP.
Yeah. He double bracelet, armlet phase. Like, this is his kind of big timing right now, where he can decide to either A, just continue farming jungle and just get super hard and like super tanky. But realistically, Team Spirit needs someone to start making these moves. And you want to see Witch Doctor Clock Bat play behind this Kunkka, open up the map for the PA to get her farm, because if they don't start looking to cross that river and to make plays, you suddenly see Viking really set the tempo of the game.
Yeah.
Ooh, and Void's going for a Maelstrom. All right.
Yeah, Maelstrom into BKB. So, what is the reasoning behind the Maelstrom here? There's no illusions to clear. There's only one possible Blink Dagger coming out, and that's also a long shot to cancel a Blink Dagger with a Maelstrom proc. I
think there's kind of one meme answer and one real answer. Real answer is going to be he just wants to... Yeah, Glipnir is the meme answer, yep. Okay. And the real answer is probably just farm speed, wants to be able to take these earlier fights and deal with the tankiness of like a Kunkka and PA, potentially. Like the Maelstrom procs, play off the lightning. That could be a play. And also Mask of Madness, you don't want to buy against PA, so you need to have some farm speed. He doesn't want to buy Midas because his team's looking to fight. So yeah, realistically, Maelstrom's the best farming item here actually. Yeah,
trying to click a hero is really hard here. Keep opening the secret shop as Toronto Tokyo is rewarded the kill on Toby. Next Assassin surprised by a looming sentry ward on top of the cliff. That will be the 5th kill for Team Spirit and an opening maybe on this tier 1 tower in the top lane. But they're teleporting bottom with Boom and Shad. If they can find Collapse, that could be a worthy pickoff for them. Boom is hunting.
The key difference in this game for Viking compared to the series yesterday, they aren't so confident to make these aggressive plays because they are scared of this Kunkka threat. Like Toronto Tokyo, he has one component of BKB, 7.5k gold. Like he is so happily already positioned in the lane that Viking needs to play. Like bot tower fell. Where does Viking play? Mid. Okay, so Tokyo parks top. He can TP mid if needed, and Viking will just die if the Kunkka is present.
Setting up towards mid as well. Viking are moving away, but they're coming back to collapse, and Boom, he's been hunting for this Batrider for over a minute now, and he gets the ulti connected. Shad is also there. Chrono's available, trying to juke him around, forces the Chrono to come out, and they're going to have to give away this Batrider's life. Might lose their mid-tier 1 tower as a trade, though. He's coming in from cellar even when they see him.
He's
Quite
dead.
sure what's the idea behind this. It does take them quite some time. Toby gets the stun on 2. The Witch Doctor ulti is still pummeling Toby. And Boom comes in as well. Yatoro gets a jump on Aramis. Blinding Light comes out as well. The Tomato is bullying the Phantom Assassin, and they have a clear target on their sights. So bad with the hook shot on the back line. Just trying to keep Viking away. Boom is still hunting. Trying to go on Miposhka. The Coconut comes out as well. There comes Yatoro. Might have gone a bit too deep, but the damage ain't enough on this PA right now. And Boom. Okay, here comes the X mark. The boat might be enough to kill off Boom, and he will dodge it. There's the lasso, though. It's going to be enough. They're going to take down one Shad. Gets the time walk out in time. Makes this Void will get to live through. But that Tomato, combined with the Illuminate, does do a decent amount of damage. But in the end, White can actually hold their mid-tier 1 tower. It's a 1-for-2 trade for Team Spirit.
Overall, pretty good hold from Viking, but still a net win for Spirit in the idea that they are so hard to kill. They didn't really use that much here. They kind of, ran mid. Kunkka just existed. I think maybe if Viking tried going on the same hero, they would be able to easily kill either the Kunkka or the PA. But the issue is at the start of the fight, the Clockwork had such a great disconnect, hooking onto the backlines. It allowed for Team Spirit just to, safely disengage. But in terms of net worth, though, if you, I don't know if you're showing that right now, it's the fact that this Nyx off lane, he is the chap that's meant to be the aggressor, start, take down laning phase, run around the map and try and make things happen.
Toby.
Oh, there.
Surprise!
Right. There we
It's
go.
not your birthday gift, though.
I said meant because he hasn't really been able to do it, and this was going to be the next part. He can't really run into Team Spirit's side right now because they're just grouping up together. Evident, literally what we just saw.
Going for more. Hook shot comes through. Can they connect anything? They can't get the lasso on him, but the Coconut comes through. Maledict is there as well. He's going to take him for a little bit more damage. Collapse goes in for an aggressive deep dive, and it will pay off. He gets the damage with that aggressive blink in. That also does mean that we do have a Blink Dagger Batrider, which we haven't actually had. That's actually pretty fast. It's like, I mean, he finished his Boots of Travels in what, 10 minutes? Then he lined up his Blink Dagger. He's finished it in less than 6 minutes. And we're still in like semi-early game, to be honest.
Yeah. I like the fact that Collapse did go for this Blink Dagger. He allowed himself to, some players under the threat of a Nyx would be scared. Okay, well, I have to go BKB because of Carapace, but it identifies all he needs to do is get that initial jump, that initial connection with the lasso, and then hopefully that PA or that extra little +1 can come through and get that kill. And if the Nyx is in the position where he's trying to Carapace the Batrider, then maybe you could also hope that your team should be able to punish him for that as well. Play around vision, that's the key thing. If you have good vision, you don't have to respect the Nyx. And Team Spirit, they are not really respecting the Nyx in the idea that they have the sentries down, so why do we have to be scared of this 4.8k net worth off lane that's just kind of running around hoping to find a stray hero? Just play together and he can't be a hero.
I guess they're aiming towards the later parts of the game where that Chronosphere really has that big impact. The puck ulti misses. They're going to use the Chrono once again to catch the Batrider, and it will be enough for Ramis. Even throws in that Illuminate just to make sure they get the kill. But again, now, I mean, they can use the puck ulti. Even if it misses, it's the, it's the initial damage. They hold them in place, and then they're still using the Chrono after, because Void can't just, single-handedly take down this Batrider. It's still like 1700 HP, a very fast hero, very mobile. Puck ulti is not that long of a cooldown. The Chrono is, though. So I think that's the downside of Viking, is that they can't use their Chrono for like these big plays. Spirit also understand that. So if they keep on trading, does that mean the Batrider is not going to TP in
Void
mid
in
to
top lane.
fight?
Oh, Coconut RNG. Miposhka went for like the most ambitious Coconut I've ever seen in my life. You know what, lads? There's 5 creeps there plus a Void. I bet you it'll
So
always
that's
hit
his
him.
Roshan.
Alright.
As soon as Batriders respawn, he TP top.
Yeah.
He just instantly said Roshan, like an indicator.
They're looking for it, but no, maybe not. Like, PA is about to complete the BKB, and this for Team Spirit is by far the best timing against the strategy that Viking has implemented in the playoffs so far of the BTS Pro Series. It's the fact that they want to go skirmishing, they want to go fight, they want to go at you. Team Spirit, they have both countered that through this Kunkka pick, but also key optimization.
Next in mid,
But look at the
Spirit, they're
conquerors.
going to reinitiate. A lot of damage comes through from the Tidebringer. They've got the Ignis. The bolt comes in as well, and boom, again, he's just going to dodge it. Just like before. Ignis falls, they can't get the clockwork kill, and Viking, they're also brought back to full HP. They have this Mechanism Enchantress. We don't always see it, but he is the optimal carrier for it in the team. I think that's a smart choice as well, like building your mech on a +5. It might take a little bit longer, but you're still able to get it, and why not? Just be this big, massive healing machine.
I think it is pretty cheap. It's 1,800 gold, technically 1,900 if you round up, so it's
Still a lot of money for a +5.
No, it is. I think the item build-up also feels a little bit better nowadays, especially because you have the headdress, you can go chainmail. It's not that bad. For Team Spirit, though, this mid-fight, one Kunkka appears, prevents the jump onto the clock, and they don't need to take the fight because the PA just wasn't ready. She didn't have the the BKB yet, sorry. 500 gold away. That's when you're going to see that type of fight where Viking have like a soft commit, but they throw Will-O-Wisp down, they throw a coil, but they can't really get into the fight. That's where Team Spirit in 2 minutes time will capitalize on that failed initiation and try and just wreak havoc in the fight. The Batrider blinking in, the PA just jumping onto the supports. And with the items that we're mentioning for Viking, none of these help survive when they are jumped. They allow for the fight to occur, but they don't allow for their own survival. So Kotal, Ench, these heroes will just blow up. Maybe the mech can help the Ench a little bit, but against a PA, 800 HP Ench, you're buying the mech for your team at this point. So yeah, the next 2-3 minutes are looking quite scary for Viking, especially when they get constantly flared and are under the vision of Team Spirit.
Indeed. You want to do a quick shard check? I saw something interesting on Team Spirit.
All right, I'm having a look. Hold on. You mean the PA or?
Yep, the PA who just finished the BKB, and we're gonna get that 12% max HP nuke from the Fan of Knives. And the break, I'm happy to see that we're seeing the shard on the PA actually bought in the correct order. Yesterday we saw, I think, third item. It was like Battle Fury, Deso. No, it was Battle Fury, BKB, Battle
and then
Fury, BKB, shard, then Deso. Yeah, so it was a bit off in the order.
Yeah, a little
but
bit.
the Ignis keeps Celery up. The hook shot connects on Aramis. Tobat is the one holding the choke point of the river. Shat moves in. Time dilation BKB used by Yatoro. Can't use that chrono. They're all too stacked up right now. Celery's dead. Puck seems to get the escape out. Toby low on HP. Another jump from Yatoro. Shat still waiting for his opportunity, but look at Team Spirit. They're so spread out. There's no way this guy can jump in. He finally does. And there's the BKB on the Kunkka. The connection from the coconut. And Shad might have just dug his own grave with that jump in so bad. He's got like, what, 10 HP? Well, about 100 HP. He's still being hunted by a Hadouken creep at the same time. The crits come through on Shad, but not enough from Yatoro. Needed probably one more to get it. Boom, however, wait, what the heck? Boom actually died in the river.
Yeah, so during that fight, when you saw the Void jump in for that chrono, Collapse was actually positioned just here behind the trees in Firefly. The Void didn't see him, and as soon as he jumped in, the Batrider just kind of walked through the trees and built this kind of invisible wall, not allowing the Puck and the rest of the heroes to get into that engagement. It's why you saw Void nearly go down, but also then Puck got chased down by the Witch Doctor and the Batrider. So it's really good patience from Collapse. He also played on the fringe of the fight, knowing that the Nyx was still alive. He couldn't hard commit.
They're gonna go hunting though. Yatoro being the target. Toby kills in the front line, but only does a little bit of damage here. Shad can't find any targets. Team Spirit looking like they might even fight this. And now comes the TP from the Batrider as well. The Team Spirit are back in full strength. Hookshot comes through. Connects onto Toby. Meanwhile, Shad is fighting against her own Totoki, and Yatoro gets the jump on the clockwork. Here's the Ignis. The Puck ulti comes through as well, but it's another miss. Doesn't connect on anything. Toby are dead, Sobat are dead, and the clockwork buys back. Celery dropping very low at the hands of Yatoro and Collapse, and this inch will burn alive. Team Spirit, they find success, and this might just mean Roshan.
Yeah, just the power of these BKBs now, the confidence in Team Spirit able to enter these fights. Batrider now completed his own. It just gets so much scarier for Viking. And I mentioned the idea of what Viking want to do with their lineup. They were never able to get to these early skirmishing fights, so they're now the ones with the lack of damage and the lack of presence simply because of how tanky Team Spirit has become.
Well, no Ignis, no Puck ulti, no coil. Batrider getting E-bladed. Got Shad also trying to make some moves, but Roshan falls. Aegis for Yatoro. And Viking, they have to disengage at least. They never actually went in, just observed. And I was like, well, we can't really do much. Maybe try and steal Roshan with the illusory orb.
And we haven't really mentioned it yet, but Boom went for the E-Blade build, the good old Thompson Puck E-Blade. And I'm just thinking right now, Coddle uses Solar Bind, magic resistant reduction. Puck uses E-Blade, damage, you know, improvements. So now you're going to have this one hero who should get completely blown up. Now, also, if that's inside a Chrono, that is a disgusting amount of damage that's going to come out on this one hero if they aren't in position. Like, yeah, I like the creativity from Viking. My fear is simply, it's all about that one kill, that one pickoff, and they're just not finding them.
Yep.
On the other side, yeah, exactly. On the other side, Spirit, they're the ones running around the map, finding the pickoffs and really setting the pace of the game. 7k lead at 25 minutes. It's looking a bit grim. Yeah, it's Viking with the Void versus the World. Like right now, they need Shad to get like a miracle level performance. He needs 2-3 more items and just to try and lock down the game.
Yeah. And suddenly, now that you look at this game, Coddle doesn't seem like a really big threat after all.
Oh, yeah, like Coddle's one of the best here. Hold on, let's watch him die for a second.
Alright. Alright, throws in the Ignis, buys a little bit of time for himself. Then he break hookshot.
Well, he made it a little bit difficult, but yeah, as we were saying, I think Coddle, he is a very good hero. We can't knock that after just this single game, but it's the idea that when teams are able to play together and troop up, that's when he's strong. Yatoro in bot lane.
This is a good one. They might get the Aegis out of the way. Toronto Tokyo coming to back up his buddy. Yatoro pops his BKB and the turnaround comes through. Toby's out. Celery also dropping low. The X mark's there. The Ascension is dead.
They can't kill him, mate. Like, how realistically, if you load up these heroes, these items in a lobby, how do you kill this PA at this point in the game? Like, Nyx has to hit the Vendetta break. No, they didn't. No, I don't accept what you just said there. Like, Viking are really struggling at. Thank you. They really are struggling to get the damage across, and like Shad, he went for this Maelstrom to be a bit more farmy. Obviously, he needs the BKB to survive. He really needs that MKB because that's where Viking can play on the lack of saves in Team Spirit lineup. Like, sure, there is this big boat threat to be a damage mitigator, but if Shad can locate the PA in a Chrono, there isn't going to be that like Oracle ult, that SD disruption, that kind of banishing spell to enable their life. So yeah, I'd like to see Shad be able to pause his own game for a second, get some farm, and then when they go for high ground, you could maybe punish Team Spirit's positioning. The Viking, their team, that they aren't gonna make the silly mistakes which leads to, you know, Shad dying 2 or 3 times alone. Like, they're gonna stop positioning around him and identify the fact that he's the one that needs the farm. He needs the game. Like, look at Celery. He's right next to him. He'll block the smoke. He'll die if necessary. Like, all he's doing right now is, all right, Void, we need you to be #1. That's it.
So Celery is technically not the sacrificial lamb, but the sacrificial deer.
Yes. You must kill Bambi to win the game. Yes, exactly that.
Dire's bottom tower under fire.
I think the main idea is maybe kill off the Void Spirit, or Void Spirit, Faceless Void to get.
Dude,
the,
I nearly
the
said the
victory.
same thing. When I said Void, my brain was like Spirit, and I was like, no. Bad T, don't say that. It's a Void, just a Void.
You are listening to TNT.
That is true.
Smoke up by Team Spirit in the mid lane. So bad. Yatoro, Miposhka, collapse. Just pushing out the mid wave out.
Boom! There it goes.
They're on the hunt. See if they can find somebody. Toby's hiding in the trees. He has been doing a lot of hiding action. He's gonna stay there.
He's
Meanwhile, you see the Coddle in the top corner. Coddle actually TP's home. I guess Coddle could technically stay in the trees in some lane and just use recall for their advantage. Have that split push going on the whole time.
You can see from just the map setup though, it's the idea that they just need to push out waves and try and allow for Spirit to wait to TP.
Beautiful catch on Shad. Follows absolutely through, and he's just deleted in the hands of Yatoro. That's 2,000 HP down in less than a second.
Dire's middle tower taking damage.
Good old PAA. You know, one big patch comes into play. You think things will get changed, but only Sven, out of all the heroes, only Sven got the treatment from the frog. Like PA, oh, a bit of blur fade time. Ooh, level 10 talent, 25 less HP. Ooh, 50 less cast range. No, it's still a bloody PA. It's still gonna one hit you.
It's like, I heard that they like to use fans. We gave you fan for your PA. All the PA fans are happy now. All right. Toby setting up for mid, looking for the stun with the force snap, gets it through onto the Witch Doctor. Luminate comes through as well, and so bad. He's already caught the Nyx. He's got a hook shot available as well, but they get to use it. There's a creep wave in between, and now lining up. There we go. Onto the Bambi, right in the buttocks of the Enchantress, and there we go. The puck ulti finally connecting onto decent amount of damage, and now we get the chrono. Now we get the chrono, but where's the damage? They need to capitalize on this. Shad only gets one out of the way. Toronto Tokyo still has a BKB, gonna get bashed up. Miposhka waiting, and he's gonna get initiated on now this time with, oh, again, the same treatment delivered by Yatoro. Just bashes and smashes the hands of this Faceless Void. No face, no hands, no nothing. And collapse. He's there to back him up at 25 seconds. No lasso. White can lose 3. They did get the chrono, but they don't have the damage anymore.
I will say, you know, I as an analyst, I like to try and bring out new aspects to the audience. And right there, Team Spirit, this is a moment where they should be utilizing their tips onto Shad. Simply because the PA had no BKB, had no Aegis, and Shad was unable to actually connect on the chrono, killing off what arguably is one of the biggest and most threatening heroes on Team Spirit's side. So a little bit of a rough one for sure. And it's so hard for Viking, as much as I kind of meme it there. Like, they're basically playing for the, we need to win a fight based on Team Spirit's over-aggression, but this fight, it's not going to net them anything. They aren't going to, like, even if they kill the PA there, it gives them a little bit of breathing room, but they're 20k down at 30 minutes. It is so hard for them to really get back into this. But killing the PA there would have, of course, helped. You know,
can we commend Toronto Tokyo for building a scythe on Kunkka?
Dude, this guy is bombed, man. I saw him buy the BKB armlet, and I was like, all right. I saw the Hex quick, but I'm like, damn, son, you hate puck. Like, yeah, it's a nice build.
But also prevents the Faceless Void from ever using his jump. Meanwhile, well, guess who they found? They found Boom. And now the hook shot as well. Celery will fall as well. So Viking will have 2 heroes down. And this is starting to turn into a super difficult defense for them. Team Spirit are just running around and doing what they want, basically.
Yeah, they're having fun. That's the key thing. They're just, you know, just doing their thing. Time. Because, like, if you look at these lineups, it's the idea that Viking early on, they're the ones that need to be the aggressors, need to be setting the early pace of the game, utilize recall. But we never saw that come into play. They were never able to really punish Team Spirit because they're the ones making the first move. So, yeah, really good performance so far. But high ground maybe could be Vikings' last hope here, I think. This, especially when Void's back up, they got 1 more chrono until they're completely gone.
Mid-rack's
not trying to be doom and gloom or anything, but
we can agree the situation is grim.
Yes.
And Roche, look at that Roche timer. Hot damn, that's a fast one.
Right. Off you go, Spirit.
That's like, was that like 15 seconds max? That was a very quick one.
Yeah. Look at clock's current. Oh, guys, it's up. All right, look at the minimap. Look at the minimap.
Ping, ping, ping.
Turn around.
Ping,
no, they're going to go for a kill first. Oh, I thought they were going to instantly just turn.
Collapse toying with him there. And there's the sheep stick. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Let the poor guy out of his misery already. BKB used by Batrider. Going to get Boom, and Boom will be grabbed. And they will get the connection with the hook shot in melee range. Make sure that Boom is out. 60 seconds dead. Celery getting burnt up. Shad has died somewhere in the jungle. GG is called. Viking are the one to tap out. And Team Spirit, they start this series 1-0.
What a beautiful game for Team Spirit, honestly. I mean, just amazing stuff. I think the key thing is the identifier is the fact that this Kunkka last pick, it allows them to play a completely different type of game in which Viking just can't deal with. They can play passive. Their lack of early damage, which is always going to be an issue with these type of heroes, it doesn't come into effect because they play such a strong lane, and the Kunkka is so farmed that he's always able to be present in the fights. We mentioned the idea that Kunkka has to always be there for the fight, otherwise it's going to be an issue. Viking, they take this early bot tower, and it gives Kunkka such a free passage into the mid game, or the exit of laning phase, because guess what? If Viking have taken the bot tier 1 of Spirit, they only have to play for top or mid. Kunkka plays top side, keeping his TP active for mid. Therefore, it's literally impossible for him to not be in the fight, right? Because it's, you know, 2 lanes, he's got TP for 1, he's in the other. I think that alone just allowed this Kunkka to have complete free farm, open up the map, and then Viking, they decided, well, we have to farm now. If we can't fight because Kunkka's there, we have to farm. And with the offlane Nyx and this Ench and the Coddle, they're not heroes that want to happily just sit in the jungle. They want to be proactive. So Viking just never got to play out their draft simply because of like the 8 to 15 minute portion of this game just never happened for them. And then Spirit, they just outscaled. So yeah, beautiful game from Team Spirit. And I think Kunkka for sure is the MVP. Itemization and just the way he played the map was really, really good.
Yeah, that was, could almost say, a classic Toronto-Tokyo gameplay there with the Kunkka being the last pick. And this time, the last pick hero actually had a lot of impact in this game. Yeah. Well, it was provided with his support. I think Sobad had a decent performance on Clockwork. Collapse played once again a really good Batrider game as well. Sure. So I feel like Team Spirit, they definitely were giving some fun and really enjoying their gameplay here. Viking GG, I guess I'm still waiting for the engine to start roaring because, you know, that was a bit of a slow game. To be honest, it was a bit of a slow start for them, and we know that they can still bring us like a lot of crazy stuff and some really good things as well. But the best thing here is the best of 5, so it's not over after 2 wins, it's over after 3. So we're going to take a tiny break here and we will return. So remember, refill your fridges or just, you know, empty your fridges with all those Monster Energy drinks and join us after the break for game number 2. We have returned, ladies and gents, and welcome back once again to the BTS Pro Series Season number 4 Europe and CIS Grand Finals with Viking GG and Team Spirit. Game 2, the second draft of this series. This is about to begin. We're here with T-Panda and T-Governor once again, and some changes. Not really. And it looks like there's no changes in the banning section so far. So Mars, Phoenix, and we have the IO Doom again. This time Doom, second ban instead of the first ban. And sides have been changed. Viking GG and Radiant. Team Spirit chose, actually, they chose second pick for themselves. And I think you posted something about the drafting order on Twitter. So
Yeah,
at T-Governor on Twitter, if you want to look at that
Wow.
picture.
Oh, you little shameless little plug. I
I've got
love
a
it. Yeah.
segue for it.
Do
But yeah.
it. Yeah, guys. Desperate for any follows.
Oh, come All right, that's not the way to do it.
I'm so
Anyway,
lonely.
talk us through.
Please
Talk us
follow
through.
me, please. More importantly, literally, you asked about the order. I just posed a question: are we going to see a new draft order for
I think it's a good
DPC?
question.
Because I just simply think if you look at the middle bar, right, where you see the pick order, you get second pick, you get the last pick in the first phase, and the last pick in the final phase. So you pretty much get to react to 3 of the 5 picks in the draft, which is forever.
It's a majority.
I speak
Yeah,
for the trees.
it's rough, and I think what I maybe quickly thought of was simply adding a 4th phase to the draft so that you get 2 reactions on both teams. Because right now, it's like first pick is like one way, second phase is one way, and then third phase is one way, right? So it's like 2 for 1. So if you add a 4th phase, then technically it's 2 for 2. The issue is with 5 picks, you pretty much force it to be like some like 2. It's just so clowny, but anyway, you get the point, right? Like, I'd like to see something new because second pick does feel a little bit reactionary favored, but alas, that is just kind of drafting in a nutshell. So map also comes into effect there.
It does, and that is something that maybe goes in unison, hand in hand, when it comes to, like, do you want to play Radiant, do you want to play Dire? Right now, Radiant still heavily favored, and the second pick for most teams. There are still a few teams who prefer the first pick, but if there was a percentage, it does feel like 75 to 80% prefer second pick over first pick. If we do have an accurate statistic over that, I would love to see it.
I have no idea. Yeah.
But I would feel like it is because
I'll check right now. Hold on.
Reading logs and seeing lobbies, like the choices, it's always SP, 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 meaning second pick.
To pick.
And the leftovers Radiant. So.
Yeah.
Dire team are now
I'm
picking.
currently loading up to see if I can quickly find the.
Meanwhile, I can discuss what's happening on our screens right now. So we're going to get the Nature's Prophet once again. Feels like this is going to be the Celery go-to pick. He did some really good Nature's Prophet plays yesterday with the new Shard, especially. Able to get some good body blocks, and then the massive damage that it applies, allowing you to destroy those creep waves really fast, getting to objectives, and most importantly, there's support, so you don't really know where that NP is going to show up, where he's going to be, especially if it's a setup moment that's happening. Or if they're looking for a pick-off on the NP, it's not like the core Nature's Prophet that he's always like, alright, he's going to be in lane because he needs farm, and there's a creep wave, he's going to go to that. It's a support, so you don't necessarily even go for it.
I just like the fact that with this Fury in 5, it gives you more purpose in the game, where before you were like the utility buyer, and then you that's it. You can maybe scale if it's a really long game, but that's it. And I love how this Shard, it just gives you independent game plan, where you TP behind them.
Independent NP.
Yeah, exactly. Like you just TP behind the tower and you push out the wave. Like you have 2 greater treants that have 108 damage each, like 1600 HP. Like, of course they die very quickly to like an Ember, any wave clear, any magic damage. Like they have 0 armor, right? But it's the principle of you spawning those 2 greater treants from a sprout alone. You get to push out these waves for free, and you also push pretty quick. Like, and this is why Viking. I liked how yesterday when they played, they had all this chaos, all this desire to go forward and to just find kills. But the Furion, he grounded out that ability to go, well, if we ever win the fight, we can go for the objective. And if the game gets hard, we can prolong it because of the Furion. So I think this is one of my favorite shards that I've seen. Of course, there are so many shards that I've yet to truly explore, but like, I think Furion shard is for sure so much value, 1400 gold, and yeah, amazing. And then they pair it with the Earth Spirit as well. It's now going to be your position 5 doesn't provide any team fight. You need your 4 to have overwhelming presence in that. And Earth Spirit, he is that hero. He can go from lane to lane and be just super aggressive. So Yeah, strong openings from both teams so far.
Yeah, the
5
Earth Spirit,
seconds
we know a lot about the Earth Spirit. The Void Spirit, very common. But the Dark Willow, maybe a bit less common to the average viewer's eye. So does this Willow
Yes,
work?
and ours.
Is that Willow some sort of an answer to the Nature's Prophet as it's being a responsive pick? It's the second pick of the draft, so is that directly towards the NP? Is it directed towards the later parts of the draft? What do you feel like?
I think it's not about the NP, but it's the philosophy of what an MP brings to Vikings lineup, which is that aggression.
Yeah, the aggression.
Willow is one of those counter aggressors, right? You have that big terrorize, just turn around the fight. You're terrible in early push scenarios where you can't really defend objectives that well. But the idea of, well, if we get to that fight, if we have a hero that can jump into the backlines, i.e. Void Spirit, Willow can really punish Viking trying to move from objective to objective if she has the right team. So yeah, I think I like the idea of the Willow, not for what the hero she's seeing, but for the idea of what Viking wants to play, and Willow can play into that really well.
Now we're looking at our second phase bans about to finish. The Tidehunter, the Axe, offlane bans are coming through, targeted towards Collapse. So they've banned the Mars, the Axe, the Tide. They've left the Batrider open for
I was going to
Collapse
say,
pick.
yeah. The Bat's still available. That is a very, very good hero, especially against Earth Spirit and Furion. You'd love to play that lane, I think. Viking probably don't care about it too much, just because
5 seconds.
their first pick, that means they get to react in both picks in that second phase. Therefore, if a Bat does come into play, they are going to be able to pick up one of those annoying carries that can deal with the Batrider quite easily. You know, PL is rising in popularity a little bit. Slark as well has had some love in the pub scene. So no, I don't think Viking care too much about the Bat, just because this time round they have, like I just said, the carry pick to respond to potentially a Bat in the second phase. Yeah.
And also, like, now that Spirit is the one picking first, so I think they're saving up. They probably know their support pick. They're just thinking about what is the targeted band that they're looking for, and is that going to be the Nyx? It's actually going to be a Viper.
Okay.
Feels like they didn't really worry about the Nyx Assassin too much last game. Obviously, the draft is changing a little bit, so the Nyx can be a nuisance to, one, the Void Spirit, and two, maybe some pickoff potential on this Dark Willow as well. Since that is a squishy support, and Nyx could, you know, actually get a pretty good game. So if they force the Batrider pick, there's probably going to be a Nyx as well from Viking. Just, you know, hindsight guessing, but possible.
That is what the drafting is. It's all a lot of guesswork until they pick it, and then it's all a lot of hindsight.
Yeah. There's always a consequence for every action.
Yes. All right. Rate the banners right now. Viking, Team Spirit. Can they see that they can? Which one do you prefer?
Sorry, say that again?
Which banner do you prefer? Team Spirit or Viking?
Team are now picking.
Banner.
Disruptor.
Yeah.
Obviously, I like Viking GG in a sense because it's simplistic. It's got that, you know, kind of what's between vertical and horizontal when it's
diagonal.
Like, diagonal, yeah. I like the diagonal kind of like art style.
Yeah.
Team pick.
Fair. I'll give it that. I was going to say Team Spirit. I like the color.
Yeah.
Viking, they go for a PA after
Also.
seeing a disruptor.
Also, what I like about is the platforms that Earth Spirit and PA are standing on.
Oh, mate, you got to stop with the platform shit.
I will never stop until they do something or explain to me what they're about. Why is PA on a platform? Why is Earth Spirit? Why is always the second and the fourth, or the second and the third, standing on some bloody platform?
I don't know.
Why doesn't the Dire team have any platforms to stand on? Is the grass too soggy or what?
I literally, if you could ask me top three most
questions.
pointless things to bring up in a draft.
I have no answers to the questions that I have. Somebody calls me a lunatic, but I need to know. These are the big questions of life. Anyway, Team Spirit, they're running out of drafting time.
Ooh.
Terror Blade. When's the last time we got to see Team Spirit actually play TB? Let's look at Yatoro.
I don't know, mate, but I know that Terrorblade into PA is pretty good for the Terrorblade. We didn't see it much in the previous patch, but in this game alone, it's the idea that Terrorblade has that high armor. If the PA jumps in and locks into that 1v1 duel, doesn't have BKB, you have that Sunder. Viking then automatically respond with the Zeus.
Yeah.
I think the key thing here is, though, even though, all right, cool, guys, they got the Zeus v TB, you have to look at what's their heroes, right? They've got who's like your protector right now? How do you stop the Void Spirit jumping onto Zeus and the game getting pretty difficult? Like you have this Earth Spirit Fury in supports. They want to move forward. PA wants to move forward. That leaves Zeus on an island by himself, allowing for the Void Spirit to jump into the backline. There's still one more pick from Team Spirit. That offlane pick potentially.
But look at Viking's ban.
Void Spirit could be offlane. Yeah, exactly.
Because that's
like this Void Spirit's
thing,
flexed. Yeah, exactly.
Does Collapse suddenly bring out an offlane Void Spirit? We haven't seen him play at all.
Has he? I feel like he has played it a couple of times.
Sure.
I feel like
I haven't really seen him actually play it, so I might be surprised.
I'll check, mate. Hold tight. Hold. I've loaded up game 1 of a game. That's basics.
They are targeting mid bans, so they're saying Void Spirit is off lane. Terrorblade going safe lane, and we need the mid pick for Toronto, Tokyo.
He has played 5 games of Void Spirit in his career. Last game a month ago. So
okay, well, reasonable.
Yeah, like it's not like his best hero, but I'm sure he can do it. But for Viking, they need like the key thing here is they need an offlaner that can protect the Zeus in some capacity. Like they need someone who, when the rest of the heroes and Viking go forward, they need a hero that can just stand behind and go, "Don't worry, Zeus. If they jump you, I can lotus you, I can pipe you, I can force you, I can do something to enable you." Because they don't have that right now. And Team Spirit, they ban out the Underlord, the Darkseer. These heroes are doing great at this, but what's left? They go for it. Oh, wow, this is so aggressive. Like. Yeah, okay. So it's very good defensive here in the idea of if he connects a stomp, but if the game gets difficult, then it will be hard. Their high ground defense from Viking, though, is so scary. Like, they have Fury to skip waves. They have PA to throw out daggers. Zeus and ET just on the high ground. Like, even if Viking lose the early game, they are going to be able to hold their base for so long unless they get picked off. But for Team Spirit...
Yeah. It's a nice pick, but it feels like it has some anti-synergy with Vikings lineup, but it also has a lot to give.
It has amazing synergy in the fact that you have both some of the biggest magic and physical damage dealers in your game. So if ET, he removes either your magic resistance or your armor. So he can either play with the PA and blow up a hero, or he can play with the Zeus and blow up a hero. So in theory, I think
there's more synergies. Yeah,
it's amazing. But for Team Spirit, they counter this with the idea of, okay, Quaswex Invoker, Vikings lineup's very skirmishy, and how do you counter this type of aggression? You go for this Quaswex, this Tornado, this EMP, you poke and prod, and you just cut through the type of aggression that Viking has. So I think for simplicity, I love Team Spirit's lineup. They have the aggression of this offlane Void Spirit that can go for an early pipe. You have the Quaswex Invoker to deal with the early Earth Spirit rotations and stop the PA from feeling too confident. And then TB, he's your grounded out factor. He needs to buy BKB and he'll have a great time. But Viking, damn, their draft, it's like they went for all like the fun picks. They went for the Furin that can buy the Shard. They've got, probably won't buy it this game though. I feel like it could be difficult. Maybe he does. You got the Zeus ET combo. Like, I love the idea of Vikings draft, but they need to have such great positioning in this game, and the vision is really critical for them.
Who do you prefer? Are we going to see a tie from Viking GG with this lineup, or is Team Spirit going to start snatching championship points for themselves? And that would mean 3 in a row.
I prefer Team Spirits just for the fact that, once again, this offlane isn't going to get truly that pressured, I think. So it allows for them to play off the jump that it requires. And yeah, I think it's just too easy for this Terrorblade to find his farm and to have a game. So yeah, I think, especially after Team Spirit had such good execution, they now have a draft where, like, the only mistake that Team Spirit can make in this game that can make it super hard is, of course, A, chain feeding always helps, but B, it's going high ground when they're not ready to. Like, if they don't have the BKB or they don't have the Aegis and Terrorblade, and then they try to go high ground, then of course this game can get really difficult. But yeah, again, for Viking, I love the idea of that draft. This ET complementing PA Zeus really well. The aggression from the Earth Spirit and the Nature's Prophet early on to collapse the map. Fury and then eventually buying Shard to keep the game going. The high ground hold of ET Zeus. Like, there's so many fun things in Vikings lineup, but it does take great positioning, great vision, great execution to pull off. And I think luckily for Viking, they can do that. So yeah, an exciting game for sure.
Well, exciting indeed, at least in the sense that this can maybe decide a potential incoming sweep, or if we get a tie, then of course this series will continue to stretch a little bit longer, and I think that's what we're also looking forward to. We talked about in the post-game draft about Viking GG maybe waking up a little bit to this series, kind of living up to the pace that Team Spirit's providing to them, because Live to Win didn't seem to live up to their expectations yesterday. Team Spirit, however, coming in with a completely different mindset here than their yesterday's opponents. So now that they're warmed up, everybody's ready. We get our second game underway with our bounty spawning. Treants trying to contest that bounty rune, but not able to do so. And it will be a 2 for 2. And remember yesterday, I'm gonna avoid alt-clicking objects or items or that. But remember when that one bounty rune over here, they forgot to pick it up. Yeah, so
yeah, they did.
It's a tiny bit of missed gold.
Already better.
Oh yeah, already way better. True as well. Miposhka, he doesn't. He actually doesn't know yet that easy camp has been blocked by the sentry. There's an Ops ward also in the middle, and Aramis is probably aiming to just body. Actually, he doesn't need to body block this at all. There's a sentry in the middle of the hard camp, so Miposhka's already done the work for Aramis. So no camps at all for this top lane.
Yeah, the key thing here is Miposhka knows that he just needs to block up his own camp to prevent Aramis from, like, after this is the play, right? He'll grab this wave, he'll block it onto the next wave, and then when the lane's going back in the favor of Spirit, they'll pull. So Miposhka, he knows as a disruptor, he can pressure the Earth Spirit here with his Thunderstrike, and also Aramis, he has to roll away. So the creep wave going in front of the tower is suboptimal for the big game plan of this normal creep pool.
Yeah, and Yatoro still gets to connect his behind the tier 1 tower, and Toby gets his in front. So this is a classic, just moving around the creep wave a little bit, but they still connect in the correct spots as well. Nobody farming under tower, so no push either way.
Yeah, and this bot lane though, when you see the offlane Void Spirit, especially against a Fury MPA, like with the points in Resonant Pulse, like he just shouldn't die. The only way he dies is if he ever like wastes the pulse or he misses an Aether Remnant when the PA jumps on him, and then suddenly there's potential kill threat. But with 4 armor, 2 points from the ring, and then 2 just built into the hero, he fares
Nicely
really
played there from Collapse. He actually, Celery tried to TP out. His teleport scrolls on cooldown, so you ain't going home and coming back with your second spell.
And he has
he's
no
only
mana
got
either.
one. So now he's stuck.
Sad.
He's stuck in this lane. Or if he does, he's going to have to do the long walk of shame.
Odds on TP and back buying a smoke and running back slightly quicker. Not happening, by the way.
Yeah, I guess he's going to have to wait a little bit longer. Collapse is tipping. Boom.
Oh, Celery just killed himself instead.
Yep, right. First blood for so bad.
It was inevitable.
So bad. Now, okay, now we got the tips flowing.
Yeah, I'd say that tip from that tip from so bad, it's kind of underwhelming. Where like Celery kind of wants to die here, so realistically in the grand scheme of your tip game, it's kind of like subpar because Celery does gain something from it, i.e. the TP he didn't have. But alas, just some tip analytics for you.
Yeah, just a tiny bit, not too much though.
Yeah, just enough.
At least to get our early game going, because this is very standard, just farming up, tiny bit of trading here and there. Maybe a few more minutes. I would maybe dare to say, like, after the bounty runes have spawned, maybe we got some action on these lanes, since I think these are very level dependent as well on how things start rolling out. Zeus capable of giving that +1 for every fight with the Zeus ultimate. Global damage. So maybe an opening with the Earth Spirit and the Elder Titan. TB at 300 HP. The roll in comes in from Aramis, and actually they're going to fight way earlier than we were supposed to think they were going to. Toby also falls for Miposhka. Aramis trying to get the kill on the Disruptor, slapping away, but he's got a lot of stick charges. Miposhka might just come out on the strong end because he's got his Thunderstrike available. Earth Spirit rolls in Aramis. A Fairy Fire comes out, and Miposhka should win this duel in the end. There we go. Double kill for the Disruptor.
Miposhka is now the carry. Terrorblade, due to the changes, will be shifting to that 5 role. Miposhka is going to be leveling up.
At least they need to recognize the Disruptor is the real Iron Man.
Yeah, that was a bit awkward for Team Spirit though. Like Yatoro trying to man up. Maybe he felt a stick or something to make the outplay, but yeah, just fully hard committing to an offlane ET who can just right-click you and not care about your armor is somewhat annoying.
Gonna get a quick pick off on the Invoker, but Boom runs out of mana. He does have bottle charges to refill himself. Meanwhile, those 3 points of Boss and the Tango has got 26.3 HP regen. Good luck trying to kill the Invoker a second time. But I like the aggression with this NP teleporting mid with a Blightstone and allowing to get this early damage. This is not even 5 minutes in, and this mid tower is taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is the key thing from the two lineups. Viking, their rotations come from their support duo, the Furin and the Earth Spirit. But on the flip side of Team Spirit, their rotations will be coming from their off lane and then their mid. So if Viking can utilize the early rotations that the supports can have in the game, where supports actively want to move like pre-5, you can then pressure the active cores on Team Spirit, and then suddenly those active cores that need to make those 5-minute plus rotations can't because they're already hindered from the early Viking. So that's what we need to look out for in this game, is just how Viking utilize their ability to play the map slightly earlier than the likes of an Invoker.
Really cool. Good combo comes out from Toronto, Tokyo, and boom is out for the count. Meanwhile, PA is also 80 HP. He's going to get stunned up, and Collapse is trying to get to this PA, but no, right click comes out and he's tanking the tower, and he's dead. Really wanted that PA kill, and he wasn't too far away from it. Looked like he actually missed 1 or 2 of his hits, or then he just didn't get the second one off at all. He just ended up running on a spot, basically, just getting... PA just throws a dagger, walks away. That's such an annoying feeling. You like take that arrow to the knee, and then you're just wondering, like, oh, but stop, stop, no. Poshka, however, the roll from Aramis in Toronto, Tokyo. Boom's trying to get his ulti off, and suddenly he doesn't have the mana left for it. Bottle charges, lightning bolt, and an ulti. Is it going to be enough? Looking for Miposhka. Nope. I'll let Team Spirit walk away with this one. So bad. Meanwhile, rotates to mid as well. Now we got 3 versus 2 action. But I feel like they do spot his movements. There's an ops ward on the cliff. They see the Swallow moving in.
No. But they also see the ward, so get it, boys. There we go. Oh, and a pause.
Yep.
The important thing to note here is, though, the play on bot from Void Spirit, it opens up the map for this Terrorblade to farm, because if Earth Spirit and Elder Titan were playing top together, they would be able to pressure the Terrorblade, forcing him to the jungle, giving Toby complete free farm.
Yeah.
But because Void Spirit goes aggressive bottom, PA nearly dies, Earth Spirit TPs in at the tail end of the fight, it allows for this Terrorblade to go back to top lane with confidence. He's now meted, playing out his lane. And this entire top side of the Dire map is completely uncontested. Team Spirit then apply pressure to mid lane, locking in 4 of the 5 heroes and Viking into this kind of bottom portion of the map. Once again, allowing the big win condition of Team Spirit Terrorblade to have a completely free game in regards to his farm.
Yeah, he's level 6 now, 34 CS, not the worst time. We can look at net worth in a minute, maybe not right now. I don't think there's going to be too massive changes, except that the CS department as a whole is slowly sliding for Team Spirit favor. Shad's Courier dies, there's nothing on it, but that's a tiny bit of extra gold for Team Spirit. 45 per player. And look at that, Invoker has lined up a Witchblade, so... Is that the slow with the poison debuff, something like that?
It is the anti-magic item, right? No, it's not. Causes your attack poison. Yeah, no, so I'm thinking the other item. Yeah, this is. So it causes your next attack to apply a poison for 3 seconds, slowing by 25 and dealing 1 extra intelligence.
Alright, yeah. So that's actually pretty good on an Invoker, because it also gives the int damage. It's a tiny bit of extra.
But it gives projectile speed, so I'm thinking like Cold Snap plays here, where you have like Solar Crest plus Cold Snap, and you're like, and they're just like, ah! You know, I can see that.
Yeah, connecting like cool. Venge missiles. They flipped up that quite a lot.
Sounds really fun, but isn't there an item that... Oh, I'm gonna quickly find the item I want, like...
Yeah, I don't want to do it right now. We can do it
Mage Slayer, there we go.
Mage Slayer, yeah, that was the one that reduced the magic damage, though.
Dude, that item's gonna be so good. Especially against a Zeus, that's going to be so fun to pick up.
Kobe looking for the stomp. Miposhka walks out. So bad comes in with the crown onto Celery. Get a stun on this Nature's Prophet, and Collapse follows in. Make sure they get the kill happening. Miposhka, however, does fall to Boom's ulti. Zeus picking up a kill from next to his fountain. Always nice to have a tiny bit of extra dosh flowing in the direction of the Zeus. 2,800 net worth. PA and Terrorblade are almost even, both sitting at 3k. And Elder Titan is the most farmed hero on Viking.
Oh, but Zeus for
now, but Zeus is out. It doesn't really take too long for that kill to take place. Here comes the Nature's Prophet. Okay,
But do you
Toby.
see what I mean about the rotation potential on both teams? Hold on, as
Oh, look
oh
at
my
that.
god, the slap!
That's a lot of damage from Toby, but he barely walks out. Celery comes in, tries to get the blocks out, and the crown, it will stun up Celery, and it's also going to stun Toby, and ET also going to fall here by the looks of it. He does dodge a couple of those hits on the high ground, but it's not going to be enough, and there's the glimpse as well. Aramis, no mana for a rollout, and that is a heavy price for Viking GG to pay this early on.
They kind of got baited by the slap, just like us. It's like, oh, the slap, and then the sprout didn't connect from the invoker, and unfortunately, ET just couldn't get close enough to connect that second slap. But, whew. And like what I was mentioning, is the idea that early on, Viking, they utilized their Earth Spirit, their Fury, just to try and apply pressure to the map. But now you get to like the 9-minute mark, this Void Spirit, he just comes to mid, and that chain kind of, you kill the Zeus, you kill the ET, you just keep getting these kills. It is so scary because this entire game now is just being played in the mid-bottom portion of the map. And if you look at the net worth again, this TB, he is slowly starting to build a lead on a PA. A PA that, of course, needs to farm a Battle Fury before she can even question being in the same farming capacity of a Terrorblade.
Agreed. And also that triple net worth lead on all cores for Team Spirit is proving to be it can be a big factor, because we did see that in the previous game as well, that they had 2 of their cores doing a great job in the early game, and this applies to early pressure, and TB with Metamorph just walks out of nowhere with Collapse, so they take down Celery, and they are going to get to push this bottom tower. Meanwhile, Team Spirit
so
also
in the mid lane, it was a quick skirmish where Mapushka did use Static Storm onto the Zeus, initiating the fight, and then Toby and Aramis had to come back in and save the Zeus. Toronto Tokyo did nearly fall, but it was kind of a lot of spells used, but nothing happened. And then meanwhile, like you said, in the bot lane, TB was able to walk down.
And Celery just TP's right in front of Collapse. I don't think he even saw that happening.
Oh, wow.
And he does get the wards down, but does he lose his life in the process? Looks like he will. Collapse gets that one. He's on a dominating spree right now. So he's playing pretty well.
The
Bloom is
TB
also caught
up.
on the TB with the last second of Metamorph. Comes into punch in one right click. But it's enough
That's
so
some
bad.
value, by the way. This is easy value.
First they got the kill on Celery in bottom. They got the tier 1 tower with the Metamorph. They come in for another Celery kill. And then they kill off Boom as well, with the Metamorph still on for the last second. So yeah, that's got to be one of the most value Metamorphs I've ever seen in an early game.
Get the bot tier 1, walks in,
Glimpse
gets a
back
couple
home.
kills.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Happy birthday.
Thomas is all alone in mid right now. They're going to have to sack this tower. Not even willing to fight this at all. Celery is pushing out bottom. PA farming the jungle in top. So far behind a net worth is a 4k lead for Team Spirit.
Yeah, just the early moves from Team Spirit really are shutting down Viking. It's the fact that their own jungle has been so open on Team Spirit, and Viking, they have to react so heavily to these engagements. Like, this disruptor, these glimpses, like Viking, if they commit to a fight, if they ever misstep, they get so punished so quickly, and especially when it's only 1 tower difference. Actually, it's equal towers fallen. Both safe lane towers have fell, but it's just the kills really doing it. You're 4 for 12.
Collapse is also off to a great start in this game. He's 4-1-4, this offlane Void Spirit. Like you said, we've only seen him play this the last time a month ago in a previous tournament. And since most of those bans were targeted on him, so he's doing a great job. But there's also a Static Storm used up on Toby. Half of his HP is already gone. Miposhka, Glimpse available. Holding on to it for now. And I like that zigzag movement from Toby. Not really forcing them to use it. Celery, however, not being so lucky. Collapse is relentlessly chasing him up, and that'll actually nice dodge as well, and gets the stun out. However, he's going to end up going a little bit too deep here. Gets another jump out, the Urn heal, and he doesn't die to the tower.
That was so close.
Very close.
That's so disgustingly
Collapse.
close.
What a player. That was way too close to comfort. But he lives. He lives nevertheless. He gets another kill, stays alive, keeps that streak up and going. Another casualty for Viking GG. At least they hold their mid tower, but they don't have Thunder God's Wrath for another 100 seconds. Toby still hasn't hit that ulti point. Level 7.
But interestingly enough, though, if we look at the Terrorblade, it's the fact that he went for. If you look at his quick buy, he's not going for any items that really make him, survive against the Zeus. He's playing on the fact that he's Invoker or the Void Spirit or the Disruptor will find the Zeus first, can start the fight by killing him, and then he gets to play a game. And this will be the type of build, the SMY, the Butterfly, he can crush a PA. But it's also the type of build that in 15 minutes time, we can be going, why does the Terrorblade not have a BKB? Why does it, But it also gives the Terrorblade a way to play out the late game, because if he rushes to buy a BKB right now and starts winning fights in the moment, they're not fights that let you take high ground, that let you win the game. So I can fully respect he's itemizing to deal with the Zeus, the PA for the early fights, and then eventually might get a BKB for that 10-second value later on. But Toby in the bot lane, smoked up, gone on.
Static Storm, Cold Snap.
He's dead.
No mercy.
Barely.
The Tornado as well on the Ramus. He just rolled in and slowly just trying to crawl his way out. And he's going to go in again and attempting for it. He does get the Cold Snap from Invoker. He ends up going down, but he does do a lot of damage, and he might just pay off. But Viking, they need to get these. Miposhka being chased up. The Magnetize runs out. Celery's getting body blocked by his own creep wave. So bad comes in as well. The Roots will connect, and boom. He's only throwing in some saving lightning bolts, but he is not able to save his friend from trouble. Here comes the Elder Titan as well, but Team Spirit, they're already out.
Why does Witchblade cost no mana to use? And why is it 9 seconds?
Wait.
What?
No mana? Okay, that's ridiculous.
What? You used it like 4 or 5 times.
9-second
one
cooldown, 3-second debuff.
Dude, he has 81 int. It does 81 damage per second for 3 seconds. It's an Obba Venom on steroids, paired with a Cold Snap, and a 25% slow, which doesn't...
Sunstrike Toby doesn't quite connect though to simulate. Back to safety for Collapse. Toby, Celery, Aramis waiting to go in. Maybe get some stray hero of Team Spirit. And they do have the Zeus ulti, so if they get a quick jump in, if I can connect all of their spells at the same time on a singular target, they can get a kill. But that's if everything connects. Willow. Stun on Celery, finally pops out. Collapse is moving in onto Toby. Duels into the air. They got the Remnant. The Roots are there. He's just stuck. He's just standing still. There's Dissimulate comes through. Willow with another burst, and that is a lot of damage onto Toby. And there's nowhere to run. He doesn't even get the stomp off. He's just going to die. Celery's also going to fall. 2 pickoffs from a Team Spirit. Absolutely on a roll right now, this Dire team.
Yeah, Viking, they just can't fight into what Team Spirit has. Team Spirit, they have this beautiful lineup of just counter aggression. They have backline catch, and Viking, we mentioned it during the draft, like what is the hero that stands up front and can start the fight? They have these skirmishing heroes, but it's all built around early rotations of Fury and Earth Spirit, and then the PA scaling into the game. The ET needs to cover the Zeus, but they just don't have this kind of beautiful construct exist, because Team Spirit is breaking down the ability of Viking to slowly position themselves correctly to take a good fight. So yeah, I just love the way that Team Spirit are playing this game super up in the face, punishing the fact that PA has to farm for so long. Terrorblade's even joining in now and again. But just look at this Terrorblade's farm. He has S and Y, soon to be, one big component of Butterfly, the Eagle song. Like, it's 17 minutes into the game, and he will not give any cares about PA shortly.
The 18-minute 10K happening again. Just getting really, really thick on this Terrorblade, and that's going to be a big nuisance. And he's just feeling the confidence going straight up Butterfly. That's not your everyday go-to item, but that does spell a little bit about confidence.
No, but again, like I said, it's the idea that the next big timing from Viking is simply the PA getting like Battle Fury Deso +1 and maybe taking a fight. So if TB can already cover that with this Butterfly, it allows him to not waste any BKB charges. He relies on his team stopping the Zeus from ever pressuring him. And then when we get to that first Roshan that they contest, that's when it'll be like Butterfly BKB potentially. And then he's going to be, a happy little chappy going into high ground with BKB 10 second, Aegis, Butterfly, SMY. Like, yeah, I think Team Spirit are really playing out this game so well to punish the quirkiness and the greed from Viking. Viking, they're kind of getting into a position right now where, at best, they can just start pushing out waves, skipping waves, and trying to dodge Team Spirit. Because in the pure 5-on-5, they don't really bring anything to the table.
Metamorph up. Tier 2 tower going down, and bottom left will be used as well.
Buying time.
Radiant's
Yeah,
bottom tower
Collapse is
being
whipping
attacked.
himself with that extra movement speed. Finds a stray Toby. And the hunt is on. The hunt is literally on right now. The root connects. The glimpse comes out into a secondary root.
Gets
Look
to
at
another
that.
route. Oh.
Yep. Beautiful.
All right. We can, in no way can we say that Miposhka knew he was going to do that. He was simply glimpsing, but my god, that was amazing. The
That was
pure kawinky dink. Okay, this is the moment where we need to have comms, you know, because that would have shown, like, Miposhka's like, two things. A, guys, I perfectly done the maths. I'm glimpsing him into another route. Or B, oh,
Yeah,
he's in the route. He's in the route.
Yeah, just the moment when you hear like davai, davai. It's like good things are
amazing.
happening when you hear the perkiness in their voice.
But
If
it's
that was
beautiful. I don't know.
calculated,
Team Spirit are playing so well.
if that was calculated, hands down, that was beautiful. But we can just sit and ponder and think. I'll just take it. That was a beautiful play. Nevertheless, I'll take that away from him. However, Miposhka glimpsing the celery away. And do they actually see where he went? Because Toronto Tokyo is hunting a little
Oh, a
bit.
TB.
Okay. Static Storm used. They bait one ulti. TV. There's a roll in from Aramis. The teleport comes in from Collapse, and he's instantly collapsing on top of the Zeus, trying to get this kill happening, and it will. Boom is out. Collapse walks out as a victor, and Shad gets Yulsed up into the air. They're gonna find Toby, and suddenly it's a 1 versus 3 scenario. Aramis is just following up the back lines and watching what is happening. Shad, slow, agonizing death at the hands of Team Spirit.
Dire's middle tower is ruined.
And Miposhka was able to dodge the Aramis Earth Spirit. And Toronto
Celery
Tokyo finds a
goes
kill
the
on
other side of the
Celery.
map as well.
Yes.
Dire's middle
Like that
tower
smoke from Viking, it's them trying to break down the lead that Spirit has by finding that one quick pickoff and then moving away. But then they waddle into a Terrorblade. He's like, oh, hi guys, this is my jungle now. And Miposhka's in a nice position as well just to add that disconnect. And Void Spirit jumps onto the Zeus. Guess what? No fight can even happen. So Viking, they try to go for a quick kill. Pick off, they've only have, you know, they got 4 kills. They haven't got a kill in the last like 10 minutes, I think. So they have to try and make a play. They can't do nothing, but unfortunately, they just find the wrong hero. Team Spirit now instantly get a couple kills from that and start moving into Roshan. Do they fully commit here? Well, they can. They have Metamorphosis.
All right. So the last time, the last time they got a kill was 9 minutes into the game. Now they might have a chance for it. Into the Roche Pit they go. Aramis will quickly fall down. And they get Miposhka. So there we go. But they need to get so much more because Toby's out. They're going to lose Toronto Tokyo in the process. The NP ulti does fly through from Celery, but the Aegis has been picked up by Yatoro. And it ends up being a 2 for 3 by the looks of it, as Collapse finishes off the last of these treants, and our fight recap says following. Yeah, 3 for 2 in favor of Team Spirit. Aegis picked up, buyback used on a support. I was about to say, the last time they scored a kill was 9 minutes into the game, and that was Miposhka dying.
But now they got a kill. You know, they're back on the board,
They got
boys.
2. They got 2.
Viking are back. Yeah, they did. They got 2. They've clean.
Still holding
But it's still such a
themselves
rough
in.
position, right? Like, let's not try and, like, you know, beat around the bush here. It's the fact that the kills aren't the kills that lead to big moments in Vikings next 10 or so minutes. I think we have to look at PA right now and her quick fight. This is the story of the game. If you're a Viking fan, it's all right. We can't really ever take a fight. Maybe if Shad gets a rapier and we get that big pick off. That's what Viking need to play for right now. When Team Spirit come to that high ground, that tier 3 area, they have the blink, they have the dagger, the Zeus, and the ET. They can blow heroes
Trying to
up.
play around with his BKB. Aramis misses the roll, but the Zeus ulti connecting through, and Shad, he's trying to find some damage and might be able to, trying to look for Yatoro. He's trying to sunder right now, and Yatoro, Shad actually takes down Toronto Tokyo. The BKB still runs out, and there should be the sunder. There we go. So that's going to be Shad maybe going down. Maybe is the big question here because he takes down another. And here comes Celery. Nice body block on Yatoro, preventing this GD from getting anything. But Miposhka comes in again and collapses. Meanwhile, cleaned out the rest of the crew. He's taken down Boom once again. Shad falls in the hands of Yatoro and Celery. That's a dieback on the NP. Meanwhile, Collapse. This youngster keeps on bullying with this Toby. Elder Titan. Suddenly surrounds and mules into the air. Remnant down to the ground to assimilate. That should be end of the him. But then again, Aramis comes in with a roll, tries to rescue his buddy. Trying to get that high five to connect, and Yatoro's illusion ends up killing Toby. Yep.
Yes!
Yeah!
The high five! Woohoo! Finally, we got a high five from a player who's being like all up in your face, and the other team's like, I don't want to high five you, and they did it. Yes! Thank you, Aaron.
That was a
you.
moment of just pure innocence. They both sat still. One person waving his hand, the other connecting, and
the euphoria
love,
in
no
just a
war.
simple high five. And the game is so rough for Viking. Like this TV just isn't dying.
I can show you some graphs.
Yeah, like I love the fact that Viking had the confidence to make that play. That they jumped in with the Earth Spirit. They instantly blew up the Invoker at the start. But it's that +1 desire that they had where Void Spirit instantly drew away the Zeus from the fight. PA then runs to the right hand side of the fight. And when you're 10k down plus, you have to be a cohesive unit, and they just can't do that. They can't protect the backlines. Void Spirit is playing phenomenally at preventing Zeus from entering these fights.
Toronto Tokyo just instantly tornadoes the older Titan into the air, connecting on another one as well. Via Team Spirit, they might end up losing their disruptor, but Celery is the main target they're going for, and he's out of play. Shad's being chased up, BKB's available, Sunstrike comes through, it does connect onto the Earth Spirit, and Aramis is out, and Shad gets feared up, he never gets his BKB off into the roots. Does seem to get the jump off at the end, but he's going to get stunned up, and Yatoro finishes the job. Shad is out of the way. Toby is on the run, but Miposhka, keeping a high heels, gets that kinetic field out and so blocks Toby's escape completely. And they are going to look for the last one. It's going to be Boom. He's far away, but I think they're just going to let him pass. They'll be happy with taking 4 and not losing. Okay, this is a anticlimactic fight recap. It only shows the death of the ET. But 4-4-0.
Yeah,
Team Spirit's playing so well.
Yeah. Zeus has not been able to play the game, and he's just it feels like a position for Zeus, and that says nothing towards Boom. It's just the way that Team Spirit has played this game, where they shut down the map so quickly. There's only enough farm for one core.
And he's gonna.
And as I say this,
that's it.
Exactly what I'm saying. Like Boom just can't get anything. He does complete. No, he doesn't. No, he's still 600 gold away from his Ags. It's such a difficult position.
Yeah, no Nimbus.
So okay, Celery has the shard. Look at bot wave. This is what I mean about White Furion. If the game isn't as over as it is right now, like he can actually keep waves pushed out by himself. You now look towards mid lane. What is this? Imagine if this game was like a 5k lead to Team Spirit. This game would be so different, but the fact Spirit have gained 18k in 26 minutes, they are now crushing it.
Interesting BKB from Toronto Tokyo. Collapses instantly tipping him for that.
It just, making sure it works. The classic memes. What else is it?
My mouse 5 button is not working. Why is it? Oh, there we go. Still, Team Spirit, they're happy. Just taking the tier 3 tower, walking their way out.
But look at the minimap though. Miposhka drew this line of, look at our 3 wards we have. They have 1 in every lane showing when they're going to get to leave. So Team Spirit, they do not want to allow Team Viking even any access to the map.
Toby's smoke popped when he was very close to the Dark Willow, but unable to find anyone right now. And Willow reveals himself in mid. Ward placed down on the cliff. They might have just caught a small glimpse of this Dark Willow, but still moving out of vision. These are like small important things, kind of knowing where the wards are, if there are any wards. How to play around the vision.
This takes insane confidence from Viking though, like how far behind they are. Them even having the ability to make a move on the map, like most teams wouldn't even want to do this. And this is why Viking is able to have such competitive performances in games which do seem quite doom and gloom. And I'm not saying this is going to help them back into the game in any way, but it's like the fact that they were able to still make the move, have the look, and Zeus, he's now got his Ags, and they need to play on the fact that when Terrorblade walks to high ground, he still doesn't have a BKB yet. Maybe there can be that one miracle play where they have that perfect sleep into the Nimbus, into the Zeus ult, TB just blows up, PA suddenly gets Rapier, the second Aegis goes to Viking, like that's the storyline right now that they need to play for. But Toby then dies.
Tornado connection cancels the TP off the Elder Titan. While they are moving still in the jungle, Aramis might have to leave this area as well. PA already teleported away. PA has lined up a Rapier, and we know that this is the right and seems like only course of action as well, because
look at Terrorblade, my man. He's gone for every single item. So, like, he's got the Butterfly MKB for the PA, the SMY and the Skadi for the Zeus, and now after all of that, he's like, you know what? I could sell the 1 now, guys. I can buy a BKB. Like, he is by far the scariest Terrorblade that I have seen in all the year.
Why did you make an
Casual quick kill here for, that was actually Collapse taking a solo kill. Didn't even need Maposhka. He's got all of his spells off cooldown. 11, 1, 12 offlane Void Spirit. Not every day do you see such a successful Void Spirit in the offlane in terms of KDA. He's got an Eternal Shroud also picked up. Very nice new item. Spell Lifesteal. Really buffs up this hero a lot more. Nice magic resistance. Give you some extra mana. Though, it's an int hero, so you still end up having a big mana pool, nevertheless. But you are bursting a lot of spells out there, so it's nice to have some of that coming back in your way. Shad, however,
just runs in.
He might have to dodge this stun with a BKB. No, he's not going to use it at all. He's going to rely on the friends of his allies to help him out, and he does almost fall, but he's not dead yet. Yatoro, he's got it, ultimate form up as well, and that Metamorpho. That was one hit.
Hey, it was, one hit away from death in tennis, but yeah, he doesn't get to play Dota. How far away from
hits
Rapier
for
are
like
we?
400 damage, and then maybe a casual MKB proc. And it's like, all right, looking good.
All right.
So, are you ready for game 3? This is such a scary team
Panda,
spirit
we
on
have
the
to talk
field
about
right
how
now.
Viking can come back. We can't be like this.
This is such a scary team spirit team on the
This is
field
so
right now. They're
scary.
playing so well, communicating, coordinating, everything so well. And like I was waiting for Team Spirit, for Viking and GG to kind of get their engine running and waking up for this one, but it's another repeat from the previous game pretty much. They just can't play this game because the other one is doing everything for them.
Yeah, I think Team Spirit, the preparation that they had coming into the series, just the understanding of Viking. They played one best of 3 on this new patch. They showcased a very skirmishing, very annoying drafting concept. And Viking have continued to try and execute that coming into this grand finals. Team Spirit, on the other hand, they've gone, well, okay, we'll let you have your run at us heroes, your kind of quirkier, no real cooldown type heroes, but we're just going to have these really big anti-aggression heroes or this big backline jump. And I think in this game especially, the easiest way to describe it is Viking fell victim to the we must pick Zeus into TB, and then they just didn't have the final pick to cover the type of lineup they had. So again, just amazing drafting from Team Spirit in these 2 games so far. But I think Viking, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board for game 3, especially because they need to find a way to enter some of these games, because Team Spirit is just not allowing them the type of starts that they had, especially in their semi-final match.
Agreed. They are setting a real statement here, Team Spirit, that is. 9 to 42 doesn't really leave much.
We got to the third. We got 1k cold per minute. We got to the stat. Hype.
Yep, and it's going to increase even more as this tier 3 tower is about to go down. So 1500
The
HP.
stat's now dead though.
Is this the illusion? Is this the illusion push time now for Yatoro? Just keep sending illusions on the tier 3 tower until it eventually falls. They're pinging Roshan. And it's a cheese.
Sorry for all those F10k betters for Viking who barely haven't even hit 10 at 32, by the way.
Sometimes that happens. Then again, Collapse. He's revealed Shad. He's revealed Toby, Aramis, Boom, and they detect him, and he jumps out. He also got the jump out just before the silence came out from the Earth Spirit. Mposhka drops very low, so that is also very low on HP. Atoro picks up all the stuff. There's a cheese still inside the pit, actually, and Aramis, he was there.
Fairblade's arrived.
Glimpse, BKB to use the dodge it, and Collapse will finish off Boom. This Void Spirit is just on the heels of this Zeus time and time again. And Shad, I think this was the only reason Viking GG haven't still called the game, was to get that Rapier up on PA, fight with it, see where it goes, but they don't seem to get that ready either. And Team Spirit are just going to rush down mid.
Yeah, but props to Viking, they haven't GG out yet. They've got short respawns because they're all pretty low level. Maybe they don't use the Earth Spirit buyback. They'll try and play around that, but this is 100% Team Spirit. They need to run into the fountain right now to lose this game. A really amazing performance from Team Spirit once again. 2 games in a row now.
On a completely other side note, the TB avatar is breaking avatars for other heroes if you toggle it. So I don't know what's going on. There's some graphics. I'm not sure if that's my GFX just breaking or if it's intended, but I see a lot of black boxes.
That's unfortunate.
Nevertheless, Tier 3 tower down. Top lane is open for the taking, and that will be mega creeps. This does leave Mike and GG alive for a few more seconds, maybe a few more minutes. Who knows if even further from that, but it's not.
Also, Spirit, they are playing so damn like patiently in the idea of just, all right, guys, let's not. We don't need to throw anything. We don't need to do anything too silly. So they're just slowly moving around the map, farming up.
Farming up, indeed.
Do you have a weird... Oh, no, I had a weird bug on my screen that looked like my monitor had broken. On Willow's face on the top bar, there was a massive, like a line of dead pixels. And I was like, my monitor? I tapped out and it's fixed.
Yeah. Toggle Terrorblade. Just, there's these weird black thingies that are appearing every time I click on the Terrorblade.
I don't have...
And it refreshes if I change to another hero. Okay, but there's something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong that I've never seen before. However, Shad. Lure out. BKB is available, but he would love to save it. He's gonna have to use it anyway. And he jumps to his friend. And the Sunstrike doesn't have a teleport scroll. He just came here. He literally just arrived here. And he's out. Just
no.
punishment.
Again, Viking just not GGing out. Like, this is... I respect them so
There we go.
well. Oh, no, okay.
Literally, just
I'll take it back, take it back.
But that means, ladies and gents, the series is still going, but Team Spirit is at championship point. 2-0, one more, and Team Spirit are looking at a clean sweep against Viking GG. Right now,
That's beautiful.
this is the scenario.
I will say, though, I still hold my point, actually. Like, this game looked so doom and gloom when they couldn't even fight in their own jungle under their own vision, protecting their Zeus. Like, their lineup, they needed to get the ball rolling with these early support rotations with the Fear and the Earth Spirit, try and take this mid tower. I think if they maybe brought the Earth Spirit mid as well, when they're pressuring that tower like minute 5, it could have maybe opened up the map, pressured the Invoker. But then you suddenly fast forward 3-4 minutes and Void Spirit's coming to that mid lane, pressuring the Zeus, getting kills 3-4 times later, and there was no kind of pressure towards this Terrorblade. And Terrorblade, you know, he's the win condition. He gets all the farm in the world. So I think Viking unfortunately fell victim to just the over-aggression of the cause and the inability to really make any moves. Toby unfortunately didn't really have a game. And yeah, but then they stuck in it. They held their own. They obviously were 40k down, so they weren't really doing much, but they kept playing the game. And I accidentally praised them as they GG'd, but I still think even holding to that point where they're like 30, 40k down and still trying to get the PA to rip, you're still trying to play for that kind of 1% comeback chance. You have to respect that a lot. And I just want to see them go into game 3 and maybe bring something new, or at least make sure that your plan has some substance, because this type of draft, it doesn't work out unless you crush your lane so hard.
I guess this is the time where we say experiments are done and gone, unless Team Spirit now wants to try something out, because for Viking GG, there's only one option. You got to start winning maps right now, otherwise we're looking at a sweep from Team Spirit. We can see a comeback potentially come out, or if all goes well for Viking GG in their eyes, a reverse sweep is now on the table as well. But that requires 3 victories in a row, because it's now 2-0. 3 championship points for Team Spirit. What will happen in this series in our next? Is it the next map? Is it going to be the last one? Hopefully we get to see at least an even matchup between these two teams, because right now it feels like Team Spirit is the only one on the field, and Viking, well, still warming up and waking up, but it might be too late. However, we'll have to see and find out. We'll out after the break, so get your monsters ready, and we'll be back after. Welcome back, ladies and gents, and it is time again. Let's get those names out there with T-Panda and T-Governor. We have our grand finals heading to game number 3 with Team Spirit and Viking GG. There's only 3 options. Either we see a clean sweep, a reverse sweep, or a potential partial comeback from one of the teams, and that's Viking GG. So, if it were you, if you were playing or you were coaching a team, T-Gov, which one would you choose? Because this can be a difficult question for some.
Wait, what? If I want to choose between a clean sweep or a comeback or a partial comeback?
I guess between a sweep...
I want to own it, man. I want a 3-0. Like, what?
Okay, all right. So you don't want to have like a learning experience of having a difficult
I want to get
opponent.
the trophy. What? No.
You just want to smash.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to lift that trophy up, get all the praise, and get the money. You know, like.
All right.
I thought that was a question going to be about as a coach. You know, what's your experience right now? If you're a Viking, what's their comeback? I didn't. I was having to process the question for a second.
Yeah, I think the partial comeback was something that you probably got stuck on, so that's something that you don't want to experience. But honestly, I hear a lot of players say that they want to go for the clean sweep and just get it out of the way, have it done with. And then you have these who are like, I would actually love to play a 3-2, like all the way to game 5, in a sense where it's like you win one, you lose one, you win one, you lose one, and then you win the last one. Because it's like, it's back and forth, and it's super even, and then you have like things to reflect on, things to learn from, and it's not like, oh, we're suddenly like, super good when you're not actually the world's best team. So, or maybe you are the world's best team and you just stump people, and everyone's like, oh man, nobody can beat this team.
Well, luckily, for our sake, we're not watching the world's best teams play. We're watching the up-and-coming teams. That
we're watching the best teams of this tournament, bloody hell.
There we go. Okay. Good response there, Chief.
Team
but
Spirit,
no, I think Viking, they have really kind of turned around their draft, and the idea of they still want that cheap aggression, especially with the Mirana and the Chen pick. The Mirana is going to be your egg counter, as we've seen many times before. And then Chen, interestingly enough, it'll be interesting to see how this hero is now kind of fitting into the meta, simply because he doesn't have the TP. He doesn't have that ability to bring heroes around the map, if I remember correctly. So you're now going to be more of a push bot or a bot. And it can play really well, especially when you have heroes that aren't really good against this push. Void Spirit Phoenix, they're good at taking the fight in the push, but in purely the push comes in. If there's no fight available, then they can't stop the push. So yeah, it will be an interesting lineup for sure. And also, is Chen that good? I think there's another question I really want to see answered, especially in this game.
5 seconds remain.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Chen come out, especially, I think, Viking GG kind of falling back to comfort heroes again. Celery's one of his most played heroes as well. Are we going to see Celery or Ramis actually on Chen? Never mind. Why am I asking this question?
Celery.
Yeah, why am I even asking this question? Like,
it's all right. But yeah, I think for Aramis, it's most likely going to be that Mirana.
Yeah.
Just to play into the Phoenix. We could also see it be a mid Mirana, especially with these new items coming into play. So, for example, the Gwyn
5 seconds remain.
Gwyn thing, Gwyn Blade thing.
Wait near.
Yeah. What the? Why is it so difficult to say? Okay, don't worry, I'm loading it up.
Welcome to the Nordic lands. Like,
yeah, dude, I speak only English.
There's a reason.
Say funny words.
There's a bloody reason why people call us Elvish or elves.
Glipnir is like the P silent, just a Glinir.
Oh.
No, there's.
All right.
Either way, mate, there is a Glipnir on the cards, right? We are going to have Mirana.
Yes,
potentially,
mate,
if it's at mid lane, could go for that Maelstrom at the Atos. It sets him up for the arrow, very aggressive. I don't mind that. I've seen it in a couple games where it's been pretty good. So maybe this could be a core Mirana for that idea alone, allowing for the position 4 to be some Earth Spirit, some Clockwork, some additional backline jump. But alas, items aside that we can't pronounce, or I can't pronounce to say to the least, Team Spirit, they ban out these strong offlaners, the Sand King, the Slardar. They're very good with the Mirana especially, so it is kind of an indicator that Spirit value this Mirana more as a 4 right now. For Viking, they're banning out heroes that they've lost to so far. A Terrorblade in the second game, a Kunkka in the first game, and these are really good anti-aggressor lineups because Kunkka just stops all the push, hands down, and Terrorblade will outscale you. So yeah, I respect Vikings ban, especially since they've lost games to it.
Only 10 seconds. Pick
Slark ban.
Tidehunter. Okay. Yep, that's the ban Slark pick Tide. very much.
All right.
You can rate that. Maybe Monkey King could be on the cards for Team Spirit, but again, we'll see that in a pick time. For now, they need to decide on what's happening with
Only 10 seconds.
the Phoenix. Is it your 4 to your 5? Void Spirit. You know, they don't have last pick in the draft, so they need to ask that question as well. Is it your mid? Is it your off lane? And right now, I'd like them to go for like. Issue is Undying is strong against Tide, but it's really bad against Chen.
Disruptor.
Oh, go for Disruptor. Okay, nice. Yeah, they just go back for the Disruptor, of course.
Yep, falling back to successful heroes. Even though the Phoenix somewhat is being countered, the Disruptor at least does help out protecting the egg, the glimpse, the kinetic field, and kinetic field and goddamn static storm both combined.
It's so good though, right? Like Tide, he's all about tanking through stuns. Guess what? If you're silenced, doesn't matter. So
yeah.
I like the Disruptor pick. It's the lane, it can be strong with Thunderstrike, but then in the game, you have a really good way to prevent the Tide from playing. So yeah, I don't mind that from at all. The issue is just you really need a carry that can either push out the wave quickly, because Disruptor kind of falls victim to never being able to defend the tower. So you need a carry that can at least be independent or wave clear enough to defend it for long enough.
Troll Warlord comes out from Viking GG, and Team Spirit
This is aggressive.
Can potentially try and counter this here right away, as they are doing the response pick. Though, you said aggressive. I agree. There's definitely a lot of go at heroes on Viking GG's lineup. They can play around the Ravage. They have got some good wave clear, good tower damage. But what's the timing on Viking GG? Since the start, or when does the time end? I'm gonna pick Urs.
Oh, damn, son.
Somebody spin the clock.
So, yeah, this is a super aggressive hero, but I think the Troll already soft covers it in regards to the Whirling Axes can deal with the Ursa. Ursa can, of course, dispel that if he gets his ultimate going. So it works either way. But in regards just the game plan Team Spirit, it's going to be the strong lanes once again. The Ursa v Tide goes Ursa's way, and then they're going to be running around the map. And for Viking, they have to, like I've said it in the second game and the first game as well, they have to have these good lanes, and they need to get the ball rolling themselves. It is a little bit easier this time because they have Troll in one lane, the Tide in another, the Chen in the other. Like they can actually make movements happen. But again, I just love the fighting of Team Spirit's lineup. It's so good.
Do you still favor them above Viking so far? Because that last game, the draft completely was basically just Team Spirit all over. So
that's true.
Is there any positives on Viking this time?
I guess the positives are simply the Tide will always be able to have a game in regards to like just hitting the Ravage. I think, but it's still a little bit awkward there. I think the Troll can easily outscale an Ursa in most regards. But I think most of my queries lie in simply where is the early damage when you have Void Spirit, Disruptor Phoenix all running at you, Ursa behind that, or he could be farming Battle Fury with an active offlane from Team Spirit. I don't see Viking having that big turnaround damage. Like Chen isn't a good defensive hero. Sure, he has ultimate and maybe a mech, but like he doesn't enter the fight. He's always just kind of on the fringe enabling. Mirana doesn't want to fight defensively. Tide can, but Troll doesn't do damage. So I'm seeing a big disparity in like who actually wants to go aggressive, who wants to go defensive, and maybe that lack of damage on Viking could be their issue once again. But we'll see. We'll see. Like they need, if Viking pick up a super active mid lane that can just ping pong around the map and get lots of kills, then Vikings draft looks scary. But if their mid lane is subpar, then I will most likely be siding with Team Spirit.
Yeah, this is one of those benefits, maybe drafting-wise, that the Team Spirit decided to choose Radiant. Viking GG went for the second pick, meaning that they have the last pick of the draft, and that has a lot of value in this specific draft because it's also a game that you kind of need to win. So if you have any flair available for your fifth pick, then it is
sorry,
now.
I just realized the Chen TP is now built into his shard. Okay. That's fine.
Okay.
So it is still Chen.
It.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So he'll most likely be going like mech into shard because again the TP is so valuable. All right. Okay, that's fair.
Dire team pick.
So but it teleports them back home. That's fine.
All right. Team Spirit, bring out more team fight.
Ooh, this is so scary though. The DP, it's the idea that Viking, I mentioned this lack of early damage, lack of early response to aggression. Team Spirit identify that and they pick a core that can not only go aggressive but can punish objectives. So Viking, they need to have a hero that can not only
5 seconds.
deal with
Hurry,
this aggression,
hurry.
but also take some fight. So it's a really scary pick, actually. Like, I was about to do a meme answer and be like, maybe just go for like a random brood game and just try and just play some weird stuff. But nah, I don't think that's the answer. Go for Lina. Okay,
Choose your
that's fine.
hero.
Lina, I respect.
So
yeah.
this is a potential backs against the wall game for Viking GG. Does this Lina pick give any comfort, do you think?
I for sure like the idea in regards to when the map gets closed out by Team Spirit and they have to go to high ground, Lina can, from the high ground, just blow up that hero. Like, they have one hero that goes to pressure the objectives. It's the DP, right? Yeah. So if she ever missteps, doesn't use BKB, Lina can blow her up. The fight opens up. I think the laning phase, Lina does really well. She has that good wave clear to deal with the DP. And she has kill potential if a Mirana rotates in or the Chen comes in, easily able to punish the DP. But I just think for
5 seconds
the ability to take these big 4-on-4 engagements that we see most like in this meta, where both carries want to hit the creeps, I think Team Spirit have it much, much easier. Viking, they need to play off Ravage. If Ravage isn't available, how do they defend themselves? How do they stop Team Spirit running in and out of the fight? In fairness, they do have amazing egg hitters. Like, this Phoenix shouldn't, in theory, have a game. Mirana and Lina in the team, we're not going to see that playing into the late game. But early on, it could be a good kind of way to force Viking into some engagements where you see them kind of focus on the egg and suddenly that static storm comes into play or a big DP silence and now they die. So again, I favor Team Spirit's draft. I think they have the good lanes, the easy game plan. But for Viking, if they get over that hurdle, somehow get around that aggression and then play for the troll just being really fat, the Lina being explosive, they can sure make this a very close game at like the 25-30 minute mark. But yeah, it's Team Spirit for sure in the early game should be able to run around and do what they want. It's
true. Their team fight capability does come from both sides. How much of an importance does the early game provide this time, since Team Spirit has come strong 2 games in a row from the early game, having triple net worth leads, triple CS leads on all of their cores. If that is the same story here, does that mean it's the end? As the end is nigh?
Well, hopefully not. I'd love to see this go a lot longer, especially because of this being, I think, one of the final European tournaments of 2020. Potentially, don't forget, guys, there could be a patch regarding map changes, XP, gold, maybe in draft order. Like, that is something that has been potentially teased for the upcoming week. So I'd like to see this go a lot longer, and I really hope that with these heroes, if I can have they are very strong on them, so they should be able to execute with this type of lineup. But it's not as simple as win lanes, own the game. There's a little bit more finesse required for this draft to really come into full effect.
Well, we're going to start our game with a little pause. Time to take a breather as we wait for the Death Prophet to reconnect back to the game. Are we going to see any lane shenanigans? The funny thing is, since this patch dropped, we haven't really seen any weird laning stuff going on. I think it was the pre-patch. So when we did the Epic League Division 2 finals, we saw that aggro tri-lane versus tri-lane action. Yeah. But ever since then, for this entire week we've been actually casting, I think we've only seen like 1 or 2 lane swaps in the duration of like 8 series. Yeah,
it's pretty kind of stale in the idea that teams just want to do 2-1-2. And I respect that for sure.
Very standard 2-1-2 lanes on both.
But like, it's a new patch, right? It's hard to gauge instantly what's happening. Like, of course, when we say new patch, it's hard to really give it that patch weightiness when we aren't seeing the real meta dictating effects. Because of course, when it's only heroes and items, it changes how you take a fight, how you draft, and then that's about it. But in regards to how you play the map, how you get your gold and how you get your XP, that's still the same. So I think teams are just kind of going, well, the creativity of tri-lanes and aggression, that came from a product of the heroes we were playing. Now the heroes have changed. We don't need to do the tri-lane. We can go back to 2-on-2 and how the general meta was before the hero patch came into play. So yeah, they're just kind of going for the safe bet for sure.
I wonder what is our audience doing right now? You feeling good, type 1? Not feeling too great. You can type any other number, but I hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing fine, as we've enjoyed.
Well, hopefully we can turn that other number into a 1.
Hopefully,
unless you're a Viking fan, then I'm really sorry, but this game, honestly, by the end of it could be a 1, right? If they win, going 2-1. But alas, you know.
Did I jinx it with that?
Mate, I feel like you really skirted. You went down a weird line there. Like you're really, like we're not meant to jinx things. Like I said, I respect them not GGing a second later they GG, right? You didn't, you know, like.
Counter. But you said yourself. What I also agree with, I hope we see more Dota. I don't want to take anything away from Team Spirit if they win this map. Like, if they win 3-0, they win 3-0.
It's amazing.
But
like,
as being the last tournament, you just want to see more Dota. You just want to watch these two great teams play out. And I've been saying it since the ending of the last game that I just want to see an even map 3. I just want to see like both teams really push their limits.
Yep.
Kind of
100%.
have fun, but also kind of like overperform, so to say. Like, do a lot better than they usually do. Just bring out the spice. Bring out the sauce. Bring out the sauce.
Yeah, this is the game that they might be able to do it. They like I said, they have the eventual mechanisms to get themselves into the game. Like Chen, he needs to be a big product in this lane top. Like Chen plus Troll, they should be able to do a lot of work against an off-lane Void Spirit and a Phoenix. That should open up the game in which Tide shouldn't have much fun against a Disruptor Ursa. And then mid lane, Lena DP should go even. The question is, who rotates first? Who takes whose tower first? How many heroes does Viking bring to a lane to try and actually take an objective? Like, can they maybe bring a level 6 Tide to a lane, even if he's having a terrible time against Ursa, but can he offset the hero advantage and come to mid and maybe take that free objective? So a lot of questions need to be answered in the first probably 8 minutes of this game to allow Viking a platform to set themselves up to contest further into this best of 5. But no, again, hopefully we get a really close game for this game 3.
At least to kick things started there. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. To get things underway, bounties will go 2 for 2. Miposhka's already got a D ward in mid, so he gets himself that extra bit of gold and a tiny bit of XP as well for that. That is 50 experience gained for getting the D ward in mid. Aramis is at 400 HP, starts in the bot lane with the Mirana. And as we talked about these lanes, this Disruptor Ursa is strong. This is a strong Team Spirit safe lane.
Oh, they got all the D wards.
Oh, you got both.
Viking has no vision on the map now. Alright, Miposhka, God.
Good for you, sir. 2 last hits, 2 wards.
What a great stat, actually.
Yeah.
I hope he never gets a last hit again. He can claim that he won a game of Dota by only last hitting wards.
Yeah.
Oh my,
that
that's
would
an
be
amazing
quite,
stat.
That
Dude,
would
that's
be
a
quite
Chad stat.
Yeah, and these are brought
And he
up.
wins the tournament off it as well. All right. Keep note, if he has anything more than 2 CS, we have issues.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to last too long, though. It's usually going to break, but a man can dream.
Dream I shall.
I don't know which lane we should really be looking at. This bottom lane is really strong for Team Spirit, and they're just going at Toby, dropping him to half HP, and that Thunder Strike does do a nasty amount of damage. Was that like 40 damage at level 1? 45 damage even at level 1. And kind of punctures through this Tide Hunter before he hits his level to get a passive. Toro going on a Ramus here with an Earth Shock. Kinetic Field comes through. Thunder Strike. And potential First Blood coming in with an Earth Shock available in 1 second. There we go. Actually, Collapse gets it on Shad. Out of all things. Okay.
We literally both said, there we go. Yeah, we were like, there we go. Oh.
The man who... I didn't even actually look at the KDA that he had last game on this Void Spirit, but continues where he's... where I start, so where he continues where he left it off, basically.
Yeah, the simple thing here is in both lanes, it's at level 2 advantage. Troll only just hitting level 2 after respawning back to lane. And Team Spirit, they're able to quickly get that XP and then start punishing the side lanes for not being able to get the early denies, the early CS to try and get that too. And it's so critical. I think a lot of players can look at that.
Nice play there from Aramis and Toby. And Toby, this is something I was about to ask you, that do you skip your point and passive to pick up Gush? And it leads to a kill with that Gush leveled up.
Yeah, you have to go aggressive in this lane on Tide. If you try and exist with the points in Kraken, you're pretty much setting yourself up to die. And if you get Gush and then you suddenly have the arrow, the move speed slow from the Gush, you can have a little bit of kill potential. Yeah, good turnaround from Viking.
We have the mid lane, Lina in a tiny bit of a lead, 5 CS more than this Death Prophet so far. XP almost tied up, so yep, as mentioned, very even, very tight situation going on in that mid lane as expected. Celery's courier has been killed off by so bad, and that cap is being blocked.
Your anger is
Is Toby dead? Oh no,
he wants to
yeah,
get
he is.
Troll's courier, but no. And Toby is dead in bottom, as you mentioned. Well, it also gets a bit of damage onto the Troll in top, but not that much. 3 for 1 for Team Spirit now. See a lot of positive chaps around.
Good for them.
Good for them.
But yeah, in terms of the laning phase, there really isn't anything too explosive to look at. I think the main thing is Void Spirit got that quick kill. Yeah, like Void Spirit got the kill top. Ursa then died to the sudden point in Gush.
Phoenix is coming for the action room. Regen taken away from Lina.
Oh no, that must feel so sad.
And that's actually an important thing to notice, that Viking GG doesn't have a support that's able to leave a lane. So Phoenix just free roam into mid. Void Spirit can solo this lane by himself.
Yeah, especially because of this Ursa threat against the Tidehunter.
Yep. Shad running away. Careful there. This time, Viking GG are starting off strong with CS. At least with the Lina getting a good start in mid. Even missing the region rune still doesn't seem to matter too much. Toby got out of damage here and has got a lot of stacks of Fury swipes on him. Aramis, this is your chance to snipe some couriers. You've got a lot of couriers on your way. There's another
He's
one.
just gonna trade his life for it, though.
He could have gone for another with the leap, but he's dead. He gets a bounty though. Gets a courier, gets a bounty, and trades his life for it. Is that a worth play, T? You being the support player is kind of... Is that a 50-50?
If I'm Disruptor, I'm loving life. If I'm Mirana, not so much.
Yeah. You know, Disruptor also has the money to pick up boots now as well, so...
Yeah, exactly. I think
we'll love the early movement speed.
That would have been amazing if Miposhka predicted the bottle refill on mid and then sat in the tree line and got the glimpse on Aramis. That would have been like TI winning level play from Miposhka.
Beautiful.
What a punk.
What a punk comes out from Lina. Laguna Blade, Dragon Slave, quick kill, and so bad. That's almost like a freebie handed over to the Lina.
Collapse,
top, though,
off
Collapse
top.
dropping low. Shad doesn't get any roots off. And just as I say, he does get one, but he's getting body blocked by his own creep wave. He's got no abilities. Arrow flying through, but it's not needed. Shad picks up a kill in top. Viking GG getting some kills in their way. Well, Toby's being chased up, and this felt like this is the end of the Tidehunter. Glimpse is there. Space is being created, though. Because this is taking quite some time to kill off this Tidehunter, but it's a kill nevertheless to the Ursa, so...
And there we go, he falls.
And he
the reason why that kill lasted so long was because Aramis killed the courier of Miposhka, therefore Miposhka didn't have his boots, so he didn't get the instant glimpse. So, you know, min-max there, boys.
Min-max. And also holding on to the glimpse so that the Tide doesn't get the TP away. Arrow set up for Aramis, but look at this Obs ward cheekily placed on this cliff. Defensively placed for Team Spirit, knowing that collapse. If he's ever alone in lane because Sobad's making a rotation, these are the things you have it for so that the Mirana can't surprise you, and Aramis realizes, I have been spotted.
And this is the play that Viking need to make. They need to bring their supports to the same lane, play around the troll, or play around the Lina, play around a hero that can only supply some objective pressure, especially on those catapult waves.
Yeah. They're trying to get the attraction here from Team Spirit's offlaner, so Aramis could just throw in that arrow, but here comes Toronto Tokyo. And an instant disengage from Aramis as they see the DP rotate to mid. But what does Lina do? As they see Miposhka dewards the Obs.
He should be fine here.
Is available. Kinetic field. LSA stun. Doesn't go through, but the arrow does connect. But Boom is a bit far away. Does he have the Laguna Blade? He does. And there we go. Yatoro, however, trying to intervene. So bad with the slow. LSA stun does fly through, but the enrage Yatoro doesn't take any damage. He's fine from Toby. So they trade off a support, but you lose your mid.
Yeah, it's Orbital Corrosion. Some of these heroes that can pick it up, like PA, for example, a Deso and an Uv and HP, like Ursa, so good. 3 inventory slots just instantly become 1, and you get all the same value of it.
Middle
It's
tower taking damage.
yeah, an amazing item. Big fan. But I don't play the heroes that can buy it, so technically not a fan because I'm the one dying to it. Oh well.
Oh, and boom, instantly getting rotated on as he gets sent back home. Aramis does get the kill on Miposhka. Sobat still under the tower. Toronto Tokyo on the other side. No leap charges on the Marana, and Aramis is dead. Eventually.
Could you ask me... Hold on. Oh, and Tide dies bottom as well. Could you ask me if that's worth, please?
Killing the Tide or...
Killing the Marana. No, TPing the... Glimpsing the Lina.
I mean...
It is worth. It is. It's so worth.
That was
I'll
really
trade
worth.
my life every time.
That was really worth, but I was just thinking, were you talking about the
No.
Ursa dying bottom for the Tide kill?
Nah, I ain't talking about the deaths. I'm talking about that value disruptor.
It's not the deaths,
trading
it's
his
the
life.
opposite, it's the kills. All right, okay. It's all good. But let's look at net worth. It's actually the Troll in the lead, and he has picked up a Falcon Blade. So, once again, those range heroes getting some... This actually means we're going to see Troll going all the way early game, and Viking GG really committing to it too. Celery dropping low, Collapse finds a kill, and Shed has to back away. Exorcism runs out of the Death Prophet as well.
Dire's top tower
But yeah,
is
let's talk about this Troll item. Yeah.
Well, it's all about the aggression, right? Like you just mentioned it. It gives you HP, gives you mana regen, gives you a little bit more damage. You want to fight. It's also the cheap items that build into it, and I don't mind it for the idea. It's like a better usage of an infantry slot compared to like another Wraith Band, for example.
Dire's top tower is
Or
under attack.
Additionally-
Battle Fury, which is what you always see going on. It's like Troll goes Battle Fury against Ursa going also like Ursa is going Battle Fury, and I was expecting the Troll to do the same, but instead he's going Falcon Blade and Sanjin Yasha, and really committing to that aggression gameplay, and that's kind of like
Look at
their
how they're
timing.
playing, right? Yeah, look at how they're playing. They're sweeping around the map, trying to take these towers early on. Especially, like, Tide, he doesn't have a game, but he has Ravage. And that's what I was saying during the draft. Like, even if he doesn't have a game, he can play around the fact that he can have a big teamfight presence.
Ancient stacks have been found by Sobat as he also gets the dive to steal
Is he gonna get denied?
bounty runes. You can't go for it, but you can't really deny yourself when the Lina's right nearby.
Yeah, you can't, yeah. But yeah, Viking, I love the fact that they are itemizing for the moment, and this is one of those type of games where it can easily net them a win because they're always on the map together, always fighting, itemizing really early. But it can also be the issue where they mess up a big fight, and suddenly, how does Troll farm? How does Troll enter the game?
Collapse goes in though. Going in the middle of the Viking GG heroes, another dissimulate onto Celery, and Celery is out. Didn't get to use his stick charges.
Now pushing
MLS
mid
used
lane.
up as well. They're crashing. Exorcism used up. They'll finish off the tower.
Dire's middle tower has
And
fallen.
they gonna-
maybe they're going to Roshan?
Are they? I'll say, are they? Oh no! This pause, it allows for thinking to occur. All right,
They can't
Team Spirit,
go. Yeah.
Get your calculators out. Punch in the numbers. One DP ultimate.
The thing is,
one angry bear.
the thing is with this pause, I'm pretty sure they're not even going to go Roshan anymore after seeing, like, they know we've been spotted. We're, like, literally in an area where a ward should be down. So, and we just took the tower and we moved top, so it's pretty readable that we're going there.
But
so
it doesn't matter though, right? In the grand scheme of the game, it like Team Spirit can easily go Roshan here because
But
you have
Ravage.
egg available. Yeah.
Ravage.
All right, but what else?
Ravage and
You have
damage.
Chen, Morana supports. Yeah, but where's where's the damage though, Bandit?
Lina.
Where's her mana right now?
True. Good question.
So yeah, I think Team Spirit have identified this
That
correctly.
cheeky laugh. All right, you made me look like an idiot. I guess I am. But still, I mean,
it's the idea is like you pose a question, I pose the answer, and then it's a learning moment. And I think if Team Spirit identified the fact that Lina had no mana and were able to truly read that quick enough, then yeah, this is just
see what they do.
an uncontested Roshan.
Chen does come in. There's the bottle refill. Lina gets a little bit, but Roshan is already very low. 1400,
Easy.
900, 400, and Roche is down. Toby instantly turns around. Miposhka's got the chance to glimpse this Tide Hunter. Do you want to do that, though? Because that sets up for the Ravage, so waiting
And a free
for
blink
it.
dagger.
Waiting for it. Collapse. Trying a bit of hits here. Drops low. Laguna Blade comes out. Fairy Fire Heal comes out as well, and they might just lose him. They will. It pays off in the end. There's your damage. At At least it's for a Void Spirit kill. Now, onto this mid tower, getting a tower kill as well.
Luckily not denied.
Yeah,
If that was a
luckily.
deny, that would have been such a slap in the face.
There's a DD rune as well on the top side. I think Boom wants to pick that one up. She will. Arrow. Actually connected onto Miposhka, and he's already out. Viking find a second kill. Yatoro. Who ate that? What the heck? Hang on. Yeah, DP's the one with the Exorcism. Sorry, Exorcism. Aegis. I thought the Ursa had it, but yeah, it's on the DP instead.
DP's the hero that is the one pressuring the objectives, and right now for Team Spirit, that's how they can force Viking around the map. So if DP survives like the big burst, then for sure her carrying the Aegis gives her that confidence.
Oh yeah.
I guess the only concern is if she uses Exo and dies and then respawns with Aegis, what's the value of her having that second life? Other than being able to be a damage soak to enable the good egg or the good Ursa presence. So Viking, they are playing really well around the fact that because Team Spirit didn't have Exo, they can just run into these areas and try invading.
These
Their
guys
lack
are on
of
a
stuns.
very long hunt right now.
Yeah.
Toronto Tokyo walks in with the Exorcism ready. Aegis as well. Celery might have just overextended as well. He's in an awkward spot. The Chen army is dead. The Chen himself is also dead after this. So bad. Gets the kill on that.
Yeah.
It was a long chase, only to end up losing a hero.
Yeah, like I said, Viking, they were doing a really good job at being aggressive around the lack of Exo. But as soon as you have Exo back up, you can't be in this position of let's go fight, because that's when Team Spirit can just run over you. Viking, they need a little bit more time. They need this troll to basically, I think, have S and Y +1. And at that point, they can look for a really big fight, or at least play on pickoffs. Like, the Phoenix being out of position here, this could just be a dead Miposhka, take the fight.
Already revealed. Arrow misses.
Tower is being attacked.
And the high ground vision placed down. The remnant flies through, and that's going to block the entrance. Meanwhile, Phoenix also spotted on the high ground. Walks down. Viking can't find any openings here, but the glimpse comes through, and the static storm is on the Marana. Boom's going to have to let him go. Boom, well, he has some kind of defensive capability, but he's also going to get used up by the Death Prophet, and he's going to get surrounded. Exorcism comes through as well, and Lena's just going to get exploded and collapse. He finds himself a double kill through this on Viking heroes. Toro is ready to push top as well.
And now this is where you have to be asking yourself the question on Viking is, we're itemizing for this early point in the game. Our Tidehunter doesn't really have a game, so we have to try and take a fight now. We need to try and break down the aggression of Team Spirit, because if they continue like they are, just hitting creeps, Team Spirit are taking every objective, every part of the map that they want to go to. And this type of game plan just allows for all the cores on Team Spirit to be healthy. Like, if you look at the net worth right now, for Viking, Troll's up at top, but where's his fight presence? Like, he's being non-existent until when he feels confident to take that fight.
Top tower is under
I think
siege.
the S and Y coming in shortly. I said about that +1. If he gets that basher, that could be the +1 to rip through a Death Prophet, especially when Aegis falls and you don't have that big meat shield that is the DP. It can be a good time for Viking to fight, but
Yeah, true.
Troll also uses ult to farm the jungle, so it really shows that Viking are happy to give early map control to Team Spirit in a trade-off of that one big fight around that 20-minute mark.
But at least that does give them a timing to work around with, but it also kind of means that that timing has to work out for Viking.
It has to, yeah, 100%.
Well, they do find a collapse in bottom. That's a potential streak sitting on this hero, so that could be a decent amount of money. Aramis, arrow, nicely flies through. Connection, do they have the damage for it? Dissimulate is ready right now. And there comes Toby from the other side. Trying to juke around in the trees, goes on the backline. Boom has lost half of his HP. And the LSA stun doesn't go through. The Yules comes out, collapses, just buying time. A lot of space for the kill that finally comes through. Do they have the time to TP top to defend this? Because they are. There's no Exorcism. Moonlight Shadow. This might be a chance for Viking GG to hold this tower. They have the Ravage mana as soon as he uses that wand. Stick even. They're all surrounded here. But the Static Storm, Miposhka, you have been surprised. The Chen ulti flies through and Toby is down. Does he buy back for this? He cannot, because there's no TP available. The egg on the high ground. Shad pops his ulti as well, trying to chase up onto the heroes of Team Spirit. But the egg, the explosion, the stun on two. Celery Toby also burning alive. And Team Spirit, even if they lost one, even if they lose Miposhka, that surprise element just all comes falling down as that Ravage never got to go off. And the two-man silence followed by Toronto Tokyo. Ramus is dead. They find Boom in the trees and he is dying to the exorcism. Team wipe by Team Spirit.
Like, Viking did a really good job at picking off that voice for it in the bot lane, but then that contestant to top, it's so hard to do when you simply don't have the vision. Like, Miposhka beautifully positioned. The key thing here is if you go back to where the fight broke out, these trees being dead allow for Miposhka just to be in position close enough to instantly get a perfect static storm. And yeah, it was great from Team Spirit to continue fighting there. And Phoenix Disruptor, when they're both on the high ground, uncontested, you got the sun rays, the static storm, the egg. It's so hard for Viking to fight, and simply that lack of damage that I spoke about, it also is an issue when some of these cores die. It's near impossible to take a fight. So Viking, they need to look for a clean engagement. They need to get this Tidehunter into the game. Like, his absence of all fight, be it him dying or be it being silenced, it's so hard, especially when Viking are already down by 8k. Like, they have to look for that perfect smoke, that perfect pickoff. And it's so difficult. But now there isn't an Aegis, so maybe Viking can look to make these plays.
18 minutes in, 2 net worth heroes for Team Spirit leading so far. Ursa is about to hit the 10k mark, just like last game. That time it was the Terrorblade. Now he's on the Ursa. And we have our Death Prophet also at 9,000. Collapse still. What is he up to?
Ooh, he's tabbed in the Wind Waker. This item's so much fun, by the way.
Ally Euros.
Let's have a look. Does Boom hit it? He does.
Alright, stun connections come through.
Good.
The damage is there, and that was a... Did Chen just use ulti there? No. No, that was penitence. Never mind.
But yeah, so that was a really good chain CC from Viking to kill Collapse, and they need to play on the fact that they can pick off if Team Spirit are playing alone. And Team Spirit are playing with a very clear strategy of Void Spirit by himself, use the bots to TP back in, the rest play together.
Yep.
But Toby's dead.
Again, this is just so good, having that Disruptor in your team against a Tidehunter. Like, he's not getting a single Ravage off. And
it's so hard. Like,
it's so hard, yeah.
He played against Ursa in lane, and he's playing against Disruptor in the game. Like, this is not a Tide game where you're like, don't worry, guys, I will always hit. You know, it's so difficult, especially when the vision, if you look at the minimap right now, for Poshka with this deep ward here, but also deep ward up top side, like, Viking just can't ever enter their jungle without being aware, and Team Spirit can then just group up as 4 and just run it down into that area. So just great play from Spirit right now, really shutting out Viking from the game. We need to see a smoke from Viking or something, because this passive nature is just really hindering them. But they are just running into an already prepared Team Spirit without
how
post
close
advantage.
These guys are. The arrow flies through. Natoro, the stun duration wasn't long enough to do actually anything there. Toby, Ravage comes through, and it connects on 2. Collapse and Miposhka. There's the egg on the backlines. Natoro comes back in. They're able to maybe get Collapse, but Collapse is just running out of the fight. And also Shad in trouble, pops his ulti, Celery's down by Toronto Tokyo. Here comes Toby as well to try and back up the troll, but Shad is dying, Shad is slowly falling, and he is out for the count. Toronto Tokyo chases up this Mirana. Ramus on the run, but slowly and eventually dying at the same time as Boom is also dead, Ramus is dead, and Toby, he did get the Ravage off this time, but it only lands on 2 targets where they couldn't connect. And that is the team wipe. Looking like it. Toronto Tokyo still chasing and up, and a triple kill for the DP. 5 heroes dead, and GG! Team Spirit will be your champions here at the Pro Series Season number 4 of Europe and CIS. Clean sweep. Grab your brooms, ladies and gents.
What a great game from Team Spirit. Once again, they really did identify how Viking was playing on this new patch, and they just outplayed them and outdrafted them 3 games in a row. I think for Viking in this game, it was more about just waiting a little bit too long. They had the Ravage. Of course, Tide doesn't have a game, but they have this big team fight spell. And Troll, he needs to buy SMI. He needs to buy 1 more damage item to feel really happy. But that lack of them playing around together and forcing an objective, like, you have a Chen, you have this Mirana, like, try and just run down a tower, try and force Team Spirit to take a fight into you. And of course, you're fighting into an egg, into Disruptor. Like, it's so hard. Like, in no way am I saying this game is easy for Viking. Like, it is a very good draft from Team Spirit, but that lack of conviction, that lack of any proactive moves, eventually made it into, well, eventually Troll will have a farm. Eventually we can, but then when Troll did join the fights with only an SMY, without a BKB or a Basher, he just got yours when he ulted. It was so difficult. But yeah, Team Spirit, they turned up today. They played this grand final with just ruthless execution in both draft, in both play, and I'm really excited to see if what this team can do over the Christmas break, moving into the new DPC, because it would be very good to see, 3 strong CIS teams in that DPC group, VP, Na'Vi, and then hopefully Team Spirit can continue making improvements to challenge those 2 top CIS teams.
Indeed, I agree with you. Team Spirit must be really happy as an organization to pick up Yellow Submarine's roster, coming in with a victory in this tournament. Easy, indeed. They must be really feeling it. They're feeling joyful after this, and rightfully so. Viking ain't the easiest team to take down, but they did. They did it in fashion. 3-0, clean drafts, clean executions, and that means we also come to an end at our tournament. We got to see interesting drafts. We got to see the new patch a little bit. We saw some of the previous patches as well during the course of the tournament. So you could almost say we saw a little bit of everything, T-Gov.
We did, yeah. And I think as well, we have to look towards maybe, is there going to be another patch coming in the week or so? What's going to happen? And there's been not enough time on this patch to ever give teams like their own style, their own brand, right? So I think Team Spirit, they played really amazing Dota, but you can't look at Viking too much into this. Like, sure, they lost 3-0, but they did dominate yesterday, and it's so soon. Like, it's sad for them, but yeah, it's rough. Like, give them the Christmas break and see what happens when they come back. But it does show that simply if Team Spirit, if they were in Division 1 for Epic League, if they had a bit more exposure to these top teams, they could have easily had such a great performance. But yeah, it's exciting to see what Team Spirit can do in the future, because if they can play like they did in this best of 5 and they just draft like this and they just have this kind of ruthless nature, this tenacity, it does really put them in a good stead. But again, for Viking, it's early days, new patch. We've seen them succeed before. Like, they don't always have to succeed to a high level, but they will be kicking themselves, especially when BTS was when they won the tournament last time, right? Like, they should be there kind of the time to really showcase what they can do before they go back to that tier 1 Dota. But again, they fall short today, unfortunate.
That's the story of this tournament, and thank you to our production team in the back. We're at the back lines as well, all of the mods who've been working with this tournament. Our main sponsor, Monster Energy, thank you so much for helping us out organize this tournament. From the caster pair, from me, T-Panda, and T-Gov. T-Gov, it's been an absolute pleasure to cast with you once again.
It has.
This wraps up our entire casting year, as well as it is time to take a earned holiday and kind of rest a little bit and put our eyes and sights towards next year's DPC. This is going to be filled with more action, more drama, and of course, we might just get to see the teams that will be participating in the next TI. So a lot to look at from 2021 as we close out the year 2020 here. So thank you so much to all of you viewers out there who've been watching, who've been hanging out with us, been looking at all the games and living the life we have that we call Dota. But we are going to close the show here, so hearts to the chat, hearts to everybody out there. We're going to close it out here. T-Gov, any last words, any smart last words that you want to give out? Shout out to the fans or something? Shout out Twitter or something? Give out your social media or something.
Follow me on Twitter, guys. Bye, have a good Christmas, stay safe.
Yeah, hit him up also on Twitch. He's also streaming a lot. So probably in the holidays, maybe some good Dota, twitch.tv/tgovernor. And of course, you can find me as well at T_Panda on Twitter. But we're going to close it out. Bye-bye, everybody. See you next year.
Bye.
and he's closing in on his Aether Lens. Bottom lane 40R is here, going to go and find Whisper on the Underlord, but this guy, I mean, he's the tanky one. He's got the pipe. They do silence him, a nice defensive disruption, able to dodge out that soul burn damage, and as a result, they turn it around. Nature's Prophet dead, the black hole even committed. Why not? Tomato's just running him down. This guy's 9-1-2. KXY's looking for Thelacor. He gets him the cold snap, the spirit vessel. He does pop that Yules to try and give himself some space. But he's gonna take a lot of harassment from those just those 2 spells.
Oh my god, this alacrity making this so much faster here to bring down this tower. And there it goes. Tier 2 taken, and that'll open up those shrines now before 20-minute mark. So I imagine we'll start making a beeline over to there.
Basher completed on the Ursa. Yeah, I'd like to see them rotate up top. It looks like KXY is going to do that right now. They need to get control of that outpost before Brazil can like defend it. There's no real reason to not. I mean, they still have the Aegis on Ursa. He's by far the strongest hero in the game, and we've seen, you know, they cannot kill this Underlord either. I mean, they commit heavily bottom lane on him, but the defensive disruptions keep him alive. He's got this pipe. Imp Claw drop there. Might go over to Ursa. What else is he has the Quicksilver amulet. Okay, maybe not. In the mid lane, he just, oh, the first hit bash onto the Magnus. He can't get the skewer.
I'm not sure what they can do to defend from this now. Schofield, he's actually not going to get the outpost in time. He's just kind of walking back.
Thelacor into the Sunstrike. Oh my gosh, they got him. So this Quicksilver amulet is pretty crazy.
Yeah, it is. What is it? Another 25 attack speed, 10 movement speed. When your abilities are on cooldown, the attack animation speed goes a long way as well. It just looks really good.
Yeah, enraged in the mid lane. He's gonna be able to come on out. Tomato just toying with them. The Aegis perfectly timed and Haunt to cancel the regen, but I guess they're afraid to go back in. No, they're gonna follow up onto Stinger, but oh, there's Whisper. He wants to just Atos that Magnus so he can't get the skewer. Oh my gosh. Oh, they managed to pick off the Shadow Demon. Nice find there on 40R, but mid lane KXY, you're underneath. And Invis Rune, this is exactly what we saw yesterday. They just TP back to the mid lane. They're ready to fight. They've caught Magnus. He's going to go down. King RD, TP canceled by the Atos. A Sunstrike as well, and 2 more kills. Whisper. Oh my god, what the plays from the Underlord.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about how buffed he was, but I'd say that the buffs haven't really come into play in this game. He's done an excellent job here with his Pit of Malice and his Atos, keeping heroes locked down, and Tomato's able to run a train on them if he manages to get close to them.
Yeah, and the main thing is just the Firestorm additional waves and the Firestorm cooldown by 15. Like, basically what this gives you is just so much damage in fights if you can play inside the Firestorm.
His talents are going a long way.
Schofield died a second time mid lane. Stinger, he's going to look for him. He doesn't have Black Hole for another 10 seconds, but guess what? KXY is here. This kill, it's not worth it. 40R on the backside, they lose KJ again to Tomato on this Ursa.
I mean, it's difficult for them to break high ground right now. They have a Magnus, they have a Phoenix. Spectre has the Manta style on the blade mill, almost a diffusal blade done. They don't have anybody who can kind of sit in front and hit the towers just yet, right?
Yeah.
Ursa will get kind of heavily punished for that, especially once the Blink Dagger is done on Magnus here. But I think the net worth lead is just going to increase and increase for Beast Ghost. They'll probably wait for the next Roshan. They'll take the Aegis and the cheese. Maybe wait for the tier 3 neutral items keeping Brazil locked in the base. And they'll be so out-farmed, there's going to be nothing they can do, regardless of not being able to break the high ground just yet.
Yeah, you just finished Abyssal here on the Ursa, though, and it's one of those things where, oh, he just goes up onto the high ground and claps him. Did he have vision there? Oh, he did. This deep ward, not one that you see all that often, barely sees that Magnus walk on up.
Yeah, and that's thanks to the trees that they cut down around there. That's the reason they can plant that ward. They've got some up over here, but I imagine they'll de-ward them with staying once they fly them out.
40R hiding on his remnant, just kind of hoping the Ursa won't go for him. He gets the TP out. He's going to be fine. But mid lane, Spectre going to take a lot of harassment damage here. Might be forced to Manta. Yeah, she will. They just commit the black hole. You're kidding me. They have the damage. Potentially gets rooted again. Ursa drops in, but it doesn't matter. He gets the A. Can the RP protect it? It will this time, and it stuns down the whole side of Beast Coast. That's Sunray doing some serious work, and Whisper trapped on the high ground. They will be able to just lay into them. Tomato with an ultra kill. The Ursa just too damn strong, it seems, at this point in the game. The demonic perch comes out. Give him the rampage. He's got it. Tomato Ursa. The icing on the cake here for him this game.
And Team Brazil, it feels like there's nothing they're able to do. This is an elimination match. They lose this, they're out of the tournament. They're not willing to call this one just yet, despite losing every hero. Tier 3, there's no doubt this one goes down. Rack's probably going to lose this one as well. Their heroes, they're only seeing grace right now is the fact that they're such low level to be able to respawn and take another fight before they can get another set of racks here. But my god, this game is difficult. When you fight underneath both the Phoenix Egg and the RP and you get them both off and you can't win the team fight, I mean, it goes
looks
a long
pretty
way.
hopeless. Yeah, they do catch Ursa here, but I don't know if they're going to have the damage. He's going to have the Enrage in a moment. Oh my goodness, the damage from the Shadow Demon there is Thelocor. Super low. If he can get the shockwave off, not gonna be able to make it, but he's gonna be forced to chew through these trees. A lot of damage coming back out from the Phoenix. Tomato, he doesn't have much left. They need to be able to close the gap and finish him off. In comes 40R. He's gonna be able to get the Ursa. The disruption. Can they save him? It's gonna be big. He gets 4-staffed out. The Ursa, the Tornado KJ. He's on the run. The shockwave doesn't come out, but King RD, he's not gonna be in a good spot. He's gonna get taken down. You're gonna survive. You're absolutely kidding me. Oh my goodness. And now 40R. The chase was not worth it. Tomato Ursa survives. They call the GG. This one is over.
Mental in shambles here on Team Brazil. I mean, not being able to take down that Ursa if losing wasn't bad enough. My god, did they just get styled on in the end there. Amazing series out of Beast Coast, taking this in a very convincing 2-0.
Yeah, that was a pretty incredible game from them. Tomato Ursa just popping off here. And this is kind of one of the first times we've seen this hero in the patch, right? We weren't really sure how the Enrage or the Shockwave changes were going to look, but I mean, oh my gosh, 850 GPM, almost 22,000 net worth on this hero, just destroying everyone he came in contact with on Team Brazil.
Yeah, amazing game out of Beast Coast. Amazing game out of Tomato. Again, I was joking around about this. Hector, he's got to be sweating when he watches this kind of gameplay. The man a little bit worried about getting replaced.
Dude, I mean, Beast Coast looking really good, keeping their tournament lives on the line. They did get 2-0'd by Sad Boys, but, you know, they're keeping it alive. They move on to the third round of the lower bracket as they eliminate Team Brazil from the tournament. So, you know, unfortunate for Team Brazil. Thank you guys, and congratulations for making it as far as you did. But we've got another series here today, Neff. Are you excited? You know who it is?
Absolutely. This is the one, is it not? Is this the... Oh, no, this is not the one.
No, it's not the one. It's not the Boomers and Zoomers. That's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow. We got Thunder Predator versus 5-Man Midas. So, these beasts of South America up against the open qualifier team from NA. Oh, Ricky, I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah.
Can these absolute beasts of Dota players, can they take out the open qualifier team here? Leo Style looking very good lately, but I'm surprised they got knocked into the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, they struggled in their series against the Zoomers, but 5-Man Midas also looked really good yesterday against Arkosh. I mean, definitely putting them in their place, just 2-0ing them out of the tournament very quickly. And it's going to be a really exciting final series here today. And then, you know, we go back to tomorrow. The 4 Zoomers versus 4 Boomers, the final, you know, another lower bracket elimination game. You know, these teams, they're falling. There can only be one winner at the end, but it should be a lot of fun. That being said, any final thoughts about that game, that series that we just watched?
Got impressive gameplay at a Beast Coast. They're playing so well together with the stand-ins. I mean, it barely feels like they have stand-ins. Again, they played to such a similar style. The only thing I kind of noticed that's different is Chris Lock has very specific heroes that he plays, and KXY, his hero pool seems to be a little bit more diverse.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is interesting. Tomato, he doesn't play as greedy. He cores, but he's been playing the strength heroes that Hector seems to favor quite well. So fitting in, being a very good replacement. I know everybody's spamming inside the chat asking if Beast Goes is having stand-ins today. Well, I would say it doesn't really matter. They're performing absolutely amazing.
Yeah, they really are.
Players.
All right. Well, that being said, we're going to be going to a short break and into our second and final series here of the day. As we mentioned, it's going to be Thunder Predator versus 5-Man Midas. So stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you in a moment.
I'm still surprised that I'm seeing the Phantom Assassin to the Morphling here. I mean, all the stars had aligned to make it a good Morphling game. I mean, you don't like playing against Death Prophet Silence, but even then you could have a Mantis style to deal with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, ban the Slardar. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, that hero is so strong right now. The Aghanim Shard on him, the 5 seconds of Corrosive Haze onto everybody that gets hit with the Slitherine Crush.
Yeah, it's just really good. Like when you blink initiate and get a free crush like that, and you're like, oh, I applied Corrosive Haze on 3 people. Neat.
Yeah.
And then you can like pick and choose who you want to like permanently apply it on, right? But yeah, it's a good one. I'm looking through the Abaddon here. They changed his damage talent to 15. And they increased the duration on Borrowed Time Scepter by 1, which is kind of, not that big of a deal, but I don't know. You could see more carry Abaddon with a 65 damage talent at 15. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is pretty good, and that's one of the things they were trying to push in this patch. I mean, that's a direct buff to Hector, who's one of the few people that have managed to actually run this pause one Abaddon.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
He can already pull it off. He's only going to be even stronger with that one. The 1 second, I'd say, actually does make a pretty big difference because it's like invulnerability. You got a star for your Mario.
True. Thunder Predator have last pick. I'm assuming this is going to be their offlaner, right? No one here wants to be in the offlane. You do have last pick for 5-Man Midas, likely the carry. Now, Underlord could be a safe pick. They don't really need wave clear because Void Spirit's kind of safe and PA has blur. But he is good control for the Death Prophet and the Pangolier. I could see it. I could see it being Underlord here.
You can see it being Underlord. I can see it being...
Give me Pudge, dude. Just give me Pudge.
Tide Hunter's still in the pool. I mean, he's broken in this patch.
I'm trying to think what Sacred's going to play, right? Sacred does play Tide. He also plays the Phoenix. His Pango is something he likes, but it's banned.
You need a Dangler here, Ricky.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Danglers are your Tides and your Underlords.
Yeah, it's time to dangle here on Thunder Predator.
Someone just make space for the PA. Can fight with Void Spirit.
Yeah, I'm feeling a Tide Hunter. I think Tide Hunter is the best dangler.
Yeah, he's a good dangler for sure.
Close second, so I'm on a similar page to you here. Is there anybody else they could run than those 2 heroes? I mean, there's Doom in the pool, right?
Doom got a good buff. In my opinion, he got a good buff.
Now, I thought Doom was pretty unchanged.
So they made the Infernal Blade no longer the Ags. It's now a Shard. It doesn't apply break anymore, but it still does a pretty substantial amount of damage and stun. And then the Doom Ags now applies break.
It's coming back to me.
Oh, they took Coddle, so one of these is going to be off lane.
Yep. And they brought back the Spirit form, but changed things around. He has Recall again. A couple of the classics.
Coddle is so different now. He also just got a completely new ability.
10 seconds.
Yeah, that one was... They changed
Solar Bind.
They changed Will-O-Wisp. They added Solar Bind. They gave him Spirit form, which works the same way for Illuminate as it used to, right?
Yeah, so Spirit form is now his ult, and his Ags is now Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah, Will-O-Wisp is still the same way it used to be, but rather than stun, it just pulls you towards it, so you're able to walk away at the same time, right?
Yeah. Now, is that faster than the previous one? And can it not be killed? Is that the reason why? Maybe you can't kill the Will-O-Wisp.
Interesting. We'll have to see it in game. I haven't actually had time to test it out myself. I was playing a couple of pubs last night rather than testing anything. I didn't have a chance to watch Purge's 11-hour patch analysis. Or sorry, first impressions, not
first impressions.
First impressions. You don't Purge obviously hasn't figured it out yet. He's not pretending to. This is just an introduction to the patch for 11 hours.
That's so funny, actually.
He looked so happy yesterday. I didn't get a chance to watch much of the stream, but the guy is like giddy like a kid, like waking up on Christmas morning. It seems to be the one thing that brings him joy in current year. Terrorblade now picked up on 5-man Midas.
Yep. All right. I like this a lot. The last pick's Terrorblade is pretty good. Great at fighting into Phantom Assassin, as she typically does not deal well with super high armor heroes. It is going to be the Shu Abaddon like we expected. And they're going to take Sacred on the Void Spirit and Leo style mid Windy.
Yeah. Given that Drow was banned out by Thunder Predator, I was sort of expecting to see Terrorblade on their side. A bit surprised by the Phantom Assassin coming out from them. Overall, I wouldn't say I favor one draft heavily over the other. Leo Style has been absolutely insane on the Wind Ranger this tournament, though.
He really has.
He's 3-0, right?
Yeah, he is. And the other thing is that with this Wind Ranger, if you can get on top of Terrorblade or the Death Prophet, she should be able to melt them down. I'm pretty sure his goal, though, is to try and kill this Death Prophet as soon as the fight breaks out. And leave the rest of his team to try and deal with the Terrorblade, because they have plenty of magic damage between Shadow Demon, Void Spirit, MJZ on the Keeper of the Light, which we'll have to figure out how this hero works entirely now. They did revert his entire kit basically back to Spirit form and then gave him a new ability. So Mana Leak was essentially replaced with this at the end of the day.
Yeah, they're getting the old player base back by re-adding some of the old abilities. The Fan and Knives on the Warden, although that was never in Dota, I don't think.
No, it wasn't. They're realizing we're all boomers now, and we want the nostalgia effect here. So
yeah, they're selling us the Mr. Game & Watch. See Nintendo come out with that one recently?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, did you get yourself one?
No, I did not. Definitely not.
I see. I recently bought myself a couple things from the store, but I'm not going to run an ad for Nintendo while casting the summit here.
I don't think they deserve it either.
Ooh, get him, Ricky.
Yeah, screw them. Not a big fan right now.
You a Smash fan?
Used to be.
Ho ho.
Shu's just gonna walk in, gets a sentry down. They don't notice, but they do see him now.
Yeah, they zone him out. Sonic and Shu are both being pretty funny in the lobby. Sonic wanted to decide this entire match with a 1v1 mid. He was in charge of Thunder Predator. Unfortunately, Thunder Predator did take the bait.
Yeah.
I think Style would probably win that, though, even on a ping disadvantage.
I mean, he's pretty darn strong. Yeah, it'd be a little difficult. All right, well, a nice pull out of position here. The PA, the toss into Swashbuckle, and she has no place to go. The Spirit Siphon's just stacking up, and Sonic with the incredible body blocks pulling him under the tower. Pops that Fairy Fire. 30 HP. He's going to live.
MNZ, cool, calm, and collected. He might just want to suicide to the tower.
They're going to toss in Monster. Get the kill with the Swashbuckle. Yeah, oh my goodness. Well, he knows they have a ward there now. But First Blood going to the offlane Pango. I mean, we saw yesterday Monster on this Pangolier. He just crushed Arkosh. He was like the playmaker for the whole beginning of the game. And again, they're doing the same combination. Oh, no. That's not where their ward's going to be. Okay.
Mistake. You got to know where it is. It was MJZ's ward, though.
Man.
Not MFC. So he lost the gold.
I mean, he wanted the money for it. He like gambled. He's like, oh, I know where this ward is, and ends up being incorrect.
A
could have been a salve.
It could have been a salve. That could have been a huge XP boost for him as well. MJZ doing damage control in this lane. And pause coming out. Kit's disconnecting from the game, and Leo Style dropping the all chat lines at the same time. Thought something would be happening mid lane if that was the case, but there is nothing. Bottom lane, the one saving grace to going down on MNZ there was the fact that you would have had to sit in lane, wait for your courier to come out with the salve, which would have been extra slow because they slow down with consumables. It does not have been able to CS. So yes, you do die, but your game is a little bit better for it.
Yeah, that's true. You kind of like trade your game for being better for Monster's game for being better, right? That's the idea.
Yep.
But the big issue was, like you said, not getting the ward. He tossed you underneath the tower, behind the tower at that. You know, the ward had to either be here or over here. It had to be behind the tree line for sure.
I mean, this one is such a common ward spot as well.
Yeah, it had to be behind the tree line, and unfortunately, MNZ just does not guess correctly. Sonic taking a lot of damage from this Coddle.
Yeah, just gonna get run away there.
Ooh. Illuminate. Gonna do a little bit of harassment. Coddle coming back into favor here, and I'm assuming a lot of it is just because the spirit form change, right? Like Solar Bind is pretty good. The magic resistance reduction scales pretty well, starting at 15%, scaling up to 30, and then you also have the slow. So as they try to move, it slows them more and more. Kind of like how Mana Leak was. So rather than losing mana, they lose movement speed.
Yep. I don't know. Oh, I thought it was called Solar Blind, not Solar Bind. It's like he doesn't blind you at all.
I know. Solar Bind. He still has Blinding Light in spirit form. It grants him both Recall and Blinding Light, but MNZ just takes down Sonic. He's just playing a little bit too low in this bottom lane.
Yeah. You're gonna get punished for that. Your hero's got absolutely no armor. You've got boots of speed and no HP regen. Be able to rotate, if nothing else, after that.
Beep from Monster as he misses his swashbuckle there onto the Coddle. He was very happy about that because that would have definitely procced Lucky Shot.
Yep. It interrupted his clarity too.
Yeah.
I imagine things are gonna slow down a little bit here in the bottom lane. So,
it should for the moment, but Sonic, I mean, he's back full health, full mana. If he's able to get an Avatos ever onto the Keep of the Light, he does die. Well, looks like they're trying. Well, I mean, they would toss him over to Monster, and at that point, you're really out of position.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, they're going to go for it. Avatos in place. There's going to be the Swashbuckle. I mean, the Keeper of the Light. The bind, though, slowing him down quite a bit. MJZ chews through the trees. Sonic continuing the chase, but he does get the salve off, so he's going to be fine. That's a huge amount of burst damage from these two heroes. Monster does need to be careful. Does he have a... He has no bottle on the way. He ended up going this Wraith Band into Stick and eventually a Wand. I guess makes sense when you're against Coddle and Phantom Assassin, huh?
I think there's just no ward here now. This ward got to sit here for its almost full duration. It's only got 2 minutes left.
I mean, they have to know it's there, right? After that dive, after finding him there.
Yeah, but I guess they just don't have money for it. No, it's a healing salve and a Sage's Mask. That ward is going to sit there for its full duration. No one is going to kill it.
That's not ideal.
Radiant team in shambles.
Nice TP to the mid lane. Refill Leo Styles' bottle here.
Yeah. The El Clasico of this patch. I imagine... oh, he messed it up.
What?
We got 2 bottle charges now. Yep.
Oh, I think he just stole one from... oh, no. Yeah, I don't know.
He messed it up. There's no excuse for that.
Avalanche toss. Leo Styles has been found. They're going to toss him underneath. He just immediately goes for the TP, knowing there's a lot of damage coming out from these two heroes. No, he cancels it, and Shadow Demon's protecting the DD rune top. Leo style. The mental damage this time. Oh, power shot off the mark, though.
Ooh.
Sacred. Falling super low. Monster goes down in the bottom lane, though, at the same time.
Oh, that's why it was off the mark with the power shot. They actually increased the duration of the banish there. It's 2.75 seconds now.
What was it before? 2.5?
Yeah.
Did not know that.
At least I think that they increased. It was 2.5 at one point. Okay, top lane.
Yeah, this should be a kill here. He's going to immediately use that Aphotic Shield, but you got 3 poison stacks, and you should be able to pop those pretty easily. He does, Sladen. So Aphotic Shield does not remove the stacks, it would seem.
It
cannot
does.
be dispelled. No, Shadow Poison cannot be dispelled.
Oh, they changed that one around.
It used to be when you dispel it, it applies the damage immediately, but now it can't be dispelled at all.
Interesting.
So that's a huge buff to Shadow Demon, which I did not notice. Sonic bottom lane taking a lot of damage, but Monster, if he gets a Lucky Shot proc, should be able to save him. There it is. Nice not blinding light, but a ton of damage coming out from that Illuminate. Monster has to swashbuckle up onto the high ground. Sonic, is he going to toss the boy? Monster not close enough. And look at that slow. The block. He literally has 100 movement speed. Oh my god, that's so annoying.
That was partially from the dagger as well.
Yeah.
Though.
Shu finds Sladen in the top lane.
Looking to find Sacred as well, but he's got the shield from Resonant Pulse. Ooh, off the mark with that Aether Remnant. Not doing too hot right now. Terrorblade, he is behind the Phantom Assassin even still. They've done a decent job at contesting his CS.
Yeah, in both net worth and last hits. He needs to be careful, though. I mean, they are doing a really good job at playing inside the Illuminate, and Caudle just kiting out this Tiny. He's unable to ever close the gap, and just kills him.
Yeah, and this is only going to get worse once the boots come out on the Keeper of the Light. I mean, the hero has so much base movement speed already, 330. He's done a decent job with this Ring of Basilius as well. I mean, he only has to go the 1 point into the Chakra Magic, just wants it for the cooldown reduction team. So the double daggers, the double slow coming up from the Phantom Assassin is going to go a long way.
All right, there's going to be a nice rotation in the top lane. They take down Sacred. They commit the meta for this, but definitely worth it if your kit's here, because you are going to be able to get level 6 off the wave. You can get complete solo experience here. Well, unless he keeps building poison stacks on you, kits. Kits has lost 2/3 of his health. He has to leave now.
Now, did you see the XctN shard from Wind Ranger that's come out?
I have not. Let me see. Oh yeah, the global power shot, and it's an execute, right?
Yeah. Do you see the old? Oh no!
Ooh, great rotation from Sonic. He goes straight from top to mid. Gets 2 big kills, and now the Exo with this Arcane Rune is going to allow them to do a lot of tower damage here. He might turn his attention on over to Sladen, but hasn't quite decided. He does have quite amount of survivability with these Spirit Siphons, as well as these Exorcism Spirits coming back eventually.
Yeah. Just trying to take full advantage of that Arcane Rune there, right?
Yeah. So let's see. Global, but only hits 1 hero beyond its default range. Max 1 hero. Okay. Impacted hero will be killed if they are under 13% after taking damage from the impact. Scales based on power shot channel. Ah. Interesting.
Okay. So you can't just use it to globally farm or globally steal CS.
Yeah, it only hits 1 unit, I guess. Right?
It won't apply to regular units, just hero outside the range.
Okay. Yeah, it's basically like Ancient Apparition's Ice Blast to an extent, but it is not easy to hit. I saw someone using it yesterday. Monster bottom lane down to 100 MS again. Nice sidestep there. We'll be able to get him out of that dagger. Has to commit the Rolling Thunder immediately, and he rolls on out. As this PA and Caudle lane is really strong.
Yeah, I'm surprised how well they're doing here. I mean, the slow in between the dagger and the solar blind ends up like moving you to almost no movement speed.
Yeah, it puts you at base. It 100% just puts you at base movement speed.
Yeah, you just have to kind of stand there for the duration of the dagger and then start running after it, I think, because you're essentially getting the auto attack in as if you're not.
Ooh, he might have found MJZ, but not fast enough there on Tiny's fingers. He's able to just walk away. Oh my god, look at this slow.
He's limping.
It's so annoying. It's such a cool part of his kit too, because it works in the same way that Mana Leak did, where it's like you don't want to move because you know, you got this debuff on you, but if you don't, you're gonna take an Illuminate to the face. Bottom lane, they dive the PA here. She gets a nice Phantom Strike away. Sonic, he's going to be the first to dive again, but gets the toss off. Now RL in some serious trouble as Leo Style just burning into him with this Focus Fire. Gets a double kill with that power shot, and now Monster forced to use this Rolling Thunder to try and get away. Triple kill for Leo Style. He had a DD rune the whole time.
Yeah, just going to stand his ground and fight. Shouldn't have Rolling Thunder in that. Should have gotten out right away. Awesome by him, and he's having a great game, sitting near the top of the net worth chart with this Phantom Assassin. They do manage to take mid in response to Sacred and in response to Leo Style moving though. That was a heads-up rotation there by Kits.
Yeah, I did not expect that. Just using his positioning on the map where he's farming to just push mid lane tower with this meta 0-4-4 build and gets the tower. It is a great hero to have Possessed Mask on.
There was no
Ooh, Leo Style, you're in trouble. Silenced up, taking a lot of damage. Will have the wind run when this is over, though, so he will be able to get on out of here. Sonic trying to close the gap. Does have Toss and Avalanche. The question is, can he close it? Gonna be a little toss into Pango. Avalanche to slow, but he sidesteps it for the moment. Swashbuckle off the mark. Leo style, dude.
Styling on him.
He's styling on him. You're right. MJZ gonna try and run the Death Prophet bottom lane, but it is 4 points in the Crypt Swarm.
He's just too good.
You're not going anywhere.
Dropping the all chat lines. Man, that was a sick play by Windringer, getting out of that against all odds. And with the spacing created, they created a 2K net worth lead.
Yeah, PA taking tier 1 top. They're losing bottom, so they are going to swap the towers. But MNZ, he's closing on the Battle Fury, and he's going to have it a really good time. He's got treads completed, the wand, and he's only about 1,000 gold away.
Radiant have fortified their structures against attack.
Over here in the jungle, Shu is taking a bit of harass here thanks to his own illusions. Slayton does a lot of work against him. He's just going to pop the Demonic Purge. Interesting.
Oh, they're losing Sonic in the mid lane too. Is Sacred's just going to chase him down, and thanks to Coddle, easy stuff for them. So a 1-for-1 trade.
This is why they call me.
I think Leo Sai was hoping to line up that power shot. In fact, Shu, you're dead.
Wait, is he? Oh my goodness. I didn't even notice. Managed to catch it there at the end thanks to Jerry.
Well, thank you, Jerry. You will have your banana today.
He has earned one more banana after we taketh one away. Ooh, they got the shackle onto RRL here in the mid lane. He's just slowed so much. Oh my god, it's so annoying. That spell is really cool.
The Skywrath mage animation or what?
I think it's the same debuff animation that they use on the new hero's ultimate, but it just looks way more amplified.
Interesting. It looks a little bit like Mystic Flare coming down.
Oh yeah, almost does, huh? You're right. Well, Kit's top lane. Good night, sir. Rotation from Leo Style and Sacred. Another DD rune going his way allows that focus fire just shred through him. They do take down Coddle. You know, it's some trade, but you know, you are losing the Terrorblade here when he needs to be the one farming.
Speaking of farming, MNZ's almost got his Battle Fury online. Just need working on this last 200 gold here to complete his Void Stone. Finds a possessed mask for himself too.
That's a happy one. Mid lane, they get Leo Style. They surround him.
I mean, he's bound to go down eventually. He's been playing very dangerously here. So we'll slow down his MKB a little bit. He might go something else after dropping like that, but he's so close to this Demon Edge and be able to blow these heroes up in no time. And all Royal Jelly now found. He'll pass it the way of Leo Style. It would have been nice if he had it before. Slighted thinking about having a taste for himself, though.
He's going to go in, find both supports here. A nice Avalanche and toss the Rolling Thunder immediately canceled. They do get a silence onto the Void Spirit. It would be a great find, but they do just need to disengage. A great 4-man Resonant Pulse doing some serious damage. Shu does have borrowed time. It's going to get popped. They'll have to disengage here on 5-man Midas, but the Shackle. What a sick time there from Leo Style. A couple auto attacks. Power shot off the mark, not necessary. MJZ secures it with the Blinding Light.
Yeah, and they go right down here down the mid lane to take down this tier 1. So getting a little bit of map control back from 5-man Midas. Now we're going to have to slow down. MNZ probably wants to move over to the jungle and actually use this Battle Fury. MJZ ends up getting vision of the creep camp so we can hop over to them, in fact. Wasting no time at all.
This is kind of funny. Monster has the chipped vest and he's going Blade Mail, so he's going to have the double damage return. So Blade Mail does how much damage? 20% of your attack damage.
And 20 damage, plus 20. It works a bit like return like that.
Yeah, so 20 plus 20%. Chipped vest does 26 to heroes. So 46 base plus 20% of the damage you take.
Yeah. I mean, if you activate that Blade Mail, it's going to be even more.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately for him, Wind Ranger almost has this MKB, but you're going to need a BKB directly afterwards. You're not going to be able to focus fire down Monster here on this thing.
RL gets found in the mid lane. A nice bait out of Sacred. Shu trying to keep him alive, but the focus fire is just too damn much. The Spirit Siphons, it's doing something, but they're going to get the kill here. RRL goes down. Beautiful kill there once again from Thunder Predator.
Leo Style, he keeps going. He wants to refill his bottle by grabbing their bounty rune. There's the economic damage, and he power shots to scout out the next one as he goes. And with that, pretty sure they're going to find kits.
Ooh, just out of vision, but Leo Style's going to find him. No focus fire quite yet, but power shot does a lot of damage.
Wants to turn around. Keeper of the Light has decided to disengage from that one. And if you don't manage to get that initial shackle off, you can't win run gap that distance. You don't want him to get the Sunder, right?
Oh, sick guess by Sacred in the top lane. He is going to just... he's got nothing left to chase. Never mind. He's close to an Ags, though. He's just rushing it instead of going a Yules or Orchid or anything this game.
Yeah. It's interesting that he opted to go with that one for sure. Would you prefer to see the Yules? I mean, the Aghanim Scepter, we talked about the break from the Phantom Assassin plus the silence on the Void Spirit in order to deal with Abaddon very easily. I wouldn't have hated to see a Yule Scepter first, though.
Yeah, I think the Yule Scepter would have been pretty decent. The big thing for me here is how good that Ags is at dealing with heroes like Pangolier and Death Prophet, because they both are going these Blade Mail builds to try and reduce the amount of damage that, you know, this Wind Ranger is doing. But the big problem now is you don't have any like way to deal with like the rest of the team. Like this PA can still just one-shot you. Don't have any other defensive items. You know, you might be able to get the Blade Mail off, but they have a lot of control and a lot of jump.
Top lane. I think you gave yourself away on Sonic by planting this GG brand. Oh, Sonic actually gets the lead for now. He didn't end up revealing him with that blur. Sonic managed to gap enough distance. He went up there into the trees thinking that his blur would pop if he got close enough to Sonic, but he was still there. He's playing with them.
Leo Style pops this Invis rune. There is a sentry here, but it's not going to catch him for the moment. So Leo Style feeling pretty safe. He drops the sentry on the backside. It still misses the other ward here that Thunder Predator have placed in the jungle. So they still are going to have some value vision off of that.
Yeah,
bunch of jungle items dropping.
Yeah, some pretty good ones too. That Grove Bow will go a long way here on Void Spirit. So he picks up the
Void Spirit or Wind Ranger?
Okay, fair enough.
It's because it's going to amp his MKB damage eventually, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's going to take a Void Spirit's going to take the Van Brace for the magic amp, which is also really good. So I think, okay, he's not going to take the Nether Shawl. I expected him to hold the Nether Shawl, but that's a great coddle item.
Mm-hmm.
It's on Shadow Demon, it seems. Okay, I mean, yeah, both supports happy to take that. Tons of magic damage coming out from these the 5-man Midas lineup. Specifically Tiny, right?
Yep. Not committing this focus fire onto the Roshan just yet. I mean, you still got a 50-second cooldown, and you just a little bit of gold off finishing up this MKB. You take Roche here, you get your MKB, you send out the Gropo with it. You're gonna be pumping up.
They're exoing right into the pit, but it's not early enough. Sonic goes in with a nice blink. He takes down the Wind Ranger immediately. Kits on the backline doing some serious damage. The rest of the team just disengages Sacred. One more Astral Step away, but RL, he's really fast. The Death Prophet movement speed, it's no joke. Can they continue the chase? Sonic jumps on in. The Avalanche off the mark. He's gonna go to the low ground. Doesn't look like they want to continue the chase, and I mean, overall, I'm surprised that went as well as it did for them.
Yeah, I mean, they ended up getting the fight at the tail end of that one. I think the main thing was how quickly they managed to blow up Leo Style there. A lot of the damage comes out from him, so the toss avalanche combo landing onto him, the swashbuckle lowering his armor, and then the shield crash hitting him too. It was just too much. I think he ended up taking like 500 damage, taking a Roshan there as well. I saw like 500 damage from some random source, but MKB just about done on Leo Style, and I think that's where the game just like completely turns into Thunder Predator's favor.
Yeah, I think you're right. As soon as he has this, it's going to be pretty big. He also did pick up the Quicksilver Amulet, so for heroes like Wind Ranger, as soon as you like Wind Run Focus Fire, it's just that much better. You have more movement speed. The attack speed doesn't matter too much, but it is just a generally good item. I still would have expected her to take the Grove Bow in this game. I think that's just better than the Quicksilver Amulet, though.
Well, we'll see. I mean, a lot of the time, one of your abilities is going to be on cooldown, so you get the extra movement speed and attack speed from it. We'll see.
Yeah, it's like roughly 30 movement speed.
Yeah, that's all right, especially once you get that eggs.
All right, they're going to find the Tiny. Nice initiation there from the Void Spirit. Easy catch. And he's a big part of the damage from 5-man Midas. Like, a lot of these fights, the only reason they're going well is because Tiny's able to blow up one of these heroes. And now your tier 2 tower under siege. The Deso, the BKB almost done on this Phantom Assassin. Just trying to split push as fast as they can on Monster in the bottom lane, and Terrorblade top lane, I guess, doing the same thing. Going for his Manta now as he's completed the Halberd. Did he go doesn't he have an evasion talent? Did he go for it? Yeah, he did.
Who?
He was the 16% evasion talent, and then he's also got the 20% evasion from that Halberd. Going for the TP out, potentially. They don't have vision on him. Kits? He has TP in 3 seconds. Oh my goodness. Do you think they guess?
No, he's out of there.
He's out. Okay.
Yeah, they didn't think he'd be all the way up there, so nice dodge by him. End up not going this way, but rather over here. Not what they expected. Sonic's got his Blink Dagger online over here. And I guess just looking for a potential setup or a counter initiation onto RRL, which I think is going to happen. A lot of the heroes moving towards her. Shu gives him away, though.
All right, well, that's weird. The audio clip for that, whatever bind does not stop. Sonic, a huge initiation onto the PA, forced to BKB Monster with a great Rolling Thunder holding them in place. They will take down the Tiny, the Focus Fire making quick work of it, but MNZ, he's chasing after RRL, and he can't afford to go down to the Death Prophet. One more crit, the power shot from Leo style, able to finish it off, and now Monster in some serious trouble. He pops that Blade Mill, he has a swashbuckle, but he still can't finish off the PA. He's kept alive, another Remnant triple kill. Headshot after headshot. This guy, as we like to call it, an op main.
He's just having an amazing game here. I mean, he's gone down a number of times, but just because of how aggressive and far forward he's playing. Go for this BKB next. After he gets this, I think there's just no way they're going to be able to bring him down. Tier 2 tower brought down as well, and I think they'll make their way over for Abaddon in this shrine, or sorry, outpost inside the Dire jungle. They're smoked up. They're going to find Shu.
Yeah, unfortunate here for the Shu. He has the borrowed time, right? But I don't know how he ever gets out of here. Sonic debating on going in, right? He has this blink. Can he help the boy out? But borrowed time finally going to come out. Sacred will hit him with that Remnant, and eventually Shu will go down. Another kill. Going away. Sacred the toss into the base, though. They caught Sladen. Silent swashbuckle underneath the tower. Okay, a nice find from Sonic. This Tiny, he does some serious work on this hero.
Yeah. I mean, she was Sonic's probably one of the saving graces of their team. He's been getting some amazing tosses backwards. I think, yeah, he's participated in most of the kills on his team. He's 8, a total of 11. I thought it was 100%. That was my bad. But that's how he managed to farm this Blink Dagger, right? Pulled himself up by his bootstraps this game.
That is indeed true. I mean, and he's got the Faded Brooch and the Windlace Tranquil, so he's very fast. Like, he's able to move in and out of these fights pretty easily, which is a big deal. Bottom lane, they're chasing Kit on the Terrorblade. He's got vision on Kit. The question is, do you want to keep chasing or by yourself? Aghanim Scepter, as we pointed out, has been completed. He has those 2 charges in the AoE silence on the Void Spirit here. He goes in, gets the silence onto 2. On the backside, Monster, I don't know who they're chasing. It's going to be the Shadow Demon. He's going to throw himself in the disruption, saving himself because he's got a little bit of time there. But on the backside, Sacred plus Leo Style, they take down that Tiny pretty easily. Dissimulate, gonna give him some space, but Pangolier in trouble. MNZ chasing after him. That Blade Mill protecting him for the moment, but Kits, he's just getting kited out. Sacred going on in, protected by a Glimmer Cape as well. And MNZ, he's got to run that BKB. It's expired. Kits, he's a lot of damage coming out here, but he gets pulled in. He's got to get asunder. He finds Leo Style. It's a triple kill for Leo. It's about to be a quadra, making an ultra kill. 5 heroes go down.
Leo Style is doing so much damage in that fight. I was a little bit worried because they took it when using Focus Fire on that Tiny. I mean, Leo Style understands that Sonic, a lot of damage in this fight is going to come out from him, but it didn't end up mattering. The Terrorblade struggled to stay on top of any targets, and you still have that wind run on Leo Style to fall back on. So just stood right in Terrorblade's face. 4,100 damage, or almost 4,200. Oh, sorry. Coming in from the Phantom Assassin, actually, Leo Style just styled on everybody there. You can't really get your hands on any of these heroes, and you put yourself so far out of position just to get Shadow Demon at the start of the team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And they committed a lot for it, right? The Rolling Thunder was committed. The Terrorblade couldn't continue following them. Like, he's just solar binded. has no way to purge that off. Like, didn't have the Manta. It was already committed. And, of course, no BKB. So he's just slowed down and held down on the backside. They do find Void Spirit here, and he's going to be able to Astral Step up, but right into Shu. Another Glimmer Cape saving him, but the dust comes out. The Monster just playing ping pong on the high ground. Can't get on top of the Void Spirit, and he's going to live. On the oh my gosh, MNZ, he has no chill. He just takes down that Death Prophet in no time. Double kills, he gets the Abad, and now he's falling a little bit low to the Tiny. In comes Kits. Do they have the damage here to finish off Sacred on the Void Spirit? It would be a fantastic kill, but they cannot find a triple kill for PA. They buy back the Abad. Monster goes down to Sladen and Leo style, and it's just pickoff after pickoff. Suddenly, this game looking so hard for 5-man Midas.
Yeah, and Monster wasn't able to do anything either. He ended up getting kited out by the Keeper of the Light and the Phantom Assassin at the start there. He tried to chase the PA with his ultimate on this cliff over here. Ended up heading over, hugged the edge, went over here, then just jumped back down to the Keeper of the Light on the low ground after that. And, you know, just stuck playing pinball back and forth over here with the Rolling Thunder. And if you can't take fights with Rolling Thunder and Exorcism, I mean, there's nothing you're going to be able to at a 21k net worth disadvantage.
Yeah, we see, you know, these double blade mails. It's like a, you know, it's a decent item, but it's not really paying off for them here in this game, you know.
Roshan is going to respond in another minute and 40 seconds, and I think you just hold the map until it does. Maybe get yourself these tier 3 neutral items and they come up in another 5 seconds. Chance of Quiver now found by the Wind Ranger. Okay.
All right, mid lane. Sacred goes in, throws a lot of spells. They're going to be able to follow this up. A nice Rolling Thunder holding 2 in place, but he's kind of by himself, and there's the Focus Fire. More than enough damage. Pangolier does not do well in the open like that.
No. Leo Style heads up to the top lane now, and Kits is forced to get back, so no tier 1 tower. They're going to be able to grab top and just finish up this catapult in a moment here. And they'll set up around the Roche pit, I imagine. No need to rush this one. I mean, it can be difficult to push into the Tiny and the Pangolier on the high ground. If you get caught out on the ramp, he can just jump back and forth onto you. No need to play it risky at all if you can take it late, and you're able to take it late thanks to Wind Ranger and Phantom Assassin. MNZ just walking through the jungle, farming up all the creep camps that 5-man Midas could potentially take.
Oh, Shu. Walked into a remnant and pulled on the high ground, forced the TP.
Oh, no. Spends the last of his gold on a town portal scroll, too.
The economic damage, as we like to call it.
At this point. 10 seconds
Oh my
left.
god, a DD rune bottled on PA as she finishes the Eye of Scotty. It is going to pop here. They have vision. There's going to be the PA. This would be the target if you can get her, but she has BKB. Oh, they're not able to chain stun her here. She's going to look for the Death Prophet on the backside. Goodbye, sir. The DD rune, just too much. Double kill for Phantom Assassin. Is going to be able to continue the chase. Sacred looking for a Yule's target. They see Shu for a moment. Leo Style able to get in range, cut off that escape. And his borrow time's going to be forced here. The Yule's to delay that out. And this is going to be another 3 kills going the way of Thunder Predator.
Leo Style finishes that one off, and God, 460 damage per attack without considering crits here on MNZ. There's nothing they're able to do against this one. The Desolator ripping through this tower in no time at all. Assisted by that armor corruption too. I think this is it for them. 5-man Midas, they're not going to be able to do anything here.
Yeah, they're focus firing down mid as well. Monster gets found, and a Remnant's going to set this one up with ease. And guess what? In comes the PA. He plops the Blade Mail, but she doesn't really even care. She hardly loses any health. Blade Mail seems like an underwhelming item to me. I don't know.
I mean, it's great, but when you're losing this bad, it feels like it barely matters.
Yeah. Sladen, a nice aggressive blink, gets this disruption onto Sonic, trying to prevent him from getting a blink catch here.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind we have hit the 1k net worth per minute mark that you like to talk about, or just about hit it.
Yeah, that's pretty much the point of no return. Is Roshan respawns, just going to make it that much more difficult, and PA closing in on Assault Kuros.
Yep. Once that one's done, you're going to have no armor left. PA and Wind Ranger just going to be able to blow you up. instantly.
They're opting to try and fight this. I guess they realize they have no choice, but the Roshan, if MNZ gets a crit here, it's going to die before they even make it in time. Sonic, he has Blink. He's got to go in, but instead they just go for the Coddle. I mean, that's a fine, but now Sacred, he's here, and so is MNZ on the PA. The Rolling Thunder, it's canceled for the moment, but oh my god, the crits! RRL pops the Ghost Scepter, but he gets Demonic Purge. He can't escape. There's nothing for this guy. You lose both cores immediately, and the GG is just called.
Yeah, nothing they're going to be able to defend, especially with that Exorcism and Metamorphosis down. And Thunder Predator, such an amazing game number 1 here. Leo Style has been an absolute beast here on this mid lane Wind Ranger this tournament. It puts him at 4-0.
Yeah, that is not a hero you're probably willing to give them at this point.
Yeah, and 5-man Midas, you know, they struggled to find anything that game. I think the Terrorblade pick was pretty good, but you weren't able to find the same amount to farm, and Leo Style, he really popped off. This Keeper of the Light, I think, took them by surprise as well. The Solar Blind, the PA, Keeper of the Light lane, I mean, that won way harder than I thought it would. The bottom was just a disaster. I mean, look at these, the player net worth graphs here. PA managing to sit like head and shoulders above everybody else throughout the entire laning stage.
Yeah, you come out of the laning stage and your Pango is almost the same net worth as the enemy Keeper of the Light. I mean, that just shows exactly how well that lane went for them. And Tiny, of course, is just super poor, about the same as his position 5, which is not what you want to see, right? Like that, when you have this lane, Pango, Tiny, you're expecting to be able to find kills, but they just kited him around. Like Tiny never got on top of Coddle outside of the first, couple minutes. And that Solar Bind Dagger combo, I mean, you can't move. You might as well be stunned.
Mm-hmm.
0 armor as well on the hero, so just getting kited in these auto attacks, it really starts to add up.
Yeah, Leo Style as well, just kill after kill as he moves around the map here. I did like what they did on 5-man Minus. You know, they responded to Leo Style's rotation, took that mid tower with a Metamorphosis, but even that, it wasn't enough. Bottom lane, I think it just lost way too hard.
Yeah. I mean, that's game 1. We've got game 2. It's a best of 3 elimination series here. So Thunder Predator versus 5-man Minus is going to continue after this short break, everyone. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a little bit.
Interesting. OD's been not the most successful hero, it feels like.
Did get a pretty solid rework, though.
That hero is always being reworked.
Well, first off, they renamed him to the Outworld Destroyer instead of the Devourer, so he's back to the old name.
Yeah, I pulled up the patch notes because I realized I didn't remember what his changes were. This is like 3 paragraphs long, just like his ultimate. I can't read all of this.
Yeah. All right, they took the Brewmaster, though. So this hero got some pretty big reworks.
I'm a big fan. You've heard me go off about Brewmaster a number of times. He gets a 4th panda now, and it's about time. They also buffed up his Brewlings. This hero, I think his ultimate was very outdated. It's been a while since they changed it around. There's been a slow power creep over the years in Dota. Everybody's gotten their stat growth rates have been increased. Their armor has been increased. Items are stronger than they were before. Everybody has more passive gold. So the Brewmaster Brewlings don't scale into late game nearly as well, but they finally buffed them up. So I feel like he's on par, if not his potential to be a little bit stronger than them now, finally. And again, you turn into you use your split, which has 2 charges now, everybody. That's right, 2 split.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, the Air Panda, Storm, he still has the Dispel Magic, which does damage to summoned units. It actually damages the Necronomicon and everything in Beastmaster's Menagerie. Fun fact. I think it's like 800 damage on a 5-second cooldown to summoned units. As well. That's
pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Overpower, it'll dispel Bloodlust, it'll dispel Windrun. It is absolutely insane. And because it's got 2 charges, you can actually reliably use it in these fights.
5 seconds.
I like that. I mean, I think it can, I think you're right. Against summoned units, especially the Beastmaster ones, that should be pretty good. And also it makes it so that there's certain heroes, like Illusion heroes specifically, they can't really pick into this, right? So they do see the Ursa, they respond with Troll Warlord, which honestly, I don't know if Troll Warlord is the pick into the Ursa, but it is good at dealing with the Beastmaster in the lane, which is good.
10 seconds remain.
Mm-hmm. I'm not a fan of Troll Warlord. I've said it so many times before. I feel like whenever you win a game with this hero, it's you win despite having Troll Warlord, not because you have Troll Warlord.
Yeah.
Too easy to kite him around. He gets completely owned by anybody holding a Heaven's Halberd. If you can toss him in the air with Yules and kite him. Right now, I definitely prefer Thunder Predator's draft. I don't know how they finish rounding this one off.
It is Radiant's ban.
Kutka banned out here. I mean, they don't necessarily need a frontliner. I feel like Undying, Tiny, and Brewmaster can all kind of share the burden with that job. They might need more damage coming out from their backline because at the moment, I haven't seen the kind of damage that Brewmaster can put out with his rework, but I think you've kind of put all of your eggs in the Troll Warlord basket here on 5-man Midas.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, we see this a lot with troll teams, right? Where they end up kind of investing a lot into the Troll Warlord and trying to make him have a good game. But there's, to me already, there's already a handful of good counters. I mean, you can build a Halberd on Beastmaster pretty easily. Has no problem going for that. Ursa, of course, a pretty good hero at dealing with the troll. The Enrage makes it very difficult for him to go down.
Dire's turn to ban.
They banned Pugna and TA out of the mid lane. Pugna would have been great. A lot of tower push that could have come out. They're worried about TA as well, and I think, rightfully so. You can still run Leo style in the mid lane on this Wind Ranger. They have ultimate last pick, so they should be able to set up their lanes for success here.
Yeah, there's also the huge kiting potential that could come out from the Pugna if you have all your eggs in the Troll Warlord basket. The Scepter rework for a Troll would help with that a little bit. Range axes dispels enemies and melee axes dispels yourself. The cooldown is reduced from 9 to 4. Mana cost in half.
That's the new Aghanim Scepter?
Yep.
I did not know that. Okay, that's actually pretty cool.
Which is a lot better than disabling your allies and griefing them by casting Berserker's Rage on them.
Oh, what's that? My mid lane? You want to go run into them by yourself? All right, have fun.
I think I told you this story once before. I had somebody play like position 4 or 5 Troll Warlord in a game that I was playing, and I ended up losing in the end because he rushed the Aghanim Scepter and thought that he was going to help me by clicking it on me. I was like solo carrying the game, and I got disabled by my teammate. He provided me nothing the entire game, and then eventually got me killed trying to assist.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. I love it.
That's your typical pub in North America. It was time to put the game down for the day after that.
Yeah, you're like, okay, I'm gonna go for a walk, get some fresh air. You know who's not going for a walk? Thunder Predator and 5-man Midas. Is there tournament lives on the line, specifically 5-man Midas, as they're down 1-0. They get their last pick Storm, and they respond with Leo style Ember, an absolute classic.
Yeah, this guy is an absolute beast on this hero. I mean, his Wind Ranger has had a flawless record so far in this tournament, but his Ember Spirit is nothing to scoff at. And up against the Troll Warlord here, I mean, he's just going to get kited around. We talked about this potential issue. So Storm Spirit, he's going to have his work cut out for him in the mid lane. He needs to win this and somehow get a very early Orchid against the Ember Spirit.
It is Storm Spirit favored, right? Doesn't Storm Spirit have the advantage in this lane?
Yes, at the start of it anyways. It becomes a little bit easier for Leo style after he has a couple of levels, and of course your harass does end up sticking with the Sleight of Fist, but Storm Spirit has so much armor that it's not that easy to harass him with it, and of course he's able to burn right through your Flame Guard because of the massive amount of magic damage coming out from the Static Remnant and the Overcharge. So it's a bit favored for him, but if you start losing at any point, it's very easy for you to just pop off on the Ember Spirit. The Ember also rotates just slightly easier than the Storm.
Yeah.
At the start, anyways. Later on, Storm Spirit definitely has the advantage on that one. Anyways,
All right.
let's go.
We're
Game
making
number
it. This is gonna be fun, man. We'll see what this Brewmaster can do. Obviously, he got some serious love in this patch. Absolutely needed the Primal Split. Can grant the Void Bruling with the Aghanim Shard, and then obviously the Aghanim Scepter, giving you 2 charges of the Primal Split, which can also be canceled at any time.
Okay, I got to Peru Dota 1, 2.
Down here, just bullying out with the Ogre Magi. He wants to make sure they can get these runes. And even top rune, I don't know if you can contest this on Monster. MNZ can do some serious damage to you. All right, looks like RL wants to rotate up just to make sure that they go 2 for 2. Okay, this is smart. Bottom lane, though, a lot of damage coming in. Shu does have the Decay, but again, you're against, 4 heroes that are pretty great early game right now.
MNZ, he's actually getting chased off by the Brewmaster here. Thunderclap is no joke. It's pretty lengthy slow at 4 seconds.
Ooh, shoot. He might go down bottom. No decay for 3 seconds. The toss out. Is it enough? Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. Slaying the Sonic, just the MVP.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, we talked about what a high impact he had in last game, despite the fact they lost it. Unfortunately, Shu does end up salving himself back up, which isn't going to end up bringing him at full HP, but
feels really bad as an Undying to commit a salve that early.
Yeah, at least he doesn't end up dying, though, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't want to give an early advantage to the heroes on the Thunder Predator here. So good to get chased out of lane, but Sladen also does quite a bit of damage. Saber might just go down there without the boards to slow. Right. Ends up getting real close as well on the Wind Rangers, by 15%, so they aren't able to keep that chase going and finish off Sacred there.
That good old the good old denying your boar feels good.
Yeah, no XP or gold. It's worth a pretty big XP bounty at 60.
Yeah, it is. It's a big deal. You cannot feed those boars in the lane stage, because then you just lose the lane, because they'll get to level 2 before you and can play really aggressive.
Yeah. On top lane, end up pulling the creep wave between the tier 1 and 2 tower. As your basic stuff for Tiny, who struggles to exist inside the lane, can't trade underneath it, and takes a lot of harass from creeps. As if he tries to trade for right clicks. Mid lane, it looks like it's a little bit in favor of the Storm Spirit. Like you mentioned, RRL, he's having a pretty good time. Sitting at... Actually, after you finish this creep wave here, it'll be 10-4 to 5-1, double the CS and denies.
Yeah, there's not much you can do when you have level 2 Flame Guard. The 220 will protect you quite a bit, but you really struggle level 1, because you literally cannot use the Flame Guard at all in the lane.
Yeah, the moment you try to walk at RRL, he just pops that static remnant and the shield disappears. He's got level 2 now.
Yeah.
But
the overcharge, or the overload rather, doing some pretty good work there. Nice harassment from RRL though, knowing he's going to try and pop that Flame Guard, ASAP, and ends up just getting a lot of right-click damage, and instead forcing Leo Style off the lane again, and he's up to 14-6.
Yeah, Leo Style tipping him for some reason, just absolutely bodying him in lane, maybe just a show of respect.
He was like, all right, I see your storm, I see it. You know what you're doing, sir.
Yeah.
Top lane. Oh, the tomato is it going to clap someone? It's debating. It's thinking about it. Get the clap, sir. Do it. It's not going to clap. Oh, it already clapped. That's why.
Bottom lane. Kits continuing to work on CS. The courier ends up going down. Sladen, he's about to find a second.
That feels good.
All right, not bad. 60 gold going to everybody on your team, and they're not going to be able to send items out for a little while either.
Dude, Sacred's taking so much damage in the bot lane. That Sorip, he gets level 3 now, so if that was level 2 Sorip, he might have been able to find the kill, but Sacred's salving back up. He's doing pretty good. How soon until Shu has to walk base is the thing, right? On Undying, he's run out of mana. He has a Clarity, but he has no Courier now. Looks probably he's gonna go for the Clarity.
That's probably just about now. Shu. He's got the board.
Mid lane, Leo Style, the wraparound from Sonic. This guy has set up so many kills. And he does it again. First blood for the Tiny.
Not bad. I mean, we saw him do this against Leo Style a number of times last game, but Leo Style ended up popping off anyway. But now so heavily CS. I mean, you got double now on Storm Spirit, and now first blood going their way. His game is definitely going to slow down. He's got the Flame Guard build, so he's able to recover and go into the jungle if he absolutely has to. He jungle a little bit quicker with this one, but still, Leo Style, he's used to getting a lot more out of the mid lane than this. Yeah,
absolutely. He's very much struggling. You are level 5 on RL, and he goes for the 3 points in the overload, which more damage. It's pretty sick. Leo Style definitely starting to struggle. I mean, I don't even want to say start. He's been struggling. 26-10, my lord. Bottom lane, Shu and Kits. Shu's going to take a lot of damage here, all for this boar. He's going to go down. He does give the last hit on the boar over to Kits, but I think, 169 gold, very nice number for the Brewmaster, or for the Beastmaster, is better than the 60 gold for that boar there. Top lane as well, they're able to chase down MJZ. Sonic has an avalanche. If he can close the gap, a nicely timed double crit. Able to pop that fairy fire. He's still running to Ogre, and the thing is, he knows he's gonna die, but it's just time wasted. And look at all of the space this Ogre is making.
He's outrunning both Sonic and Monster. He'll eventually clap him and they'll melee him down together, but
oh my lord, what a nuisance!
I thought you were in charge.
let's see what where the damage is. They almost managed to get RL. Sladen couldn't quite bring him down. He managed to get back. No power shot available. I don't think it'll quite finish him off anyways, and he's just gonna let him go. They might search for him over in this camp here, see if he ends up sticking around, but I think he realizes Storm Spirit. He's not going to end up giving up his lead that he ended up getting. 6 minutes, and Leo style, there's his recovery. He manages to find a double damage rune, so that's the price you paid for committing so much onto that Ogre Magi. Storm Spirit forced to walk all the way back to base at 330 movement speed.
And no one can contest the 4-minute rune, or the 6-minute rune. Monster top lane might be in some trouble here. Is MNZ just going to pop that Enrage and purge off that slow? He does have Earthshock in just a couple seconds. You're pretty quick on this guy, but not faster than an Ursa with Bloodlust. And Monster... Ooh! Yeah, okay, he's dead. One more auto attack from the Ursa, finds it, and this is where this lane gets really difficult. I mean, they picked this Brewmaster hoping that it's going to pan out, but they just immediately responded. Ooh, bottom lane, Tombstone does end up going down. Nice find there from Sladen, but you do find the Beastmaster, and I think that's all you wanted.
Right, comes in the mid lane.
Leo Styles DD, RL. I don't know about this one, sir.
He bottles back up, so he's got a little bit of mana to disengage. Leo Styles thinks about going for it, but he realizes Sonic's here with the assist, so he does have to get back. Respect the Storm Spirit here.
Overall looking pretty good. I mean, net worth wise, Ursa obviously at the top here. Almost level 7 to the level 4 of the Brewmaster. Monster having an absolutely abysmal start to this game.
Monster. I mean,
ooh, this Tiny coming in. I don't know if you have the damage for the Ursa, but maybe you can toss that Ogre back onto the tower. They do exactly that. He's going to pop that Drunken Brawler, but the nice stun, the body blocks from Sonic. This guy, they're not going to be able to get him again. Oh, man. Ogre, too dang tanky. He's invested all of his points out of intelligence into strength.
I mean, he's got an incredibly high strength growth rate for an int here at 3.5 per level. The guy just can't be brought down. Sonic, despite these amazing tosses, 8 minutes, Illusion Rune spawns, Storm Spirit gets it, and Leo Style, he's forced to get back, just Remnant away, in fact.
Yeah, with that Tiny showing his face there for a moment. If he gets... Ooh, nice tower deny from Monster. Kind of necessary, though. But if he gets that Avatos, the Storm Spirit might have been able to blow him up with those 3 points in Overload and the Static Remnant. But Leo Style just bases, comes back, full health, full mana, everything. He's feeling really good.
Yeah. I mean, I wanted to touch... Ooh, I want to touch real quickly on Monster and just not having such a good time in the offlane. This happened against Arkosh as well. The guy managed to accomplish tons despite not finding farm in that game. And, last game didn't go good for him either. Ooh.
Mid lane, some dukes out between the supports and... the two spirits, but just trading some HP. RL does have that illusion still bottled. The thing is like Kits is at least doing relatively decent on the Troll Warlord, and if he can get a Battle Fury around the same time as Ursa, well, he's not going to get it around the same time as Ursa, as he did not opt to finish the treads, and you do have this Wraith Band, so you are quite a bit behind Ursa on the way to the Battle Fury here. Nice Avalanche toss, looking for Sacred the Tombstone. It is down, doing some work, slowing him, but he's able to walk away thanks to that Bloodlust movement speed and MJZ. He's got to be careful. He's got these 3 zombie boys chasing him down. Another Whirling Axes. Kits with a great Shackle coming in from Sladen. Should be able to finish this kill eventually. Storm Spirit says, oh, he wanted to snipe it, but it's not going to go his way.
Yep. Leo Style thinks about joining the fray as well, but it's too far over. Sonic is sitting pretty low, though.
Yeah, they're going to try and go on him, but a great Shackle holding Storm Spirit in place. He's going to have to commit all his mana to Ball Lightning away, and now Sonic might have been baited. Little toss back, but Leo Style, oh, he has no Sleight of Fist. He went to those max Flame Guards, so no cooldowns.
Worried about the kill potential here that they have on 5-man mines. And again, if you end up not doing as hot in the lane, then the max flame guard build does help you farm a little bit quicker. Brewmaster all pop in the top lane.
He's going to be able to throw that Ogre into the air, and there's going to be the second boulder. If you can chase him down, it doesn't look like. He wants to go back, just get this... oh, he doesn't get the rune! Oh, that is unfortunate. And now, Monster, you do not have enough mana here to work with.
Wait, did he end up using both charges of it? Or is that
No, the Ags gives you the charge.
Yeah. My bad. Misread that one on the patch notes. That would be kind of ridiculous if you
Just start with two right away. Yeah.
Leo Style still struggling, but he's catching back up. He's sitting fourth here on the net worth, and Storm Spirit's actually fallen a little bit behind him. 500 net worth down. Just he's been going for kills, but he has been farming nearly as fast. So Leo Style taking advantage of this max flame guard build and this arcane rune because he's going to commit.
Yeah, I mean, he can do a lot of damage here on Leo Style, and he will finally pop that flame guard. But I mean, you did a lot more damage to this storm.
Yeah, and he'll just re-engage in another 11 seconds here.
Ooh, a nice slight chains into the power shot. RL's gonna have to base or like farm some creeps on his way back at least.
Yep. Nice job on Leo, zoning him out of lane. Imagine he'll pop his flame guard again as he's still got the arcane rune active.
MJZ on the Ogre is level 6.
Yeah, it's not so bad. We're 11 minutes in.
No, I'm saying that's pretty good. Like, considering he just ran around dying and like making space for an Ursa. He was borderline, you know, not sitting in lane at all. The Ursa's level 10 as a result, right? That's the big benefit you got.
Yeah. Speaking of, he's finally finished up his power treads and his battle fury, so he's sitting pretty far, 1,000 net worth up on the Troll Warlord right now.
Yeah, I mean, 12-minute Battle Fury treads is pretty darn good timing. He's also got the chipped vest, which is fantastic. Almost an engagement in the mid lane. Unable to find it. Sladen. Ooh, RL's looking for the rune, but there's no way you can go for that. A nice shackle as well. Leo Style's going to bottle up that invis, start using that regen pretty much immediately. They salve, and it gets popped right away. They will go ahead and top that bottle off thanks to the monster TP to the mid lane, and is now a 3v4. The question is, who do you go for? It looks like it's going to be the Ogre. Magi Shu pops that Fletch Goal and drops the Tombstone down, but Sonic falling super low. He will die to the Remnant, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Now, in comes MNZ. This is the guy you got to be scared of. You throw him into the air. You can't let him do anything. Want to take down this Tombstone here, but Shu wants to protect it. Another Cyclone.
He'll just end up getting the deny off next to auto attack that comes off. They dance around it. They try to get the last one.
Enrage comes out. He's going to be forced to jump forward. Now Leo Style searing chains onto the Undying. Does have a nice decay to give himself some HP to work with. They go ahead and pull Leo Style into the tower. They get the kill thanks to the avalanche. Sonic is back, baby. He's going to go ahead and toss back that Wind Ranger and set that up with a nice amount of burst magic damage. Falling super low, pops that wand, but cannot survive as Kits finds the kill. All right, some signs of life from 5-man Midas.
Yeah, things were looking pretty heavy in the favor of Thunder Predator there, but that fight managed to snag you almost a 1,200 XP swing and got about 1,000 gold going your way. Killing Leo Style was pretty important as well. He was starting to pull ahead of the storm there. But there was no buying back and coming into that fight because he had just Remnant base and, teleported the base and Remnant back out.
Ooh, Brewmaster, sorry, not Beastmaster. Beastmaster commits the roar. They find themselves a nice kill there in the mid lane, and turning that into a tier 1 tower would be a great objective for them. Dude, what do you think of this new Aghanim shard for Beastmaster? How weird is that thing? Have you read it? It gives you controllable hawks again rather than just sending them.
Oh,
but
dive bomb. I read that.
Yeah, and then they have like the random dive bomb, which just sounds worse than having the hawk there.
We've had something a little bit like that before. Do you remember the old tree protector? You put the sentinels in the trees, and they would die, stun people.
Troll Warlord's been found. He gets shackled. He does have the battle trance. He's going to pop it immediately, but Leo Style, he cannot get the roots. He's just getting kited, and then there's going to be a Remnant away. He turns his attention on over to Sladen, but the Wind Run doing too much work. In comes the big boy Storm, as he's going to be able to get a double killer for them, and MNZ focusing on Roche, bursts that bad boy down, and now Sacred Slowed down in some trouble. You don't have this primal split for another 2 seconds, but Shu, he's getting these decays. The flesh golem amping so much damage. There's going to be the avalanche, the toss. You can't reduce that cyclone, and oh my goodness, MNZ almost removed from the fight as they focus down the rest of them. RRL running low on mana. The toss back onto MJZ is going to finish off the Ogre. Can they get the first life of the Ursa? The avalanche, it will find it. I think it's time to back. You don't have a lot of mana to work with, but a big win once again for 5-man Midas.
Yeah, managing to take several of those heroes down and burn MNZ's Aegis immediately. The Cyclone actually was reduced. It doesn't work quite the same as the Yule Scepter there. It's like a non-dispel Cyclone thingy. Different mechanic. So he was held in the air for half the time because he did pop the Enrage first, but it didn't really matter. He was held in the air for long enough and wasn't able to wreak havoc with that Battle Fury when everyone was grouped up. So, nice play there by Monster.
Yeah, definitely. I just realized, did you see what they changed Ogre's 25 talent to?
Ogre Magi? The Fire Blast versus the 20% for a 1.5 second dash. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay, very nice, see?
Yeah, that is cool.
Not good. It's definitely not good. You'll 100% take the Fire Blast damage, but it's definitely funny. Mid lane, Ember Spirit's been found. The Avalanche, the toss, all the magic damage. Leo Style goes down once again. He's had back-to-back deaths now. Look at what him on the net worth. Where'd he go? He was towards the top. You're behind Storm now, sir.
Yeah, I mean, there's a pair that was 500 gold up on the Storm Spirit, now sitting 300 gold behind him. And it's going to be even worse than that by the time he actually manages to get out here. Actually, his Remnant won't expire. He'll just be able to pop that to the mid lane. Doesn't have to expend Town Portal Scroll for that.
Nicely done. So we are just rushing the Aghanim Scepter on the Brewmaster, giving him the 2 charges of the Primal Split, and then allowing him to cancel it from any of the Brewlings and return to that one. So rather than always going to your Storm Panda, or I'm sorry, it's Earth Panda, then Storm Panda, or then Fire Panda, then Storm Panda. Is that how it was in the past? I don't know. But top lane, Leo Style, nice root. Gonna hold them in place. You gotta be careful. Kits does have the battle trance, but the double multicast, he gets saved, they turn it around. MJZ, he's gonna have to run, and so will be gone on Sacred, but managed to get that kill. Troll Warlord falls in the end. Another tornado throwing that Windrunner into the sky, but I mean, this is just the team fight potential here is just way too much. Leo Style getting out on 90 HP, still running for his life, but Monster trying to close the gap. Gets the Purge, will remove that Flame Guard, but it's got nothing left.
Yeah, and they're not interested on taking this fight here. MNZ, he wants to finish his BKB before he jumps in. So fight after fight now going the way of 5-man Midas, and another up 14-7. Despite the fact that Thunder Predator has managed to keep the gold lead in their favor.
And they've kept it pretty even, but you know what they did? Sonic picks off Leo Style once again. He didn't think they had a ward, but look at this. It's right outside range. Sonic's Tiny has been instrumental to 5-man Midas winning these games, or like having a chance at winning. He was a big part of them winning the game against Arkosh, and here he is once again, absolutely owning.
Should have banned this one out. It was the highest impact in that last game, and he's about to take down another hero.
Yeah, they're just falling around the map one at a time, and they get some good jungle items. Philosopher's Stone and Dragon Scale now. Philosopher's Stone, I'm assuming they'll just put on Shu. It'd be pretty nice, and then that Dragon Scale, probably your Brewmaster, if I had to guess. Those are some great items. Oh, Troll's just going to keep the Dragon Scale for now.
Interesting.
They've really struggled on taking towers this road. They don't have anything on the side of Thunder Predator. Or against Thunder Predator, right? 5-man Midas, like they're working on this tier 1 top. It's the first tower they could potentially take. Whilst Thunder Predator has taken all 3 of the tier 1. So just doing better, I guess, as far as finding these objectives.
I mean, they've been playing very well. They've been getting these kills, but Thunder Predator has been making all of it happen on 5-man Midas' side of the map. So they haven't been able to get that much more map control. Because that MNZ has had tons of space to farm, so he continues to sit pretty far ahead of the Troll Warlord. That's going to start to turn around now, though. I think at this point, MNZ needs to start contributing to fights now that he's got this BKB.
They're smoking mid lane. They're like kind of pinging out Sladen, but they don't have the vision quite yet. There is a ward on the high ground that they know of, but they're looking into the jungle instead. Maybe just going to blow up this Ogre Magi. Leo Style, he doesn't want to walk into this. Sonic, he's going to get the vision, looking for the Ursa. He does have BKB, though, and on the backside shoot, gets a nice high ground tombstone. They cannot fight into this. We've seen over and over how good these things are. And there's going to be the primal split, chain stunning them down. Leo Style cannot take down the Undying. Roar comes out onto RL, but they have plenty of chase here. That bonus movement speed's only temporary. You'll be able to get 2 more. A fantastic fight once again for 5-man Midas.
Yeah, and the gold lead is negligible now, just up 1k net worth. So kill after kill going their way. I mean, look at these XP and net worth grabs here. There's littered with the green dots of 5-man Midas's kills. Monster getting focus fire down, but you don't even have a javelin here on Sladen.
Yeah, he should go down here because of the help of the Ursa. A nice find indeed. A little bit awkward for him to continue to stay down there in such a scary place on the map.
Yeah. MNZ still is pretty terrified, even if you manage to get a bunch of kills on your own side here. But Troll Warlord slowly closing this net worth lead.
Stupendous.
Battle Fury.
Never refuse.
Battle Fury, Sanj and Yasha doing the job. Ursa struggling to keep up here. By the way, speaking of Ursa, Dipper on top of him is absolutely adorable.
Oh, right. I love that thing. I wish I would have got it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, one of the hats I was not lucky enough to get this Battle Pass season.
It's very cute.
I think it's the only one I didn't get on, you know, classic Valve.
You'll be able to buy one eventually, right?
You can buy one in like a year, but I'll probably forget by that point, or I'll have something even better. Primal Split committed bottom, and they're wrapping around to the backside. He gets the D-ward on Sacred, but an avalanche toss. He's just going to get bursted down. He's going to get the roar off onto the Troll Warlord, but Shui drops the tombstone again, perfectly placed on the high ground. And now look at the zombie spawning. You've got to run a tornado holding this ogre in place. Leo Style able to clear up those tombs or those zombies thanks to that sleight of fist, but now you're going to lose the ogre. Another 2 kills. Here's the thing, though, Neff. You're getting these kills, but you keep losing objectives. Your tier 2's gone.
Your tier 2 is gone, and these kills, they've been on MJZ mostly. I mean, he's sitting at 1 and 8. He doesn't really care that he's going down as the Pause 5 Ogre Magi. I mean, again, you're managing to keep up with this Ursa's net worth, but I think it's just a little while until he manages to hit critical mass. Once he does, you're going to struggle to deal with him. He hasn't opted to activate this BKB yet, so in these fights, he's been getting hit by the tornado and being taken out. As soon as he pops his BKB, I think it's going to be a different story.
Yeah, I agree. Leo Style almost gets caught there in the mid lane, very close, but just baiting it out as he had a nice defensive remnant and a regen rune to boot. Yeah, that's my big concern is, you know, what happens when Ursa finally presses BKB and he's getting closer and closer to the Abyssal. They're going to walk onto the high ground. Monster, he has the Ags. He's just going to Primal Split immediately, and he's got to get these spirits out of here. A nice avalanche, a toss, a whirling axis, some serious slowing coming down here from the side of 5-man Midas, but another tombstone on the high ground. You can't fight into these. A roar does catch a troll. Is he going to be able to be kept alive? He does bash. He doesn't get the battle trance off, and now they're turning around. Sacred falling low. A nice vortex from RRL. The avalanches again from the Tiny doing some serious work, but he's able to make it down to the low ground. And now Monster, he's on the run. He does not have another charge for 70 more seconds. But he's pretty tanky. MNC trying to close the gap. He gets the bash. Triple kill for the Ursa. You know, Neff, you asked what happens when he presses BKB. We finally get some insight, it would seem. Oh, RL. He's out of mana. This is not where you want to be. He's got to be very careful. He's trying to throw his body at them as Sonic, but you've got 4 heroes wrapping around, and that is going to be a dead Storm Spirit. Oh, you are all by yourself, sir.
Sonic, he was thinking about going back in, might have been able to.
He's going to go for Sladen, 100%. Yep. he can pick off any of these heroes at low HP, but he didn't want to die in the process.
Yeah, if they stuck around like that, I think he could have gotten 2 of them with that toss avalanche combo. The Ursa kill would have been huge, but he will take the Wind Ranger as a consolation prize. They ended Storm Spirit's godlike spree as well. I mean, it went down for a lot of gold. Roshan not responding quite yet. That is the one saving grace of losing that team fight. It looks like it ended up being a max respawn time at the full almost 3 minutes.
Leo Style has an invis and just pops their dust. Oh my gosh, what is it called? A smoke? Can we talk here today? What's going on?
There.
It's my brain.
You're gonna be okay. Don't want to end up like Ricky, man. Come on, give yourself a little bit of a break after today. I know you've been working nonstop.
Yeah, you know, this is tomorrow's gonna be the first day I have a day off, and by day off I mean I don't work in the morning. Nice.
What do you mean, like 2 hours of sleep a night or something?
More than that. I'm getting a handful.
I see. Maybe 3 or 4 on a good day. But, gets, he needs this BKB of his own. He's getting kited up in these team fights. Last team fight, he just ended up getting perma-bashed. Didn't even get off the battle trance, right?
Yeah, that's the big deal. Is he did get the statuses from the Sanjin Yasha, but we know the SNY, status resist build is not as good as it used to be. You do have the 25% there, but it does not exist on Satanic anymore, and it does not stack with other forms of status resist from Sanj. So unless you get a Titan Sliver, that's all you're getting.
Yeah. Fair enough. I mean, it makes sense they changed that one around. I mean, we saw what...
Who had the Orchid? Leo Style picked up an Orchid on this Ember Spirit and ends up finding a really nice pickoff there, and it sets up for a second on top of Sonic just as Roche respawns, which is an absolute disaster.
I mean, this isn't an item you would normally ever see on the Ember Spirit, but it's so good against a number of heroes here. I mean, Troll Warlord's going to stop him popping his ultimate, it's going to stop Brewmaster, and it's going to stop Storm Spirit from getting away.
Yeah, this is a great Orchid game.
It makes sense. You would have rather been playing a Void Spirit or something like that, but, role play.
So we saw RL, he ended up going for the Electric Vortex Aghanim Scepter to pull everyone in. Now, in a lot of games, I feel like this is pretty good if you have follow-up, but I don't know where the follow-up really is on the side of 5-man Midas besides, just keeping Troll Warlord alive, right? Trying to CC as many people so Troll can get Battle Trance off. Like, that's about it, right?
Yeah. Troll, struggle to deal with anything this game. He's almost got his BKB. I don't know, man. This game is looking so hard for 5-man Midas. I'm struggling to figure out how they can come back here. I mean, you're gonna need some beautiful splits here and by the Brewmaster. He's got his egg in him scepter, but he's been working on the shard for the last little while.
Yeah, I mean, they've managed to close the gap quite a bit. Or they managed to close the gap quite a bit on the side of 5-man Midas when they were winning a bunch of fights, but it was never really going in their favor. And then one bad fight turns into a Roshan, and suddenly again you're at a 6K, about 7K, almost 8K gold lead. Right? It's just getting worse and worse, it seems.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this came down to whether this Ursa just activating that BKB the one single time that he has so far. When you can't throw him into the air, he ends up ripping through your team, and Orchid doing a lot of work because you don't have much to kite them other than that Cyclone on the Brewmaster. And Sonic, he's fallen off now too. I mean, a lot of the damage came out from him, but as the game goes on, you're not able to burst people with that Toss Avalanche combo anymore.
Yeah, you're right. That's one of the things that's struggles when if you are playing the 4-position Tiny, you can do a lot of work in the early mid game at trying to shut heroes down, but if that end early mid game is over and you start falling very far behind, the hero seems to fall off with it.
Cloak of Flames found by Sacred. He's going to hold on to this one. The extra magic resistance is going to go a pretty long way. He does have to worry about that coming out from the heroes on 5-man Midas. The burn damage feels pretty good as well, considering you're normally playing pretty far forward in these team fights. Gets the ceremonial robe.
Oh, he's going to take the ceremonial robe, isn't he? Oh, no, he's not. Okay. He's going to keep the Cloak of Flame. Someone should definitely use the Oh! You're kidding me.
What happened?
Do you see where Storm is? Storm literally just zipped in to the Beastmaster with his whole team behind him, and they paused as soon as the Storm vortexes the Beastmaster.
I mean, this guy's still in Ball Lightning. He vortexed while inside the Ball Lightning.
Oh my goodness. This is...
He's invulnerable.
Yeah, I know, but it's gonna, the question is, I think Storm just has to leave now. Their element of surprise is over.
I'm not sure that he can.
Do you think he's just gonna get Orchided from Leo Style? What's his cast range?
Leo Style is going to kill him without a doubt. He can go.
He doesn't even have vision of Leo Style.
So he can go maybe about as far as I just pinged with the 600 mana he's got left. And Leo Style is very easily able to close that gap with Fire Remnant and Slate of Fist.
Oh my goodness. This is as bad as it gets. They will be able to look onto the back line. They even lose Tiny. RRL goes down. They're going to go down on... Oh, he gets the BKB up, hitting that Battle Trance, but he pops the Enrage, and then you have 2 lives here on this Ursa. About to be 3 base because you have the cheese swapped in as well, and that's just going to be the end of the game.
That's got to be it. They can't do anything here. Too many stacks of that Fury swiped on the Ursa. The guy is absolutely... this guy is fucking... 21k net worth. And Troll Warlord, he's stuck at just 15 himself. I mean, it was only a matter of time.
Yeah, it really is. He's doing great.
Monster. No.
Oh, so close. Almost gets it off, but not going to happen. And they just continue the bashing. That's going to be it. Like, they're just too strong. Like you said, Ursa, he has 21,000 net worth here, 29 minutes into the game. He just crushed it.
Yeah, didn't even get a chance to use, well, I guess he did use it to the start of that team fight, but the Aghanim Scepter and Aghanim Shard there on Brewmaster, it didn't really come into effect this game. The 2 charges, I couldn't really feel. It felt like a little bit of a waste of money, but I'm not sure picking up different items would have won this for you.
RL with a nice, sick AoE Vortex, but again, there's just no follow-up damage. Your Tiny can go with an Avatos, but doesn't really matter. He even has the Shard, which gives your team the Electric Rave. So maybe that's the idea. Oh, no. He gets the Yules off. So RL, he might survive. No, the Roar just to make sure he goes down. Kit's on the run. Battle Trance in 3 seconds. But again, you still have this Aegis on the Ursa. It's not expiring for another 50 seconds. Oh, okay. There it is. There's your Void Bruling. Can they make some things happen here? They got to get at least 1 or 2 pickoffs. The Windrunner able to just kite this out, and now he's forced back into the base. Oh, Avalanche toss. You blinked onto the wrong person, sir. Pops the Enrage looking for the Troll Warlord. He has to Battle Trance, but the Enrage, the Yules, you can't do anything here, sir. Oh my gosh. He doesn't even get the first life. It's going to go down to Shu with that Soul Rip, but Brewmaster, he has a... oh, he gets sized by the Orc, and he's not going to be able to get the Brew split off. He needed 1 more second. Oh my goodness, the Abyssal Blade as well. Sonic dies in the base. That is everyone down, and the GGs finally come out as Thunder Predator will close out the second and final series of the day.
Yeah, nice performance by them. Not only winning this one, but their previous series 2-0 in the Movie Star Liga Pro Gaming. No hot day for them. Leo Style, he struggled in the mid lane at the start of this game, but Ursa just managed to pop off. MNZ did an amazing job. It was just a matter of him getting that BKB and choosing to activate it inside these team fights. After that, just so heavily in their favor. And win probability, while it did favor 5-man Minus's draft, they just couldn't keep up with the farm there on Thunder Predator.
Yeah, I mean, this is typical MNZ, right? We've seen him do this over and over again. If he gets space, he ends up just crushing the net worth charts, and he ends the game 13-0-7. I mean, we can look at player net worth the entire game. He is just so far ahead. Troll trying to keep pace, but it just doesn't really happen. Post 20 minutes, it just flatlines for him, and his team kind of starts falling off as well. And yeah, I mean, Troll, you're not a big fan of the hero. We have not seen it do well in this tournament at all, and it seems to be a recurring theme, I guess.
Yeah. So unfortunately for 5-man Minus, they are going to be knocked out of the tournament here. This will be the second match they ended up playing in the lower bracket. So this ends them in, this puts them in what, 5th to 6th place. They go home with $1,750. The BTS Pro Series 4. I did manage to snag Monster for a post-game interview. Unfortunately, we didn't get the chance against Arkosh yesterday. Just needs 2 minutes before he's ready, apparently.
Oh, okay. I mean, we're going to talk about the bracket here anyway. We are, 2 days into the lower bracket run tomorrow. We're going to be starting, I believe, with Sad Boys versus 4 Zoomers, which is going to be your upper bracket. 2 NA Giants going head-to-head, and then the lower bracket elimination game is going to be 2 South American Giants going head-to-head. Thunder Predator versus Beast Coast, and Thunder Predator coming off some really good games today, but so is Beast Coast. I mean, Beast Coast has been looking borderline unstoppable. They were top of the group stage, and unfortunately just got 2-0'd by Sad Boys, but other than that, they have been looking incredibly good. They 2-0'd Thunder Predator earlier in the tournament. They're going to see if they can do it again, but despite having the stand-ins, Beast Coast looking pretty strong. That's where we're at right now.
I am excited for this one, though, Ricky. I absolutely love these Beast Coast versus Thunder Predator games. Again, there's a bit of a grudge between these two teams, and that means it's all the more spicy when they play each other.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Always, always.
And I know that you are excited for the Boomers on Zoomer action.
Oh, yeah. Who wouldn't, man? It's a story. It's an epic storyline.
DNM has been doing an excellent job with these boomers, by the way.
He really has. Yeah, I mean, he's fitting in with the team really well. They're playing like they seem to be getting better as the tournament goes on. When it's something we talked about, like the Sad Boys lineup, they maybe didn't get to scrim or practice much before the team formed for this tournament, and they were a little shaky the first few days, but have just really excelled as the tournament has gone on.
Yeah. I was questioning how much they had managed to scrim beforehand, but I don't know. It's hard to say. Sometimes these teams, they scrim a little bit, then they start to hit their stride. Sometimes they just start playing together and they happen to mesh really well. I know that teams sometimes have this honeymoon period where everything seems to click together, and after a little while, things fall apart again. I'd like to see whether or not they continue to play together upcoming in this DPC here. I mean, you got a bunch of really big names here. There's some potential that everybody plans on going their separate ways and put together a potential stack for the DPC. But again, we'll have to see there. It's nice to see them all inside this tournament playing. Looks like Monster has just gotten back to me and we're ready to go. Going to drag him into the call.
Okay, let me go ahead. There's gonna be some Jerry production problems here. I'm gonna have to have him fix it, I'm sure, but we'll be fine. All right. Still fixed there. Whoop. All right. You're good.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, guys.
Everybody, win the open qualifier for the BTS Pro Series 4. You guys had an awesome run through the tournament. Do you have a webcam at all, or is that just not an option for this one?
Oh, I can't get him on screen anyway.
Okay. No worries, man. But yeah, welcome. Ricky, I'll let you start. I mean, I'm sure you have a bunch of questions. I've got a couple listed here, but one spicy one that I wanted to bring up. I think I mentioned to Monster before we started.
I'm sure we'll get around to that
I wonder what that could be.
Yeah, so I got a question for you. As an open qualifier team, like, did you guys get to scrim or practice at all, or was this kind of like a last minute stack? I'm sure you guys know each other a little bit from playing pubs and stuff, but how did this stack come around?
So we basically didn't scrim until like a week before. We're like, oh, you guys want to play this? Okay, we'll play this, and then we played open qualies and made it through. So yeah, I don't think there was that much. I didn't even know my Post 4 and 5 before the tournament, so
there you go. The classic NA stacks. That's what you hear.
Really?
Yeah, that's the everyday NA.
So you beat two pretty good teams on your way here. There was a Rod Rock, which is the A and B stack. I mean, that one plays in absolutely everything. And then you beat No Pangolier. Were you expecting to beat No Pango on your way here?
Yeah, but I was expecting them to be in the finals.
Interesting.
To be honest.
Happen to be in the same side of the bracket as them. I guess it's just a little bit different system that EPOL's had than Face It, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think for this one, it's a lot more stacked in the top bracket, and because SA and NA have their different brackets, I think it's a good thing for us because I think the SA bracket's much more competitive.
Yeah, I mean, Infamous was in that, and that would have been a hell of a match. I'm surprised that Jaguares ended up getting through there.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't actually watch the game, but it's just like, oh, these guys beat Infamous? Oh, they must be pretty good.
Let's talk about your run through the actual group stage and then the tournament here. You had some hit and miss moments. Arkosh, I want to bring up first of all. Were you expecting to beat them? Do you think that would be an easy match? Do you think you 2-0 them? How do you think that one was supposed to go in your mind?
So during the group stages, we weren't even really sure what we were trying to draft. We're kind of like using it as a substitute for scrims. We were just like, oh, no one gets eliminated in group stage. Like, okay, we can use these to figure out like what we're actually trying to do. And so I think we didn't expect to get 2-0'd by Arkosh. I can tell you that, at least in the group stages. But it looks like we were able to recover from that later on. So yeah, maybe it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, you ended up beating Jaguares 2-0. I thought that one could have gone either way. I'm surprised you guys didn't end up winning more games in the group stage, though. I did think they probably had that same problem on Sad Boys where they just kind of threw together the stack, I was thinking, and you guys might be able to take some games off of them because of that. But I think you just with a little bit of practice, I'm sure you guys would have done a little bit better instead of this tournament, I think.
Maybe in the future. Maybe in the future. Maybe we'll play together for longer than a month, but that's hard to say because we're all NA.
Oh, and second last question before I get to the spicy one. DPC, do you guys have any plans for that one?
I think so. I think we'll probably keep most of the same players around for DPC. Not sure yet, though. Can never really be sure.
There's a lot of spots, right, in the NA region available for teams, right? So if you guys can, it'd be worth it, most likely.
How many slots are there? I'm actually not.
8 Division 1 and 8 Division 2.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, maybe we can have one of those.
And now the spicy question, which I was hoping that you'd have a camera on. I told you to find your old jersey. This actually isn't your introduction to competitive Dota. A number of years ago, you were on a lesser-known team, Team YP. Can you share some details about that one? I'm not sure how much trouble I'm going to get in for even bringing this one up.
Oh, dude, pretty sure the sponsor got banned from all Valve.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Don't bring it up. Don't bring it up if it's banned from all Valve.
I'm just looking out for you, but yeah.
That's a yikes. I had no idea.
Yeah, it was a good ride.
Yeah, it was a good ride. You can talk about your time on the team, though, I'm sure.
Somehow got a lucky win into one LAN and then disbanded within 3 months. Not that big of a deal. Yeah. Just a small thing.
Typical NA, like you say.
So the jersey is an NA Dota relic, in my opinion. If ever get a chance to see that, does it just say YP on it?
It just says YP. They didn't even bother to slap our names on the back.
I see. Discount jersey. But thank you for hopping on. I'm looking forward to you guys playing together potentially in DPC. I'm sure you'll be able to snag top 8 if you could get into this one. I mean, it's a top 8 for North America and then a tier 2 division as well.
Yep.
I mean, you guys had a pretty good run.
Yeah, cool. We'll try our best to get into that. And thanks for having me and casting our games.
Yeah, before you go, is there any shout outs you want to give? Anyone you want to say thank you to, say hello to?
Shout out to my teammates for playing some good Dota, even though we got 0-2. Did our best.
You got 0-2 by Thunder Predator. Keep your heads up. You know, this team is pretty incredible. They are one of the best teams in the region. So
shout out to MJZ Dota.
Yeah, seriously.
Good player.
Very good player. All right. Thank you so much for coming in for the interview, Monster. You enjoy the rest of your day. Probably go experiment with the patch now that you don't have scrims.
Yeah, cool. Thank you, guys. See you around.
Take care. All right, Neff, we did it. We've made it through another day here on the BTS Pro Series Season 4 Americas, but we've got more Dota to come. 2 more days remain. We have the upper bracket finals tomorrow between Sad Boys and 4 Zoomers, also known as 4 Boomers versus 4 Zoomers, and then Beast Coast versus Thunder Predator for the lower bracket elimination series, and then we have the last day semifinals and grand finals. It is sure going to be a blast. All 4 teams remaining are absolute beasts, no pun intended, but guess what? You know something very interesting? These are all 4 teams from the top 4 of the group stage. Just
interesting.
It's who would have guessed? It's very rare, I think, in tournaments that you don't have like a top, team like somehow blunder their way out of a tournament. But here we are, the top 4 from the group stage: Beast Coast, 4 Zoomers, Sad Boys, Thunder Predator, all still remain, and they're going to be fighting for the victory for first place here at the BTS Pro Series. But that's going to do it. Neff, any final words for the viewers before we call it a night?
Thank you for everybody. Thank you to everybody for joining us today. There's a little bit of a delay because Thunder Predator is playing nonstop games. These guys don't rest. It was pretty fun. Unfortunately, we do see the open qualifier team from NA drop. I'd love to see them get a little bit further, but with a little bit more time, maybe we'll see a performance out of them DPC like we talked about.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that being said, big shout out to Monster. Thank you guys so much for keeping us energized all day long and making it through the tournament, because it has been a hell of a tournament and a lot of fun. We are enjoying every moment. And we will be back tomorrow, same place, same time on the BTS Pro Series Season 4. We'll see y'all then. Have a good night.
Did I tell you, John, I had 8 games yesterday when the patch came out. I won 1 of those 8 games. 7 of those were losses. I had 2
Wow.
Techies games, both of which were on my team. I had 2 games with the Squirrel on it that we lost somehow. I wasn't playing. And then the rest of the games, I was against Hoodwink. And we lost. It didn't feel good, John. It did not feel good at all.
Yeah. Well, I'd have to say, you've fallen prey to the greatest mistake that a lot of us make. You never go into a fresh patch and expect anything good, and that's your fault. I have to say, we've been through this so many times, Mike. you should know better by now. If you want to keep your MMR, don't go in on fresh patch days. Stuff happens, man. Stuff happens.
All right. Well, the Void Spirit now comes out for TNC, which kind of makes me think now, is it going to be an offlane Viper, right? Because we've seen KP, he really does enjoy playing this offlane Void Spirit quite a bit, and I could see him going down that route. Otherwise, of course, you can throw it to Armel, and he'll take care of it. Either way, very flexible kind of mid and off lane now. And Void Spirit's one of the ones that kind of got a very interesting arcane, oh, excuse me, not arcane, but Aghanim shards. You get the extra portals now when you dissimulate, if I remember correctly. Yep. Which kind of makes it so now you have even more mobility, I would argue. As we do see Team Dog go back to the Arbed Storm Spirit, which is going to be very strong for them. And forgive me, John, I don't actually remember what Storm Spirit's shards do now. I haven't had the pleasure of playing against or with it yet. Do you happen to know? Have you got a browser up to check? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's got the rave. He's got the rave, so he can give everyone a charge of Overload, 3 charges of Overload and an AoE around him, last 12 seconds, and it passively gives the Storm Spirit 40 attack speed. So it's a nice pickup. Probably not a rush item unless you really value like 40 attack speed. 3 Overload charges for your entire team is pretty nice though. So I'm not sure if you're gonna slot that in immediately at the 20-minute mark as Storm. We tend to see the build up into Bloodstone, so Kaya Bloodstone. You tend to see maybe an Orchid, maybe Yules, into usually a BKB. If you bypass a BKB, you rush the Ags or something else. So it's a bit tight. Could be possible if you're off to a good start. Could be good to come back as well if your team can back you up. In here, you've got Morphling who will benefit from it, Enchantress who can sort of benefit from it. So there are some good options there for that Rave. Not sure if you'd want it. Compare that to Void Spirit, you pointed out, Dissimulate with the Outer Ring. Much harder to catch that Void Spirit when he does Dissimulate out. So gives you more options for movement there. I'd say overall, this Storm pickup here from Team Dog, on top of, the shards coming into play, doesn't have too much control to worry about. Like, what do you have in TNC? You have Remnant from Void Spirit, which isn't the most reliable, and this is a very slippery hero in the Storm. So TNC's got to put extra work in to catch Abed Storm out. Looks like he is very comfy picking it here now. You do see the banouts as well. TNC do take out the Darkseer and the Tide, and Team Dog are taking out more core safe laners. The Alk and AM taken out, so it's going to be an interesting way to close out these drafts. Team Dog looking like they still need their off lane here.
Yep.
And it should be the Ice hero.
You know what I'm liking right now, John?
Yeah.
Something, and it was banned out anyway, so we're not going to get to see it. But Tide offlane seems kind of broken again.
Yeah.
Have you seen this shards upgrade he gets?
Yep.
I tested it earlier. That was my last pub game today. Man, it's a lot of fun. Like going right click, anchor smash Tide. It's just stupid how broken it is once you get the shards up.
It is. I think the thing with the Tide shards was that right click Tide was always sort of a thing as well.
Right.
In the past patch, right? Like we saw Masaros. Yeah, he used to build Desolator. In fact, if you were winning and you needed more physical, you go Deso anyway. So this just makes it win so much more. Probably not a pickup at 20 again, but it's definitely a pickup in the game. Team Dog do close out with the Bat Rider, and TNC do go with a Slark. So, interesting way of closing out these drafts. The Bat, of course, not going to enjoy lassoing the Slark, but everyone else is fair game here. Gabby's Slark, it's one of those heroes that does enjoy a strength morphling. You can kind of rip away, take some stacks up, start to build up some more agi on your end to really take these fights, but they still have this control issue. So you have Remnant and Pounce being it for TNC. There's a lot of ways for Team Dog to slip in and out. They've got a Storm and a Morph. These are highly mobile. Even a Bat Rider might be a bit hard. So TNC's got to work extra hard to keep these heroes locked in place. They've got to win their lanes out. They've got a Viper, Pango, Undying, and a Void Spirit. These heroes are very dominant in the early game. They need to play to this fast pace and shut down Team Dog before their Morphling and Storm can find farm here.
Absolutely. Of course, I gotta say shout out to the Twitch chat, John. They're going off right now. I see a lot of dog eats cat. Sorry, not dog eats duck spam going on. So obviously we've got a lot of fans from both sides, both ends of the spectrum. And, well, I look forward to it, John. I mean, based off draft, who do you think does have an advantage going into game number 1?
Oh, I would say Team Dog. I like their draft a lot more. They've got the Storm Spirit. They've got this Morphling for IYD. The hold of TNC just doesn't give me much confidence. You've got Pangolier roll. You've got Remnant from the Void Spirit. You've got Pounce from your Slug. That's it. None of them are the most reliable. They do have really strong lanes, but they will have to really win out here fast. Team Dog, if they fall flat in these lanes, you give TNC an edge. It might be hard to find a space out. You're talking about Morphling that needs farm, Storm that needs farm, and a Bat Rider that'll also need some space to farm up. So it can be a bit dicey if they fall too far behind. I think if you draw out these lanes, it will favor Team Dog going into that 10 to 15 minute mark. TNC definitely just need to get themselves an advantage. I'd say if they're like 3k ahead at 10 minutes into the 15-minute mark, if they maintain that 3k lead, they're in a really good spot. But if they don't find that, they run out of time fast.
Well, let's see how it all pans out. Game number 1 of the upper bracket final between TNC and, of course, Team Dog is set to begin. And I look very, very forward to seeing how this one does pan out. Of course, we have to have the question answered. Do dogs really eat ducks, John? We're about to find out. Ducks can be dangerous. In fact, in some parts of Australia, John, this is a true story, by the way. The university I used to go to, back when I was living in Melbourne, they had a big pond where there was ducks. And if you tried to feed or chase the ducks, they would chase you back. Literally all the way back to your apartment or your housing at the uni. They would literally chase you. And bite on you, by the way. So,
oh, that's unfortunate. And they're still going on. So it's just some context on the all chat as well. They did receive a timer, a penalty, a level 1 penalty here on the side of Team Dog, because Afu took a while. I said Afu had to be in the hospital. He was in an accident, and he comes at the last minute. Everyone rejoiced at the miracle of Afu. And apparently, I don't know what he contracted. He says easy COVID. Stay safe, guys.
Yeah, stay safe. But if you are Fu, obviously you just get over it straight away. So no need for him. Took a hospital visit for about, a minute or two and came back completely cured. Fu was the cure all along.
Yeah, that is good news for Team Dog if they manage to maximize that. Still, looks like an even rune start. KP grabbing 2. They will at least start with an early tri lane here, TNC. Clumping up top. Look at Febby and Tims camping around the tree line. And IYD spots them, though. So they're aware. Tims takes a couple of hits. They might see Febby come out. Still have the opportunity, but they really have to get the damage in. No control means they just have to nuke them down fast here.
I mean, with the Viper, you can get it done. Paulson, he may be a bit overextending, or maybe not. They don't want that target. KP has yet to skill up anything as well. Generally, you'd opt to go for the Nether Toxin rather than the poison attack to try and push out the wave as the Viper. But for now, KP is just holding on to a skill point to see what he can abuse this lane. And it looks like, of course, we have the TP out. Tims is going to go for the creep pull back behind that tier 1 tower. And he might just take this creep wave to just try and get his own level 2. Which is absolutely fair enough, because the Pango is somewhat useless up until he does have the lucky shot up. And yeah, it looks like he is going to take it. Meanwhile, Paulson was being chased down by KB, but KB now, he'll just try to be as disruptive as possible, while his POS 4 is getting an extra level. In fact, he's going to be forced to TP out. He does get caught out of position all the way back to the fountain for KP. So a bit unfortunate for him. He actually sells his Sage's Mask and goes for a Windlace instead. So switching it up very early on here for this Viper.
Yeah, it's an interesting way of playing that lane. Again, it looks like they will just prioritize Tims for the most part, so your Pango is still going to get him level beats up and going. Still, we've got some time. Taking a look down mid, the Spirit Brothers showdown. Void Spirit versus the Storm. Looking like Armel is finding a little bit more early on. Does have really nice wave clear with a Resonant Pulse. Blocks out Abed's opportunities to harass. Abed still has the static remnants to play with in the Overload, but looks like he is taking it safe. Armel has been really good in the offense. So the slightly slower start for Abed could mean some issues if he doesn't get relief, especially when those power runes come out. Team Dog will have to at least get their supports out in a timely manner to secure those runes, as if you give Armel a really nice rune here, he could just overtake while Abed doesn't hit that level 6 mark.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the same thing goes for both of them right now with those power runes. And, well, that's one thing that was never really changed in the new patch thus far. The power runes still just spawn the exact same way, and it's kind of based on RNG, who does get the rune. I have a funny feeling, John, that there should be a bit more of a minor patch coming out with maybe a map change very, very soon. And that'll probably be one of the changes that does come out. However, top lane policy does get pretty low. He is going to survive as now Arfu does rotate back onto KP. This Viper going to be in massive trouble. In Your Dream is going to be able to pick up the first kill of the game. In fact, they'll even go on to Tims now. And poor old Tims is just going to have to try and swashbuckle away. But they do get the main target, which is going to be KP's Viper.
Yeah, and it's going to be a slightly slower start. This sort of sacrificial start he had is starting to bite him in the bum. Tims is still getting EXP. You are sacking your Viper here. This rotation out from Afu is also because that you're at the point where Ice down. Bot is just able to solo. Like, there's not much Undying can do against a solo laner. Sure, he can stack decays up, but you're also not getting as much value. Decay is a lot costlier to cast out now as well. So Ice is just getting what he wants. He might not be the most farmed in the offlane, but he's getting the EXP, and that's all you really need. So you just enable this Tiny to go around early, and look at Afu, he's already down mid, trying to get some relief off onto Abed, just forcing Armel to walk around as well.
Oh, nice steal on that haste rune, Afu. He got really lucky that it was a haste, but it was a very nice steal away from Armel. Of course, Armel would have really liked that rune for himself, as the haste would really kind of activate his gank potential once he does hit level 6. Meanwhile, bot lane, Ice, he's getting very low on that Batrider, but he is going to be able to just walk away and just abuse that Firefly movement speed just a little bit. That being said, Gabby, he has had a pretty tough laning stage so far in the Slark, only 14-7. The Ice is still finding himself ahead on the Batrider as we speak. And it's going to be really good news. I mean, you already kind of pointed this out for Team Dog, but these lanes, apart from maybe the mid lane, are going very well for this Team Dog side. And even that mid lane, I mean, he's a little bit behind, but Abed is not that far behind.
Yeah, they're still getting stuff off the map. Abed's still able to sort of play catch-up. Again, barely a wave behind. Saw Paulson being tagged down a bit, but they do manage to grab an even amount of bounty runes each side. So not many scuffles over that,
KB,
although...
he's been caught out here, Arfu. Gonna spot him out. Tims will be around with Febby. They're gonna try and rush the Tiny, but they have no way to cancel a TP. And this is something you mentioned in draft, is they are very, very limited in what they can do. If someone just TPs away, you're either going to need Gabby there, or you're going to need Armel there, until KP has a rod of ATOS up, which he is working towards. But that's going to take a bit more time.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit slower for KP in this farm. He's got a tri-lane going again. They're trying to relieve the Viper of pressure. They understand that they can't do anything to Ice, but this might cost them. Look at Afu's position. Really far back, but he isolates one.
He does. Tim's going to be in danger. Soul Rip is going to come out, and Tims will just go for a quick TP away, and he is going to be just fine. Meanwhile, the mid lane, they're fighting over that 6-minute power rune. Abed, can he make it in time? It looks like Arfu is going to be there to take it again, and he will. Febby unable to swipe it away from him, and now poor old Armel going to be very low, but Arfu is unable to break the distance. And so Armel will be able to survive another day. But things are getting very heated in this mid lane, and Arfu may be able to sneak his way in. He does have a mango for the Avalanche toss combination, so he has enough to run it. And if he does connect the Avalanche toss, I believe that may just be enough. But it's not going to be there. He'll leave it be for now. The invis is starting to run out. And maybe go down to the bot lane where Ice needs a bit of help. In fact, he might just be dead. Sticky Napalm, not going to be enough. Gabby is able to pick up a kill by himself on that Slark. And that's something Gabby was starting to desperately need.
Yeah, it's that Slark versus Batrider matchup that's not really nice for Ice. I mean, he can still sustain the lane as a ranged hero with Napalm spam. But Gabby at 6... with the Shadow Dance available, with higher levels of Dark Pack, can just take away a lot of the presence of Ice. So it's at that point where Ice might be treading on thin ground, might just want to consider constantly creep cutting, getting some camps up. You are getting some good stacks out here with your supports out of that lane though. Paulson has worked that top jungle really well, looking at a good amount of stacks to clear out down the line. So the cores will get a good gold injection, and that is something that we talked about Team Dog's lineup needing. You do need that initial injection here on Abed and on In Your Dream, and Abed's already getting started. Just a huge amount of gold that will fly out to him, rushing his Orchid out. And once you have that in a timely manner, so much more control comes out here for Dog.
Well, that bot lane, Ice just avoided a gank. So Febi's smoke was broken, so they couldn't really close the gap on the Batrider. So Armel, he's going to go into the mid lane instead, where he'll spot out Arfu. He does have that level 7, so he wants to make a play right here, right now, and he does make the double jump in. Arfu is going to die to KP, it looks like, and he does. Ice, he was around the area, but he doesn't really have the lasso skilled up right now, and even if he did, I don't believe he would have made the jump in.
Yeah, it's a good movement out. Finally do find some punishment out. Not the biggest target to take, mind you, but this does stall out our Tiny's timing at the 6. Our Tiny's blink timer as well. That is really important even for the supports. So a little bit more waiting has to be done here for Afu. This is buying out so much space for Abedo. He's just playing in that jungle perfectly. You are seeing TNC kind of give that investment to Armel as well. Like, after that kill, he's clearing out his own stacks. He's got his urn ready, along with his bottle, so he is just looking to be active. They might be eyeing Paulson down bot for that, as they're in position.
He's got the Orb of Corrosion now on Gabby, and they jump in. Paulson going to be in danger, and he just gets blown up. Mel going to be there with the follow-up damage, and of course, with Max Dissimulate, you do tend to do quite a bit of damage. So it's a nice little combination there with the Slark, because you can almost guarantee you land the Dissimulate with the Pouncer. Armel with an Arcane Rune could keep going around, but it is going to wear off. Still, Arfu now does show himself in the mid lane. He's going to be safe for now by that tier 1 tower, and I mean, you talked about Arbed farming really well in that Storm Jump, but In Your Dream, he's farming even better. TNC, I mean, they must know this is happening. It just seems like they don't really have an option as to slow them down yet.
No, they lack the hold to punish a Morphling. They don't have a Spirit Vessel up yet, so they're going to have to wait for Armel to get that upgrade on first, which means that they're just going to allow In Your Dream to do this. They are starting to get a little bit of that same space for Gabby. We're seeing In Your Dreams lead slightly about 300 gold above, so it's not a massive lead by any means, but you're not seeing that massive lead we expected TNC to try and get yet.
Bounty Rune going to go the way of Arbed up at that top lane. In Your Dream going to try and fight out with Tims a bit, but he's going to waveform away. Still Tims does swash into the Rolling Thunder. In Your Dream may have gone a bit too far. The Viper Strike comes out as well. He needs to try and survive. The break is there. In Your Dream trying to tank it, will waveform away, but KP is going to keep the chase up. It's just not going to be enough, however. The Strength Morph is more than enough to keep him up, and meanwhile, mid lane, Mel's going to be in danger. Arbed does get one more attack in, and Arfu is going to be able to toss Armel up, so Arbed can finish off the kill. And that's a big, big shame for TNC. They miss out on the Morphling kill, and they lose Armel in the process.
Yeah, they needed Armel up there with a Spirit Vessel for additional DOT to finish up In Your Dream. Again, ideally, you'd want the full upgrade, not just the urn. It's still a long way off. You can see Armel is queuing up that Spirit Vessel upgrade out, but he is just a bit too slow. He needs to find a couple more kills. You are seeing Tim step up to the plate, but again, just with Rolling Thunder, you just don't have enough lockdown.
Mel, he's going to miss the Aether Remnant. Eventually, it does connect onto Paulson, but so he wanted to try and make the play onto Arbed.
Ice?
Meanwhile, Ice, mid lane does get a nice lasso off onto Tims, and it's going to be another nice, easy kill. And the way this game's going so far, Team Dog, they are really starting to take over. You've still got Gabby farming up nicely in the back, but it's a Slark versus Morphling Storm. It's a very, very tough matchup for the Slark later on.
It definitely is. It's a lot of pressure on Gabby if he does want to go for this late game situation. He might be able to find a nice kill, but it looks like Paulson knows better. They do apply good pressure mid. It is defended, so we're not seeing any tower trades taken yet. We're past the 10-minute mark, so this is a bit slower than before. We tend to see tier 1s gone earlier on. Gabby gets a nice snipe, but
Abed gonna try and make the jump onto Gabby. Dark Pack gonna be expended, and there's your Shadow Dance. He doesn't want to risk anything with this Storm at the moment. And luckily for him, Abed did not have the Orchid up yet, but he will very, very soon. And that's gonna be the point where if you're Gabby, you start to shake it a little bit, as you are gonna lose this mid-tier 1 tower. And Abed is ever so close now to that Orchid being up. And assuming you get the Dark Pact off preemptively, you're going to be fine. But if you don't, and that silence does come out, you are just going to be gone as Gabby.
And right now, TNC using this downtime to just farm up that jungle. They're playing around that top jungle really well. They haven't really traded for a tower, though. Like, again, their mid-tier 1's gone. They're going to look for the top tier 1 instead. Not the biggest objective for Dog to drop. They've already taken that bot tier 1. So they're already one step up. They maintain a 3k lead as well at 30 minutes. We talked about the timings TNC needed to hit. They wanted to be 3k ahead before the 15-minute mark. So still not finding that start with their lineup. They are closer and closer towards this route of Atos on KP that was pointed out. So once that's up, maybe you get more control. The Spirit Vessel is only lacking the recipe as well. So you've got some good item spikes here for TNC. The issue then is they've got to find In Your Dream. In Your Dream, he's playing that triangle. He was playing in the bot jungle. He does have his Eagle song up, so he's just lacking the Ghost Scepter for his shotgun. Once you have that, he's going to be nuking people down as he wishes.
Ice gonna run into Armel. They do get the Aether Remnant. Ice just gonna go for a TP out, and they can't stop it. They cannot stop it. And John, these item timings from Team Dog, they are coming online way too quick. Orchid up at 13 minutes. You've got the Blink Dagger coming out on Arfu in about 30 seconds. He just needs to take a creep camp out. It's going to be a very kind of terrifying next 10 minutes, as that Orchid Blink is going to be a real nuisance to TNC. As now Abed going to get the Orchid off, and Armel has no way to purge it off. They get the Vortex, Ice will commit the lasso, and it's all well worth it to kill off Armel on that Void Spirit. So he's kind of the beating heart of TNC in this game right now, and well, his game is not going that well. He just got a Spirit Vessel, but is not going to be able to abuse it quite yet. And the way this is going for TNC, it starts to feel like most of this game is going to be on Gabby's shoulders.
Definitely is feeling that way. They do smoke up, but this is without Armel. It's a really awkward smoke without your Void Spirit. I'm not sure what they hope to accomplish.
I believe it's
drawing a
smoke,
line
John.
up. Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, we've already seen the issues, right? If you drag KP, Tims, and Febby, they just TP out. You literally can't stop it. Like, maybe with the Aetherus.
Gabby's got a Diffusal Blade. He's going to run into Polison. Get stunned up for a second, but they are going to get the kill. That was the Diffusal being shown to the side of Team Dog, as now Armel misses another Aether Remnant, and the Remnant in by Abed. Straight onto Gabby. They'll get one. Onto KP. They'll get another. And they know where Tims is. They're a bit low on mana on Abed. Tim's going to try and juke them out here on the Pango. But instead, you just go after the Tombstone. No reason to chase down the Pango when you can just get free gold safely like this for Abed. Yeah, a lot of misses for Abed, but he does eventually get the kill. That's a 5k net worth lead though, John. Team Dog, they're well and truly off.
They really are. The TNC draft needs to find something within the next, I'd say, 10 minutes. If you reach 25 minutes with this deficit, it's all down to Gabby. And you see what happens when Gabby shows up. Like, yeah, he finds a support kill with his Diffusal. He needs a lot more than that. He's going to need a BKB this game, if not a Lotus Orb, or not the Lotus, Lincolns or something, just to block one instantaneous piece of control.
Well,
but it's just such a dicey spot for him now.
Yeah, he's going to need it ASAP, John. In Your Dream's got a shotgun up now. That's a quick Ethereal Blade on In Your Dream, and that is going to spell more problems, as again, the item timings from Team Dog are just coming out way too quick. And now mid lane, KP trying to farm up is just going to get bursted down. He can't survive the Orchid damage, I don't believe. However, Abed getting low, but Tims could not make it in time, and the TP away from Abed is going to be good. They'll at least kill off Arfu on the Tiny. It's just not a worthwhile trade, as you did have to give up your Viper for that.
No, it's a huge win for Dog. They're constantly building up. We've seen what happens when Vipers fall behind. They tend to take the backseat and farm. That does allow them to take the mid-tier 1, but maybe even find a skill in Paulson.
Well, Soul Rip's going to come in. Gabby, a nice pounce in, and Paulson is going to go down. Arbed unable to help out, but now Ice is going to be around the corner. It looks like they're not really that interested. I don't think Paulson really minds dying that much as your position 5 Enchantress. And I think for Gabby, although he is getting these kills, he probably definitely wants something a bit more valuable than the position 5.
Yeah, definitely. He's getting some permanent Agi stacks though, so no matter what, at least you get some stat value there for the Slark. He is going for this SNY build as well, so again, orienting himself in that mid-game-ish or early-late game part of the game, and should still find a good timing on the SNY. We're seeing Gabby sort of keep up with In Your Dream. He's not falling too far behind, just about 1.6 gold behind, so it's not too bad yet, but TNC, the impact you're seeing from KP is starting to diminish. We haven't even seen the effect of Atos fully. Like it's been there for so long, but it hasn't led to anything substantial just yet. The Spirit Vessel for Armel has been sitting at 4 charges. They just have never been able to rotate onto In Your Dream, and that's the target they want with a Spirit Vessel. So it's just a missed item if they're not finding these kills that they want.
Well, Gabby, he knows Ice is in the tree line somewhere. Tim's going to join in. Does connect with the Swashbuckle, but Ice is going to throw out a Flame Break, and they give up on the chase. He is just way too quick with these Boots of Travel and the Faded Brooch there. Even the Windlace on top. It's just such a fast Bat Rider at the moment. Meanwhile, they've got to kind of pay some attention to this mid lane as the tier 2 tower is going to start being attacked. Looks like KP is there on defense duty, while TNC, or the rest of them, are going to find out In Your Dream, but can you burst this Morphling down? It looks like the answer is probably going to be no, but they might just give it a shot. Loop around into the triangle. Again, spotting out this Morphling. Gabby, he's going to sneak in. Does get the pounce off. They disarm him as well. In Your Dream does actually get bursted down. A very nice kill. Can they find any more? Not quite, but that is a very valuable one to pick up.
Yeah, just rather unfortunate for Team Dog, but that was what TNC's been looking for I'd say, the entire past 9 minutes since they got these early item pickups. So they find a big kill they want. They do manage to get a good amount of gold rolling their way. That was a 600 gold swing towards TNC. So a good injection there, but they leave themselves vulnerable. Look at this, Team Dog. They are smoked up now.
That they are, but Arfu going to have his smoke broken, and TNC, they still have the high ground. So they have the advantage here going into Arfu. It's going to be a nice, easy kill. And great presence of mind there from TNC to continue to hold that high ground and read the smoke rotation. However, Ice, Lasso, not going to be up. The Glimmer Cape is there from Gabby. He does Lasso up Tims instead. Going for the easy kill, but the chase is still on the pounce. Ooh. It does not connect. Gabby just kind of flew right past him. Is now towards the top lane. Arbed going to go after Armel, but he will just dissimulate away, and he should be alright, or maybe not. He's used both his astral steps. But Arbed is not going to continue this chase as KP's around now. Rod of Atos going to come in. Gabby, no pounce out yet. It was on cooldown. They do miss out on a very valuable kill on the Storm Spirit, but I suppose for TNC, they'll probably just be satisfied that Armel survived that initiation from Arbed.
Yep, it's a good save out for Armel. Really 4-4 there for Arbed. You can see that he's trying to apply as much pressure as possible while he's got this huge boost on his Storm. You are starting to see some catch-up from TNC. Armel, in comparison to Arbed, is just about 1,000 gold behind, so he's not lagging too far behind. The biggest issue for TNC is KP, but this is a Viper. And KP just needs to slowly build into these aura builds. We tend to see still only holds a hood though, but they do smoke up once more. They don't have any major cooldowns here in TNC, so they can keep running.
Well, they run straight into Ice. It's a nice pick off to get, and the run of Atos is going to be up from KP, and that'll mean Team Dog will lose another. That's some gold that KP desperately needed on this Viper. And with that, they may even rush the Roshan pit, knowing that Bat Rider, your main scouting tool and kind of initiation for Team Dog, is not going to be there. So this Roshan going to go down very, very quickly, and your only real option is to throw Arbed into the pit and hope he can steal it away, but it looks like they may not even attempt it.
It's going to be a big objective TNC's allowed to go through for free, and, well, they're not contested at all. So Gabby gets that second life. Unfortunate for Abed, he can't really risk it. Again, there's not much stuns to worry about, so that actually would have been relatively safe for Abed, all things considered. But that does give TNC some breathing room here for Gabby to keep his farm up. He does have his SNY done, along with that diffusal that we saw earlier, working into his Scotty. So your Slark is actually hitting some pretty good item timings here. In contrast to In Your Dream, still saving up for his Manta, is very close to it. So he's also meeting his timings well. But that gap between In Your Dream and Gabby has shrunk. It's still at the steady 1,000 gold. It means less and less as this game goes on. So the lead Team Dog has had, well, it's starting to sort of feel less significant as this game drags out, and Team Dog has to be aware of that. They've got to be cautious with how far forward Ice is, as he's been the most vulnerable to these pickoffs.
They see Gabby up at that top lane, and Abed is going to zip in with the Orchid out. Gabby, he did not Dark Pack preemptively. He does have the Aegis, but he might just lose it. That'll be one life. Can they get him a second time? They're going to try, but Gabby will shatter down straight off the bat and just run away as his team is coming in to back him up. But can they take this team fight now without the Slark ulti? So the answer is going to be no for TNC. They'll just happily back out and accept the fact that they did just lose the Aegis. And I think for Team Dog, they're just going to be satisfied with the fact that that Aegis is down now. In fact, they're ready to go again. They've smoked up. They want to try and make a play while knowing roughly where TNC are going to be in terms of location. But in fact, they are running down south. They do spot out Armel on the Void Spirit. Still a very, very big pick-off to get. He does have the Yules up, but the zip in from Abed into the Vortex and the Avalanche toss is going to be way more than enough. They get another kill onto Armel. With that Team Dog, they don't really have an objective to go for, but they can still just farm the map. That's probably the best they can ask for right now.
Yeah, I mean, if they get this game dragging longer and longer.
Shadow Dance going to be out in time again. He almost got blown up, but now In Your Dream could be in danger. Viper Strike's going to be there. In Your Dream going to try and fight this out, but Abed zipping right to the backlines. Gabby, he got the Dark packed off in time. He will survive as they keep chasing down In Your Dream, but he's also going to be alright. Both cores able to just kind of get themselves away from very dangerous predicaments. That was some quick fingers from Gabby to get that Dark packed off. He avoided both the Vortex and the Silence out from Abed.
That's really big, this time being wasted by Dog. TNC don't get to farm too efficiently as well, though, so both teams are just sort of poking at each other, trying to get a lead. You are, at least, again, having that potency here on the side of Team Dog. If it goes late, you've got these upgrades for your Storm, you've got the Morphling down the line, which is going to stay big for TNC. There's still a hanging, lingering question on how far your Slark can take you. Like, looking at Gabby, he's been sort of stuck at the Scotty for a while. He's going into the Ags afterwards. And that was buffed up, right? Like a slight increase to the range on the counts. Not sure if it's going to be enough to really keep that in. Of course, we used to see Ags rush Slark before. So it does have its place. It's been done a lot before. It's been a while. So we're going to have to see if Gabby can maximize that. But that's still way down the line. Like, he still has to finish the Scotty first.
That he does. They want to go after this tier 2 tower now. TNC will slowly get started. Pretty much everyone there from TNC, but Abed going to zip in with a massive silence, and now after the Avalanche toss is going to be enough. They've killed off the Slark. Armel, he committed both his Astral Steps to try and fight this one out. Tims will also commit the Rolling Thunder, but they definitely have to run as Ice. He's not done. He wants the lasso. He gives himself a whipping as he chases down Tims. Tims had that Glimmer Cape, but it's not going to last long enough. He'll try to swashbuckle away, but they have the control there from Arfu. And I don't believe they need the lasso, but they will commit just in case. And In Your Dream, the one to pick up the triple kill on this Morphling, is going to be very, very happy about that.
And these are big wins coming out for Team Dog. They're keeping Gabby down. They're increasing the lead with IYD. His BKB is pretty much almost done. Once you've got that on IYD, suddenly that Spirit Vessel's not an issue. What that small control TNC's had. It's not
zip
gonna be
in,
an issue as well.
Abed.
They keep going.
Yeah, they've got KB there in the mid lane, and the avalanche toss with the Orchid is going to be way more than enough to take down KB. However, Gabby is there with the Diffusal Blade, slowing up our Fu, but he is unable to chase as the 4-staff away was there. That'll pretty much be it. Team Dog not forcing anything too far. They're starting to understand their limits here with this draft, and they're just finding little wins over and over again, and that's generally the way to win a game of Dota 2.
Yeah, just taking these small wins, building it up. They've already secured a lot of the map for themselves anyway. They are pretty much all tier 1s down. For the side of TNC, they've taken 1 tier 2 as well here in Team Dog. So they do hold most of the map on their end. They've got this BKB now for In Your Dream. That's done in that downtime. So he's going to be very hard to control indeed for the side of TNC. And it's really just the Gabby game now. Look at the farm difference. Armel is kind of tied up with his Storm, kind of tied up with Abed, but he needs his item timings to be out soon. The Ags is going to be a major spike for him. Just can't come out fast enough.
In Your Dream is going to haste through an active. They're going to rush in, and they go straight after that Viper again. They just want KB dead every time, but Armel has jumped in after Arfu. It's not going to be enough damage. In Your Dream just running around trying to find another target, but he does not want to go into the high ground of TNC. Just going to back off once again after getting a very nice off-lane pick-off. In fact, they might reinitiate. In Your Dream, he still has that Void Spirit morph. So he can feel quite confident in being able to just back off if he needs to. Looks like they're not going to really rush. They're happy again to go back to the triangle and farm up. And I believe both these teams are probably going to wait out the Roshan timer now. As that really is the big objective for them to both go for. Once it is up, and we are going to find out in about 1 minute when that is going to be available.
Yeah, just a safe play for Team Dog. They hold control in that triangle, so they can easily swing to that Roche anyway. They've got a courier watching already. They're constantly keeping the mid and top lane shoved. There's no real opportunity to swing for TNC unless they smoke, which they have.
Oh, In Your Dream, he's going to be careful, but OKB, he shows himself for a second, maybe trying to bait In Your Dream in, but now Armel jumps in. Not going to be enough, however. Paulson does die. Arfu in trouble as well. Will go down. So they do get 2 supports for their trouble. I suppose the best thing they could hope for right now is a very early Roshan timer for TNC. Even if it was early, it probably wouldn't be enough time to take it out before the supports do come back online for the side of Team Dog.
No, it's they don't quite deal as much that much damage just yet. It's still all on Gabby for that right click. The Roche timer is not short enough. It's 1.5 minutes, so they're probably gonna have to face up against these supports. You still got the issue of Abed zipping in as he pleases to take the Roche as well. As again, you still lack this control to lock in Abed. You've got to get the Atos off at a good time. And looking at Abed's build-up, he is going for the Ags on the Storm. So we're going to see the AoE Vortex come into play, the mini Black Hole, the mini RP. Just that added control on top of everything else they've already got is going to make it harder and harder for TNC to get their positioning right. You do have the Ags up on Armel, though, so this silence is going to be playing a big part. If you can land this on Abed, who did not opt for any defensive item, then you could find yourself some wins. Like, the Storm is very vulnerable like right now without a BKB or anything else to purge off, but Team Dog, they do smoke up.
Now, they actually have absolutely zero way to purge off that silence on the side of Team Dog. So it is definitely very, very valuable here for Armel. Nothing like a Lotus Orb going on. No BKBs apart from In Your Dream. And they do jump in now. They show off the Aghanim Scepter from Armel. So if you're Team Dog, you are well aware that that is there on Armel now. Love the fact that KP has a casual fluffy hat going on. It's very nice on him.
Yeah. Gotta love the name of that one. It combines into the weirdest stuff, I have to say. The strangest thing about that hat. Didn't know hats that had that many uses.
No. Roshan is going on now. TNC, I'm sure, are aware that this could be happening. They are probably going to start moving their way in, but they've got to hurry up because that Roshan is getting very, very low. TNC still hanging around the mid lane, perhaps not realizing it is happening, and now they will, but it is way too late. So it does go down. Looks like TNC were kind of assuming there was a smoke going on. It's now Ice. It's going to firefly through, going after KP. Does pop his BKB. It does get the Viper around. Meanwhile, Arbet zipping in, going after Gabby. They're trying to kill off Arfu, but Arfu's still alive. Running away. Gabby, he's popped that ultimate. He's going to try and make the chase onto the Tiny, but it looks like Arfu is still alive. He does eventually tick out to the Spirit Vessel, but now Arbet back in, going after Gabby, but he pounces away. Onto Armel. He will Astral Step and Dissimulate, and he is going to be fine. It is still going to be a 1-for-2 trade, the way of Team Dog. And on top of that, they are going to be able to take down that tier 2 mid tower, and they still hold on to the Aegis. It was not taken off in your dream.
Yep, they've got nothing to worry about here on the end of Team Dog. Like, they've got control of the map. They could easily go for the tier 2 top if they wanted to, but they're just going to let the creep wave do that with, what, four range creeps, so just a lot of damage coming through. Still, TNC... at least they find Afu. It's better than nothing right now, but they really need to start to find a grip on this game. The Scotty's been up on Gabby. He is still saving up for his Ags here. So once you have that, maybe the Pounce reach, it's going to allow you to do a little bit more here. Get yourself out safely as well. But you start to worry about the Ags timing for Abed. He pretty much has the gold if he wants to buy it out right now. No, he still lacks around 800, but once he has it, in that 800 gold, you're going to ask for a lot of trouble here, just giving the Storm this much space. Abed's not been punished once at all. He's 2-0 right now, and that's just perfect. And, oh, boy.
I can't buy item. You just bought the blink, though. Ice? Armel, GG.
Gotta love Ice. You know, I was gonna say when he said that Afu was in an accident, I was gonna. Did you do that, Dice?
Never mind.
Just to make things interesting. All right, Ice.
I'm pretty sure Ice is trolling. He did buy the blink. Maybe it was a bit of lag going on. There is a bit of lag in game right now, I've got to say, John. So to answer your previous question, no, the issues weren't fixed. So there you go. On the brighter side, though, we have a Squirrel hero now. So. It's all worth it, you know? Who needs FPS in Dota 2?
No one does. It's a beta game. Why are you crying?
I'm not, John. I'm completely happy about this. TNC. They're going to hang out in the dire jungle now. Tim's going to be there with his team. They want to try and force down this top tier 2 tower. Gabby is very, very close to his own BKB up on the Slark, and it seems like he does need it to be able to feel like he can actually just stand there and fight. While he's going for that, however, In Your Dream does have the Eye of Skadi up himself on the Morph now. So he is feeling a lot stronger on that Morphling. As we can see, Team Dog, they're having a look around, trying to find where TNC is. Not gonna spot him out quite yet, but they are nearby.
Yeah, well, you've got the Ags up on Abed, so mini Black Hole, mini RPs in play. That control is going to be killer, especially
jump in, Ice. A nice lasso out again onto the Viper. KP going to get bursted and Arbet zipping into the backlines, going after Gabby on the Slark. They found two in that Vortex. Armel, he was in danger, but he does survive. Meanwhile, In Your Dream, going to waveform away and try to buy himself some time as Arbet keeps going on to Febby. The Soul Rip, not going to be enough. Gabby coming back in with the toss-out from Arfu. He's going to try and fight this one out with the Shadow Dance. No, he will go for the TP away, and he is going to be fine. It's still a 2-for-0 trade. They kill off the Viper, they kill off Febby on the Undying. And with that, a 10k net worth lead now out for Team Dog. They might be able to try and force down that top tier 2 tower.
They've got the option if they wanted to. Still, Gabby's got this BKB.
Gabby's gonna try. He's gonna go into Paulison. In your dreams around, and Tim's gonna get tossed back in. Paulison is actually still alive, but does finally go down. But Gabby, have you gone too far with this BKB? Ice comes in now. No lasso available, but Gabby is dropping very, very low. He's trying to run, but the Vortex is out from Abed. He holds him down, and now KB is also gonna die. Oh, and he has no buyback gold. He just bought that BKB up.
Yep, it's a big loss there for TNC. They could easily just lose their top D2, maybe even the high ground. But with 2 supports down, and with them being fairly low here on the side of Team Dog, looks like they're just going to be cautious about this. Take their time. Inner Dream does still hold the Aegis, but that's only got about 20 seconds left. Not too much time for one cancel, though.
Mid lane, zipping in onto Tim's again. He's trying to go for the Rolling Thunder, but he's been silenced up by the Orchid, and now the lasso's there. Ice ensuring they get the kill. And look at that, a free tombstone, John. They'll try to go for it, or maybe not. They'll lose the Aegis.
Ooh.
The timer was getting fairly low. Tim's Rolling Thunder is going to land once, but In Your Dream is able to waveform away. Melts on the chase, however, catches him out. Can they take him down? He's been broken. However, Arbed with the Vortex again does catch out the Viper, and now they'll turn back around. They got the Resonant Pulse out. In Your Dream wanting to fight this one out now. They'll kill off Armel. They do not have buyback on him either. A 16k net worth lead now for TNC. Or excuse me, rather Team Tog. TNC have the 16k deficit. It's only getting worse as time does go on.
Yeah, this lineup's just not built for going this late on the side of TNC. So it's time they stack all their eggs into that Gabby basket, which they have been doing this entire game. It's just that Gabby's now 6k behind In Your Dream. So that is a lot more significant, even at this point in the game. That's one major item that In Your Dream is going to have ahead of anyone else. And In Your Dream is just about done with his own butterfly. So not only is it going to buff up his nuke with a shotgun, he's going to right-click like a madman. He's going to dodge some damage coming out from our Slark, who has not itemized for any sort of MKB. You're going to have to catch him in that break with the Atos, but that is such a tall order because of how slippery Abed In Your Dream is. And if you do use that Atos on him, you kind of leave the Storm to keep running around. So it's a pick your own poison kind of situation for TNC, and they just can't handle all of these issues at once. They're going to have to find a way to get that done.
Oh, he can smell KP, John. Ice has been all over KP this game. Going in again, we'll find him out, and poor old KP is going to die. It's been a very, very tough time for this Viper in this game number 1. And, we'll see if they can improve it. I mean, we've got tier 4 items coming up now. Of course, you saw the Tiny Arfu. He does have that Trickster's Cloak up, which actually seems very valuable on the Tiny, having that 6 seconds of invisibility. As well as that, I believe Gabby found that, I don't even know what it's called, that lightning neutral. The Stormcrafter or something.
Yep.
I don't know who's got it though. Nobody's holding it quite yet. Maybe they just deem it as not very useful.
It's Ice has got it, so it was on Team Dog's side, and it's really nice on him. You know, mana regen's always nice. He's not gonna have any issues now. He gets a little Cyclone as well.
Lasso is gonna be there with the Firefly out. This Morphling gonna be in danger. Or rather, not the Morphling, but Bebby In Your Dream is gonna come in and happily take the kill. By the way, John, did we mention that Arbed has a Timeless Relic?
Yep, always nice. We've seen this so many times when the Storm has the Ags as well, right? So you've got an even longer duration on that Vortex. Really nice for Abed to play with, and that just means TNC is going to have to watch themselves, stay on their toes. They still hold on to this last outer tower, but I'm sure you are starting to get a bit antsy here on the side of Team Dog. You do know that the next rush is going to be 2.5 minutes away, so a little bit of a longer respawn, which means that there is a little bit more time here for TNC to perhaps build some farm up, clear out all their tier 4s. Hasn't all dropped yet. That could give them a little bit of a boost. Still have a massive deficit to try and overcome, though.
But they do. Up at the top lane, KB in the tree line, getting ready to push out the creep waves that are coming. As they really need to defend that outer tier 2 tower, but never mind, In Your Dream does just come in and take it out himself, even without a creep wave. And And this Morphling is very, very scary. He is well and truly out of control. There goes Tim's courier at the secret shop, also going down. Like Gabby got a trickster's cloak of his own now, so does have a bit of utility with that invis, and he is a bit more tanky on the Slark with that resist, but whether it proves to be enough is a different question entirely. Luckily for the side of TNC though, Team Dog, even with a 22k net worth lead, are respecting the draft of TNC. So not really interested in rushing too far forward yet. They've got to be careful now because TNC, they have smoked up. Paulison, it's not really the target they want, but they're going to have to settle for what they get. Abed, however, a three-man vortex. He zips in with an avalanche toss. Fu already getting rid of Armel. Now KP's gone. Tims will also die. Aeon Disc all without. Gabby, he's trying to find it out, but Febby's also going to go down. It's Gabby versus the world once again, but Fu going to just toss away Abed. Not allow Gabby to get anything out of this, and Gabby will be forced to BKB TP away. That's a 4-for-0 trade. I suppose they did get Paulison and forced him to buy it back, but it's an Enchantress. It may as well be a 4-for-0.
Yeah, it's not a big target at all for Dog to lose out on. They're going to be able to push 2 sets of lanes simultaneously with ICIS just cutting the top one. And TNC, they don't have any big core coming out for 40 seconds. All they have is Gabby, so he's just doing what he can, split pushing the bot lane. They will give out these set of racks down mid, potentially even top. Heck, might be all of them if Team Dog really wants to play it that way. That's just how much of a lead they have. And the options for TNC are super limited for defense. Their lineup just doesn't do it that well.
But they don't. Ice, he's having a look around, seeing if he can find a target to go on. Not that he has the lasso anyway, but he'll have it up for the next team fight. Just about 8 seconds away now. They really may not need it, however, as these racks are just going down so quick to In Your Dream. KB going to rotate around to the Viper, trying to go after the Morphling by himself. He gets the break off, and now Gabby from the backlines with the Vortex Arbed. He got the target he wanted. Armel's going to jump in, but is it too late? They'll buy back on Gabby. They're going to try and make something happen, but all their axes are gone, and everyone is just TPing away. They're going to find nobody by the looks of it here, TNC. A very unfortunate turn of events for him. 35k net worth deficit as well for TNC, and what do you do now if you're this Radiant side? It almost feels like you've got to make a Hail Mary play, but it's just very tough when there's a 35k net worth lead for Team Dog.
I think if they want to play it safe, they wait for an Abyssal. If they want to take a risk, they smoke up and just go hunting again. They're just running around right now. They spot the Roche. That is also spotted out by the Courier of ICIS. So both teams are aware of that.
Abed, a three-man Vortex out again. It's just massive in KB. He's going to get blown up. Armel's trying to fight back, but Gabby's gone. Febby's gone. Armel, the only one left, and they just call it. They have had enough of this game one. And Team Dog are off to a very, very good start in this best of 3, as they do take game number 1. They enjoyed themselves some Peking duck, John. It was very, very tasty stuff.
It definitely was. Team Dog just playing out of their minds there. Really good lanes coming out. Very solid draft. They got some favorites to come out. The Bat Rider, which tends to have been banned out, makes its appearance. The Abed Storm, not killed once. 6-0-18 for Abed. A perfect game for him in the Storm, and that is a scary prospect. I think that's something TNC should really respect. The ICIS Bat Rider and this Abed Storm just created so much space that In Your Dream just got the freest lane of his life, the freest jungle of his life, and got that build-up. TNC, we talked about the issues of this draft. Needed to play a lot faster, needed to win out the laning phase. It did not. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what sort of playstyle they can bring up to punish Team Dog.
Absolutely. Of course, with that, John, we are going to have a very short 10-minute break. And once we are back, we do get into Game 2, and we'll see how they do switch things up to try and make a bit of a comeback here for TNC. Until then, it is MLP Dota and John X Fire. We'll see you all again very, very soon. And Team Dog now, seeing that Morphling early on, should be able to find somewhat of a counter for themselves. They won't really be able to go for the obvious kind of AA counter, that we see sometimes if it is if you haven't already picked up your support duo. I suppose you still could, because you do have the you can run the Tiny as a core, but you know they probably won't. I mean, AA, we don't really see it very often for good reason. I wouldn't mind it though. I mean, the Ice Blast is just so powerful up against the Morphling.
Yeah, it would be. I just kind of worry about it. Like Abed, Tiny, we've seen him do it before. He can still hit some good timings. I still feel like Team Dog would probably want to give him something not more active, because Tiny is fairly active, but something that can scale into the late game as well. Abed tends to like that snowball effect into late a little bit more. Tiny has a drop-off point, especially with the adjustments to his spells. I think the values aren't as good as they were pre-patch, so the burst potential scaling isn't as amazing, and I think that's really something they like for Abed, like a backup core. Still, early AM pickup, this is one way to keep that Morphling in control. You will burn through the Morphling's mana fast. Like, even if his strength shifts up, if he runs out of mana, he can't get himself out of danger. So, Team Dog do have a way of handling the Morphling down the line, and this is going to be the In Your Dream anti-mage. We haven't seen that in a while, but this is something that IYD has played a lot of course. I do want to see how he itemizes. Are we going to see that Mask of Madness, S and Y disassembly build? Are we going to see the standard Battle Fury build? We'll just have to find out what IYD does prefer in this case.
If I remember correctly from the last time we saw In Your Dream play the AM, I believe he did go for the Battle Fury rush. So that was a very good game for it though. Like, he had a completely free lane, so he just said, screw it, I'll go for the Battle Fury. And it did work out quite nicely that way. TNC, they'll turn back around with an Elder Titan. And that will probably be the position 5 hero now for TNC Predator, as you do want Tims on that Mirana. Team Dog, though, I'm sure they'll be able to respond to this quite nicely. I do wonder what they want now, as they are still lacking 2 more cores. You know, potentially 1 core if the Tiny is going to be a core, but like you pointed out, that is kind of doubtful. So what do you want if you're Team Dog? You need a mid laner, you need an off laner. This will probably be the Ice hero coming out up against the Morph.
You could opt for a Batrider still. Like, it's been left in the pool. If you want to pick it up, you should pick it up now, as it will be banned in the next phase. Could be nice here. Get good control over the Morphling. Still rather hard to deal with. They go with the Ember first. So it looks like they might be pocketing the Ice here till the end. Abed Ember coming through. Should be a pretty nice game for it. You've got a lot of room to zip around. The control from TNC is still not the hardest in the world. So it's definitely an improvement from game 1. They've got a lot more heroes that can at least stop a TP in your face. But it's still not instantaneous. So AM can probably just blink out fine in most situations. Your Ember should be able to remnant out as well. But TNC do have ways of working that out. So it's still a fairly good Ember game. One thing that's not banned out yet that I think TNC should be looking at is that Magnus. Leaving that Magnus in with an AM Ember could be a bit risky. They should be able to figure that out and take it out before Team Dog potentially takes it for Ice. Not the most Ice-like hero, to be fair, but I'm sure he can perform if they wanted to. And again, you've got AM Ember. Magnus off doesn't sound too bad here.
No, it doesn't. The other thing I wanted to kind of bring up is for TNC, we talked about that Kunkka pickup, and I think there is quite a lot of value for it right now. You're fighting into an Ember, you're fighting into an AM. Obviously, with the Morphling on your side of things, having that boat run buff is going to be very, very influential and impactful this game. And they do still need a bit more tempo control, I think, as you do want to just generally run a 4 protect 1 when you have a Morphling. And Team Dog, they actually ban out the Batrider, so just wanting to make sure Abed does not get demolished by a Batrider mid, which is very fair when you are playing the Ember, as Bat just doesn't care about your Flame Guard whatsoever. I still think you could just go back for the Kunkka right now if you're TNC.
100%. They've got room for it. Ties in with her team fight really nice, gives them a steady piece of control with the X. Just looking at the team fight potential, it's well read. Boat, you've got the Void Spirit AoE, you've got the Elder Titan on top of it. Really strong combinations. Team Dog, though, TNC do take out the Dark Seer for Ice here.
Yeah.
We're not going to see that come out.
Do you see that new ability, Normal Punch? Is that like a one? One Punch Man
Yeah.
reference? Yeah.
It's more of like I thought it was making fun of Tusk because he's got Walrus Punch.
Right.
So Darkseer has normal punch, which kind of it's funny.
Have you watched One Punch Man, John?
I haven't actually.
Oh,
I haven't.
you are the worst. You are the worst weeb I've ever met, John.
Yeah, I haven't.
You haven't watched Attack on Titan. You haven't watched
Nope.
Full Metal Alchemist. You haven't watched Naruto. Wind Ranger comes out. So there you go. No Kunkka. They'd rather go for the Wind Ranger.
Gabby Wind Ranger as
Gabby
well. So
Wind
it's the
Ranger.
Armel morph.
But let's go back to the main topic, John. Why have you not watched One Punch Man?
I don't know, Mike. I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess if you look at my anime list, it's definitely much more slice of life. I am that kind of person. I like it cozy. Those are action packed, Mike. I only watch like a couple of fast paced anime. I think the last one I watched was.
Do you remember the fact
Kill la
that
Kill, maybe?
you did recommend I watch that Violet Evergarden?
Yes.
That doesn't
Yes,
seem very
yes.
very fast action paced, John.
No, it's not. Nope.
For
nope,
anyone that
nope.
hasn't watched Violet Evergarden, I did, unfortunately. And what it's
It's
about
good.
is it is good, but it's about some girl writing letters to people. I mean,
Yeah,
it's not.
yeah, it's nice.
That's the kind of weeb John is, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes,
He-
thank you.
he likes-
We would taste. Thank you.
Oh, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting stuff here from John X Fire. I apologize about his behavior.
Still, we've got this draft closed up. Wind Ranger for Gabby, so it's a bit of a shakeup here. That is a bit of control. You know, it is a piece of control coming out for TNC with a shackle. It's Team Dog do go back into the Viper, surprisingly. So, they're the ones to pull it out now. We'll see if Ice can make a bit of better use of that compared to what we saw from KP in game 1. Of course, he did have a very hard lane. In this case, you're still having the Viper versus Morphling lane, so it could still be equally hard if you don't get that early foothold. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what Team Dog does pull out. But a rather interesting game 2 set of drafts here. Not too dissimilar in terms of that. You've got Viper Morphling, but everything else is very different. And I am keen to see what Gabby does with the Wind Ranger. Like the last time we saw a safe lane Wind Ranger from Abed, it's like they brought it out, the Wind Ranger. It looks like he was anticipating it. It's like they brought it out. You brought it out. Oh, Gabby also inviting to go down to Okada. What's up with everyone wanting to go to Okada? And Abed's like, yeah, let's go. All right.
They probably shouldn't, John. I mean, there's a pandemic going on. Everyone calm down.
Tim's is like, are we really going? And Abed's like, yeah. All right.
All right. Can we come?
We gotta ask Cuckoo for that. He's our card.
Like, Cuckoo was lying, John. Bot lane, they do get a nice toss back onto the Wind Ranger Gabby. This is not the start he wanted. Abed will take the kill in very, very slow motion. Just, imitating one of his favorite movies. He was in The Matrix for a second there, John. Don't mind him. Abed will be fine. Gets himself first blood gold, and if I've learned anything from my SCA pubs, John, when you do feed the enemy mid first blood, your mid laner will never forget it. He will remind you for the whole game that he lost his mid lane because you fed first blood over.
I'm sure Armal's going to be doing the reminding duty here. Still, the runes do end up going... Looks like it will end up being a 3-for-1 here for Dog as they've got 1 rune left. TNC not going to be happy with that start. And I just find it really ironic that's from Gabby saying all that stuff about Okada. They get the kill as well. So, I guess...
There's your Okada, Gabby.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
And still, got to see how these lanes unfold. Up top, you've got In Your Dream on his AM with Paulson on the Enchantress once more. Tri-lane broken up here by TNC. We'll have KP on the off-lane Void Spirit that he's fond of, along with Tim's on his signature Mirana. So, stronger comfort here is here for TNC. Much more presence against this AM. Like, AM level 1 to even level 3 is kind of weak. They've got a lot of zoning you can get done, and you've also got this Mirana into Ench. So the enchant build up for Paulson, if you want to go for creeps, Tim's has a way of clearing out those creeps every single time. So it's a bit risky for him to play aggressive with the jungle creeps here.
Oh, it's hellish playing up against the Mirana when you're Enchantress. Let me tell you, John, it is not fun. And, Tim's, he's a man that doesn't miss arrows. So, Paulson has to tank the arrow. He's going to go for some mana drain on Tim's. You do drain 100 mana per attempt with that creep, but Teams won't mind too much. He'll rotate over to the mid lane where we do see Abed up against Armel. Armel already having to strength morph quite a bit as Abed has been very aggressive. And Tims, he won't quite come for the rotation yet into the mid lane as Abed probably will expect it, and he does have a nice observer ward watching his back just in case Tims does come for an arrow. Which leads us to our last lane, John, the bot lane. You'll see Febby there, along with Gabby on the Wind Ranger. Of course, Arfu is there on the Tiny once again, and you do have Ice this time around on the Viper. And it's a very kind of annoying lane for TNC to be up against. So that Viper lane is never very fun.
No, it isn't, but you are sort of ready here for Gabby. Does have the level 1 Wind Run, so in case the Poison Touch was leveled up, Poison Attack was leveled up, he can just kind of evade a lot of it. This is not the most comfy lane for Ice, but he is just finding steady farm. We'll need to find a way to contest Gabby. So far, Febby's been doing a fantastic job with his Elder Titan, getting the spirits out, getting some right-click trades out. Afu is fairly squishy with 0 armor, so if you do get a lot of added damage on Febby, Afu's not going to be comfy. Even Ice was kind of chipped away just a bit, so you got to respect that early spike here. But so far, the lanes beyond that first blood has been relatively even. Slight lead coming out here for Team Dog, and you do see In Your Dream maybe having a better time in his safe lane than Gabby is. Just a bit easier to last it on that AM in his own time, and that off lane he's facing against.
Oh, lane Armel playing with fire. Arbet gonna have a go at him, but it's not really gonna lead to too much, I think. They're just trading harass. Down to the bot lane. Febby is dropping very low, but Gabby able to pick up the kill onto Arfu before they get the kill onto Febby, and now Gabby wants to have a chase onto Ice. Ice should just drop here as Gabby does have a power shot coming up, and he will be able to get it. Nice juke attempt out, but Gabby definitely had that kill in the bag, and he's going to be very happy about that on the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, it's a big boon for the Wind Ranger. Getting that 2 sets of kills is going to give you a lot of gold to ramp up. You can see Gabby already queuing up the MKB. So he's just going to try to rush into that Javelin first, get his damage spike going, and he's going to be very comfy in this lane. Team Dog have to watch out for how far they extend out. Again, Ice does not have the best presence here, mainly because Gabby can evade a lot of the poison attack harassment. So your Viper's really just focused on clearing out waves with Nether Toxin. Your presence here for Afu as well, it's not the best. Febby's positioning has just been really good in canceling that off. You have to scuffle over these runes.
Oh, Tims, he's been caught out. Nice control out from Polison and Arbed. They do get themselves another kill going. So Armel going to be very upset about this, John. Arbed being not necessarily finding another kill, but he gets an assist gold, so he's going to be pretty happy. Armel is he's 0-0-0 right now. He's not too happy with seeing his teammates die around December. They are going to run at each other once again, but the waveform does not do anything as Arbed, very quick fingers there with the Flame Guard, is going to be able to block out a lot of that damage. And all the lanes are pretty quiet right now, like there's not too much going on. I suppose if you are TNC though, you're probably happy with quiet. You've got a Morphling, you've got a Wind Ranger, you just want to try and secure some farm before you do get active.
Yeah, that's really just the name of the game right now. You're finding steady build up in Gabby. You're still up there with Armel. You have kept Abed behind in terms of last hits. So you are kind of just winning out overall. I'd say TNC is pretty set with this. As long as they maintain this kind of pacing and don't allow Team Dog to find their aggressive start, then you're pretty happy overall.
Oh, Febby. Not a happy duck. Febby will go down, and there's a bit of poisoning there in the pond there for Febby, John. He swallowed the wrong kind of fish, and Ice takes him out. Of course, in the mid lane, Arfu going to make a nice rotation into Armel. Are you able to get anything out of this? No, the Strength Morph is going to be there in time. Had he immediately gotten the Avalanche Toss, he might have been able to get that kill on his own, but he doesn't bother trying, and Armel is going to survive another day. I suppose on the bright side, they do force Febby to rotate on the Elder Titan.
Yeah, he does get the bottle refill up though for Armel, so overall, Armel still gets a little something, gets to maintain his presence here a bit. Does have level 6 up on the Morphling as well, but he is opting for just, his laning spells more instead of the Morph. So don't have anything major to worry about just yet for Abed. Well, Abed, once he hits his level 6, should be able to maybe look for an opportunity. And a slower start for both teams. Kill lead still on the side of Dog. They are applying pressure around the map. You've got Tim scouting out these stacks as well. You can't really clear all of them out, so slowly chip away with the arrow and just try to find something for themselves as they clump down mid.
Yeah, Armel's getting a lot of damage out to that tier 1 mid tower with this DD rune active, and of course the siege creep there as well. Arbit trying to take down the creep wave. Armel not going to take too much damage here from Arbit. He's just going to back off to safety, but they got so much damage on that tier 1 that you are very, very happy about that if you're TNC. Of course, it just kind of goes back to how lucky you get with these power runes. And of course, Armel did end up getting quite lucky with the DD.
Yeah, it's just the way the game swings sometimes. Sometimes favor doesn't shine on you, so they make the most of that little boon. We are reaching like the 7-minute mark. No other major movements across the map in terms of lane shifting out. Just both safe lane course, finding that
you how to add a YouTube subscribe
Team Dog does have the slower core in the AM.
We'll make
so you're
it
gonna have to wait
animated
for the
buttons,
battle period
and then
timing
we'll show you.
to spike in, and then your AM starts farming up. Maybe once you see the Manta style, he shows up a bit more. It's a bit of a doubt on that one, as IYD does tend to enjoy farming and split pushing. Oh,
Gabby does get the wind run off in time. You saw the Viper Strike animation was coming out from CIS. Doesn't come out in the end. The wind run was there. Gabby with the max wind run is very, very defensive on this Wind Ranger, but again, as a POS 1, you are just trying to farm up. Defensive is sometimes the best kind of offense to have if you are Gabby. We'll survive another day. Meanwhile, Arbet pulling a creep wave over to the neutral camp, so being very efficient here on this Ember. He is not quite behind Armel. He's about 100 gold off in terms of net worth, so you do like to see those little efficiency plays coming out from Arbet to try and catch up. He did try to go for the power rune, but it was picked up by Tims. And it was, of course, a haste rune being picked up. However, mid lane, not going to land on Arfu. He's going to be okay.
just again, both teams kind of trying to pressure each other out in their key lanes, not finding anything big. You do see Paulson kind of contesting these stacks, just taking away the big creep every single time, so you're not getting as much value here. You have some nice leveled spikes up for TNC KP. He's got his Urn, he's got level 6 up on this Void Spirit, so he can maybe start looking around if he wanted to. Hasn't been able to slow down in your dream in a significant way, so your AM still finding pretty much himself at the top of last hits, the top of net worth right now. Steady build up into the Battle Fury, and just a steady start for both teams. No side tipping the scales just yet. I do like seeing these stacks from Team Dog. A lot of stacks built up. They are aware on TNC's end. They just haven't been able to go up and contest. Still been steady on that mid-tier 1, but while that mid-tier 1 stands, they can't get those jungle rotations that they would like to do here.
Absolutely not. Fu is rotating into the mid lane, but is going to have to D-ward first. Febby, of course, will be aware with Armel there that there is a tiny around. I'll be a little bit cautious. One toss back on the Elder Titan will probably mean imminent death. Arbit does get a little bit low there, farming the jungle, but he does have a remnant back, so he's just going to go for a quick reset. Mid lane, CIS, he'll just casually drop the Viper Strike onto Armel. Just making him feel very uncomfortable in this Morphling. And 10-minute power rune, going to be up at the top lane this time. So Arbet does finally get lucky with one. And puts that in the bottle. However, mid lane, Shackle out from Gabby. He's going to kill off CIS. Tim's the one to take the kill there on the Viper. Still Arbet going to come back in now onto Armel. More TPs coming as In Your Dream does join in. Armel is very low on mana. In fact, he has none. And the Mana Void will come out from In Your Dream. Paulson the one to take that kill is now Arbet. He wants more. He'll go after KP on the Void Spirit. And they will find another kill. A very nice stomp out from Febby. It just doesn't mean anything though. He's already lost 2 heroes.
And those are 2 very big heroes to lose. You might have saved Gabby's Wind Ranger, but losing your Morph hurts a ton. It's not like Armel's had the freest start, although he was up there in terms of farm. Dropping that Morphling does give so much more to In Your Dream. Really timely rotation out. That is what you like to see on an AM, just kind of being aggressive faster. Contesting these stacks now as well from TNC. So Team Dog cleared out their own stacks. They're finding the stacks here on the Radiant Jungle. And that's taking a lot of farm away from TNC. They've got to take better control of that jungle if they want to actually play with these stacks they've built up.
Oh, it's very illegal stuff going on here from Team Dog. is taking everything away from TNC. Up the top lane, there is going to be a nice group up from TNC, and they're going to see if they can go for a cheeky smoke kill. Up towards the north, who are they going to run into? But Ice on the Viper. Ice actually going to go onto KP, but KP is just trying to bait him forward, or maybe he might just drop if he's not careful. KP is going to die. Gabby is going to eventually find the kill onto Ice. Ice still trying to run, but Gabby is going to be able to get the kill. But you did lose KP for the Viper, so it's kind of even. In fact, one would argue that Team Dog still found the better trade because they force out the rotation.
Yeah, they got a little bit more space out. They managed to get the deny on the mid-tier 1 because of that space as well on Armel.
Yeah, they know all of them are up the top lane, so Armel is by himself right now, but looks like Abed, he just wanted that Arcane Rune bottled up for himself. He was never really going to try and attempt the kill onto Armel, as he doesn't really have the Spirit Vessel up yet. Speaking of that vessel, though, it is coming up very, very soon. And that is going to be a bit of a cause of concern for TNC.
Yeah, it's going to be major for Abed once he has that. You want to see him active with it, though. They are going up for the defense up top as well.
Gabby's in big, big trouble. He's been broken by that Nether Toxin, and he is just ticking out to the poison. Ice able to pick up another kill on this Viper, and Abed looks like he wasn't quite done, but he's out of there. Rest of TNC grouping up now at the top lane, and looks like they're going to try and set up for this tier 1 top tower. It's just so hard when you're up against the Viper, though. Just spam Nether Toxin, destroy your creep wave, hide in the tree line, and rinse and repeat if you are Ice.
Yeah, good denies from Armel, though. They get all 3 creeps, but Ice is doing what he wants. Forcing 4 heroes up top to deal with him, Mere Viper, and to deal with its tier 1. It's slow going. They will eventually find it, but that's a ton of time invested to get that done. And Ice is pretty much happy with that. They're farming that bot jungle still. They're applying pressure on the tier 2 ever so slightly, and they might find a pickup on Gabby if he's not careful. It looks like they will just slowly chip away at the Radiant tier 1 themselves.
Well, they wouldn't mind a Gabby kill right now. Johnny's getting very close to the MKB with a great shackles out. Not going to lead to much, just a bit of a flex shackle there from Gabby. Just kind of letting them know that he is ready whenever. KP going to go for a jump in onto Paulson. Aether Remnant going to lock on. Avalanche is there, but Paulson is going to die. A nice quick pick up there from TNC. Shackles out onto Abed. I'm not going to latch on. In fact, Gabby now going to be in danger. Abed just turns back around and takes down the Wind Ranger. And again, it's just a very kind of bad trade here for TNC, as they're still just trying to find their footing in this game number 2. Aether Remnant. Arrow, not going to land onto Arfu. In fact, nothing does land apart from that Aether Remnant. Team Dog should be pretty satisfied with that, finding another kill onto the Wind Ranger. And I mean, you look at In Your Dream, Johnny, he's having the freest time of his life with that Battle Fury up. He is set to start overtaking Mel on the Morph.
Yeah, this is a really fast Battle Fury timing as well. Around 14.5, maybe slightly earlier than that, with the brown boots and with the power treads actually, and 1 Wraith Band. So really good timing for In Your Dream. Armel's still slightly ahead, but that's not going to stand for too long. Gabby's farm and Wind Ranger's fallen so far behind the note.
Uh-oh.
Tim's
chained up. Abed perfect with that chain. Tim's still trying to run, but he's out of leap charges. Abed will probably just try and finish him off, and does. A nice arrow out before he does die, but now KP's in danger. He has no steps left. He's trying to run with the Moonlight Shadow, but that is not going to be enough. Team Dog just completely dominating TNC already in this game number 2. A 2k net worth lead out now for this dire side. And last game, John, we talked about the game being on Gabby's shoulders. This game around, it might just be on Armel's.
Oh, for sure. He's the Morphling. He's the one that can scale. Your issue now is you're trying to scale the Morphling against an AML. So they do catch.
It's a great setup there from Gabby. Into the stomp, into the chains. Abed is actually pretty darn tanky, but he does finally go down. And that'll actually give enough gold to get the MKB, but now Ice actually going back in. Drops the GG tree. That was actually Gabby's GG tree being dropped. Not a very worthwhile trade there for Team Dog. Bit overly excited, I think, going after that Elder Titan. It is just a position 5 after all.
Yeah, no, good punishment coming out from TNC this time, knowing that they're strong while they're together as long as they find single targets. So they're making use of the single target control well, and this is when Dog has to be a bit careful.
Catching out Polison on that Enchantress. Polison is still going to be okay. Arrow not even going to land on the Centaur. So Polison able to walk out scot-free. Looks like Arbed's going to come in for a quick bottle recharge onto Polison. And everything kind of goes back to just being calm and quiet. As you still got these position ones that just want to farm. But if you're TNC, I mean, it is very scary going into the anti-mage, into the late game, even with your Morphling.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit difficult, especially since you also have to consider how Abed wants to build into that late game so far. He's going for the Blade Mail on the Ember first, and you're seeing the same thing come out for Ice Ice Ice. But that just allows them to have a little bit of that mid-game tempo, bounce back the damage, makes it a hard game for Gabby, right? He just wants to focus fire, finds kills, but when two of the big cores have Blade Mails, well, it becomes harder to throw the focus fire on those key heroes. So Gabby's going to have to watch for that item timing flying out here for the two cores in Team Dog's side, and really be aware of when to use that focus fire. Still, TNC not feeling too bad. They're not too far behind. Consistent 2k, but Ice.
Shackle is nice. He came out of the invis there, going onto the Viper, and they do blow him up. Mel does make a quick rotation in to make sure they secure the kill. And in classic TNC Morphling fashion, they are rushing the Aghanim Scepter. And I forgot about that, John. Wind Ranger plus Morphling is kind of disgusting. However, mid lane, Polison is also going to get caught out. TNC finding two very important kills for themselves across the map. But John, Wind Ranger Morphling.
Yeah, no, I'm actually more worried for Morphling Elder Titan. I think that's just so busted.
Right.
When you have the Ags, free BKB for Armel, free damage for Armel as well. So, hey, best of both worlds for the Morphling. And the escape potential, of course, with Wind Ranger is insane. You get the Ags upgrade Wind Run, 2 charges up. So, it's pretty ridiculous. Pretty good timings to hit. The issue for Team Dog going down the line is MKBs. You don't really enjoy that in the AM, although it's perfectly fine to build up, but it's not something you enjoy.
Mid lane, Avalanche Toss going to be there, and the chains out. However, he does have the Yules, but in your dream, attacks a bit too fast. He tells him he is very disappointed about, well, his death, I suppose, is in your dream. Going to smoke up towards the top lane now with the rest of the team. Tims and Febby going to be around there, and Febby might just be the unfortunate victim here. In your dream does have his smoke broken, but it looks like they didn't actually scout out Febby. Just leave him be, as the rest of Team Dog have rotated down towards the bot. They have found Armel. That's a massive target at Armel. He was unable to get the strength morph off in time. Arfu just way too quick on the fingers. That's the biggest kill you could have asked for if you were Team Dog. In fact, they may have found more Gabby.
Oh, the Blade Mail!
And the Blade Mail out from Arbed, just making him kill himself. Now Ice Ice Ice, Viper Strike's going to be there onto Tims. Chains out again from Arbed, and they're going to find another Febby. Going to go down. 4 heroes suddenly gone on the side of TNC, and Team Dog, they just continue to dominate this series.
Oh, they're looking fantastic now. 6k lead at the 20-minute mark. Just going to do a quick check if anyone's actually going for shards. No one, sadly. It's another series with no shards, Mike. Still, 7k lead going up and up for Team Dog. They get control. They're finding the farm under AM. You're seeing In Your Dream pull ahead now. 3k above Armel. Gabby's having a hard time fitting in. I mean, since that MKB, no item progression yet. Saving up for the travels into the BKB. But this is not the quick, aggressive Wind Ranger that we're used to seeing. He has been trying to make space. It's just that these early Blade Mails are going to mess him up. So the only real targets you can focus fire down is either In Your Dream, if you can catch him, or the 2 supports. But the 2 supports don't necessarily even need the focus fire to go onto them. So just that bit of kit on Gabby being taken out by the Siphon pickup makes it harder to apply pressure with that Wind Ranger.
I mean, don't forget, you can pause the focus fire now with that recent change they made, but it can kind of catch you off guard if you weren't aware that the Blade Mail was there on Arbed. Now, that time around, of course, he wasn't, but hopefully in future, he won't fall for it again. It's like TNC, they're going to make the rotation up towards the Dire jungle. well, even though the patch has come through, the map hasn't changed, so you still play it the exact same way, at least for now. That means they will occupy the enemy jungle. As the side of Team Dog, they've smoked up into the chains, onto KP. Arrow not going to connect, and Arfu actually mistimes the avalanche, but Abed is going to keep up the chase, is waiting on the chains up. Meanwhile, Armel now going to morph into the Ember. Chains is up Abed. Blade Mail popped, however, Armel getting very low is going to be able to waveform away. Nobody dies quite yet. Ice on the chase, however, Gabby trying to get a shackles off. Yeah, the counter spell was there from In Your Dream. That's another thing you have to be careful of as the Wind Ranger. That shackles does take a bit of time to get to the hero model, so you do have plenty of time to get the counter spell off.
Yeah, that's a pretty big kill for Team Dog. They're keeping Gabby down. They're getting space out for themselves. They managed to force a lot of movement out as well, and you can see how vulnerable Armel is. Like, he's got this mantle to save him, but with the Spirit Vessel up, with all the damage in the world coming out from Team Dog, if you are isolated as a Morphling, it's very easy to fall. They find that tier 1 top. They don't have a creep wave to go for the tier 2, so they're just going to have to let it go. But the map is shrinking here for TNC. It's getting hard for them to just build up, and they need a lot more build up on their Morphling, on their Wind Ranger, even KP. He needs his Ags pronto, but he's still about 3k off, so you're not going to find that AoE silence anytime soon here.
No, you aren't. He's trying to desperately find the farm as well. Like, he's up at that top lane, just kind of skipping the creep wave, making it as hard as possible for the top tier 2 tower to go down. It's going to be spotted out though. In Your Dream does get in, wants to drain the mana of KP. KP, 10 seconds off Astral Step Charges being available, but he still has mana to play with. He'll just assimilate and try for the TP, and In Your Dream, where's the micro, sir? He blocked himself in with his own illusion. We'll miss out on the kill onto KP. Not really getting range to get the mana void off. Needed a bit more vision than that.
Bit of a shame. Sometimes happens with illusion spam. Still saw some aggression coming out here from Team Dog on bot, trying to find the supports. Bit too slippery. Couldn't get lucky with the chains as well, being so close to the camp. They have stalled out long enough in TNC to have the Yags, and we'll see what Armel Opsor is on the Wind Ranger. So Wind Ranger charges up. He is going to be hard to stop.
This is basically Hoodwink, John. You've got 2 Wind Rangers now. So you've effectively brought the new hero into the game now. Look at Armor. Look at him run around the map at just lightning speed. And those Wind Run charges just charged back up way too quick, by the way. In case Ice Frog's listening. Need a bit of a nerf there, thank you, sir. Bot lane, they have caught out In Your Dream with the Aether Remnant, but they can't take him out. Meanwhile, nothing else is going on. TNC, they just want to back off. Armel even has the whip on him, so he can increase his movement speed even more, just by himself. Just whip yourself. Whip yourself into shape.
Yeah, just whip it. You know,
it's real good.
Still, we might get copy strike. Still, we haven't seen Armel just make use of it. Yeah, I mean, he's clearing out camps. He's getting some farm. I don't think he really just wants to farm the Yags though. Should be looking for that opportunity. Team Dog should be aware. He finds a courier, so there you go. It's 65 gold for everyone. You would still need a little bit more. They are going to go for the tier 1 bot. Finally clearing out this dead lane. This might give an opportunity for the side of Team Dog. Looks like they're just going to start in that Roche.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great trade for them. You take out the tier 1 tower in the dead lane, and we take a Roshan, which is not going to be dead quite yet, but it will be very, very soon. And In Your Dream, ask them a very relevant question. As the Santa hat does go flying across the map, poor Roshan was just trying to have a good time with family and friends, and some hoodlums came around and just beat him up.
Yep. Rather unfortunate for him. Holiday cheer and all that. Still, not unfortunate for Team Dog. Maintaining that 11k lead. They've got all the farm in the world starting to flow in now. In Your Dream still maintains his lead. He's 5k above Armel, so he's having a good time building up. He's got his Scotty up. There's a lot for Armel to worry about. The Scotty's there to reduce his healing. The Spirit Vessel, it's been around for a long time, so there's just no room for you to play on edge as this morph.
Yeah, you can run around real quick though, John. That's a big positive, isn't it?
Sure. As fast as the flowing water. So
this is literally how tsunamis start, is it not? Just too much wind into water and I'm sure there's some kind
Yeah?
of, there's something with tectonic plates underneath the ocean, blah, blah. Who cares
Oh.
about that? It's a tsunami, John.
No. That it is. Trying to pressure those tier 2s now with the tsunami coming through from Armel, but
Oh,
they are going to trade away their own.
we've gone over the pronunciation of tsunami before, Jonathan.
I forget. I'm a dropout, okay? Give me a break.
Smoke up here from TNC. TNC still trying to go after that tier 2 bottom. They are going to be able to get it, or maybe not. They'll be forced to back off as they saw in your dream coming in. A quick Moonlight Shadow out, but Fu is in the backside. Gabby does not land the shackles and forced up. Another shackles comes out. That one will land. They've got both supports. However, you look at Armel. He's dropping very, very low, trying to run away with the Spirit Vessel, and Arbed just chasing him down. In your dream does get the Mana Void off. They'll get another kill for themselves into KP, who's trying to dissimulate himself out of the situation. He's in trouble. He'll try to TP, but the Rod of Atos is going to be up from Ice. And that's a 13k net worth lead now for Team Dog. It looked like a great start for them with the shackles out from Armel, but it just didn't prove to be enough.
No, it was just on the supports, and that's just not the key targets. I mean, yeah, it's nice to take out the Tiny, but you give so much free reign for In Your Dream to jump in. You've got Ice, who is very hard to kill now with a casual plate meal sitting on him. And, of course, Abed is just very slippery with his BKB as well in the Ember, so a lot just slides through here from the side of TNC. At the least, they don't lose Gabby on top of it, but you still lost to Corsola Paulson.
He's going to find Paulison, but it's
Free
not
reign
worth
for
it if
In
he
Your
costs
Dream to
his own
jump in.
life. Toss
You've got
back
Ice,
on
who
Paulison,
is
so
very
he just
hard
gets
to kill
sacrificed to Gabby, but it
with
won't
a
matter because
casual
Gabby
plate meal
is set to
sitting on
fall,
him.
and he will.
And, of course,
And it's a tough game for a Wind Ranger. Like, it's never going to be worth killing off the Pos 5 Enchantress like that for your own life. But if you're Gabby, you've just got to make as much space as possible. And they really need the space, John. I mean, there's an 8k difference between position 1s right now.
yeah, it's the aim effect. You know,
Won't matter.
Casual giving so much more space to farm up. Armel's been forced to be really active. He went for the Ags build-up as well, which means that he really wanted to be active. So just not finding the openings they want to, and to really punish Team Dog. And Team Dog, for their part, they can just keep playing this way. It's basically the same thing they did in Game 1. They're starting to chip away at the last Tier 2 tower, and it's just going to fall. They can't defend it, so the map is starting to get a bit naked here for the side of TNC. Limited access points outside of base. That does make it a lot harder to contest certain objectives like the next Roshan, which is still set to reset in 4 minutes, but it's going to be harder to make big waves outside of your high ground now. Have to chip away at the last Tier 2 tower.
In the spot of trouble, Moonlight Shadow is going to be
Map
there
is starting to get a bit
protecting him
naked.
now, and he'll just try to step away. And your dream spotted that out, wants to keep going for the chase, and that Moonlight Shadow has not got that much time left, but it's like KP is going to be safe in the tree line. Towards the bot lane, Tim's Chains is going to be there from Arbed. He will guide in Greaves to try and just purge it off and run away, but Paulson is going to keep up the vision. Arbed, he doesn't have any remnants left, so this might be a bit of a harder kill as the arrow even does land, and Tims will take the banner for himself, and Arbed says, you know what, I can respect that. I'm still taking your life away, but I can respect the play.
Yeah, I mean, it's overall sort of okay for Tim, since he did get at least a bounty ring, but sacrificing your life, that is still a fairly big kill going the way of Abed, like 400 gold swing out. So it's a good pickup for the side of Team Dog. They have stalled out long enough in TNC that the Aegis expires on In Your Dream, but you also have the Abyssal up in Your Dream as well. So IYD's making the most of his space. We're going to see when the Roche resets how long the respawn timer is. That could be what Team Dog waits for.
Oh, down towards the south. KP just going to get bursted down. They do at least kill off Paulison.
That does make
They're
it.
trying to see if he can find a chains on somebody,
But
he's not
you
going to
also
be
have
able
the
to.
Abyssal.
You know what I realized, by the way, John? This new Tier 3 item, this ceremonial robe, it actually shows the effect, the debuff on your enemies. So if someone's hiding the tree line, and if you're hiding in the trees and you've got this ceremonial robe on and there's an enemy nearby, they know you're there because they can see the debuff.
Yeah, you'd reckon a toggle would come out at some point. Hopefully. As
Come on now, John. Don't expect too much.
It was one of those things. Yeah, it was one of the things with like the Drow aura before as well, right? Like you could kind of tell if a Drow was sneaking around you. So takes out that element. Still, they're trying to be sneaky, TNC.
Well, they might find Policy here, but that's not what they want. It looks like they're just going to have to be... Just take it. Whatever you can get, just take it and run. Fu, he wants something of his own, but he's not going to be able to catch anyone out. Everyone from TNC is going to be safe. I say that, Gabby. Oof. In your dream did not see him. He does see Armel, however, and an Abyssal Blade is going to be out. Armel already out of mana, and he is kind of just stuck to try and juke this one out. And yeah, in your dream, he is disappointed indeed. On the bright side, Armel does have his BKB up.
Yeah, he gets the zip in and out a little bit better there with the BKB, but that's also the one awkward thing with AM Morphling. Like, once you drain the mana, sure, he can't do anything, but you also... Your damage output grows so much less on the AM.
Jackals, Arbed, Cord, Arrow is nice as well, but can they have the damage out in time? Arbed, yeah, they do. They get him down, but now In Your Dream comes in onto Gabby. The Yules are going to be out. In Your Dream still not getting anyone yet, but he'll go after KP, and poor old KP is just going to die so darn quick to this anti-mage. In fact, he's going for more now. Rod of Atos out from Ice. Avalanche Toss is there from Arfu. They wanted to Fountain Dive him, but they're not going to quite yet. They're going to hold out on that kind of movement. Arrow. Oh, very nice arrow out. Is going to land onto Ice, but it's not going to matter. Ice. He's going to be tossed away by Arfu and will survive. And with that, they are, in fact, In Your Dream. Forget the tower. He goes after Tims now. Tims is bashed up. He has no way out, and he is just set to die. He'll bite back. But is it going to mean anything? Gabby trying to go onto another target. He caught Arfu, but now In Your Dream jumps back in. Manifold going to clear out the creep wave as well. That's some efficiency from In Your Dream if I've ever seen it.
He's going to be very pleased with those kills. So they sacrifice Hobbit to find a lot of kills on the high ground. TNC not going to be very chuffed about that. The next rush is a bit longer, so that means Team Dog are still probably just going to play this tag game until the next rush is available. Going to be a while. You're still having this massive lead, 17k up. You might want maybe an additional item out in Abed. Looks like he is saving up for the Ags first on his Ember. Once you do have that, you're going to be able to really zip in and out a lot more. The mobility kicks up a ton. You've got the defensive item out In Your Dream now in the form of that Lincoln, so it's going to be harder to lock him down, and they smoke up with that pickup.
That they do. We go again. In Your Dream, going to go towards the west. KP going to run right past. Oh, maybe not. In Your Dream does make the jump in. Arfu. The Avalanche Toss is going to be able to get the kill, and now Arbed going back in. After the Auto Titan, Arrow is going to fly through and does stun up Arbed, but it won't matter. They get the kill anyway thanks to Polison with the impetus shot. They are looking to try and make a play onto this tier 3 mid tower. Looks like they're probably going to get away with this as well. Jackal not going to land. They'll just let the racks go down. They don't really have much of a choice here.
Yeah, they don't have a defense. Not without KP and Febby. They're going to need that Elder Titan to help them out. And they're just going to have to watch. One set of racks down. Looks like Team Dog will play it safe. Not force anything else out and just clear out the triangle. Set themselves up for the next Roche, getting some D-wards out. So Roche is almost there. Half a minute off. And once Team Dog has that, it becomes so much easier to siege a high ground. TNC, and if they want to force this into a game tree, have to find an angle here. They've been constantly behind. They do Moonlight out. Maybe catch someone out here.
Perhaps they will. Find out very, very soon as they do try to go in. KP, there with Armel. They found out Ice. He does pop the Blade Mail, but it is not going to matter. TNC, they get something. Into the Wind Ranger form. Polison going to be spotted out. Chains is there from Arbed. Arrow does also land from Tims. Going to be a secondary kill out for TNC now. Not too bad of a start of this team fight. Can they go for more? It looks like they're not really too interested. They're going to just wait it out, get back to D, pushing their own base. See what they can get done later on. Or they could try to rush the Roshan pit. Which it looks like they are going to give a crack.
They might be baiting Team Dog in.
Oh, they have. Abed, Aether Remnant going to catch him out. No, the BKB's there in time, and Gabby is dropping low once again. He BKBs himself up, and now Armel jumping in. Arfu getting low. In Your Dream actually going down to Tim's on the Mirana, and now maybe they clean up. Abed trying to Remnant back and forward. He does find 2 for his trouble, but how do you get yourself out of this? He has no Remnants left. Arfu going to jump in, but the stop is there from Febby. Arrow connecting again from Tim's. He threads the needle. Armel, well, Febby's going to go down, but they're going to go after Arfu now. The Aether Remnant is there. Armel should have enough damage output. Arfu somehow still alive, but should go down, and eventually does a double kill out for Armel. I'm not sure how they found it, but they found themselves a great team fight and I suppose a great bait play out from TNC.
Oh, that's going to be massive. They get to at least get some work done onto the Roche. No buybacks in any of those heroes from the side of Team Dog, so this objective is set to go. Aegis and Cheese for the side of TNC could be a big bump up if they are allowed to. They are keeping eyes on, but it's risky.
Armel thought about going in, but decides better of it. Roshan still dropping low, but they're trying to get some vision on it. See if they can go for a steal. Looks like eventually they do just back off, thinking better of it. And suddenly, TNC have found a way back into this game.
Yeah, they are building up an Armel. He's at 20k net worth, so he's actually not doing too bad. The BKB is paying off for him as well in that Morphling. Just that second defensive tool messing up the burst potential here on the side of Team Dog. So they've got to be a bit more cautious. They've stalled out long enough that the tier 4 items are flying out as well. They've got better control on the map. They've got time to clear that out and find something good for themselves. So it's going to give them a bit of a boon here. Team Dog, for their part, I think they need maybe a defensive item out on In Your Dream. You see him queuing up the BKB. So once you have that, it corrects a lot of issues our AIM's been having. Issue is he is pretty much 6 slotted now. Does buy the shards, by the way. So In Your Dream has his Agnum shard with a counter spell. We'll just have to see if he can proc it every single time. But it finally comes out, at least in the Pro Series Season 4 in Southeast Asia. So there it is.
Successful counterspell creates an illusion attacking the caster. I don't want to be attacked, John.
Ice has this as well. So he's got the minus armor on poison attack, which is fairly nice for a change in utility in the Viper. And Armel's experiencing a bit of lag.
Aren't we all?
Of course, as you get from the patch.
Classic patch experience.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Get back into it. TNC. So what the game plan is, Armel, he's going to buy out the butterfly now, so definitely getting very, very strong on this morph. We haven't actually seen much of the Older Titan morph going on. It's mostly just been the Wind Ranger.
Yeah. I suppose, he bought his own BKB, so doesn't need to rely on that combination.
True. Dream having a look around, and he is going to find himself at Tim's, but Tim's has leap charges, and he's going to be able to leap away. Unfortunately for him, Arbed was just around the corner. He is going to go down. The Team Dog, I mean, even with that those last team fight that didn't really work out their way, they still just appear very, very strong. It's still a 19k net worth lead. They're nowhere near out of this game. It just seems as though they're paying a bit more respect to the lineup of TNC.
Yeah, they understand that TNC has certain angles back into it. They're not fully in the lead or not fully set to win. There's always an opening that TNC can set to abuse. They're the kind of team that will find that opening as well. Just being cautious. Again, you've got this clear shot into the grand finals. Team Dog does not want to give any opportunity towards TNC to get that done. They've got this net worth lead that is very hard to overcome with one lane already taken out as well. You just take it slow into the high ground.
Absolutely, and in they go. Tier 3 tower going to be under siege. However, towards the north, it looks like Armel has been caught out. Armel, he does waveform, but Arbet does have the chase. He has an Aegis, however. That's one life gone. He'll come back up. Maybe they make a chase onto Arfu. Maybe they won't. Shackles are going to fly out, but it's not going to be quite enough. Back in they go. Shackles going to be kind of returned back the way of Armel, but doesn't latch onto anything anyway. They can't really afford to lose the next team fight here, TNC. But luckily for them, it looks like Team Dog, they're going to wait for another moment. They're not in really too much of a rush here. Looks like they have a lot of faith in their lineup to kind of just be able to outscale TNC. I mean, they definitely have already done so, but I suppose when you are so close to getting a BKB up in your dream, you may as well just go pick that up first.
Yeah, just patience here for Team Dog. No rush, knowing that the advantage is still on their end. You can see how much it takes for TNC to counteract that push. They do smoke up though, so they might just want to catch Team Dog with their pants down. We'll see if they'll find that opening. No offensive wards here from TNC, so this is a bit of a blind smoke up.
It's wind run. Armel, oh, the shackle, he shackled himself. Ice is going to be there with Arbit. Going to remnant straight in. It's just so much damage, but Armel going to survive. He eats the cheese. Meanwhile, KB does kill off Ice into Polison. Polison getting quite low on the Enchantress, and Arrow does connect, but he's going to be alright for now. They'll go back in onto Armel. They really want that morph down, but he waveforms away. Back on a Polison. They do get the Enchantress down. Now in your dream in trouble. Arfu jumping back in, but a massive, massive stomp there with the Earthsplitter coming in, all onto Arbed. He'll try to Blade Mail back, remnanting him back out, but it's not enough. It's very, very short kind of distance here from Arbed, and it looks like he might just die. Meanwhile, Armel, very, very low, but they aren't going to be able to take him out. In your dream now, forced to blink away, and Gabby jumps back in on the Enchantress, and Polison is going to die. Even Arfu trying to go for a bit of a sneak play onto Armel, but it is not going to work out. A 4-for-0 trade here, a massive team fight out for TNC. And perhaps Team Dog, they may have waited a bit too long.
They're having issues getting their damage out with all the invasion available, especially while Armel turns into that.
Oh, in your dream. Oh, he can't afford to die. He's been stomped. The Lincoln's broken. They've got the shackles, and they should have the damage output.
Oh, God.
Oh, that is a big disappointment out for In Your Dream. And suddenly TNC, they've lowered this net worth lead to 12k for Team Dog. And this game is looking much, much more possible for them as the game goes on.
Yeah, they've blown it wide open here. Team Dog, no buybacks. They're in a risky spot. These towers will just melt when you've got this Morphling around with a Wind Ranger. So they might potentially lose a set of racks. Heck, maybe even the tier 4s might be rushed here. Gabby just running all the way in the back, making use of Zags. But they're going to find some good set of objectives. And Team Dog, they will not have buyback even after the respawns. So they're in a very risky spot here as TNC manages to find a foothold once more.
Well, they've got a buyback on In Your Dream, but they haven't decided to commit it quite yet. And that's going to be 2 lanes of racks going down. They're going to hold on to that buyback gold. TNC, they're going to take full advantage of it, though. Meanwhile, Arbed, he buys out a Scythe of Vice now. I believe it is on the courier, and it is coming out. KP going to be Rotovator stuff. Meanwhile, Armel going to be in danger. There's your Scythe of Vice. They even got the shackles off onto her. Is it going to be enough, though? Armel, he does go down, and now Arbed rushing for more on the high ground. Does spot out too. They might just have to settle for Febby, though. Febby going to be the one in danger. He'll go for the stomp, but the bash is going to come in. Meanwhile, Tims is able to TP out. Looks like everyone else is able to safely get out. Gabby, he is still in the tree line on the east of the map, just trying to hide, but well, Team Dog don't seem to be aware that he is there. So everything going to be okay for them. They might try to force out Armel to buy back, though.
Yeah, looks like they are just going to try to force TNC to respond. They do have this BKB up on In Your Dream, so as long as he responds in time, he should be able to keep himself safe there. The buyback is forced out from Febby, so they're going to have the numbers anyway to sort of deal with a split, but Gabby?
Oh, could be in danger. He was still sticking around. He is very, very quick with the Ags, though. It's very tough to try and keep up with this Wind Ranger, especially when she goes invis every time.
Could be worse. Oh, wait, no, it couldn't.
And with that, I mean, Armel's about to respawn in 30. So it looks like they're not going to really have the time to get any pressure out onto TNC before Armel is back up. And even the Roshan, it's going to be up in 10 seconds, but that's still going to give time for TNC to try and make a rotation and try to defend that next Roshan.
Yeah, and they are working their AoE spells a lot more. They've got safe long-range initiation with the stomps from Febby. They can kind of zone out Team Dog's movement as well. So they need to be a bit cautious. They are starting in the Roche though, Team Dog. It is with a refresh orb as well, the refresh shard, so they're going to have a little bit more added utility. Potentially on any of their hero. Maybe the Avalanche Toss gets a refresh, maybe Abed Spells gets a refresh. So a good bump up there. Looks like they're not going to be able to come in for the contestation in time here, TNC, just a bit too slow in the movement.
But they are. The Santa hat flying in the air. Like Abed does take the refresh shard for himself, so now you can just kind of refresh your remnants. Even has a refresher orb coming out soon on Abed, just to really be able to just be impossible to catch. These are... Oh, Shackle is out. They caught out Abed on the Ember. He does get tossed back, but it's not going to be good enough. He has to buy back, and he will.
Double down on sorcery.
KP could be in a spot of trouble. In Your Dream, not going to see him. It is nighttime after all. Did not get the vision he needed.
This is a bit of a scary spot now for Team Dog. They're down one buyback. A lot of value came out from TNC with that one ward up. There is a smoke now though, so they want to make use of this buyback, get themselves a lead, maybe start to find more objectives as well with a pickoff. They're gonna have to find an angle as TNC for the most part are back on their high ground here.
They are. In Your Dream, DD Rune's still active for another 10 seconds or so. He'll go after the tier 3 tower. Does take it out. KB gonna jump in with a nice little silence. Now Arrow landing as well. They've caught out the big boy, but Abed, he's gonna jump in the back and make sure they can't go forward. Earthsplit are gonna be dodged. They got the Hex off onto Febby as well. Febby, he's gonna die. Armel forced to back off through the Viper Strike, but Arfu gonna be caught out now and should go down to Gabby, but an Avalanche Toss does come out in time. In Your Dream now gonna jump in, but Gabby once again avoiding all the hits. Meanwhile, Armel back onto Ice. He's gonna morph back into the Wind Ranger and just go for a bit of a run. Shackles won't actually land onto In Your Dream. Lincolns do break. He still has the Aegis. He'll go for the racks. And that might just be enough for Team Dog. Arrow, not going to land there from Tim's. In Your Dream, going to keep going, but KP going to jump in now with a nice 8th of Remnant. Another Shackles, going to go back the way of Armel. That'll be enough. Up towards the top lane they go. Or maybe not, back down to the bot lane perhaps, but the Remnant not going to make it in time from Arbet. Gabby is able to just blink away. Gabby, looks like he wants to keep the chase up.
Of invisibility.
He's actually going to run into Arbet, but Arbet is invis. It's probably not really that advised to go into the Ember by yourself right now. Arbet, he's going to be just fine. TNC, they'll have to accept the fact that they've lost the second lane of Barracks. And that's going to make it a 2-for-2 in terms of Barracks. So the map has evened out quite nicely. No outer tower standing either for either team. I wonder who strikes first.
It's a relatively even game, but with the lead pretty much gone for Team Dog, or gone in any significant way at 50 minutes in. I'd say this is TNC looking a lot better. Their Morphling's just getting a bit too much space. They've got so much evasion with Armel. He's got the Butterfly. He's always in the Wind Run because of the Ags upgrade on the Wind Ranger form. So without any sort of MKB being lined up just yet, you're not going to get the damage off. And your Dream is saving up for it now. He's running out of space in his inventory to really shuffle things around. He's going to have to play backpack shuffling in the middle of a fight to really maximize his BKB and his Lincolns. Just really hard now to shuffle that
That's
in.
better. There you go.
There.
I was about to ask, why even MKB? Go all in. You're 51 minutes into the game. Just get the Divine Rapier. In your Dream, he ends up doing it. He's not wasting his time with that damn MKB purchase. And now it's just a matter of pushing out this top lane and trying to find the space to actually get this Divine working.
Well, they've only got about 45 seconds left to get this Aegis going. So they've got to make it fast and find a big win soon before the Aegis expires. Otherwise, they run the risk of giving this Divine away. So be cautious about that in your Dream, knowing his Aegis timer.
Listen, we targeted. Double Shackles are out. They do get the Enchantress.
Wait, is that it?
Nice little pick up there from TNC. There is a buyback available on Polison if he needs it, but he won't. Not quite yet anyway. I say that, but TNC are slowly starting to rotate up towards the top lane. There isn't really a Rax there to take, but maybe they could try to invade the base. It looks like they're not really going to bother. Or maybe Gabby. Shackles not actually going to latch onto the Viper, but Ice is still in trouble. He Blade Mails up and Paulson is going to buy back. In your Dream, however, Abyssal is going to be there onto Febby. He needs to be careful with that Divine Rapier, but he does find Febby. Now Arbit going to rush in. He gets Armel on the Morphling, but the BKB is going to be out into the Wind Ranger form. Going to try and run away as they continue the chase. The chains is there. Armel, Lincoln's broken. Still moving. In your Dream, he does get a bash off, and now Armel, big trouble. He'll Manta and just try to waveform away, but in your Dream, he guts the bash off. Cancels the TP of the Morph, and they even found another. It's going to be the big one. Or rather, the second big one. It's going to be Gabby. Gabby, Flicker not working in his favor, but he can still just kind of run away. He's going to be all right. KB trying to go after Ice. This could work against him. Does dissimulate after the Viper Strike, but In Your Dream is now around, and they have the Abyssal Blade. Aeon Disc going to be procced, but he has no Astral Steps left. Has one back up in a second, but the Avalanche perfectly timed by Arfu.
The cost of magic.
And this is that point if you're the side of Team Dog, you start to think about going back to the Radiant base and forcing out the rest of the buybacks here from TNC, which they will get started on. KB is going to buy back. They want Armel's buyback too.
They're going to need to commit a lot more, although.
Gabby, nice Shackles out. Looks like he has found Arfu, so the Tiny is going to die, and Armel did buy back. An arrow is going to be there on Zapolison. That's a dieback on the Enchantress. Now KB rushing for more. Arfu, he's going to buy back, but Ice, he's already caught out, and he may as well just already be dead, and he will eventually go down a Febby.
It's a scary time now for both teams. TNC, they've bought back on their biggest hero. Team Dog do have the option of maybe buying back on Ice if they feel the need to. There's nothing really to go on for the map. They're not shoved out far enough to immediately go high ground. Roche is still set to reset in about 40 seconds, and we'll find out when it will be up. So they've got some room here on Team Dog to breed, whereas TNC might be a bit pressured to find something. You do see the Ags upgrade flying out here for Tims. So he's going to have his Sacred Arrow with the Meteor Fall. Starstorm although.
Armel, kind of lucky he did not get bashed. Arfu gets spotted there by KB. KB just going to go for the wards instead anyway. Down to the bot lane they go. They'd love that final lane of barracks, and it doesn't really take them too long to get it either. Once they get started. You've also got the buyback on Ice to work towards. But now, Refresher Orb on him, but there goes your tier 3 tower, so In Your Dream going to jump in, but no Lucky Bash is coming out. They are still trying to go after Armel. That's the target they want. But Gabby also going to get jumped on. They'll just bounce back around. Refresh. Is there an Arbet? However, he's been focus fired down. He's still alive, just remnanting around, trying to find the target he wants. There goes KP. In your dream now, trying to go after Tim's. Unable to catch him out. Instead, maybe go after Febby, but no, he's going to be fine as well. Gabby going to jump in on the Wind Ranger. But he has that invis. And they are lacking detection on Team Dog. They can't really take them out because they keep getting this invis through the wind run. Very, very disgusting stuff here from TNC.
Yeah, it's harder and harder for Team Dog to counteract that mobility that you're seeing coming out here. At the same time, they do manage to get a successful defense. They were forced to buy back on one hero as well, so they're kind of even in terms of sacrificing some buybacks here. There are only like 3 buybacks so far in the game. All of which are on TNC, so they've got a little bit more leeway there. Team Dog do not. They do smoke up though. They want to make something happen with KP down. Maybe they find something big.
Are they going to try? Definitely is a nice kind of advantage to have. 4v5. Arrows. The multi-shot, going to have to be very careful about those. But in your dream, he's a man of business. He'll go straight after the racks. Can't forget either, we are 3 minutes away from having those tier 5 items up, and they make the jump into In Your Dream, but he's going to be okay for now. He might need to blink away soon. He does. Arbet going to jump in, trying to find Gabby. Instead, Armel is the target they really want. Oh, and the shackles do come out. Gabby being caught out on his own, but again, the invis is going to make it so he does remain alive. Another shackles onto ice. Doesn't land. More shackles coming out. Still don't land. They would love to just be able to take that racks out before KP does come up, but Arfu going to jump in for a nice toss back. He finds Febby. Mana Void will be committed. Febby will buy back immediately. Still Gabby going to get jumped on now. Back to Armel, jumping back in. Does kill off Ice. That was Tim's actually getting the kill. Gabby still okay in the back lines. In Your Dream was chasing. Meanwhile, Armel does kill off Paulison. And so, ultimately, it still ends up being a positive team fight for TNC. They do have to buy back on Febby, but they have 2 heroes down without buyback now on Team Dog. However, and they get this Roshan, Armel. He's going to get started. That's a Roshan with everything on it. And it looks like they're going to get away with this.
It's going to be a big take for TNC. So much more coming out here. Ag's upgrade to fly out onto anyone that needs it as well. So they've got even a more utility coming through here for the side of TNC. Team Dog, it's just looking really awkward. They lose the lead now as well. So network lead is gone, but they are smoked. They might want to go for a cheeky, just straight ancient play here.
I mean, they have the Divine Rapier. It's not going to take very long. In Your Dream. Can you get it done? He shows himself now. Arfu going to jump in. Tier 4 tower is getting pretty low, but it's nowhere near fast enough. And poor Arfu, he got jebaited into this. It's like, wait a minute, I can't blink away like that. Who's going to save me? That's a dieback, by the way, on Arfu.
Yeah, that's a costly one, Team Dog. They do stall out. So there's no immediate rush from the Roche into the high ground, but you're still losing the numbers game here. They will maybe hold out long enough for Ice to be back up on his Viper. Still, the situation's just looking really dire for the dire side here on Team Dog. There's only so much you can expect In Your Dream to do. Like, he's fully slotted up. Maybe a tier 5 item can come out to help them out in the next, 6 seconds. They should be aware of that timing, but TNC are just going to keep that aggression up.
Yeah, I can't blame them for this. And they take these Raxes very, very quick. And that's Mega Creeps up now, TNC. Making the comeback happen thus far. It's still anyone's game to take, but TNC certainly have a bit of an advantage going for themselves now. Do they go for the jugular yet? It doesn't look like it. They're just going to take their time because there's tier 5 items. There's a Ballista out. I think Gabby might be taking that, and he does. And so you can't really ever kill Gabby now because you just get knocked back all the time. KP Gonna jump in onto CIS. In your dream, gonna reflect the shackle. Hex out, they've poured out the Void Spirit, but he does get force-staffed away. Shackle is out, Gabby. He caught two of them. In your dreams in there. Do they take him out in time? Not quite. The AM's going to be fine, or maybe not. The silences are there. In your dream, just getting knocked back. He's going to go down. The Divine on the deck, Armel, will be the one to take it. And now it's their game to win, or rather lose, if they did end up throwing this away. But I can't imagine it happening. It's Paulson going to get blown up. A triple kill out for Armel. Dude trying to jump in your dream will do the same, but where's your damage output? It's probably not going to be there. Arbit will try. The Ancient exposed. Armel might just ignore everyone and go for it, or maybe he'll go after Arbit first. That Ember is dropping low. He'll just call the GG before he dies. In your dream dies anyway, and Armel, he'll finish it off with a rampage.
Oh.
And what a comeback out from TNC. And I suppose if there's one thing we learn here, John, we can't doubt TNC when they have Morphling. They always have something up their sleeve when it comes to this hero.
That they do. They managed to make it work. 42-42, really even. If you look at that win probability graph as well, I've never seen Dota Plus this confused.
Whoops.
It goes up and down. Rather unfortunate for Team Dog. They wait a bit too long. They gave a lot of space out to Armel. They should have sieged the high ground while they were really strong, but they take their time. And that cautiousness really cost them. So TNC managed to find an opportunity, blast it wide open, and Team Dog just taking way too long there. Really good comeback from TNC. Does force us into game number 3 here.
Let's see how it does pan out. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes for the final game of this best of 3 between TNC Predator and Team Dog. See you very, very soon. And you know, John, some people say Sven got nerfed in this patch. But in reality, he really didn't, John. He just has to be a bit more patient now. 20 minutes in, Superman is still alive.
I would say it's actually a buff. Because you suddenly free up that level 15 talent for something else. So you can actually pick up a little bit more power at your 15. You just pay for power now, so it's literally pay to win with the Sven. Right? It is pay to win. You get your shard at 20, and then you win. That's it with the Sven. So he's still an absolute menace. We'll see if they can get that space out for Gabby. Otherwise, the values in the heroes hasn't really affected it too much, I don't reckon. Team Dog. I mean, it's been unbanned in the series. It does slide through. They have to be ready and dealing with it. They've got Lesh with a magic damage. So that should force our Sven to maybe rush a BKB in this game at some point to mitigate that. They have room for something like the Oracle if they wanted to, but kind of a moot point with the Dispel and the Sven. They go with the Troll instead. So it does come out here. We'll see just how In Your Dream builds up. We've been seeing, again, it's that usual Battle Fury build that we've been seeing for the most part when the Troll comes in. But it does give you a core that farms up well, can be aggressive early, and sort of maybe handle the Sven. Now, the Troll has some interesting aspects with his new Dispels, right? I believe that's his Ags or Shards upgrade, one of those two. He's got a Self-Dispel and an Enemy Dispel on his axis, whether range or melee. So could add some utility here for Team Dog. TNC, Omni Knight was available. They do go into it, which leaves a bit of a question as to what's the support and what's the KP hero, or if these are all cores. Pretty open for TNC if they wanted to.
It seems like a really strong draft to come out from TNC. Team Dog, they're going to go with the Void Spirit now, but we've seen the Omni Sven. It's tried and tested, and sure, you've got to wait till 20 minutes now, but that doesn't seem like that long of a wait for the Sven to truly be a menace. I'm just not sure about this for Team Dog. Like, giving the Sven Omni away, maybe they're very, very confident in their ability to be able to finish the game too fast for TNC to really be able to kind of handle, but it seems like you're putting yourself in a very uncomfortable position if you are Team Dog with this style of draft.
Yeah, it's an awkward spot. Like, you have to contend with this. The one thing I can see is that they're not the most amazing laners. I mean, we've seen the weakness of the Viper. If it does fall behind, you can kind of make use of that and bully it down. The Omni Knight as well doesn't necessarily stop the damage from the Leshrac. Most certainly does make it easier to slip out of that control though. So that is something that TNC can play with. Team Dog, it looks like their last pick is going to be focused on Ice Ice Ice, unless he's playing the Void Spirit, but I don't reckon that's the case. It could be. It could be the Ice 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 Void Spirit, or even the offlane Lushrak, possibly, but that's been really unpopular for the most part. So we'll have to see how they close out. They don't have last pick overall as well, so they're going to have to show their hand first, and that means TNC can continue to build on this really strong draft by kind of figuring out who lanes where and get a favorable matchup.
5 seconds remain.
Well, last pick up now. Team Dog. You talked about that offlane pick. It still does feel like they want to go for that Ice 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 hero here. If they wanted to, I don't think it's going to be that great, but you've got the Darkseer if you really want, you know, Ice to be on that.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel amazing, though.
No. Especially with the Ags change, I think you've got to reconsider. You lose the double wall, at least with the Ags upgrade. So I know if you'd really want to pull it out here, you've got the option for Brewmaster, which has taken changes kind of iffy into an Omni with Heavenly Grace, though. Could be an option for Ice if you wanted it to be there. I think the changes on the Brew might make it a little bit more viable, especially with that added Void Spirit. It is rather pesky with Disarm, so could be added utility here for Dog if they wanted to, but we haven't really seen that pop out. Not sure if that's an option at all for Team Dog.
We're having a very long think for this last pick.
The Tidehunter is available if they wanted to go into that.
I actually like the Tide.
Yeah, it fits really well. Teamfight's nice. You've got this Ags upgrade as well if things go dicey, and you've got the laning against Sven, melee hero. They go to Pango instead, which gives them natural disarm. Kind of contend with the Sven. It gives him pretty nice teamfight as well, tying in with the Leshen and the Dying once you get the Pangolier roll going. TNC close out with a Quap, so just keeping it solid. They've got a way of jumping in, getting their damage off. Really nicely stitched up draft from TNC, probably their nicest draft in the series. Team Dog have to pull out some good punches here. They've got to get Abed off to a running start with his Void Spirit. Make sure Ice 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 on his Pango is going to be as disruptive as possible and get In Your Dream that early farm he needs. They're also running slightly greedier supports, at least in terms of EXP with the Leshen Dying. So they need to kind of stick in their lanes, get some EXP up so that they do hit their level spikes by around the 10-minute mark here.
All right. See how it goes. Game number 3. This is the final game and last chance to make it straight through to the grand final. I suppose I should ask you, John, since we are into the last game, which draft do you prefer overall?
TNC is hands down. They've got the Sven Omni Knight combination here. It's tried and tested. I don't think the movement of the Dispel into the Shards is going to hurt the Sven all too much. 20 minutes is around the timing. You see that anyway. Really kick into gear. So Gabby still has a lot of utility. Just going to have to spend that gold first into it, which might hurt. But Sven flash farm so fast, it's not a major issue. You also don't have the strongest lockdown here from Team Dog to keep something like the Queen of Pain locked in. And you still have this lingering question of how do you fight into the Omni Knight. Once Guardian Angels pop, sure, Afu can get some damage out, but you basically lose the damage on your main core, which is a big worry. And Heavenly Grace is going to be ridiculously annoying to play against here.
Well, like we said, John, last chance here for both these teams. Grand final spot on the line. TNC versus Team Dog. Game number 3. We shall get it underway and see how it does all pan out. I would agree with your sentiment, by the way, John. I was also leaning towards TNC side of things when it comes to draft.
You gotta be kidding.
I never have faith in the Troll Warlords these days. I realize we're into a new patch as well, but it just... I never feel good about them.
Aved, he's bored already. Z's are out. Gabby's laughing because he gets the Sven.
Sad stuff for Armel. He has to play the Queen of Pain again for the 2000th time this patch. Or last patch, I guess. Fu. Oh, he's going to run straight into him. Gabby will have the Stormhammer, and they should have the follow-up there. Arrow is not going to land. Do they have enough slow? Not quite. Arfu is going to be able to run out of range.
30 seconds.
What's wrong with KP's Viper? Why does it look kind of anemic? It looks like a looks like a
not a-
noodle with wings.
I mean, there's plenty of things that look different all of a sudden. Like, this Mirana looks very dark right now. I'm not sure if you're seeing the same thing. Maybe my settings changed without me knowing.
Is it the smoke aura? I think it's not giving alpha values correctly, so it's just dark. Yeah, it looks like the alpha's broken on particles. So it's just an aura of darkness around. Beautiful. Gotta love it.
Yeah.
Beta game, Mike.
Beta game indeed. They try on to ICIS. Another arrow not going to connect, however. That's going to mean the Team Dog, they walk away scot-free. They take a bit of harassment, but overall, no first blood being spilt quite yet. And while we're here, John, we'll have a look at down at the bot lane where ICIS, he'll be there with Arfu on the Leshrac. They are going to be up against Febby on the Omni, and of course Gabby on the Sven. And I can't really imagine Gabby or Febby dying very easily in this laning stage. Should be fairly safe for them.
Yeah, they're fairly beefy. Afu maybe get some damage in if he can land his stun combination. You might get some harassment out, but in terms of just straight out killing, tall task, tall order for the side of Team Dog. Gonna be steady farming. I think the best they can hope for is to disrupt Gabby's farm. Ensure that he's gonna have to rely on some jungle creep stacked up here, which Omni Knight doesn't really enjoy doing, although Tims might have the space to do it, so should be the most steady lane for both sides, this bot lane. Gabby, as long as he's finding it even, is not going to worry too much at all. So it should be holding steady there for the side of TNC. Compare that to up top. You've already got a bit of chaotic time here, contesting this pullout. Inner Dream's just trying to get some farm. Paulson's already dropping low. He's already out of region as well. So this is already a fantastic start for TNC in terms of zoning out this Undying. And Paulson's just gonna... He might have to look for an early reset, although he does have mangoes. But you have drained your pool here, and that's never what you want on the Undying.
Yeah, it's a very tough lane for the Troll Undying, which would generally be a very, very kind of dominant lane, these two being together, but that's just not the case up against the Viper and Mirana. They're still going to just stick around, of course, just keep farming up, but unlike last game, it's very doubtful that we'll see KP dying a lot on this Viper during the laning stage. He should have a much, much better time. And even with Tims on the Mirana this time around, he obviously probably won't die either. He'll have a nice fun time throwing arrows out. Mid lane, however, Arbet getting very, very low, forced to use that Fairy Fire, and does get the Aether Remnant out in time as well. Mel does drop a little bit low, and both mid cores are just kind of sitting there on very low HP. It's a matter of who makes the jump first. Neither, I believe, really has the potential to kill each other right now with their level 3s. You might just want to wait till that level 4 mark. Either way, it looks like Arbit is probably suffering just a little bit more in that Void Spirit, as it is still extremely difficult to try and go up against the Queen of Pain 1v1, and there's an arrow coming out from Tims, but it does not land on Arbit.
Yeah, it's pretty long range. Really sneaky, though. If it did manage to slide in, that would have been a nice first blood to pick up for TNC. But this is a really slow lane for Arbit. Like, he's not falling too far behind in last hits now. He did have to drain so much more regen early on. He does have his bottle, so that does provide some relief. And for both of these mid laners, the power runes at the 4-minute mark is going to be really important. So TNC's got a bit of an edge. They've got the Mirana. They've got way more mobility on Armel with his early level and Blink. So it's going to be easier for Aquap to get in position to grab that rune and deny it from Abed. And Abed, with a bottle, does not want that gone from him.
That he does not. Back down to the bot lane. Bit of a missed range creep there from Gabby, but he's not going to mind. It wasn't denied off anyway, so it's going to feel kind of nice. It's like ICIS is having a great old lane, though, on the Pango. Currently 19-5 on the Pangolier thus far. Just keep that up. It's mid lane, Arbit trying to go onto Armel. Is going to connect the Aether Remnant. Armel is going to verify, but the Soul Rip is out from Paulson just in the nick of time, and Armel does go down for the first blood. Looks like Tims was able to pick up the power rune, which was a regen rune, on the Mirana, but TNC definitely going to be very upset about Armel dying like that on the Quap.
Yeah, it's not a good sign. That gives Abed some room to recover here. He is forced to just get a salve out for himself, but that's perfectly fine. Finding that kill does open up the opportunities. Surprising, like, you don't tend to expect the early Undying rotation to make that much impact, but Paulson does find himself at the right spot at the right time to get that done. You are really finding everything you want to from Team Dog. Top lane for In Your Dream, he's just finding steady farm. KP's not under any threat of dying, and he is finding some steady farm himself, but you aren't slowing down the troll, which is really what you want to see from the Viper. So, In Your Dream still finding steady build-up. Gabby's just been slowing down. It's been consistent from Ice. Just so annoying. He's got level 4 up, level 2 Swash, and level 2 Lucky Shot. So he can get lucky, get the disarms off, and just make it awkward for Gabby to stand there and farm. And that's not exactly what you want. Again, when you get a slow start in the Sven here, you're going to need to build up stacks in the jungle, and that is going to be mainly down to Tim's, as you can't expect an Omni Knight to get that done all too well.
Just got some news from one of our lovely admins, by the way, John. So apparently there is another patch coming to address economy and map changes in about a week. So shout out to you, sir. Thank you for the information. And you know, I was a bit upset when there was no map changes. I'll be honest, John. I was quite upset, but there you go. There's a big change coming after the initial one. Bot lane,
That's fair.
Arthur, oh, can they get the kill? Yeah, they can. Febby is going to die. Arthur, the one to take the kill there. Meanwhile, towards the mid, I thought they may have been going on to Arbid, but it looks like Arbid's just very comfortable underneath this tier 1 tower, really being uncontested, and also has a nice haste rune in the bottle, just in case he does require it. Thus far, he has not required it. Top lane, though, Paulson going to get caught out on the Undying. And he's going to slowly but surely die to KP's poison.
Yeah, nice pickup there coming out for Tims and KP, making use of this nice deep ward they've planted early on, just to ensure that any stacks built up are going to be contestable. So they find their first kill in this game. Not the biggest target, but you take the freebie on KP after his relatively slow lane. Abba does manage to clear out a nice stack though. With the help of our Pop, although that might have all gone to our at the end. I'm not quite sure. Didn't catch the color. Still, you are seeing this good, steady start for Team Dog. TNC now, I mean, they're already starting to build up. Febby is the one actually stacking here on the camps just to get something for Gabby, but he's really under contest here under his own tier 1.
That he is. Gabby, Heavenly Grace going to help him out. Tim's also going to rotate around. Ice. Go for the Rolling Thunder back into the Sven, and Gabby stuck around a farm. That means he's going to die. They do also kill off Febby, and now Tims is trying to just kill off Arfu, but he can't even get that. They're going to chase Arfu down. Sonic Wave, Armel does land a great 2-man Sonic Wave out, and does get at least a decent trade for his team. But ultimately, if you are the side of Team Dog, you're still pretty satisfied with how all of it went.
Yeah, you get a nice kill on the Sven. You're keeping Gabby down. He's already had a slow start. His last hits aren't shaping up any better. He will need to clear out these stacks at some point. The next step for Team Dog is maybe to control that bot jungle or get some vision out to find those stacks. But overall, TNC's not really falling too far behind. It's only a slight lead here for Team Dog. But this is not the sort of early game start they'd want. You can see Ice and Abadis do smoke up as well with that immediate respawn, just trying to get some movements out in the map.
They don't have the Rolling Thunder up, which could make things slightly difficult, but they are going to steal away these stacks. Arbed, the Remnant can actually catch out Armel. I believe they have enough to lock him down, but they'll go for the first Astral Step. Armel trying to just blink away, but another Astral Step, and the Rolling Thunder going to come through. Armel does go down to the quad, but now poor old Febby in big trouble is also going to die. Great rotation out from Team Dog. That's going to make it a 3-7 with a 1k net worth lead now to the Dire side. And, Tims has gone back for the Tombstone, but it may cost him his life. He does get it in the end, but the earn charge is there from Ice. Tims is indeed going to die. Some would argue that's worth for the Tombstone, but, you know, he's probably not happy about dying and wasting all his leap charges like that.
It's really not, though. Like, level 1 Tombstone, I believe it's a 150 gold bounty. So you lost a little bit more as you give Ice 200 in exchange. Net lost overall. Bit risky play, but I dig the sentiment. Ice though is very far forward in trying to contest some farm, but this is exactly what Team Dog needs to do. Invade that jungle, constantly run in, play with her lower cooldowns, and buy space for In Your Dream at the same time. So our trolls just left completely alone bot. Afu's playing in the tree line, melting that tier 1, and all the attention is away from In Your Dream. This is exactly what Team Dog would love to get, and this should set In Your Dream up for a decent timing into that Battle Fury.
The thing is, though, if you go for the Battle Fury troll, which is fairly standard, are you not kind of lining yourself up to maybe be punished a little bit later on by TNC once their own Sven is online? I thought maybe they'd want to go for like some kind of quick fighting item build, but that just doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like they are happy to go a bit later on as, well, Gabby spotted out for a second, but Abed just going to dissimulate away, and Gabby is happily going to keep farming up these neutrals. But I do wonder whether this item build-up from In Your Dream is going to cost them a bit later on.
It's a sensitive timing. I think you will have to make it work. The issue with Troll going for, say, Diffusal into, say, Manta or SNY is once you fall behind, you really crash. You don't flash farm as well. And Ice up top, though.
Febby might die. He's going to survive. Ice, meanwhile, is being chased down by Gabby. But Gabby not going to be able to get anywhere close to catching out Ice. They are slowly setting up for this top tier 1 tower, which we saw in game 2. They were a bit late in taking the tier 1 tower out. Now they are going to give it a shot as Tims is going to jump in with Armel there. They have the Sonic Wave. They might just have to commit it as well. There's your Sonic Wave on Ice. Still alive somehow. Does swashbuckle away, but does die. Now Paulison going to come in with the Tombstone and the Flesh Golem trying to fight this one out. Arbet goes in as well, but the Tombstone already down, and I don't believe they'll have the damage output to deal with TNC. They will go back for that tier 1 tower, but Arbet not done quite yet. Dissimulate is going to be there, and Gabby does end up going down to the Sven. Tims also being caught by the Remnant. Tims, no leap charges left, so Arbet is indeed going to go back and get a double kill for himself, and that tier 1 tower is going to be left standing.
Yeah, they're just making this aggression work, Team Dog. Managed to protect their tower, and they're getting another fight.
Yeah, Battle Trance popped immediately by In Your Dream. He does not want to waste any time. And, I mean, we talked about the tier 1 top tower not going down for Team Dog. They just kept that tier 1 alive, plus got a mid-tier 1 tower down. They are looking very healthy and very strong thus far.
Yeah, it's a really good start for Team Dog. 40-11, 4K lead in their end. They've really kept Gabby down. They've cleared out all the right stacks. They've kept good control on the bot jungle and the triangle. TNC's been having a hard time getting some safe space for Gabby. He's going to have to play in that top jungle instead, where it's slightly safer. I believe his Mask of Madness is flying out, so he does have his farm acceleration tool ready to go. But he's going to need to find that space to get that farm up, as Team Dog, as long as they give him the opportunity, they will keep shrinking this map and they smoke up.
Armel. Armel doesn't want to die, but he doesn't really have much of a choice in the matter. He's going to go down fairly easily. Oh, they're going to spot out those Ancient stacks. That is a lot of Ancients to take. There's In Your Dream. He doesn't have the Battle Fury up yet, so these aren't going to be the easiest to take. But they might just stick around and guard them, as now Febby going to get caught out by Arbet. Is going to die. KB in the back lines. Viper Strike is there onto Paulison. He's going to die in the fountain. Paulison does die in the end. He's just... he just got home before he did go down. They really want those Ancients, though. They are not allowing TNC to take them, and it looks like they are literally going to stick around until the Battle Fury is finished on In Your Dream, which, by the way, it's just a little bit of gold off finishing now. And then he can make his way over and start contesting. However, Ice gonna roll in. Looks like those Ancients were indeed taken by Gabby. So they commit 5 heroes to make sure that they can get them, but Gabby does eventually take them out. Arbet. It's the 8th Remnant onto Tims, but follow-up to it.
Yeah, it's a good objective for TNC to finally secure back that triangle, so Gabby gets the gold injection he needs. Battle Fury is up, though, for In Your Dream. So he's been playing this bot jungle uncontested. They have had a ward keeping track of that troll, but this is where it really starts to boil down. If In Your Dream can outform the Sven, or at least maintain this lead he has, then this Battle Fury becomes a lot of value. You've also got probably the best item for the troll here. Possessed Mask is on him for his tier 1. He's going to be able to sustain himself in that jungle quite nicely, even without his own Morbid Mask. Just a really good pickup from them. Team Dog, again, keeping that aggression up. They've smoked up here, Paulson and Abed, and still keeping that hunt going.
Yeah, it looks like they want to try and bait using that 15-minute power rune, but Tims is going to spot out the Undying. However, he has not spotted out Arbet, who does have the Yule Scepter up now, and will catch out Tims with the Aether Remnant. He will try to leap away, but it is going to be no good. Arbet having plenty of control on that Void Spirit, just on his own. It's going to be another kill onto Tims and that Mirana. And for TNC, all they can do is kind of sit back and just wait it out, try to get more farm going on Gabby. Slowly but surely he's getting them, but now he's been caught out. He does throw out the stun onto Ice, but Arbet has the control again, and Gabby has been stunned up by this Rolling Thunder. Does it connect a second time? No, not quite. Arbet has to go back in onto Gabby, but Gabby is still running away. Do they have the damage? Yeah, they eventually will. They even found KP on the side, and now it looks like they found Febby. That Aether Remnant going to be on target once again. Arbet on a mega kill streak. A 6k net worth lead for Team Dog.
Yeah, they're really just running this draft really well. It's run and gun. It's the focus on the objectives as well. And TNC, I mean, they've got the Sven Omni that just hasn't kicked off in a meaningful way. They've not been able to force fights with the durability that this affords them, and they're just losing their jungle space. Tier 2 tower falls, bottom jungle completely opened up now to the side of Team Dog. The lead on In Your Dream just keeps growing wider, and he is going for the SNY build, so he's going to be ready to fight relatively soon. Whereas Gabby, of course, I mean, he's going to have to wait for his BKB. Looks like we might see him go for the shards, but I mean, you tend to, right? You just want that Dispel on the Sven. But with how his farm is going, I'm not sure if he's going to have the gold to spare for it at the 20-minute mark.
I mean, it is very, very slow going right now for Gabby. You're still going to get the Ags up before the shards to really feel like you can just make the jump in. Oh, Mel, he was farming fine in the laning stage, but after that, just it all started kind of going downhill. He's not too far behind, but when you compare it to Arbet and In Your Dream, they are just behind enough. What is it, John?
No, I was just looking at these sentry wards by the ramp. There are 2 sentries right next to each other. I wonder why.
Relevatos has caught out Paulson. Mel going to be around. Jump in from Arbet. They do kill off one, but they can't afford to lose this swap. She will be able to jump out. In Your Dream, going to rush forward onto Febby. Meanwhile, KB kind of been left behind here, and Arfu, as the pos for Leshrak, will just take him out. And now In Your Dream, onto Febby. Arrow does not connect, nicely juked out. Meanwhile, Tim's dives to Ice, and In Your Dream does find himself an Omni Knight for his trouble. And they might just go for the Roshan pit, because why the hell not?
They've got the damage, they've got the farm, they've got the time. PNC do not have the years to contest. The best you can do right now is just get some space out for Gabby, make use of this time, just keep that farm up, rush into that BKB. Without it, you're a sitting duck, 2 to control and damage here. You're just going to have to give this one away. Good pickup here for Team Dog. Widens the lead now to 8k, 6-20 at 18.5 minutes in. And this is just a fantastic start. In Your Dream, widening the lead compared to our Sven. He's about 2k up on his troll. SNY just about done as well. So he is just ready to rock and roll in this troll, and he's going to have everything he wants. For Gabby, I mean, again, the insane Sven is still capable of coming out, but it takes an additional gold investment now as well.
Atos there. Arrow doesn't connect onto Arbet. He's just going to jump straight back in as well with the Astral Step onto KP. They get the disarm off. Into the Rolling Thunder they go, and poor old KP just seems like he's constantly being targeted. He will go down again. Into Tims now. They should not really have the damage for Tims, and they won't. But they get another nice pos 3 kill. And with that,
But,
if you're Team Dog, I mean, you're controlling so much of the map right now. It just doesn't feel like Gabby has any form of space to farm on this Sven.
no. He does not have any safe spot to farm. He's just trying to find what he can. Whenever Team Dog finds a kill, he's playing on the opposite side, or as far away possible, and it just doesn't lead to too much farm. You are losing some space here. I think the biggest issue for TNC is that they do not have a clear angle to attack, but their control is just limited outside of their Sven Mirana, and KP can only do so much to set up on this Viper.
Oh no, it looks like, speaking of KP, he was caught out underneath the sentry ward. They do grace him up, but the chase is still on board the battle trance. Meanwhile, it looks like they found another in the form of Tim's. And KP going down to In Your Dream. Abed gonna find Armel on the Queen of Pain. Armel, he's caught out by that Remnant. And he's just gonna drop so darn quick to In Your Dream. It's not even close right now. 11k net worth lead. And mind you, I mean, obviously the draft of Team Dog does seem to be much more powerful at this stage of the game, but they are playing very, very well.
Oh, that they are. They're just playing with their power spikes while they've given a good amount of distribution as well out into Afu, which is why he's so effective in the slush. He's just gotten the levels up that he needs very early on. He's got some decent farm flowing in as well. They're hitting some good spikes here inside of Team Dog. TNC, this is sort of reminiscent to how Game 2 started, except this is a lot... Well, I guess the numbers are a bit worse for TNC here. But if they can hold out, Gabby will be a menace. The issue is they need to keep buying that space. It's becoming all about Gabby. The best you can hope for from Armel and KP is to get some space out for the big Sven to become scary. But, you know, we're at the 20-minute mark. He's very far off from finishing up the BKB. He's been stuck on that for a while, which means our shard is going to be a long way off, and the hammer is going to be a long way off with the Ags upgrade as well. It's just going to be a bit too long as the high ground's already under siege.
Yeah, that tier 3 tower is not going to last long at all. They do back off, they give respect to TNC, and in all fairness, we are still 21 minutes into the game, so no real reason for Team Dog to try and rush this. Still plenty of time for In Your Dream to grow. He's going for a BKB of his own now, and things just continue to get tougher and tougher. Because they are really just waiting on Gabby. I mean, that's the only thing they can kind of hope for now, TNC. But with the map shrinking this quick, and so much gold he requires to be online, all you can do is try, but he might get run into now. He's farming. Ice gonna jump in with a swash. Stun is gonna be there. The rest of TNC are also around. Ice does pop the Rolling Thunder with the bullwhip, trying to go after Gabby, and he does land the stun. Now the Tombstone drop. They want to spend first, and they're gonna get him as well. Oh, Gabby, he just can't catch a break.
Oh, I love this. You've got the shards in Afu, so he's got that ridiculous splitter coming back up every time you cast it.
All right.
You are in such big risk when you get stunned by one. It's kind of ridiculous what it does.
All I see is balance, John. Tim's gonna get caught out on the Mirana. It's gonna go down to Arbet, who has a DD rune, and they are going straight after that mid racks. And after this, they can go after the top racks as well, as there's no tier 3 tower standing. So off they go. They know that TNC will refuse to buy back here, as they're already too far behind to do so. I said there was no tier 3 tower, but what I meant was there was basically no tier 3 tower.
Yeah. That's just so silly. That splitter. You get 3 off. I believe it basically means there's literally 100% uptime on your splitter coming out. So, if Afu really wanted to focus on one area, just keep stunning.
Bad. Found KP again. There's that split earth coming out, and poor old KP just going to try and run away. He's going to be okay for now, but he eventually gets taken down by Armel. Now Armel in big trouble. Is going to die into Febby. They do pop the Guardian Angel, but is it going to matter? It will not. Afu finding another triple kill for the Leshrac. Arbed will take the fourth. They do pop the Godstrength. This is the last-ditch effort of TNC. They're buying back, but In Your Dream, he's going in with the Battle Trance. He's trying to fight this one out in the fountain. He will eventually die. But their 2 racks is up. Gabby trying to TP, but he can't. He will cancel it off. And it's there's still 2 Raxes up. Even though you lose your carry, it just doesn't really seem to matter when you're 21k ahead.
It just takes me back. This is the In Your Dream I know from 2016, 2017. That's the classic play right there. It just takes me back. Memories, Mike. I remember a dive through tier 2s into the tier 3 and dying up there as well. Just that confidence, but you like seeing it. They're still ahead. It's 7-30. A lot of work TNC has to put in. They're gonna be happy about that pickup, but they might lose more.
Oh, Gabby. He's just stuck there now with the split earths coming out. He just can't move. Meanwhile, towards the north, Paulison, he's a tanky boy, but not tanky enough. He's gonna go down. Abed is looking for something. He does have the Aghanim Scepter upgrade now, so he can just jump in. In fact, he's got the full shards and Ags up. KP gonna pop the Viper Strike to try and slow him down a little bit. Mel gonna jump back in. Does have a Sonic Wave if he wants to commit. Star 4 comes in. Still no Sonic Wave being thrown out as now Tim's gets jumped on, but looks like Abed is just gonna jump himself out. Ice still going back in after KP. Now another Remnant to catch him out. They really want this Viper dead. Dissimulate is there. The Bullwhip coming out from Febby, but it's just not going to be enough. KP still just trying to slowly run his way out, but there's a flank coming in from In Your Dream, and he has the Battle Trance, so KP, he's being targeted so much. They just won't leave the Viper alone.
Well, I wouldn't either. It's a poisonous snake, Mike. You gotta take it out. They do keep themselves safe. TNC, it's looking dicey. They're still trying to get some farm out on Gabby. We saw him taken out a while ago, but does have a little bit of space to play, but he's still lagging severely behind. So 2k behind Abed. The big issue is he's about 6k behind In Your Dream. So he's at a major item deficit. We're not seeing the Ags being built up fast enough. The Aghanim Shard as well, it's going to be a long way off from that. And this is where it kind of hurts not having it as a talent. You just don't have that innate Dispel on your end, but it's not like that alone would help out the cause completely for TNC, as they don't even have the Ags as well. And even then, the Ags was nerfed to not have that auto attack immediately when you do hammer in. So it will take like, what, a slight second more to get your damage out, but that does affect the DPS output of that upgrade as well for Gabby. We'll have to see if it does work well. If it does come out, TNC will smoke up here though.
They're gonna have to try something. At BKB, 9-second charge up on Gabby. Line drawn straight into Abed, I believe, on the Void Spirit.
Good scan.
Good scan indeed, Abed. Yeah, he's going to be just safe. Simulate to the low ground. That may have not worked out in his favor, but he's going to avoid them by Astral Stepping, and Mel is still going to try, but Ice now does use the Rolling Thunder straight into the Queen of Pain. Here comes In Your Dream as well. On the Troll, they're trying to control him up, but it's looking really bad as Armel's dying on the left side, and on the right side, it's not looking much prettier. Gabby, he's trying to fight this one out, but In Your Dream's there with the rush. He hasn't even popped the Battle Trance yet. There it is coming out. KP's down, Gabby's down, and the GG is called. There will be your first grand finalist coming out, and it will be Team Dog. TNC, they will go down to the lower bracket final, which will be played tomorrow, so they're not out of it quite yet. And John, we've got to go find out who their competitors are going to be.
Yeah, that was a spectacular performance out from Team Dog. Consistent early game, I think, is what I want to point out here. Throughout all games in the series, they've been constantly able to find some solid wins from their laning phase onward. It was really in game 2 where you saw TNC's tenacity pay off. Doesn't quite work out here. They go back to the Sven, and it just doesn't get off to the start they'd want. Gabby could not build into the items at the timings he wanted to hit. And even then, if he got the Ags, like the nerfs, still leave it up to the air as to how effective it would have been. So props to Team Dog, straight into the grand finals. Of course, as you mentioned, TNC lower bracket finals. We will see between Finatic and T1 as to which one TNC will have to face tomorrow.
Oh, this is a real heartbreaker, this next one, John. You know, the ex-teammates, Jackie and Masaros, up against each other for a spot in the lower bracket final of the BTS Pro Series number 4. Who will emerge victorious? We're going to find out in about 10 minutes. Of course, it is MLP Dota and John X Fire. We'll see you all again after a short break to see how our lower bracket does pan out. We'll see you soon.
Pretty hilarious if they do go for it, but they don't. They go for the CM instead. So
How
it's,
sad.
Yeah, it's steady for T1. No Rubik, but I am curious to see if Finatic, if DJ is going to opt for that shard pickup. At the 20-minute mark, again, we haven't seen too many heroes rush it then, but I would wager in like the 5-minute gap, 25 minutes to 30 minutes, you might see the shard come out. It's just so much more utility on your fissure, the block, and I think DJ is the kind of player to make use of that really well. So we'll have to see. Finatic, though, do take this Death Prophet on top. So they've got this pretty ridiculous push lineup. Troll plus DP, a bit older than the most recent iterations of push drafts, but this can still melt towers fast. Does put pressure on Finatic to play around that exorcism as it comes up. But if they can hit those timings right, melt those tier 1 towers quick, they can start to give themselves more space to farm in, especially with this troll on their side.
No, I would agree with you on that. I don't think it's too bad of Finatic to pick up that DP, and obviously we know Moon does enjoy the hero quite a lot. Seems very, very comfortable when he's playing this DP in the mid lane, and so they will go ahead and give it to him. T1, they'll go straight for the Batrider. So that could be in the mid lane, could be in the off lane, more than likely the mid lane though, as you've already got the Viper there. And I suppose that is one kind of nice way to deal with the DP. You don't really care too much about the Spirit Siphon because you can just pop Firefly and run away. If you did want to make the jump onto the DP, Spirit Siphon's not enough heal to really save you through the Firefly and Sticky Napalm amplification. So I don't mind this pickup here from T1. And going back to your earlier point about the Aghanim shards on CM, I kind of like it. What was it, like 70% block on damage if you frostbite yourself? I think it was 70%, and as well as that, you can frostbite yourself in your own ulti, the freezing field. So it's kind of like you're more survivable now. Of course, it can still be cancelled off, so you can still get silenced or get stunned, and things will still be kind of bad. But at least if you do wait out all those abilities first, and then you get that freezing field off, you're kind of just fine. They can't really burst you down that quickly anymore.
Yeah, it's a pretty good saving tool to have on hand. So it's pretty darn nice. Again, the issue is CM farming for that. I don't see it happening. You'd still prioritize a Blink, a Force Staff, a Eul's, a Glimmer Cape on hand, or a Ghost Scepter, depending on what the game needs. So probably not an instant pickup. Would be nice to see though, and would be nice to see the impact of that if it does come out. Still, steady bans coming through here for both sides. T1 took out the Legion Commander themselves, so they're trying to take away anything that could probably break off the lasso here from our Batrider, keeping themselves safe, which is funny because this tends to be the Cuckoo hero that we see, but again, just not wanting to give that option to Finatic, as it does look like, as you pointed out, probably a Viper offlane here for Cuckoo. Finatic, for their part, take out the Jug and Ursa, so they're just banning out safe laners that could come out from T1, and we'll just have to see how they close out. Finatic do have last pick overall, so they're going to be able to surprise us a bit if they want to, but T1, they've got some options here. Hard to pick Illusion Heroes in the Shaker. They go with a PA instead, trying to go for that burst. Really good reach here, right? Like Earth Spirit can roll up to the PA target. You've got the lasso if you want to jump in that way instead. Lanes look fairly solid here. You've got no mana issues with the CM, so the Batrider, the Viper, and the PA can spam their spells out. And it really boils down to if T1 can get aggression out with Earth Spirit and their CM. They need to sort of win out these lanes with these two supports, maybe even look mid to bully out the DP with all the control they have. If they can get that done, Finatic might struggle a bit, although they've got the safety net in getting their troll farm as well.
That they do. Finatic, their last pickup, it does appear they are lacking in an offlane hero here. And they will take the Abaddon, which I don't know how to feel about this pick right now. I feel like Abaddon might secretly be kind of strong. I suppose Fnatic's about to show us if that is the case. John, do you have any information about the new shards? I can't remember reading this up on Abaddon.
Yeah. This one is just a Mist Coil and a Photic Shield applying some Curse of Avernus stacks. as well, and increasing the base slow of that Curse of Avernus. So it's a pretty nice kiting thing to have. Again, I'm not sure if you're going to rush it with a gold investment. Doesn't seem like it'd be too worthwhile. Yeah, probably not. But the Abaddon in this case just gives him a steady way of breaking off that lasso. So they still find a way to sneak in something to break the initiation of T1 with her Batrider. The shield is just going to have so much value here. So the Batrider is going to have to choose. Carl is going to have to choose how he goes in. They've always got to keep an eye out as to where Masaros is. Otherwise, your Blaster is just not going to do much here.
No, it is not. But we'll see how this goes. It's game number 1 of the lower bracket. Round of 3, I believe it is. And, of course, winner of this will go through to the lower bracket finals to go up against TNC tomorrow. And Team Dog will be patiently waiting in the grand finals to see who their opponents are going to be. But we've got plenty of games before that. Let's see if T1 or Finatic can take this series off each other. Because one of them kind of has to. I asked you earlier who you thought the favorites were going to be before the draft came out, and I believe you did say Finatic, John.
Mm-hmm.
Now seeing the drafts, do you still feel that way about Finatic?
I'd say, yeah, you've got this Shaker coming out. It is Jabs playing it, mind you, but we've seen Jabs Shaker as well when he was playing for Among Us. So it's still really solid. DJ's on his Enchantress this time. Raven's on a very comfy troll that we've seen Raven deliver on before. Their main concern here on the side of Finatic is, again, maximizing that Exorcism coming out from Moon. So there's really a lot of pressure on Moon just to get his rotations at a timely manner, find his level 6 fast, group up with his teammates, take a tower, rinse and repeat until tier 1s are gone, and kind of secure their space like that. If they can sort of clear out these tier 1s by, say, all tier 1s by, I want to say 15-minute mark, latest 17 into a tier 2, then you're pretty set. Any slower than that in objectives, you're not going to be having a good time. So if T1 can stall, they could probably get enough space out on Jackie, on his PA, to get big. And the PA is pretty scary now once you get some farm up, especially once you get some levels up. The 25 talent is an interesting change. So instead of huge burst potential, it just allows more consistent damage. And I think that is actually one way to fix that out. And the Fan of Knives is also pretty funny. Because that was an old... Yeah, that was an old Warcraft 3 spell.
I remember,
literally.
John, I remember.
You know, Boomer Dota, as they'd say again.
No, not Boomer Dota. It's more like classic Dota.
Or classic Warcraft.
Don't say Warcraft. We don't know what that is over here. We only know Valve games. Thank you very much.
That's true. That's true. Oh, Whitemon did it!
Oh, there it is. Whitemon, he's back. You know, you're in the lower bracket, John. You haven't got many chances to win out games, but Whitemon, he gets back to that Roshan. He gives it a slap. And I think T1, they may have just secured this first game based off that.
Yeah, it's we haven't seen that one in a while, but it does work out. They are going to contest this top rune heavily. Good damage out.
It is a lot of damage. So far, it looks like both teams were setting up for a tri-lane v tri-lane situation. We'll see if they keep it this way. So if we look at tri-lane versus tri-lane, it does feel like T1 might have the advantage solely based on the fact that they do have that Viper. And no matter what tri-lane you have, up against the Viper, it can be kind of painful. However, Finatic have kind of positioned themselves very nicely. They want to go after Cuckoo first. They spot him out. Fisher does fly out from Jabs. Is this going to be enough though? Cuckoo, he'll be chased down. A lot of damage flying in, but Zephyr slows them down now with the Boulder Smash. DJ's dropping low, but so is Cuckoo. Jabs on the chase. Who gets it first? Cuckoo's still alive. Going to turn back around, but Jabs, he does get the kill and then denies himself off. DJ is still very low on that Enchantress, trying to run, and he is going to be able to dance his way out of there. As First Blood will go the way of Finatic. And you know, John, there's arguably no worse hero to give that First Blood to if you are T1. That's only going to help Jabs get that blink up faster. And he already has the Tranquil Boots up now.
Yeah, it's going to be so much harder to stop this Shaker from being a nuisance. Breaks up the trial lane, you see T1 do the same. They drag Whitemon down bot, but Whitemon's out of mana. He's going to have to eat some mangoes up if he wants to have some presence. Jackie in this lane is faring okay against Masaros, but as a melee hero up against the Abaddon, it's not particularly fun. Masaros has his level 2 up. He's got the shield and the slow ready to go. So it's not necessarily a good time for Jackie to come up. You also run the threat of if you contest the Abaddon, you might get blocked with a fissure, so you need to keep your Phantom Strike ready to bail you out every single time.
Hey, you do. Of course, the mid lane as well. You've got Carl there up against Moon. Well, Moon's having a very nice time thus far on this DP. Not really struggling too much up against the Batrider. Of course, as the levels do go up on Carl, you do have to get a little bit more afraid, but you are kind of at that level 3 power spike now for Carl, so you kind of expect that he tries to make the jump on Moon as we speak, but Moon isn't really giving that away. He's kind of making it very, very difficult. And as I talk about that, down a bot lane, this Crystal Maiden is going to die. Whitemon, unable to sustain himself up against Masaros on the Abaddon, does end up dying.
Yeah, it's just really tricky for to see him in that lane. He opts for the level 2 Aura to give his team a bit of a boost and allow him to try to apply some harassment out with Crystal Nova spam, but that just means he has no way of stopping a chase onto him. And even if he got the route anyway, a Photic Shield's going to ruin it. So your options are limited, and this is one way for Finatic to really apply that harassment out. They've got so much mobility with jabs with this early Tranks. They've got good control and good damage. You really have to watch your spacing if you're T1. It'll take a while for you to get any sort of aggression out with this kind of dual lane down bot.
Absolutely. I think this mid lane right now for T1 is becoming very detrimental. I don't think it's so bad that Carl hasn't... Like, he's farming fine. It's just... If you're not applying pressure on the opposing mid laner, I just don't feel like the Batrider pick is necessarily worthwhile. And again, you look at Moon CS, Sean, top of the CS board right now, no struggles in the world, and it just seems as though Carl is not going to be making that jump anytime soon. Meanwhile, top lane, however, Cuckoo should die to this impetus, and he will. DJ will just walk away and not stare at the explosion that was Cuckoo. That's going to be a 1-3 already for Finatic.
Yeah, they're having a fantastic time. They're getting some kills up. They're punishing T1 for trying to overextend their position. They are looking to scuffle over these runes, but it does go to Whitemon. You are still seeing Carl lag behind. Moon is still maintaining that lead he has over that Batrider down mid. So Carl is really just going to have to look at the jungle. I'd say you'd expect your CM to build up some stacks, but his bot lane's just been so caught up that it's just a slower start overall for T1, and Jabs is just really aggressive here.
Yeah, great rotation out from Jabs. An amazing fish out from our Earthshaker, and that's going to mean that Moon will happily take another kill on the Batrider. While that's happening, they tried to make a jump onto Masaros. But it's very, very tough when you're going up against the Abaddon. He's one of those kind of kings of the solo offlane, where it's not like you can kill him. He's just going to keep spamming a Photic Shield. Yeah, he's not level 6 yet, so he doesn't have borrowed time, but a Photic Shield is a very, very low cooldown. And the chances are you just aren't going to get through the raw HP pool of the Abaddon.
This'll come in handy.
No, it's really hard to zone them out. So
top lane though, they can kill DJ, that's for sure. Zephyr does end up finding that one on the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it takes them a while. Like, they've been committed to keep trying to hunt that Enchantress down up top, and now down mid. You see some pressure onto Carl. He is forced to pop his Firefly just to get out of there, which means he's going to have to try to farm up, but that means he's not using that in the jungle. So you're taking out some utility from the Batrider just by forcing him to stay in that lane and not really maximize the Firefly and clearing camps.
Well, they want Cuckoo on the Viper. Fisher not actually going to land onto Cuckoo, but they have blocked his pathway, and that means that they can still rush for this kill. However, they are dropping very low on this Troll Warlord, on a nice roll in from Zephyr. Right on target, is going to kill off Raven in return. They are going to keep going. Jabs does not have another Fisher to throw out. And with that, Whitemon just going to turn back around. DJ now the one dropping low as the Boulder Smash is going to be off target, but they have a roll available. DJ going to just sidestep that one and just dance his way out. In fact, he'll turn back around now. But while that's happening in the mid lane, Moon up against Carl. Carl, he tried for Lasso. It was not going to be enough. Moon picks up another kill with the Spirit Siphon. Back up to the top lane. Raven able to kill off one, but Zephyr... Well, in fact, it was Cuckoo who kills off DJ. The buyback from Zephyr now as Jabs is getting very low on this Earthshaker and will tick out for the poison. Cuckoo gets a double kill on the Viper. And, well, this buyback from Zephyr, probably not worthwhile.
No, it looks like it will allow them to at least secure the top tier 1. Raven has to be a bit careful. He is far forward without any help. Really early rotation out as well from Jackie. He hits level 6, just wants to take that objective out. So they're hitting their tier 1 timings here for T1. Finatic first Exorcism was forced in a fight. So Moon's going to have to push down this bot tier 1 the old-fashioned way. Not going to be as fast as you'd want, but they should still be able to line up an even 1-for-1 tower trade here.
Well, I really like this rotation out from T1 though, because you pointed out the fact that Finatic, they're looking to get very, very early tier 1 towers with their draft, but with Jackie rotating at the 6-minute mark to go along with this siege creep, he kind of evens it out very early on, so it's almost like they're preemptively just trying to keep up with Finatic in terms of objectives.
Yeah, and that is one way to take away that advantage that Finatic wants to build up with what the towers give them. Their map control will end up being even if they don't find the advantage, and the gold they gain is just going to be balanced out, so gotta watch out for that if you're Finatic. Still, they're working this map control really nicely. They're invading that jungle. Moon's clearing out a couple of stacks. Next Exorcism is going to be up in about half a minute, but the mana pool of Moon isn't too healthy, so might be a while. But you've got this just unstoppable Abaddon, right? Like, he's just in bot, can't be zoned out. You are forced to just have Jackie elsewhere, and he's at a risk farming.
Every Crystal Maiden's nightmare, getting surrounded by the enemy team. And it's not like they need to rush to kill you, it's more so that they need to decide who's taking the kill. Because you're a Crystal Maiden, you are guaranteed to die. It's just a matter of who takes your life away.
Yeah, it's nice giving it to Moon, just helping their mid accelerate. I do worry about how much free farm they're giving here to Jackie, and we've seen Jackie just get the space out before. He's left alone to farm top. He's number 2 in net worth, tied up with Moon. Raven's progress has really slowed down. You're seeing Raven lag at about 900 gold behind Jackie, so the Battle Fury timing of her PA is going to be faster, which means the flash farm is going to be up faster for T1. That is something to worry about. I think Finatic can't really allow that, so keep committing for these objectives.
They're going in mid lane. They want Carl, but the TPs are coming in. Zephyr straight on top of the Abaddon. Masaros going to go down. He had not skilled up borrowed time. Now DJ trying to run away as well, but he's been slowed up by the poison of Cuckoo. He's healing up as he runs. Cuckoo turns back around, but eventually DJ is going to die. They get that one final attack in, and that mid lane push really doesn't work out in their favor. So maybe just a bit of overconfidence there, but they may have wanted to wait for that borrowed time to be up. Meanwhile, Moon's still sticking around, but T1 just going for the dive straight past the tier 1 tower. Masaros will TP in and make sure Moon does survive, as now they'll just chase down Cuckoo. A nice Fisher is there from Jabs, holding down Cuckoo. He's trying to TP out, but Jabs has the aftershock, and that means that Cuckoo is going to go down, and Moon is able to pick up a dominating spree now on the DP.
Yeah, it looked a bit rough early on, but they do manage to turn it around. A bigger swing coming out for Finatic. They hold on to a less than 1k lead, so it has been slipping away. Biggest issue really is just Jackie. Free farm into that Battle Fury here for the PA. 5k total net worth. Still 3 parts away though, so not quite there yet, but this is faster than your troll. So Raven's timing's always going to be slightly behind Jackie's, and again, we've seen Jackie just left alone in core. That's exactly what he wants. That's exactly what T1 wants. They know the timings Jackie hits, and he's allowed to do this. Finatic needs to find some opportunities to roam deeper. They need to find these objectives. Moon with his next Exorcism should look to really secure the mid. Tier 1 have to just be really aware of how deep they dive without that ult on Masaros.
Going back to your point about Jackie, I mean, even with this new patch, the PA is still extremely strong. We didn't really see many nerfs to her. She's still a real powerhouse in this current meta. And I mean, just judging by Jackie's farm, I mean, we keep harping on about it, but 5.4k, he's been at the top for quite a while, and with that Battle Fury timing, it looks set to have it up for Jackie in about maybe 2 minutes. I'd say is a maximum, assuming he's left alone for the next 2 minutes. It should be ready to go. Yeah, it's going to be before Raven as well, who's still trying to farm his up. But he's about 1k behind Jackie. And that is going to be very, very problematic for Finatic if this kind of pace keeps up with the PA. And it may just as now jabs, roll, not going to connect, but Whitemon doesn't get the frostbite. He was trying to get vision with the Crystal Nova, because Zephyr didn't have vision either. That is very unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. You really need to kill off jabs here on Fnatic's end, because the team fight for Fnatic is not coming from Masaros this game. It's coming from jabs on his Shaker, so he is allowed to build up into his Blink, and if he finds that in a timely manner, it's going to be really dangerous to fight into that control.
Oh, it's a nice lasso out. 5 sticky napalm stacks onto Moon. He cannot sustain that. Moon, maybe just a little bit overly confident. Cuckoo gives him the tip, so does Carl. Just trying to give it to Moon. In fact, Zephyr joins in now. Everyone just jumping on top of poor old Moon.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know, you win out in the end in those tip wars, right? You get more shards for yourself. You're a happy guy. But they're happy with that pick off. T1 do get the slight net worth lead on their end. Fnatic, with this downtime under DP, aren't really able to position themselves in a spot where they can use the Exorcism, which is really important. They need to just play with Moon, play with the Exorcism, start looking at towers to take. Mid tier 1 is really just staring them down, and you can see T1's actually being aggressive up top.
Yeah, Whitemon is probably set to fall here. There's no real way out for him. Will eventually just die to the right clicks of Moon, because Zephyr wasn't going to bother trying to roll in after him. He just kind of rolled his way out on the Earth Spirit. Absolutely no point in sticking around there. But Jackie's got the Battle Fury up in the exact timing we brought up. It has been 2 minutes, pretty much exactly since we talked about it, and this is going to be a very big cause of concern. He's now 2k ahead just about of the Troll. On the brighter side, Jabs does have a very quick blink up.
Yeah, that's, again, very important for Fnatic in terms of setting up these team fights for themselves, as Masaros does not have team fight. He's a distraction up front. He still does not have borrowed time, by the way, still pocketing that for when he needs it the most, but he's been able to farm up his Vlad's up, so you have more presence if Raven does come around as well, and with the Blink pickup, of course, Fnatic will want to smoke up for that.
That they do. Finatic. Towards the top lane they go. They are going to run it into the PA. That's the target they want. He blink strikes right into Moon. Fisher's going to be there, but actually blocks them all off. Now the roll in from Zephyr with the Magnetize out onto 3 heroes. Whitemon also going to come in. They're just holding down Moon. Now with the freezing field out, Moon, can he survive this much damage output? He can. The Finatic shield's going to come in. Masaros will be there to make sure he gets out, and Jackie is going to kill off Jabs. And that was an unfortunate kind of initiation there. So I don't believe they were expecting Jackie to blink strike into that neutral camp, but that he did.
Yeah, it's just painful painful missed opportunity.
Raven going to get saved by Masaros. Carl trying to go for the kill. Carl now going to be chased down, and with this, it looks like Carl is just set to die. So he does not have Firefly up and ready to go. Oh, he tried a TP as well. Oh, there's your TP on cooldown now. He does have BOTs up, so it's not really that long of a cooldown anyway. It's going to be back up by the time he respawns. But top lane, Jackie has been spotted by DJ. Raven going to show up as well. Jackie going to TP out of there, but the Fisher is out from Jabs this time around. They will surround Jackie. Can they get the kill? They'll commit the Echo just in case, and eventually he should just die, and he does. That's a very important pick off together. He was just getting way too far ahead as this game went on.
Yeah, good punishment here from Finatic. That's the target we wanted to see get punished. Did take quite some commitment, and of course they did sacrifice Jabs earlier for this kill, but it pays off eventually. You still are lagging behind here on Raven though. So his Battle Fury is still not done on the Troll. It looks like his time is going to be 2 minutes off, although they might be able to contest, but overall, I think the progress of her Troll is just not lining up where you'd want it to. So they need to still buy some more space. That tier 1 mid is still standing, the top tier 1 standing as well. Fnatic is just not able to maximize their Exorcism in the way they'd want, at least in terms of objectives. So I think they need to realign their vision here and just go for tower.
Masaros going to be surrounded down at that bot lane. He's in big trouble. He pops the borrowed time, trying to run, but he is all alone. They'll use him up in the air. He's got nowhere to go. but down towards the grave, and that is exactly where he is going. As Carl will take the kill on the Batrider now. I suppose they still get a tier 1 mid tower out of this though. So it's not really all bad news for Finatic losing their offlaner. So they do get a very valuable objective. And it is just before that 17-minute mark. So not really all bad.
Yeah, it takes a lot longer, but I think this is really Masarosa's role in this game. Just be a nuisance, be up front, force responses out to free up Finatic to focus on some early objectives and get something going their way. You do see T1 sort of clumped around mid. Carl is still smoked up, but he doesn't really have the best of angles to try to maximize it. And Finatic, for their part, do have that battle fear in Raven. So it was around 2-3 minutes later than RPA. He's still going to find that steady farm now, and Raven does sort of keep himself tied up. He is falling behind even Carl. That should be fixed relatively soon. Still has a bit of a gap to close with that PA though.
That he does. So line has been drawn out. Finatic, they do smoke up as 3. Echo back up in about 9 seconds. Looks like they have spotted out Cuckoo on the Viper, but they try to avoid him. Their smoke does break, unfortunately, as Cuckoo was a bit too close. And Cuckoo gives Chaps the tip back, letting them know that they are well and truly aware of the presence of Finatic in their own jungle. And ultimately, the smoke is going to lead to nothing. They'll just take over this Radiant side jungle. It's not really going to affect the side of T1 too much. They're okay with this. Maybe their T2 tower going down will affect them, but they're going to glyph it up. And if they did want to fight John, Jackie has a Deso up now.
Yeah, it's going to be a major spike for the PA. They're TPing in for the defense.
And he's been lassoed up. It's a massive target to go after, and he is all by himself behind that tier 2. He's still alive, however, but not for long. Masaros was not able to help him out. Now Zephyr, a great magnetize, forcing the battle trance out from Raven. They will kill off the Earth Spirit, but that's about all. Or maybe not. Cuckoo also dropping low. Waimon, however, with the Frostbite is going to save his life for a little bit, but not for long. Still the Flame Break is there, and now Jackie willing to jump in after Raven. Doesn't commit all the way yet. We'll go back after Masaros, just crits him to death. Onto Raven now he goes. Raven still trying to chase the Batrider. We'll just go after some creeps as Jackie will get a double kill. Back onto Jabs. Jabs a bit of a sitting duck here. We'll throw a stun out, but that's all he can do as Carl will pick up the last kill that was there for Finatic. And you know, with that team fight, John, the man that just picked up a Desolator is going to be well and truly on his way to a BKB.
Yeah, the timings Jackie's meeting is just a bit too deadly. They've left him alone too long. And you'd think after several seasons of seeing Jackie do this from Motivate Trust days, you'd figure out what you need to do. But he's been allowed to do it again. T1 has been excellent in buying that space out. They've got great faith in Jackie. Still maintains a 3k lead over the Troll now. And he's just really hard to deal with. Like, the Troll is just nowhere near.
This doesn't feel like a tanky Abaddon right now, I'll tell you, John. 20-minute power bounty runes are going to spawn up, but Finatic will be able to secure the bottom ones as the side of T1 get the top ones. Things have certainly slowed down here for this Finatic side. Now 3k behind at 20 minutes in. There's going to be a 5-man smoke up now. They really want to commit for this. It may feel somewhat obvious to T1, however, that every hero on the map is just currently missing, but Cuckoo does actually avoid the Fissure. They're still going to slow him up. Carl, blinking forward, does get a nice flame break off, but he wants a lasso target. He hasn't committed quite yet. It looks like they are just going to allow Cuckoo to go down. Not a bad pick up there for Finatic, and they are going to go into that Roshan pit, perhaps.
Yeah, without the Viper, you lose a lot of your DOT control, your area DOT control. They could try to slide in with Zephyr. It looks like they are aware, so this is not going to be a free rush for him.
That it will not be.
The Battlelution is just allowed to be there. Was it in that spot in between? I think it was.
I believe it's been enchanted now, hasn't it? It won't matter. Aegis does go, and yeah, the Batrider illusion has been enchanted by our Enchantress DJ. So, Aegis the way of Finatic, a pretty big win for them. Still going to be very hard for them to take a team fight into T1 right now. But at least with that secondary life on Raven, they should feel a little bit more confident trying to go for it. I'd say Raven is probably going to just try and rush the BKB first before they go for that big 5-man team fight with the Aegis. You just want to give yourself every single advantage you can get. So Raven, he's not too far off anyway.
Yeah, just a little bit of patience needed here.
Yeah, he's going to be alright. He's flying to the other side. Masaros does spot him out, but Carl is a bit too quick. Yeah, he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, not too much Masaros can do. And speaking of, he's just trying to be someone that bails out his team, going for the Lotus Orb next on the Abaddon, as you tend to see. Is farming up steadily for it, but you've got to deal with this BKB and Jackie. So he's got it way earlier. They could look to fight now. The Jackies can just stand.
Oh no, the Echo is mistimed. Oh, it does no damage. Oh, very unorthodox mistake there from Jabs. Now Jackie going to jump in knowing they don't have the control. His BKB has worn off, however, but here comes Zephyr rolling in. Now the battle trance is there onto Cuckoo. They want that Viper dead. Jackie's also very low. Moon trying to take him out and might just get him. He will. No crits come out for Jackie. Meanwhile, Whitemon trying to channel the freezing field does at least get the Aegis of the Troll. But that's it for now, as Raven is going to respawn back up, going after Cuckoo. Meanwhile, Moon does kill off Carl on the sideline. They do at least get the Viper out, but that's all they get out. A 4-hero wipe there for Finatic. And that's off a terrible kind of Echo Slam, as Jabs does return the favor onto Carl. But great news if you are a Finatic fan.
Oh, it absolutely is. That was just one way to win a fight. Jeez, Finatic. Like, Jabs doesn't find the angle, doesn't matter. They win out in the end. T1 just kind of scattered with their jump in. Bit of an early BKB pop there from our PA, so it's easily punished. And even without Exorcism, you've got this Troll that can melt towers. So you've still got that ace up your sleeve. For Finatic, they will just pull back. They did lose Aegis, but the BKB is going to be up for Raven in a timely manner. So even without the second life, he will have a BKB to play with. He's going to have Spell Immunity up. That's going to take away a lot of your damage from Cuckoo. The control you get from Whitemon and Zephyr is gone as well. So they will need to sort of watch themselves there, as it's going to be a nice spike for Raven. He's going to have at least one charge up compared to our PA, because obviously he does pick it up later. So in that sense, farming a bit slower for the BKB does sort of work out for Raven. The gap between Raven and Jackie as well has narrowed to 1k, so it's not as significant. Jackie's got to be a bit careful when he does jump in like that, although they do smoke up again here in T1.
They're going to give it a shot. If they can land the lasso onto Raven, that's probably the best way you could start the team fight off. You do have to be worried about Jabs. He has the Echo back up, but they're going to move in and Masaros does scout them out. However, lasso, no, borrowed time is there. A wasted lasso out from Carl now. Masaros, he just rushes in. He does not care, even without this borrowed time, but he might be in trouble. Zephyr, he's rolled in as well. They'll kill off Masaros. Meanwhile, Jackie trying to go after Moon, but Moon is going to be all right. Raven will also be forced to back. They do lose 2-0. T1, the best objectives they are going to get off the map for this is going to be the bounty runes. All 4 will go the way of T1. But they don't find any kind of towers or anything like that.
No, it's a bit of a waste as well. Those were BKB charges popping Carl.
Oh, Carl, he's in a very dangerous spot right there, trying to split push the creep wave. He doesn't have Firefly up, so Raven can definitely go for this chase. But Carl was able to blink away in time. He'll be just fine. Still a very, very close match between these two, of course. Both of them playing to the best of their ability. As they do lose this series, they might be on their way home. This 3k net worth lead, it feels like it's been standing for quite a while for T1.
Yeah,
Finatic, they've been on the cusp for so long, Finatic, on taking it back.
Yeah, it's really just down to Raven. Right now he's the only hero that can really farm up. You pretty much sacked Masaros to be just this nuisance on the Abaddon, but there's really not much you can expect from him beyond just spamming out Photic Shield to break off the initiation, maybe getting some good use out of his borrowed time as well. So it's really just boiling into a Raven game. A little bit of farm going down to Moon would be nice as well. He is saving up for his own Aeon Disc. Eventually, once you've got that, a little bit more safety nets here for the DP can be really useful. But T1, better farm distribution overall. Cuckoo is, even on the Viper, just pulling ahead of Masaros, and T1 want to maintain that aggression. They do smoke up once more.
Oh, he found Jabs on the Earthshaker. It's a nice way to kind of start another team fight off if Jabs just gets taken out like this. He has no help on the way, but he does have a Shadow Amulet. It will not work out, however. Carl had the damage output, so now the rest of T1, they want to try and make something happen. That Echo being kind of just gone will really help the confidence of T1 in the next team fight. So they've got 30 seconds to play with, but they're not really in a position to go after a tower. Or maybe that bot tier 1, but that's really it. Not too big of a deal in the end for Finatic.
No, definitely not. This is still a pretty nice way to widen that lead for T1. Just increasing the gold. We talked about the timings Finatic had to meet with their Exorcism or their DP. They just haven't. Like, they've taken 2 tier 1s, 1 tier 2, but T1 are still sort of keeping control as well because they have taken a good amount of tier 1s themselves. So you don't really have a massive tower advantage here for the side of Finatic. They're not really playing in the bottom jungle as well, despite taking that tier 2. So their farming options are still sort of limited, and they really need to just find an opportunity with Moon right now. Looks like they might be eyeing that top tier 1, but that might open up a tier 2 push here from T1.
It may. Finatic still just hanging out up at that top lane. They will indeed go for that tier 1 tower. T1 will go for the tier 2 tower. So still the positive end of things here for T1 if they do manage to finish this tower off. However, Finatic are doing the exact same thing. Both teams glyphing up these tier 2s. However, it does seem like T1 are ready to try and initiate a team fight. Cuckoo is going to TP in. The tier 2 does go down. The kickback is there on Raven. Lasso not going to be there in time. The silence is there by Moon. They could keep trying. Raven, his BKB is set to wear off very, very soon, but Masaros is going to be there to make sure they don't feel comfortable crossing the barrier, but Jackie just jumps in and crits him down. Borrow time was not there in time, and now DJ going to be in trouble as Jackie does make the jump again, finds a double kill, but they got the big one now. Raven, can they get lassoed up? Yeah, they can. They get the big one. The troll is going to die. That's a 3-for-0 trade. Both tier 2s going down as well. Another very positive style of team fight for T1. For Finatic, it looks like they might just have to kind of bide their time and wait for Raven to have that MKB up. He's pretty close to it, but he needs a bit more time to completely finish it off.
The more time they take, though, the more they miss out on this core timing they've got for the DP. Moon does have a relatively close build-up on his Aeon disc. He does have the parts to finish it up, but he's just holding on to it until he needs it. So just pocketing that for now. You lose another tier 2 here in Finatic, and suddenly your tower advantage again disappears. Even on towers so far, which is not where you want to play with the DP. You needed to be so far ahead in objectives.
Jabs. He's gonna find out Whitemon by himself, but doesn't feel too confident sticking around there. Whitemon, meanwhile, wants to force start forward and try to catch out Jabs. Crystal Nova, not going to connect. Jabs still on the run, is going to go for the Shadow Amulet TP, but no, it's not going to be enough. In fact, it was a Shadow Blade, is what it was. Jabs is still in pretty big danger here and is set to just die. And while that's happening, in the Thai jungle, they have gone on to Cuckoo, but Zephyr is going to roll in and kick Cuckoo out. He's still alive. He will try to throw out the Nether Toxin before he dies. Meanwhile, the rest of Finatic will go after Zephyr. Looks like Jackie is not interested in sticking around any longer. They do get Zephyr out as well. He just rolls his way out of there. So ultimately, a 1-for-1 trade. Probably favoring Finatic as they do find the Pos 3 Viper. Overall, pretty even, I suppose. And well, T1, they're set up for a Roshan now.
It's not very clean for Finatic. They lose the Exorcism, so it's another time you pop Exo without being near an objective, without finding big kills. Now you don't have Exorcism for a Roche fight. So T1 slide in. It's just Jackie. Everyone else is standing outside, but they have no spells beyond, say, a slam coming out from Jabs. They just can't get there fast enough. So a good objective for T1 to take. Aegis and Cheese ready. They are aware with a creep being sent in, but it's just too little too late here.
Another Santa hat hits the dust. Jackie now with the Aegis and a Satanic and Cheese up. Oh, and in case that wasn't enough as well, by the way, John, Paladin Sword is there for Jackie, so the lifesteal is looking very, very nice for Jackie boy. And with that, they move into the dire triangle. Oh, DJ going to be the first one to be spotted out. Definitely the best target to die if you need one to die. However, a lasso is out on Moon, but the Aphotic Shield is going to save. Still Jackie jumps in Moon. He's falling very low. There is the Aeon Disc to save, and he does also BKB up, but Jackie jumps back in. This time after Masteros, and now the Echo coming out. Jabs! Uh-oh. And Jackie, he just jumped in and just took him out. Was that Echo meant to be for Carl?
He had a BKB though. Maybe he thought it would fade right then, playing on the edge, but doesn't pay off. And that's just gonna be straight racks gone. Maybe even 2. They could go for that bot set of racks as well. And knowing that Slam is gone, they've got a lot of leeway to get that done. Maybe they're scared of Exorcism if it comes out. It just doesn't feel like Moon does enough. His Aeon Disc is also down for 50 seconds as well. So it's not going to be a very clean break for him if he does want to commit here.
Jackie heading off to the the racks. The T3 is already gone. That'll be 2 Raxes out for T1 now. And suddenly Finatic are in a much, much more difficult situation than they were just a few minutes ago. They could opt to go for a smoke here, but it's looking pretty tough. Even if they wanted to, T1, they have successfully backed out.
They do have the MKB up and Raven now on the side of Finatic, so they have a way of ripping through the PA, and if they can isolate Jackie, that's such a big if. Right, like Jackie's just been on point when he jumps in. Finatic needs to be the ones trying to force these fights. Jabs has to take center stage, start delivering the goods with his initiation tools, and his team has to be ready to back him up. So far, it's been really staggered initiations. It doesn't pay off that way in T1. They're just going to be eyeing that top lane out. Tier 2 still standing. Could take Tier 3 and just go from there.
Abyssal Blade coming out now for Jackie is going to be the, might just be the nail in the coffin here for T1. There it is. Even Carl has the full Octarine core up.
Oh, you know what? I did just spot out. Whitemon does have his shard. He's got that Frostbite enchantment.
There you go. You've got the Frostbite to protect yourself now. Fisher is not going to land on Carl.
Ooh.
Another smoke failed, and now Zeph are going to roll straight in onto Masteros. They'd love to take the Abaddon down first. They won't yet, however. They'll go after Raven instead. Raven, big trouble. Trying to survive. Battle Trance is not going to come out. He gets crit to death by Jackie, and Masteros dies with him. Moon now just trying to run away. The daggers fly everywhere, and it looks like this game might just be coming to an end. They kill off DJ. They've killed off Moon. The buyback's just up there, and they call it. T1 do manage to take out game number 1, and Whitemon, thankfully, is showing off the Frostbite and the freezing field jump.
Yeah, you know what? He made good use of it in that last fight. He rooted himself, taking away the damage that was being siphoned there by Moon. Then the lower cooldowns really hit though. Like it's so much utility for a CM if you can farm it up. Just having that uptime on the bite a lot more is big. Finatic, it looked good early, and they were finding steady objectives. They were sort of getting farm on Raven, but they made one crucial mistake. They ignored Jackie. You never do that to Jackie. Not when he was in mg.trust, not now when he's in T1. He uses that space way too efficiently. He delivered the goods. I have to really say it, this was not a shining game for Jabs this time around. The initiations, it was hard. Like the Batrider with Blink was very slippery. They had very fast BKBs on T1 side. But Finatic need to be able to play when they've got these advantages. Like that Blink reveal was not ideal. They couldn't fight around Exorcism, and if you can't do that, then your draft falls flat.
Absolutely. Of course, with that, John, we do have a secondary game coming up. Finatic, they need to win this second game. T1, if they can get a 2-0 going for themselves, they do secure their spot in the lower bracket final, which is on tomorrow, of course. But for now, game number 2 will be coming up in about 10 minutes. And it's MLP Dota and John X Fire. We'll see you all again very, very soon for that second game.
Shadow Demon's one of the weird ones where you could probably actually see that rushed, considering that Shadow Demons don't tend to need too much. I mean, you might want Glimmer Cape Force Staff first early on, but we do tend to see Shadow Demons as 4 rather than 5.
Ooh.
And I think in that situation, you have more leeway to get that farm up. Still Finatic, they dip into the DK here. Could be off for Masaros. It's still an option on hand as well, but could also easily be our Moon Hero. This DK has tapered off in the past few months. Haven't really seen too much, but if you recall, the early half of this year, or midway through this year, we were seeing a lot of DKs rushing into the Ags, being a powerhouse or just Ags Blink. It is still a scary force. Gives you stable push here for Finatic. Trying to recall if the Shard was anything major. It didn't really strike me when I was going through this one. Let's see, Dragon Knight Shard. It's the Fireball, so it's basically the ancient ability. Right, the Black Dragon ability on a bigger scale. Really nice for wave clearing, but probably not something you rush. But still a stable hero to have. And Finatic do keep a color scheme here, Mike. It's all red so far.
Is it, John? I mean, I feel like you always push this a little bit. I mean, it's
Clock
red.
Is reddish. Clock is reddish. It could pass. Could pass.
Right.
He's a pass to me.
All right, I'll give it to you, John. If they choose another red hero, then I'll go with it. But
It's gone. Yeah.
T1, 45 seconds reserve time left. They've got a very dark theme going, as you would probably say, John. Hell, I could make the PA look purple if I wanted to. You know, it's just, who cares, as long as I say it. There's a Treant Protector coming out now. So, Treant is another hero we don't get to see very often, but it is quite potent. Obviously very good into the DK as well. Because as a DK, you want to pop Dragon Form, you want to push down a tower, maybe you get through, maybe halfway through the tower. But now you've got this Treant who's going to pop Living Armor on the tower over and over again. And unless you have your full team kind of committed to forcing down those towers, the DK probably is not going to be able to do it himself. However, Finatic do pick up a Spectre. And something's never changed. Spectre is still quite strong.
It is. Dispersion scaling has been sort of buffed up, but the highest end of its dispersion is now 20% from 22, so it's not as amazing. Early Spectral Dagger as well is not as good. Mana cost has bumped up initially, so it's 130 at level 1. Still scaled into 160, but the cooldown has increased to 22 base, scaling down back to 16. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. Overall, I don't think itemization is going to change. You should still expect a Blade Mail build, which is nice against a PA, to be fair. Right, PA is one here that Dispersion and Blade Mail is actually going to hurt in a big way. So Jackie's got to watch out for himself. So far, T1 don't have a natural breaker here. So the Spectre's got a lot of room and just kind of being a menace with a passive. In fact, that's the Spectre and the DK having that leeway. You also have the Spectre Phoenix coming out with a healing on the Sunray. So it's overall very stable for Finatic. They don't have the best in terms of overall like wide AoE control. They do have the egg for sort of area denial. Maybe if you follow up with your Clock and DK in a good form, you can sort of match it up. But it doesn't compare to Crush, Dispersion into Crush, with the Overgrowth as well from the Treant, which now interrupts again. So I think when it comes down to a 5v5, Fnatic's got to temper how they go in and really time themselves with how Raven pops that Haunt on the Spectre.
Final banouts, we do see the Puck and Mars being removed. Finatic, they are the ones to pick up their last pick. And I do believe we are waiting for, a Masaros hero. Or maybe not, they bring out the Snapfire. So perhaps DK off. They run the Snapfire mid. And the Spectre safe lane, of course. It could still be the DK mid and the Snapfire off, but I'd say that's kind of less popular. With T1, they'll be kind of forced to make their own decision now. They are lacking a mid lane here for Carl. I wonder what they want to see. They don't have the option for the Batrider again, so you can't go back down that route. He doesn't have the Ember either, which we've seen Carl play a lot of. Does tend to enjoy playing that Ember Spirit, but not this game either. Could try for the Storm if you really want. Could be considered a little bit greedy, but I don't know, maybe you want something with a bit more team fight. You know, maybe a Kunkka comes out here.
Would tie really nicely with the healing you have on the tree and the overgrowth as well. So if you were looking for team fight domination, that's one way to do it, the Kunkka. Not too much time left. Could be a Cuckoo last pick and flex the slaughter mid. They go to Doom, which is one way to get their own lockdown in, get some good control out. So it is the Snapfire for Moon. Looks like we have the DK for Masaros in the off lane. I have to say I'm a bit iffier on core Snap now, mainly because your Ag's timing is pretty... It's gone. It's gone. They fixed the big issue, and this is what I talked about, right? With base damage at 400 with a burn, just led to 700 total damage. Now that it scales with your Kisses levels, the raw DPS output of the Ags is dropped down. You're not deleting heroes. You'll need to put in a little bit more work. And if you're clever about it, you might be able to run out now if you do have to face off against that. So it would be interesting to see what Moon prioritizes. The Ags is still strong, but it's not an instant delete button early. I think that's something Fnatic's going to have to realize. But you got some value changes as well on little shredder costs. So you do have some leeway there. Of course, you've got the Snap Clockwork combo coming through. So hook shot in with the Kisses flying out is fairly potent. And you don't have an easy way for T1 to break that off from the back. No reach at all. In fact, no naturally highly mobile hero here beyond the PA for T1. So we're going to have to see if they can hit their blink timings here on Cuckoo and Carl. Maybe even Whitemon's going to need a blink here just to get him in a good spot to get overgrowth. But I have to say, Whitemon's got a pretty interesting treant set. That's a spooky one to have, eh?
It definitely is, John. It's like kind of like Deadwood, right? Just a dead tree. Very, very upsetting stuff.
Yeah, he looks burnt out as well, doesn't he? Like just a charred corpse of a tree.
Yeah.
Unless that's like a texture bug. I can't tell anymore.
It's a feature, John. We don't do bugs in Dota. Or just features.
Yeah, that's fair. Like stacking was a bug, turned into a feature, right?
True. That is very true.
That's a carryover from the engine. So
that is something people
that's how we
forget.
roll.
That is something actually people forget, that you weren't meant to be able to stack jungle creeps. It was a bug, and they were like, you know what? It's a cool feature. Let's just keep it. Sounds good.
Yeah, it's really nice, and of course you see it used so much now. Like in the most recent games, you've had to nerf the stack bonus stack gold. Of course, that was something that was added in 7.0 when you got gold from stacking for your support. Or I don't know, it feels like forever now, but that was also just sort of recently hammered in. Still, values are lower, so you don't see support scale as much. But we'll see what happens here. Some good moods from both sides. The good looks fly out. Whitemon's not in a position to whack the Roche though, so I'm already disappointed here.
We saw how it worked out in game 1, John. They did pull off the victory, and Whitemon is definitely playing with fire by not hitting this Roshan. Maybe there's just a pattern to it. Of course, we haven't figured out why he does it yet, John. He just sometimes does it. Generally speaking, I don't know what the win rate is on when he does do it, but I'm going to take a wild guess and say that he wins more than he loses once he's done it. So it just sounds better for the story if I say that, John. It doesn't sound very good if he doesn't win when he hits the Roshan.
He does tend to win when he does that, so we'll see if taking this gambit of not hitting the Roche before the Horn is going to pay off. Maybe Zephyr will do it for us. Nah, he doesn't. So just taking a risk here, but it looks like they will just get even bounty runes. No excitement over that scuffle. We'll have to see how these lanes will unfold. It looks like we're going to have a steady lane up top. It's the Slardar played by Cuckoo. He's going to have Zephyr, and that pause for Shadow Demon around. So you've got that disruption set up into the double stun with Slithering Crush and Bash from Deep if you do manage to pump it up. Very scary lane once you hit level 2, level 3 on these two heroes. You're going to have to watch yourself. DJ on his clock and Raven on that Spectre will sort of have to watch their spacing. DJ can sort of be disruptive, but disruption itself is going to take away the potency of his battery assault. So just not going to be as good in isolating heroes because those clones can cop the damage instead.
It's a very, very tough lane here for this clock. I mean, once you put the cogs up, it can be a bit easier, right? Because you have the cogs, you can kind of push the enemy away a little bit, and that might allow you to save Raven if he does get disrupted. But overall, it's a very ugly laning situation here for DJ. I'm very curious to see how he does deal with it. Of course, over to the mid lane, we do see Moon up against Carl. The Moon last time around did dominate the lane, but did end up losing the game. This time around, up against the Doom, it can be argued that it is much harder to win the lane outright, as well, the Doom doesn't really lose lanes because of Devour. So there should be a much more even kind of matchup between these two. I'm curious to see what kind of itemization Moon goes for, but I assume he will probably opt for the Axe Rush, as we are used to seeing, even with the nerfs that did come out recently. Only time will tell, though, I suppose.
Yeah, still should be a rather even time here. I think the main focus for Carl is just going to be in maximizing his Devour.
DJ, top lane, is definitely dead. Zephyr will be the one to take the kill. Raven is going to try and dish out some damage back to Cuckoo. He does get quite a bit off, but they're going to be very happy with that first blood. While that was happening down a bot lane, Jabs got very, very low. Was able to just get himself out of there. Or I say that Jackie's jumped back in. Doesn't have the damage output. Does at least force the Icarus dive out from Jabs, and it looks like Jabs is just going to make the run back towards the fountain.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent start for T1 overall. Their side lanes are going really well. Jackie's finding some steady farm despite being in DK lane. So you don't really see Masteros being able to leverage this Breed Fire spam as much as you'd expect. It's not as annoying if you don't get that landing, so Jackie just gets to farm up freely, which is not necessarily what you want. They did cut the tree line though, so they're not expecting Whitemon to get some space out without the trees to play with, but you're still not stopping Jackie's farm, which is the bare minimum T1 wants out of this lane anyway.
I agree. Looking back over to mid, as expected, very, very even between these two. Nothing to really see here. I mean, props to Moon, though. He's getting a lot of denies off on this Snapfire. He's going to be careful, though. He's taking a fair bit of damage out from Carl. And, of course, Carl with that Ice Armor now is not going to feel too threatened here by Moon. As you can just see, he's taking literally no damage. He's able to just walk away, and Moon can't really auto-attack this Doom up. He'll go back in for the range creep as well.
Ooh. It's always kind of saddening when you see someone expend, like, say, the Scatter Blast, get the Knight in their face still. It's not... I mean, he's still fine with farm, but overall, Carl's just keeping check really well. We are going to hit those 4-minute power runes coming out soon. Neither supports are really in a good spot, although you do see Whitemon start running up. And they do have some better wards coming out here on the side of T1 as well.
Jabs and Whitemon trading, and so was Zephyr and DJ, but DJ blocks the path there with the cogs. Unfortunately for Finatic, though, Carl is still going to get very lucky, and he's going to get the bot power rune for himself on the Doom. Even after all that kind of setting up for the power rune, it just doesn't work out Fnatic's way. That's luck of the draw, I suppose. It's Moon. He's trying to get a lot of damage out on Carl, but he just won't die with this Devour passive regen on top. I suppose it's a very quiet game, though, between these two.
Yeah, I mean, they're just building up in their lanes, trying to play it steady. You've got these two cores that take some time to be online. Raven is not having as free of a time as Jackie, but it doesn't need to. Cuckoo.
Yeah, Cuckoo's in trouble, but Zephyr's going to be there with the disruption. Even without that disruption, I'm not sure it would have been enough damage output on Cuckoo anyway. But it's, you just can't really hope for many kills up this top lane. Still DJ forcing back the Slaughter. Zephyr does manage to take away the bounty, but it may have cost him his own life. He's going to make a run. The battery soul is there, though, from DJ. And that'll mean that Zephyr is indeed going to die. And eventually DJ is going to make the rotation into the Radiant Triangle. He does manage to take the bounty rune back the way of Finatic.
Yep, just ends up being even on the bounties, but they do get a nice pickup here for Finatic. DJ definitely wanting those kills on the pause 5 clock to enable him to get some levels in, maybe help him progress towards his level 6 as well. Not really finding an opportunity mid. Carl's already at 6, has the Doom ready, so any sort of rotation could be costly if you don't get enough damage out. They are just going to probably camp around until the 6-minute mark once more to help Moon secure some of those power runes, and you really want to get them up because Moon does have a bottle, so he's just wanting those refills up ASAP.
That he does. He's going to find that one, but Carl is going to commit a Doom straight off the bat. Whitemon is going to be there as well with the vines out. Jabs, however, nice body blocks to make sure they can't keep up, but they are still dishing out some damage. With that Scorched Earth out, it won't be quite enough now. Moon, after that initial Doom, will look to turn back around. They're looking down Whitemon on that Treant. They'll spot him out, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to keep up. And nothing comes out of it. I suppose for Finatic, you did get Doom wasted, so it's going to feel nice. But that's pretty much it.
Yeah, so I'd say you don't care too much for your T1. Looks like they're not going to leave that lane anyway. Up top, though, they rotate out with the kisses.
They do. Cuckoo, actually very low, but not low enough to die. Survives on about 40 HP through those kisses, and well, he has some tangos. He has a double braces up, so he could really just wait for the passive regen, but he's not going to bother. He will just make the way back down towards the fountain, and of course, it wouldn't be Cuckoo if he didn't give the tip over to the Snapfire, who did miss out on the kill.
And the laughs come out as well. T1, they're not too annoyed by that. They know that Moon needs to find these kills for the kisses. Your core snap again is still fairly tied into the Ag's timing, but when you reveal it before any sort of magic damage mitigation comes into play, the Moon needs that timing up. He's trying to clear the jungle by himself as well. This does take some farm away from Raven, so you're also stalling out your Spectre's timings. And speaking of Raven, his last hits have really lagged behind. In fact, all the cores on the side of Finatic have dropped off, although they are jumping Carl.
They are. Carl is getting low. Disruption is going to be out onto Jabs, and Zephyr is doing a great job thus far. They just aren't able to get kills on anyone because Zephyr is always getting disruptions off. And that's going to be another kind of opportunity that just kind of goes down the toilet there for Finatic. So they weren't able to secure this big Doom kill that they wanted. I suppose on the brighter side, it is buying a bit of space here for Raven, but you also run into that same problem we had last game for Finatic, where Jackie is still having a very, very free time. And by the way, John Masteros, he is trying to push down the, Meteor Hammer Dragon Knight.
Yeah, I believe Masteros has done this a couple of times in the past 2 days as well. So he's just going for that fast push strat. Does melt towers quick. Makes it hard to defend, but it's not going to be helping you in controlling Jackie. He does go away, but if they find his objective, it could be worthwhile.
Well, they are eventually going to get it. Whitemon, he has some help coming in. No points in the living armor right now. Cogs are going to be out from DJ to push him back, but another Meteor Hammer should take care of that Tier 1 tower. And it looks like this side of T1, well, they're going to get a deny off at least. But DJ is going to be fine to get out of there. And everyone else from Finatic is also going to successfully just back out. And I suppose, yeah, you'd probably say that is a very successful kind of time here for Finatic. So T1, they get nothing out of that bot lane.
You can't really stop a DK once he has this Meteor Hammer in. Just solo pushing a lane. So Matsuros has given himself a spot to play with. And there are some good wards here from T1 to watch any movement in jungle though. But this response is buying some space out for Raven, as you mentioned. He's still playing that jungle. T1 are just not contesting, as we have seen before. They do tend to play a bit faster. They want to hunt in jungle, but right now they're just trading evenly in farm. So RPA still is slightly ahead, but you do have an earlier Blade Mail for Raven, so his farm acceleration is slightly faster now. Not going to be enough to close the gap, and even with the Blade Mail, the farm is there. It's just, it doesn't feel as amazingly fast as you'd want it. He misses the stack as well, so just a slight point off for the efficiency there.
Absolutely. Still trying to get the job done. So they are slowly starting to set up here, T1, to go after this top Tier 1 tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Jabs is going to be there to try and defend this as the Phoenix. Well, Finatic, they've smoked up and they're going to rotate through their own jungle back up towards the top lane. But yeah, the scan does come out. T1 going to successfully back off. In fact, they'll go for a counter smoke now.
There is little hope for Radiant's middle.
I don't think Jackie should really come along though, right? Like he's got a lane to farm. He's getting very close to that Battle Fury timing. So he doesn't really need to try and join his team to fight right now, and quite frankly, they don't really need him. So they are going to spot out DJ. Smoke will break, DJ. He's going to get the rocket flare out, and Carl is not going to be able to keep up with the clockwork. They are both going to be fine. So hook shot is back in from DJ onto Whitemon. Gets the Nature's Grasp out into the Leech Seed, but Whitemon is taking a fair bit of damage and he will go down. Now Jabs in with the Icarus Dive and the Egg. Mortimer's Kisses to fly in and the Haunt being committed. They want so much out of this. They are going to be able to stun up Cuckoo and they will get the Slaughter into Zephyr now on the Shadow Demon. He was on the side of the Roshan pit and he will be the third to die. Fnatic, a very, very nice team fight for them.
Yep, really good, successful first haunt as well, and this is going to open up a bit of a push on that mid-tier 1. Masaros once more with a Meteor Hammer, just going for the objectives, going for the safe play, and if they find a steady pace here, it could be hard for T1 to get that space out, but they've turned the numbers out. Whitemon with the levels up on the Living Armor is enough to slow down the push, and Fnatic knows better than to keep forcing their bodies out while their ults are down, so they're just going to have to wait for a bit of a reset, start going in again. Those kills are pretty darn big though, and it is keeping Finatic close in terms of net worth, but you still see Jackie and Carl taking the lead here. Carl especially with his Midas buildup just means that our Doom is set to keep building up farm. The Blink Dagger, once that's up on Carl, does mean they've got instant Dooms available, or at least easier to access Dooms, and that is the big one. We talked about T1 lacking that easy initiation without any highly mobile heroes, so the blink timing on Carl and Cuckoo are just key to the lineup to start finding some pickoffs of your own.
He's Raven got very low on that jungle. Thought we might miss a kill there, but not quite. Everything's fine. The top tier 1 eventually going to be taken out. Jab's still around to try and defend. He's going to go for an Icarus Dive away, and of course you can just Sunray off the map. No problem. As far as Phoenix goes, that's probably never going to be fixed. It's a feature now. We'll just leave it at that.
Oh yeah, it's working as intended. Of course, again, Mike, it's never a bug in Dota 2. It's always a feature, unless it's fountain hooking. Then that's a bug.
That's a bug.
I miss that. I miss it. I miss it.
Oh, Jackie could be in big trouble, but no, what a backstep!
That wasn't even on purpose.
No, it wasn't.
Just done with a camp.
That was just dumb luck from Jackie. Complete luck out, and poor DJ, he just walks off like, I can't believe this guy just had to click backwards one time when I went for a hook.
Could bite them in the bum as well with no hook, but they're not going to go for the offensive. T1, a lot more reeled in of a game for them, just really defensive. They've got this Blink and Carl now, though. Once it flies in, we might see Carl opt to do something with his Blink Doom available.
Well, you'd imagine he does it ASAP. Battle Fury also coming out now on the PA, so Jackie's going to skyrocket and farm again. Raven, of course, is very, very dead set on just making sure that he keeps the farm up. Doing a great job of it, just in the Ancients, just in this triangle, just continuing with this farm. However, down at the bot lane, they have smoked up and Carl does commit that Doom straight away. Now with the Overgrowth out, that means that Moon is set to die. Can they get a deny off on him? Masaros won't even try for it. He'll try to run himself, but now a Haunt comes out. Perhaps in the mid lane, it looks like they have caught out Cuckoo, but he's on the river. He can easily just try and run away. Icarus Dive and Egg is going to be committed by Jabs, but that Egg might just be set to die unless he can get it off in time, but he cannot. It's always the biggest bait trying to chase a Slaughter on the river. It just never works out in the other team's favor.
No, it's not something you should opt for. All of a sudden, T1 have a 4K lead on their end, 4-4. You've got the Battle Fury up on Jackie, so he is just set to escalate. Fnatic, they had the right idea while go roaming in. They need to keep trying. Just, maybe wait for the next haunt. If not, then just move as 4. Look for Jackie, because you are not winning this farm war with a Spectre. Like, the Blade Mail might be there. It might simplify the process of clearing out these camps. It is in no way the same as a PA Battle Fury here. So, if you want to play this farming game, you have to be aware of that. Masaros as well. I mean, he's still trying with a Meteor Hammer, but with the heals coming out now on the Living Armor, it's just kind of cancelled off now.
They're going to still give it a crack. Nature's Grasp is there onto the creeps. Zephyr The Shadow Poison really going to just delete this creep wave, but Masteros is not done yet. He continues. Cuckoo, however, now going to TP in. He can just frontline for the team. They'll stun him up with a Cookie Yard and a Meteor Hammer and a Hook Shot and a Sunray being thrown out. Cuckoo's comping everything, but Disruption is going to be there. The Kiss is still going, however. They will finally take him down, but they might lose DJ in response. He's gone to the Purge damage. Zephyr getting a little bit greedy moving forward, but it won't matter. They still get the kill, and the Tier 1 tower will remain standing. As Moon does come back for a cheeky little cookie. It won't work out. They'll heal it back up. By the way, John, did you point out Ethereal Blade on Moon?
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Ethereal Blade.
Okay. I mean, Scatter Blast is pretty good damage.
Have you seen the shards?
Can amp that up. Yeah.
It does even more damage when you get the shards, John, and it stuns for 1.5 seconds.
Oh, that's gonna be dank. Let's see if he does actually offer charge. You'd reckon so. All right, so that I suppose that's one way to play it. We'll see if it works out the way he expects it to. You are giving Jackie again this free farm. His Desolator is almost done, and then it's straight into the BKB. So once you have that BKB, this timing is not gonna be as amazing as you'd reckon it is. So we'll see if Moon's reveal is gonna be in a big way. So you have to appreciate this classic Treant game, you know, just constantly healing that mid-tier 1, and the enemy keeps bashing their heads against it. The Finatic have tried, what, 2-3 times now? Just not working out. They do have a Blink coming out in Masteros as well, so they have some initiation here.
It's like the perfect hero for Whitemon, because you can imagine him laughing the whole time. As he's just spamming living armor on this tower, just laughing manically at the fact that they're never going to get through it. Moon has to cookie up the high ground, but he's been purged up. This will force the rotation out from Jabs. Now DJ going for a quick hook shot in onto Cuckoo. They'd love the Slanter dead, and with the Haunt in, they should be able to get him. Even committing the Mortimer's Kisses, they might even get Whitemon, that pesky tree and protector, trying to run, but he is going to die. Raven able to pick that kill up, and maybe now they can commit for this Tier 1 mid tower.
Oh, Masteros?
Masteros jumping in, has found Zephyr with the Meteor Hammer to drop. They find another. Finatic getting a 3-for-0 trade, and the Tier 1 mid is going to feel very good for them.
They do take it out. It does take them 18.5 minutes, but they find some big kills as well. Good amount of gold going the way of Finatic. I don't think T1 minds too much. They've managed to keep it alive long enough. They are also at the point where I believe the Desolator of Jackie's already up.
It is.
So Battle Fury with Deso at 18, 19 minutes in. Gonna be big, although.
Oh, he gets it at the right time, but Masteros is going to be there with the stun out. They've got so much damage there. Jackie's still going to be able to just pounce away. Moon did not have the damage output. DJ's going to hook shot in, but Jackie just won't die. He'll jump back in. They take down Moon. Now the stun out. Who have they found there? It's going to be Masteros on the DK, and Jackie will take the kill. And usually a very quiet Jackie makes the nightmare noises, John. And that is going to be a bit of a nightmare for Finatic, as they committed so much. They got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter.
Oh, Mike, you are feeling very lyrical tonight, Mike.
Well, we can't play the songs on Twitch right now, John. I've got to do something to entertain the viewers.
Still, they're going into the Roshan. This is when it gets ridiculous. Corrosive Haze with Desolator, you can't stop that.
No, you can't. On to Jabs. Jabs going to go for an Icarus dive away into the Sunray. Jackie, meanwhile, kills DJ somehow. The Egg's going to be forced out, but this is a bit disastrous. Does he even get there in time? It looks like he just made Jabs. He gets the Egg off. Carl, he committed a BKB for this. That may be a real problem for him, as now he just has to keep running on towards Finatic, but it won't matter because they control him up. They'll take him out, and that actually ends up being a really nice play from Jabs.
Yeah, it pays off in a big way. A good gold swing out for Finatic, so they are very happy with that pickup. They also waste the fresh BKB. Carl not going to be very pleased with himself. They get the transition to push up top, but they're ready for the defense.
Yeah, they're going after Moon. They got the main target there. Still, Overgrowth going to come out as well. Here comes Jackie on the PA, but Moon has gone into that ghost form, or has he? Jackie just jumps in and takes him out. On to Masteros, this DK. He looks tanky, but he really is not that tanky. Not when you have that much minus armor there from Jackie and Cuckoo. And those are two core pickoffs. A 9k net worth lead now for T1. And the Ethereal Blade from Moon, I mean, it's a good concept, but so far it's not really working out in his favor.
No, it's really not. The issue is, I guess the primary stat gain of Moon isn't that amazing as well. I mean, it's 3.3 per level, but it's not like he stacks strength, and it's not like you're a Morphling where you can just stat dump the rest of your stats in. So the burst damage isn't looking good yet. He has to close the gap in order to really maximize his scatter blast. He is not rushing the Ag shard as well, so he is going for a blink, more of a utility initiation tool, just to get himself in the right spot. T1, despite those couple of trades here and there, have really overtaken. Jackie's back at that ridiculous point. 14k net worth. Raven's not even close at 9.9. BKB's up, so he doesn't even need to worry about the magic damage, and they smoke up.
Yeah, this is very problematic now. Finatic, DJ gonna run into the smoke, but he's gonna have to pay for it for the team. He'll tank the gank. Some more jabs, gonna hide in the tree line for now, and he is gonna be safe.
Raven.
Yeah, Raven will be a big one. He is gonna back off at the exact right time. But the tier 2 mid tower cannot back off, John, and has to stand its ground. With this Desolator up on Jackie, it really is not going to take too long if they do commit. T1, they're just kind of running in circles, trying to find a target to go on. Jackie says, that's not creeps I'm hitting, that's a tower. They're back for the creeps now.
Yeah, I mean, why not? They've got a lot of time left. Under Aegis, about 2 minutes to go, so they can take their time here. Just get some farm going. They do have Jackie really accelerating towards this Basher to good form. So once you have that, I think you're going to be worried about even less on his PA and...
Oh, they jumped in. Masteros in with the stun. Meteor Hammer is going to be cancelled. No, it's not. It's going to drop. Jackie, however, going after Moon, is by himself right now. His BKB is set to wear off soon. DJ, meanwhile, going to hook shot in onto Cuckoo, and that Slardar, he's a bit of a sitting duck. They'll just surround him and take him out. Meanwhile, Masteros, he was trying to go for a bit more, but he could not find a target. And one thing's for sure, John, every time Raven does get involved in these team fights for Finatic, it does seem to work out in their favor. So perhaps that's kind of the idea here, is just waiting out the Spectre until Raven is ready to go.
Yeah, every time they've got the haunt, usually ends in a pretty good success story. Issue for T1 is Jackie's just kind of running around a bit, like a headless chicken, like he was trying to rush up into a fight by himself with no real vision into the jungle, so there was an access point for Finatic to sneak into. You've got to be a bit careful about that on the PA, even with the BKB. Your damage at, well, I was going to say it's not amazing at level 20, but it is actually rather amazing. You just need more items up. So some patience for Jackie is called for. Finatic with these couple of kills are feeling nice, but they're still 10k behind. So there's still a considerable gap to close out here. And T1, for their part, they're running out of time on that Aegis. Just about half a minute left, so it looks like they might not just find anything, just opt to use it for farming. It has secured Jackie a good timing into the Basher. He's, what, 500 gold away from that. So your PA is going to have really good item timings overall anyway, and that's still going to be an issue for Finatic regardless.
That it is. T1, they're going to go for another smoke up. Jackie's not with them this time around. It's only a 4-man smoke, and they're going to run into Moon. Scan out. They know exactly where they are. Maybe they're going to the backlines here. Cuckoo just on the river. Finatic just holding the high ground, knowing they could come from any moment or any way. The bounty will be taken. Cuckoo is going to back out straight afterwards. Seems like that's all they wanted to get the bounty rune advantage. Carl will be able to get the other ones up at the top lane. Speaking of Carl as well, John, once he has that Ags up, it's going to be a lot harder for Masteros and Raven to survive. The damage output is kind of insane once you have that Aghanim Scepter Infernal Blade.
No, it's the Doom now. It's back to applying break and reduces the CD. So,
oh, right.
Yeah, it's down to 100-second cooldown, and of course the break is still going to be issues here for Masteros and for Raven. It's the Shard now that has this nice little upgrade for his Thingamabob, for his Infernal Blade. We'll see if he picks it up, but 100-second cooldown on Doom, that is pretty nice.
They put the whole level death thing in as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Love
It was
to
just
see
pretty dank.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh, it's back. I missed that. Love that. No one,
any-
you know.
For any of the young kids out there, John, we actually had to do math when we played Doom back in Dota 1.
Honestly, I never even cared about it. It's like, all right, I'll just throw it out. If it does damage, that's awesome. If not, I'm just an idiot anyway.
I was very good with my times tables, John. Very, very good. Jackie, Masaros gets the jump in on the PA first. Meanwhile, to the north, Cuckoo trying to spot out a target. It looks like they do really want that DK first. Carl still rushing in with the Doom, but Jackie jumps in and just shreds the DK apart. Raven is going to just haunt in. Back after Zephyr. Zephyr's fine so far. A massive Mortimer's Kiss is coming in, but they've lost DJ. Raven trying to chase down Carl, but he has a BKB up, and he's going to be just fine. They bought back on Masaros for this. It does not really pan out, however. It's still a 2-for-1. They only found the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, it's not enough to compensate for that. One big issue there was, as well as that was T1 forcing a fight without using Doom. So Carl, with his Ags upgrade, just very cautious with his spell use. Doesn't even drop it to get that win. They don't find the big heroes, but the ults are down. It could be T1's time to circle back in if they wanted to. Looks like they might just wait for the Roche respawn timer to reset, but they are taking control of that river. They've got a good ward spot in this movement too.
Oh, Masaros doesn't want to die back like this, but the Corrosive Haze is going to come out. They are a bit preemptive in their jump, just thinking about it. Very cautious stuff. So they just kind of oh, that's a quick Roshan. They forced them back, and Roshan is a 7-second timer. And Whitemon, he feels it in his bones, or maybe he doesn't.
Whitemon, go back in.
No.
Go back in. Your friend's there. Oh, they find it first with a flare.
Oh, DJ finds it. However, Raven has been caught. There's your Aghanim Scepter on Carl as well, so the break has been applied. This Raven is getting low, but the Sunray going to help, and DJ with the hook shot in is going to make it so they can't finish off the kill. DJ is going to die for his trouble, but it won't matter if Raven does survive, and he does. Great news out for Finatic. But I don't think T1's necessarily done yet. I believe they still want to go.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Overgrowth back up. They might not have Doom, but they've seen that they can win fights without Doom anyway. So they could go hunting. Unfortunately, again, they could easily just go for the Roche that they're not aware is up. They might circle around there instead. They still have this 15k lead. And Finatic, their investment in Raven here is really... It's just not looking great. He's right behind Carl and Jackie, but that's not where you want to be as a Spectre, so a lot more time needed here. And they do... No, they still haven't gotten to the Roche, and Finatic keeps checking.
Finatic, Masaros going to break his smoke, does jump in anyway with the Dragon form. Jackie still around, going to make the jump into the backlines. He goes straight after the clockwork and gets one. That's DJ gone. Jackie popped his BKB for this, but is not going to rush in for more, not quite yet anyway. Masaros, however, Corrosive Haze is there, and now the dagger flies in. The damage output is just way too high from this PA. Jackie's feeling it right now. I feel like he can sense the advantage they have. 16k ahead on T1. And you can see the hesitation from Raven. He knows that he's just not ready to go for these big team fights. I mean, he's literally 7k behind the PA. It is a very, very tough time for Finatic.
It definitely is. At the least, they've got DJ back up if he wants to get in position. But it's just
Hauntin, he wants to try and go for that Aegis. However, Jackie, no one picking it up yet. Jackie, he does get in the nick of time. Both of them just stacking on top of the Aegis. Now Jackie going to jump onto the backlines into Moon. Cuckoo not getting the stun off onto Raven. Jabs, Sunray there onto Zephyr. Zephyr disrupts himself up. Jackie's coming for that Phoenix, but Jab's still alive, not being spotted yet. Now the Cookie takes out Zephyr, but they are going to lose the Phoenix in response. Do they want to jump back in? Cuckoo is playing around here on the river, but Jackie jumps straight into the Cox, onto DJ. There's your Overgrowth out. The Blade Mail is going to wear off on Raven. He's been left behind. He'll Spectral Dagger and just run away. They get the corrosive haze off, so Jackie, he can jump back in, and he will. No crits out yet. Masaros gets a stun off into the Meteor Hammer. Jackie stunned up. Cuckoo, he wants to keep going. Masaros is just going to melt. He'll cop the crit from the PA, and Raven is not safe yet. He's in the tree line, but the corrosive haze is going to give vision. He's on an ultra kill. Now out onto Moon. They want the rampage, but Moon is going to deny it away. He'll blink into the tree line. But this PA, it's hitting a bit too hard, John. It's looking really tough for Finatic.
This is why you ban out the Slardar and the PA as a combination, but you just can't afford to ban out both in the opening. And T1, feeling confident, just hammering it in, gets this combination, is on a roll. I mean, Jackie right now is 13-0. 13-0 on PA. Just perfect game for him so far. Let's see if he can maintain it. Finatic, it's really falling apart. They lost Raven in that fight. They need to play around Haunt every single time. They will have a Scotty up on Raven soon, so that is good news. But I don't think the Scotty alone is going to cut it. They need so much more, and I have to say, this build-up on Moon, it's not working out the same way you'd want. He is about to hit his level 20 talent, where this might pay off. I think you'd want to see Moon actually go for an MKB now.
Oh, I'd say Divine Rapier at this rate, John. It's
yeah, that's fair.
Gonna run in, Masaros smoke broken. They spotted him out. Finatic, they have to find the right kind of jump, but it's just so hard to find. And now another smoke gonna be broken on Cuckoo. Spots them out. Meanwhile, Jackie jumps in again onto DJ. Masaros in onto Jackie, but he just throws out one stun and backs out. Now the Doom out on Jabs, cancelling off the TP. Is gonna mean a secondary kill. They'd love to go after Masaros. He's going to go into the tree line, but Zephyr is not going to be able to hit that Shadow Strike in time. But how do you fight into them now? A 24k net worth lead for T1. It's just such a dominant game. And it's the same story as last game.
Yep, it's the same issue. You've left Jackie too long. He is just insane now. They did try to rotate a little bit more. It just never amounted to much. They've got the Scotty up on Raven. That could help them out, could help the cause, but it just doesn't feel enough by itself. They need a lot more to really control
that
Jackie.
Ethereal Blade just does nothing.
No.
Jackie now just jumps back in and clears out Moon. My God. DJ gonna hook shot in. Moon's gonna buy back, but Raven, he's gone. Triple kill out for Jackie. He's unstoppable. Onto Masaros they go. Well, tips come out from Carl, and Masaros just has to run. But this game looks very, very over. And I hate calling it early, John, but it looks very, very over.
They don't have buyback on Raven. The E-Blade is just not doing anything on Moon. This itemization, if you really wanted to max this, I think you really needed the shards. Even then, like the Scatter Blast, it doesn't sound amazing even with a shard for this kind of...
How much minus armor are they doing right now? Because you've got an Orb of Destruction there, as well as the Deso, as well as the Armor Corruption, as well as the Corrosive Haze. They're sitting there with like minus 40 armor.
Yeah, and the ACR. There's a ton.
Add it on.
Melt. Yep.
And it looks like T1, they haven't called yet on Finatic. They're going to try one more time. Jackie seems to believe it is very over, and I would agree with that sentiment, but they are going to try. Carl is going to jump in with the Doom. Now your egg's gone. The dagger Moon just goes down to a dagger out from Jackie. And they hook shot in DJ, but the GG's been called. They don't want to get massacred like this. But Jackie, he has no remorse. He will take them out, and he'll finish the Ancient off. Well, well, well. T1 making it through to the lower bracket final to be up against TNC. And John, I'll tell you what, if they play like this tomorrow, TNC might be a little bit scared going into that lower bracket final, because that was quite a performance out from T1.
Oh yeah, that was perfect. Jackie, 20-0. 20-0.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was 20-0.
20-0. That speaks for itself, just how much T1's done. Amazing performance coming through. The confidence in just grabbing Slardar PA in the first phase and not getting countered. Finatic had all the opportunities to maybe pick a counter in that first phase. Once they saw the Slardar, maybe they could have even stolen the PA themselves, but they don't manage to do that. They get punished for it, and there were moments where it looked good. Moon did go for a very fast E-Blight. His timing was super fast. It didn't work, and they're going to have to figure out the patch elsewhere, as that is the end of their journey here in the BTS Pro Series Season 4.
Well, I'll tell you what, John. Let's bring up the bracket just to remind everybody of what's happened during these playoffs. Just one moment, please. There we go. So the bracket's up, and now we are at the stage where TNC Predator versus T1 has to happen. Of course, after that, you do have your grand final. But TNC versus T1 is going to be the first matchup up tomorrow. Of course, winner of that will make it through to the grand final, where they'll verse Team Dog, who are just patiently waiting right now. And it should make for a hell of a grand final no matter who makes it. But just based off the last games we just saw, I tell you, if T1 gets the draft they want, TNC, I'm sure they've been watching, I'm sure they've done their homework. But I'm sure they'll also be taking their competitors very seriously in our first series tomorrow.
Oh, definitely. I'd say it's going to be a great set of matches overall, no matter who goes up to those grand finals. I personally kind of want to see the grudge match between Dog and T1. Because, of course, I mean, because the storyline of Dog was Cuckoo, Abed for 2 seasons, for 2 tournaments, and then they split up here. So if they do make it to the finals, that's a story in of itself. But TNC, of course, won't make that easy. We're going to have to see what they do pull off. It's been a fantastic set of games today.
I'd say so, John. Of course, with that, we are going to head off. We're going to get some sleep. And, of course, John, you're going to be very busy tomorrow. You're casting with Santa. So I'm sure you're very nervous. You've got to go prepare yourself. With that, it is MLP Dota. It is John X Fire. It's been a pleasure. And we'll be back to enjoy the grand finals and the lower bracket finals tomorrow. We'll see you all again in roughly 16 hours.
Sorry, I'm just a big fan of Cole, so I'm enjoying I really hope the key thing here is Cole has 2 basically forms of Dota right now. It's the aggressive laning phase with his new W, and also the fact that he has this recall, that ability to always have this +1 advantage. And a very quick draft coming into the second phase. Okay.
Second phase indeed. Instant PA into an instant Treant Protector.
So you now have this potential. Again, it's this flexibility of this Kotl bounce hunter. You don't really know what's going. If it is Kotl 5 with the PA, you have this dagger spam. But more importantly, we haven't really touched on it yet. Spider Pig, they still like picking his Venge, even though she has had some considerable nerfs. My God, why is this draft so quick? We have no time to talk.
What the heck? Just taking no real. I'm not sure if they're doing real thinking or just throwing stuff at the draft. Like just throw this. Oh, you throw me that. I'll throw you back. This is like dodgeball, man.
Mate, they just want to play. They're just like, this is the final. Like this is like the penultimate series of 2020 for these teams, right? You know, they play this best of 3. If they win best of 5 tomorrow, tick. Christmas dinner, New Year celebration, boom, back into the New Year DPC. So
crikey.
They're just. Yeah, crikey, mate. They're just skipping through. I have seen Noob play some mid-Luna since the patch dropped, so maybe that's a thing. But realistically, it's just going to be a Venge Luna strategy. The Luna, of course, still has the same good old aura. I'm just going to double check it so I'm not dumb. Yep, it's bonus damage. Venge, guess what? Coincidentally, also, bam, bonus damage. So now you've got 2 heroes, which do what, Panda?
More damage. That's a lot of oomph.
There we go. That's a lot of oomph, you know? Whole lot of oomph.
And also, now that I look at like Venge aura damage, Luna aura damage, Treant Protector, give us a carry Treant or something. Give us something. Give us some memes. Give us some spice. Give us something that's not been out there for like a very long time. That's why I would love to see, like, even if Luna looks like, yeah, that's your casual position 1, like, scales the best out of damage, has really, really good potential in throughout, like, the entire game. Maybe struggles early game a little bit, but if you have good supports, who cares? Then again, Treant Protector. Like, this hero, you can have so much fun with it. They're so stupid, some of those builds. Like, I played a goddamn Omni Knight carry last night, which should never work, and it does with that new Ag Shard. It's bloody bonkers, but still, with a Treant Protector, so give me that. Give me that core Treant in this. Make Clockwork a support.
What's the core Treant for? Can you give me some reasoning?
The slap.
The slap.
The
Okay.
slap.
So, oh, all right.
Just the pure slap, that's all. There's no reasoning behind it. He just hits bloody hard and he's got damage auras.
So the way that I see Vikings draft is they might, especially with their last pick, I feel like their best landing setup right now is to have this tree in the 5 row enabling the PA, putting then Cottle Bounty in this offlane duo to fight up against this like Luna +1. Because I feel like Fury and going into this Venge Luna lane, it will just kind of fall victim. And Spider Pigs, they round out their draft with a very, noob-esque hero. Void Spirit is one of his best heroes. They have easy ways to do early damage with the Venge or the Luna Aura. They can go Roshan with the Venge, and they can fight non-stop the Clock Void. So they have an all-round draft, but they do fall victim to their carry Luna doesn't ever scale as well as PA. So this is their kind of play out really strong lanes. They have insane lanes, break down the map, and then punish. And also, we don't really know what's happening with the Venge either, right? Because I've mentioned Venge Luna a lot of times, but it could also be a Tree Luna. It could be, Clock Luna, Venge Luna. It could be offlane Venge or offlane Clock. Like Spider Pigs have kind of an interesting first 3 picks that can pretty much flex between 3 and 5.
That's what I'm also thinking. If the Treant is, because Treant's more of a LeBron hero, so they might actually put a Treant 5, and they could still play around with Venge 3 or Venge 4.
Yeah.
Even a Venge mid and offlane Void Spirit, who knows? But a Lishrak from Viking, and let's see those heroes locked in. Pause 3 Venge. Pause 3 Venge.
Oh, predicted! Got it. I got Viking correct. Nice. Easy. Tick. All right, go to the next game. We won the draft prediction game, Panda. Nice. Oh, mate. All right, but no, Spider Pigs. Yeah, both teams have a little bit of creativity coming into this series. I think especially for me, it's Spider Pigs who had the confidence of going, okay, we got to this, because don't forget, they had to play a GSL group stage to get to here.
Yeah,
they revealed quite a lot in already playing some series on this patch, and they showed that Venge 5 was their bread and butter. But now they're reading the patch notes and going, hold on. What are we doing here, Chief? We want to have a Tread, a Drum Venge, who then buys a quick Ags, and suddenly we're back to old age Venge, where she's absolutely broken with her illusion stunning and existing. So, yeah, I like the fact that Spider Pigs, they, over the last couple of days, have had some creativity within this their draft. It eventually ends to be a very classic Spider Pigs lineup, but for Viking, they are deadly skirmishers. If they survive the early pressure that Spider Pigs bring out, they can have lanes always pushed out. They can have PA who's going to be unkillable, outscaling the PA. This physical magic combo of Lesh and PA is like so hard to itemize against. The lack of lockdown from Spider Pigs, this Bounty Hunter is going to run rampant across the map, just phasing his way through and going, hey, look at me with my bonus track speed. If he buys the bloody shard, everyone's going to be, oh my god. New patch, boys! Sorry. There you go, that's me. That's my animacy done. I'm back to being normal now. Thank you. No idea if I was actually on camera for that, but alas.
No, we're not on camera, so no worries.
Easy. I did some,
I was just looking at
movement.
I was looking at the chat at the same time. I was like, why is this game not starting? Boom's been disconnected. He reconnects back to the game, and they let the timer roll out, and we get our first game. So, outside of drafts, outside of everything that's about to happen and unfold, we'll let the players decide what happens on the field. I have to remind you, this is a semi-final match, and the winner doubles their earnings. They've already secured $4,500. They're going to get $8,000 minimum if they win. And of course, that prize money for top place is $15K in dollars, waiting to be picked up by somebody. Our schedule, we have this series, Viking GG versus Spider Pigs, and the second one after, we have Live to Win versus, not Yellow Submarine, but Team Spirit, that has signed Yellow Submarine today. So we got a lot to talk about that team later on today. Now, we focus on these two.
Yeah. And the important thing here, you just mentioned the prize pool. And I think especially when you look at for Spider Pigs, they're a team that has been always in these Division 2s, the big group stage leagues that we've had from both the Mega League and Epic League. They've done okay, but not well enough to really get that kind of nice, big amount of payout. And winning this series, like you said, $8,000, this is going to be a nice payout. I think the biggest tournament winning that they've got, just getting to the grand finals of this tournament. So I think for Spider Pigs, they'd love to get a nice kind of at least top 2 finish under their belt, and yeah, it'll be pleasant for them. I think this team they've stuck together for so long now. They've had one change being their carry player, and You know, you wish them all the best, but again, Viking, they are a scary team, especially when they're in the BTS series where the quality of teams does drop down a little bit. This is where Viking should just kind of, you know, walk all over them because they are a very, very scary team.
Scary team, scary aggression. All these heroes are capable of fighting early. Even get that PA online early with an Orb of Corrosion. If she decides to go for one, looks like no. But what's your thought on Orb of Corrosion? Is it broken? Is it strong? Is it lacking something?
Broken? Sorry, hello. It literally combines an Orb of Venom, HP, and a Blightstone into one inventory slot for the mere price of the components. It's like, hello? Mic check 1 2. Can I get a?
Pretty good.
Inventory management is somewhat one of the most beautiful things about Dota 2, and this one item just kind of combines it all into one. I've seen like PA loves to buy it for sure. Shad's not actually going to buy it here, but we saw it yesterday on Thug. In this game, I don't know if we're actually going to see it on any of the heroes. Maybe a bounty hunter might look for it depending on his game, but yeah, realistically, we're not going to see it in this game. But,
well, let's get this underway. All bounties have been picked up 2 for 2. I was worried about what are these tips? What are these tips, Celery? Is it? What are these tips? What are these tips?
They're just happy that Celery's in the game, you know. They're just like, we like you, Celery.
Okay.
Thank you. That's it.
Gratitude. We go way back with Celery. I remember
Also,
we did like an interview or something like several months ago with him and me. It was like just fun, like having a chat with the guy. He's improved a lot in the years. Just happy he's playing with a good team now.
Yeah, exactly. It's always helps when you get that good team, that good kind of group around you. It just makes everything so much better. Like, yeah, that's all I had for that. I didn't have any additional points. Sorry, mate.
I was waiting for a real striking point from T-Go, but we'll suffice with this. We'll be happy with it.
Yeah, I just kind of agreed with you. That's all I had.
Yeah, I'm happy you agree with me. That's very nice.
Oh.
Now,
we haven't got to the analytics yet, Panda.
Let's go bottom. Let's go bottom. Let's look at offlane bounty hunter. What does the offlane bounty provide in terms of strat-wise?
Well, it's the idea that it's that quick move speed that you get from having items, be it phase boots or a drum, and then you start just running around the map, tracking up heroes and applying pressure. You get to solo invade the jungle, and you also have to think about the vision game. LeBron is now going to have to invest heavily into having sentries placed with the observers, checking for where is Toby going? Is he going to stop Luna farming stacks? And it's the idea that when you have a big skirmishing lineup, Bounty Hunter pairs really well. And especially because Spider Pigs don't have a lot of good lockdown, it just amplifies the pick. Like, if they are running into a Kunkka, Venge, Drow type lineup, that's when they have issues. But yeah, for now, it complements their lineup.
Oh,
for sure.
first blood looking to be happening here.
Wow.
That happens very fast.
Ran into his death. You know, yeah, he just literally killed himself.
And his career.
Yeah, he just didn't want to play. Unfortunate for Cole.
So while we were talking about the bounty, I was watching LeBron moving here to body block the camp. Moves here as he sees the courier coming, gets the courier kill, then rotates here, makes that perfect little circular move, and he finds a kill for Thug.
Cool, that's good for him. Good little move there. But that's for the with Coddle, especially the new Coddle. You don't have that blinding light as a kind of fallback plan, so you have to be careful you don't make a mistake.
Oh, if only that slow was a bit stronger, Toby.
He has the Lucent Beam.
Lucent Beam. Yep. Level 2. 150 damage, that's enough. If Luna was still level 2, I don't think that would have been enough. The 75 damage minus the resistance wouldn't have been enough for a kill. Luckily, just hit level 3.
Yeah, this is the... Like, Spider Pig safety is really, really potent. Like, they are very aggressive, and that's why I was going to mention, like, Coddle and Bounty Hunter, they're good, but they need to be defensive and wait for a couple more levels and then apply pressure. Like, when they play so close to that creep wave, you have that slow from the tree come in, and then, you know, 2 or 3 Lucent Beams later, you're pretty much going to die. So, yeah, be careful. But it feels like a Viper type lane, you know, where early on Viper can be punished, but then eventually, how do I deal with this amount of spam? And that's exactly what Coddle Bounty Hunter will have.
ENT mid trying to find a kill on Celery, but Instead, they're going to have to turn their attention towards Shad. More slows, more treant block, Celery. Nice micro there. Absolutely beautiful, holding the clock in place. But the stun comes out from Mitch, and he might have just overplayed a little bit. Fairy Fire comes out. Rocket Flare doesn't kill off Celery. He salves up. Shad gets the kill. And Clockwork punished. That's a first kill for Viking GG. Maybe a second one. 2 seconds for another dagger. Do they get ahead? They've got that treant. This could actually be a big one. Oh, he needs to get in front. He does. Body blocking coming out. Nice play there from Celery. Is it going to be enough? It should be. Beautiful. There we go. Double kill for Shad. Nicely played. Celery high five in the air. There we go.
And another chain of tips. There's one. Oh, Shad actually going for the offensive tip, not for the Celery tip. Okay, okay. Unconventional, especially from the start of the game where the team was very pro-Furion.
You expect. Lesh gets pulled under the tower with a remnant. Takes some evil tower hits there.
And this is why the Furion 5 in this position works really well, because you have the treants to tank up the battery, so you can then pressure this Mitch with the body blocks, the daggers, slow. Like, it is hard, especially when the lane's so pushed up, like we just saw.
They're hunting a bounty hunter in bottom. He's faster though.
He has boots now. This is the key thing. Like, now he has the move speed. Yeah, he can now start waddling around.
A tithe to the impurities.
Very fast to catch.
The seeds of fortune.
And 3 bounties as well for Viking GG.
Uh-oh, Toby.
Oh, I was just about to say that he's fast, but man, that animation is pretty sick.
It's amazing.
That solar bind, holy crap.
It's like, so for every 100 units you move, you just get slower. So as soon as you start walking away and actually properly get out, you're like, uh-oh, well, that's me done.
Imagine if Luna was in the same team with Coddle. You pop like that Axe ulti and then put Solar Bind, and all you see is just, it's literally the blinding light.
Oh, the Braun is going for the wraparound. Oh. I thought it was going for a little cheeky wraparound.
Bit of an off-topic question. What do you call Coddle's Illuminate? You just call it Illuminate? Because we always call it horses.
Cottle Blast, Illuminate, either of the two.
Yeah,
depends on the moment, you know.
Is one, yeah.
Watch out for the blast. Yeah, watch out for the big ray of light that will blow you up.
Yeah, we just always call it horses. Horses.
That's very a say what you see moment.
Kind of. I mean, you could literally see anything. Oh, it's God.
I'm dead. Mitch, though, is he dead?
Yeah, look at the body blocks again. Where can you go? Where can you go? You can't do absolutely anything. He gets past them, though. The treant dies to the tower. And now Shad's in trouble. He does get the jump off. Looked like he was on cooldown there momentarily, but he did save it. If he was forced to use that jump onto the Vengeful Spirit, that would have meant his death. Clockwork would have done enough damage with the battery assault, though it didn't happen. Another attempt on Toby. Doesn't quite get the connection. Now he's got a Windlace as well. He's got a casual Windlace with boots. This is something that I love to see. If you have the inventory slot, if you have the money for it, just get that extra Windlace. I don't know why it's not built that often. Is it just not valuable enough? But I just kind of like
the key thing here is he wants
just big.
He wants phase drum, right? Like he wants to be able to buy both. I will double check though that Windlace creates drum just to make sure I'm not being stupid. It does.
But still, he's building it before finishing phase boot, so he's already picked it up, and he's got raindrops. So a lot of like early laning stage stuff. Yeah,
if he just gets out of the grasp, he can actually play bot to some degree. But the laning phase is going very well for Spider Pigs. Of course, Mitch has had some issues top, but the idea of give Luna farm, noob can be activated, noob rotates to the side lane, suddenly that's when you're killing and getting the pace of the game going. Because PA, if you look at her quick buy, she does need that Battle Fury.
She does. Celery dropping low. Enough for a kill. The stun. Noob
but
comes
noob
in. This should be a
rotation.
big one on PA. PA just hit level 6 and a big rotation from Noob.
But this is exactly what I was saying. It's the idea that Spy Pig can just play the lanes and Noob, he'll be that big changing factor. The issue is, there's a Leshrac mid. So as soon as Noob leaves, guess what? 3 points in Diabolic Edict. Bye-bye, tower. Thanks for playing. Viking have the advantage in towers 8 minutes in.
No more middle tower for
sacrificial play, or sacrificial play from the PA dying there. Getting a tower as a trade.
And now Leshrac with no tower to play in mid. She's like, well, might as well start making some plays and boom, rotating into bot lane.
It's my turn now.
Exactly. But Thug, he has a point held in his skill. He could go for the ult if necessary. LeBron tanking up the gank.
Stun still available on Boom. There we go. Gets it, connecting onto the Clockwork at least. He's dropping low himself as well and might actually even die. 50 HP. Calculated survival there, basically. They will sack Toby, but they do get 3 for 1, maybe. Noob. Very nice play to come in to help out their bot lane and give something back. Makes the 3 for 2.
Great rotation from Noob once again, but Bounty Hunter did get level 6. He did track the Luna before she died, so therefore...
True. There is
track
one
gold's
track.
already kicking in, boys.
That is plus 40 allies gold, 130 self gold. Nice to have. That's one piece closer towards an urn. Holding the drums for now. We'll see the drums show up eventually. I'm pretty sure they'll go for the drums.
Yeah. But for Viking, they have to be the aggressors, because if they don't set up correctly, they will just lose towers very quickly to when Venge and Luna go to the same lane. But this is what Toby's job is, and look at him. Behind the tower, he's already gone, okay, I'm not really off lane anymore. Now this is the super farm for Boom, though, dying again in the bot lane.
He is, and also getting treant for Celery here, but they're gonna hunt this Snitch's Prophet down by the looks of it.
Oh, they have nothing.
Or not, yeah. Stun was
If
so
this
cool,
was
and no mana.
48 hours ago, Mitch would have had a second charge in his swap, and he would have killed him. But, alas, a patch occurs.
Patch occurs, and it's no longer available. DNZ taken out by Toby. That's looking to be another track kill.
Yeah. Toby's being an absolute nuisance to Spider Pigs. Like, this lack of lockdown, this inability to tell Toby just to shoot. He's just running around the map, and someone getting recalled. Oh, he recalled the Leshrai. Oh my god, oh, of course, yeah. Because Kotal is now basically what Chen was in the previous patch, we'll be seeing like the Kotal Storms, the Kotal Leshraks, and the idea is these int heroes that blow up all their mana, get that free TP, but Noob running up into the high ground, nice dodge.
Yeah, he's got an Ops Ward on the high ground, but he's still gonna take a lot of damage. But they're gonna turn around with a hook shot going, connecting onto Boom by DNC. LeBron follows up with an overgrowth, and Toby's coming in as well, but Boom is already out. But Toby, he wants to snipe DNC. He wants to go for the snipe kill. He can't get it off, he's just getting dusted now.
Stun him, guys, don't worry. There it is.
Yeah,
that was Boom his.
Viking were a bit optimistic. So if you look at the triangle, this ward right here, it was already placed down. You see the new Void Spirit, he's approaching from here. The gankers are waiting to set it up. And meanwhile, Thug is actually banging top. So let's talk about what the team fight is talking now. Analytics, oh my god. However, Noob gets Celery, still a 2 for 1 for Viking GG. Boom has also respawned. They got to be really careful here with Spider Pigs. Toby, he's tanking a lot, but he's making it work. Because Noob is now trapped in the trees. He's not tracked up yet though. Because he managed to find himself a Mitch kill. Alright, Noob. Yep.
Oh, he's not tracked luckily.
Close.
Maybe he can make the Quelling Juke.
No TP.
Oh my god, the blinding light
ulti.
actually helped him.
For now, he's got the Simulate available.
That was the best blinding light I've ever seen in my life.
Spotted. Does he land the stun? Close one. Shad is following up on his heels. Another remnant used. Crawling Blades. This is such an escape, but the horses will finish the job.
Nay, they say. Oh well. New valiant effort.
Okay, that was.
Aramis luckily clutching out the moment there. No, because so you were mentioning the idea of how Viking maybe went a bit over aggressive there, but this is what their lineup needs to do. Look at this 5k lead, right? It simply is because they collapse the map, go for these aggressive plays, playing around the Bounty Hunter. Spider Pigs can't calmly farm, they haven't been equally fight. But every death they get, the track play comes in, that extra gold. So this net worth lead for an 11 to 12 kill score, it is a product of both the tracks and the fact that these early 2 towers, mid and bot, have fallen during the absence of Spider Pigs being able to play the entire map. Again, like I said, due to that over-aggression of Viking.
Okay, that was interesting. Celery just teleported in for a Sentry D ward and paid with his life. Well, at least he got rid of the Sentry in top.
Radiant's middle tower is taking.
Meanwhile, Thug being hunted by Toby under a tier 2 tower. Yoink, your gold is mine.
Dire's top tower is being attacked.
Actually, with that, wait, you still steal money? Yeah, you still steal gold.
Yeah.
So
nothing too crazy here.
With that one slash, he got the money for his hood. Value.
Yeah. And now Spider Pigs identify, okay guys, if we try and farm the entire map, we are just going to have a Bounty Hunter appear, force out our TPs, and make us feel really spread. So we have to just again, like I said earlier, about 5 minutes ago, Spider Pigs have to be the aggressors. They need to tell Viking, you come to us, into our sentries, into our vision, and then we might be able to kill you. But if Spider Pigs continue playing split, Viking will easily build up a 10k lead.
Radiant's bottom tower
boom.
under fire.
Farming in the jungle. LeBron, Mitch, DNZ smoked up with a track. This is a dangerous combination.
Yeah, LeBron is very well in vision right now, their chief.
How do they see him though? Is he like, do they still see him completely even though he's smoked up? Well, Aramis gets the slow and Thuck. He summons Toby. Toby,
oh my god, where's the detection?
They see a hasted Void Spirit. The hook shot goes through onto Aramis. Here comes Noob, heading towards the Cogs. They're maybe going to finish off this the Caudle first. Now onto Boom. Boom's very dangerous position here as well. Gets the Yules off just in time. Here comes Celery with the TP as well. Thug with the ultimate. Boom dropping low and will fall. So will Celery. Triple kill for Noob so far. Looking onto Toby as well for a possible ultra kill. It's not needed. Thug will take that one. And despite the track on a smoke, it's a 0 for 4 for Spider Pigs and a tower in mid.
Amazing stuff. Did you toggle, by the way, the vision to see?
Yes. And it might lie for us because look at Dire Vision and DNZ. It's like for now we should see him as he is, but you don't see like any vision around the hero because that's the way the tracking works these days. It doesn't give you that AoE blob anymore of vision. But if you're smoked up, you're technically not even visible. So does it actually show your hero? Do you see like an animation or something?
I'm not even going to try and guess. I have no idea what happened in the patch. So let's assume that they didn't see him because...
we could test that during the break, actually.
Yeah, there we go.
That's something we
But more importantly, Spider Pigs, they are the aggressors. They are the one actually making the plays. And you see there, when they get the jump and they're the ones picking apart Viking, they can easily run them over. They actually get a tower, and from a 5k to a 2k lead, just in one clean, aggressive play. Luna, though, she held her gold for quite some time. She instantly bought out a Yasha, and already has another 1,300 gold on top. Most likely looking for the Manta to try and disconnect some of the track and the annoyance spells that Viking have. But again, this is the Luna VPA matchup is such a small window to really punish a lead.
Surrounded from every direction. Suddenly there's 4 heroes around. Maybe get this kill. Yes, they will. The NP ulti follows up. Mitch will die. And now Spider Pigs, they're coming in one by one. They might just lose even more heroes just like that. They've got the Yules onto LeBron. The stun connects as well. The Treant falling. Noob, can he do much here? He's already lost 2 teammates. He's going to lose a 3rd as the Treant dies in the trees. DNC 4th kill, and Noob has to disengage.
First of all, why is your call on a 15-second cooldown, actually? What the hell?
Wait, 15?
1-5. Yeah, I never even clocked how small this is. Like, I swear recall used to be at least like 30 plus. Like, that is, he brought the Leshrac into the fight to win the fight at the start. He brought the P in at the tail end of it, just, you know, for funsies.
They're cleaning up the team wipe if they can get this Void Spirit kill.
He has one step. Oh, no,
trying to kill a Boom. Almost. 95 HP, very close attempt, but
Look how
no
slow he
escape.
is, though.
No escape.
Oh, crikey.
Technically, that's a team wipe. That was
Alright,
the 5th.
so Spider Pigs, they brought back a 5k deficit to 2k and they lose a fight. It's now back to 8k. Jeez Louise.
Well, that just happened.
Yeah, it did.
Shad's also closing up on the Desolator. Even more damage coming up. Blade Mail for Clock. Blade Mail for Void Spirit. Blade Mail for somebody else maybe as well.
Everybody buy it, why not? Just Leshrac enters the fight, auto move onto Leshrac. But they're now going into Roshan. They're trying to at least get themselves some Aegis advantage because this is the type of game where one misstep, one bug over extension, it's super hard to play. And you see, because Doug got picked off at the start of that fight, Mitch automatically died. It allowed Viking just to walk over the fight. And right now, we're at the point of the game where if either team starts to fight, they should be able to walk it due to that overwhelming presence they have. And
Noob is at ED. ED something, Caudle ulti into the pit, and a beautiful hook shot. Actually, no. Not that great. The swaps there, actually. Never mind about it. Viking GG's lost 1-2. Boom is dead. Toby's falling as well. And that Caudle ulti, it's only a mere distraction here for Spider Pigs. They haven't lost a single member. They can continue with this hook shot.
Whoever starts the fight wins the fight, you know? And this
is that
time,
a swap hook shot?
No, he hook shot, but then he got stopped by the blinding light, but the hook still connected.
The hook connected, and I was like, wait, cogs are there, and he was like, what? Wait, what? Hang on. Moment of confusion there for me.
Well, maybe. You know what?
Maybe.
Instant
You know
replay. Ah, sorry, technology is not built. Unfortunate, debated.
That's something I still need to learn, because it's technically doable, but I'm not the tech
I actually
expert.
watched a video today on YouTube about it. It's like you can have a plugin for OBS, it basically live records your game whilst you're streaming, and then you can set up a macro to auto play like the previous 15 seconds if you want.
Yeah, you can play 30 seconds actually.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you can actually have full-on highlights built into like a one-man production.
Yeah, and doing it as a one-man production is very, very difficult.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's easy. Don't worry.
Super.
Like,
it's really hard. That's why I've actually never really looked into it. I did check out the plugins and all that
level
stuff.
Production. That
But honestly, if you ever see a caster do that on a self-production, that is literally give a hands down, because that's beautiful. Meanwhile, Mitch, okay, Coddle ulti to catch him. They find a Venge. It's a pos 3 Venge, not a pos 5 Venge. So it's a decent pickoff.
And I will say though, Spider Pigs have had glimmers of hope in this game where they've had this ability to go aggressive. I think their downfall right now is just after that aggressive play, they have this tendency to want to start farming a lot more than they really can on the map. And that's where you suddenly see the pickoffs coming and that bounty hunter really become a dominant force. But if they're able to just hug each other and to farm as a group, you know, lose out on some XP, lose out on some easily spread gold, then they should be in a good position. They farmed up this ancient camp area together, they smoke up together, they are playing together. This is what they need to do. And maybe they find...
It's hard to call Coddle ulti when you see that this is actually an Axe buff now for Coddle, but then again, Ignis dropped up, DNZ on Aramis. Get the Coddle out of the way. Yeah, so yeah. So technically Spirit Form is the ulti and Ignis is a shard, yeah.
Yes! Alright, okay, so I've played like 2 or 3 games of Furion just because I think that his level 20 Aghanim shard is actually bonkers. Okay? You get your Sprout, you use your Nature's Call on it, or the Sprout expires and it spawns 2 big boy trees that do 108 damage. If your enemy team doesn't have good wave clear or good mobility on the map to deal with split push, you suddenly become this independent being that pressures all towers on the map. It is so much fun. Like, oh my god, I love this shard.
Okay, DNC a bit late.
Coming in.
Baiting there.
Look at the big boys. They're automatically. This is not how you use the big boys, Celery. You're meant to put them in the mid lane and come fight bottom, and the mid lane pushes in. But it's fine. Don't worry.
They are
wanted
attraction.
to showcase the big boys.
Thug, holder of the Aegis, but only 1500 HP. Nothing that Viking GG can't burst through. Ignis drops out the hook shot, cancelled. Once again, the stun goes through on Aramis, but it doesn't go all the way to the end. Now Thug, there's more big treants coming their way. LeBron taking a lot of damage. Noob also drops to half HP, and Spider Pig's got to be careful. Viking haven't taken a single hit yet. Swap comes through from Mitch, trying to go for the bounty hunter, trying to blow him up at least, trying to find something here. While Mitch is dropping, the damage is coming in from Boom. Boom's also running low on mana. At the same time, there comes the ulti from Luna. Toby will go down, but they're going to take down the Aegis at least, and Viking still holding their tower, and under the tower they are. Can they get a connection onto the Thug Luna, who's holding inside the Sprout? There's the big ones. Chat goes in, and the crit comes through. The damage is there as well. The blinding light, the ulti comes in from Celery, and it's going to be enough, and they take down LeBron and DNZ as well, and 4 heroes down, and the teleport is coming through as well. Noob, do they spot him in the trees? They can't get to them. Can't get to him in time, but still a 4-for-1 for Viking GG. And the Aegis on top.
So much gold going the way of Viking, actually. They get 4 kills, but they get 2.1k gold. Oof.
Money, 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 money.
Oh, Celery, you're meant to use Sprout when you farm now, Chief. You bought the shard. He just used his Nature's Call without using the Sprout. Come on, Celery, we want to see the big boys.
I think he's holding it for the right opportunity. He does have those. He does have those big dreams there.
Here we go. Hold.
Because the thing is why he's not using it is because once you use the Sprout to break with yours, it deletes the ult too.
That is true.
He still had 2 ult treants, so
okay.
He didn't need to replace them.
Didn't see.
However, Toby, in a spot where he might be caught, he's throwing some oh, they put the sentry. They see him. but he also reveals himself because Noob hits him, and here comes Shad comes in here as well, and there's the Ignis, perfectly connects onto the damage on LeBron, almost enough for a kill. Now Noob is held inside, Ace Sprout not going anywhere, the Illumina comes through as well, and Shad finds the kill on LeBron. Also Noob in trouble, does have a jump available, but he's going to get stunned. The swap save from Mitch, is it going to be enough? It will be. The BKB by Shad just takes the front line for himself. Triple kill for the PA for now. Maybe even an Ultra here. He will. Gets go for the full rampage. Maybe LeBron and Thug. There's still 2 buybacks available. Shad, is his team going to provide the opening? Is his team going to provide the entry to find something more? LeBron is hidden. They see Thug. There's the track. Buyback from Clockwork. Spider Pigs know exactly. Well, the timer for the rampage has expired, and Boom is
might
dying.
be dead here. Maybe. No.
Utility ring. Oh. Utility ring, essence ring. God damn it. What? A ring that gives you a random utility item. Ooh, that's a nice tier 5 jungle item, right?
And the key thing here is now Toby's got over this hurdle of if he ever did get stunned, he might be dead, but with the few amount of stuns that Spider Pig have, and he has the 4-staff, and he has the pipe, he can tank up all this damage. He can then also enable his team. That move speed, it's so strong. And look at the fact he's now going for that shard. That shard gives his entire team 50% of the speed boost from track. That makes your team go vroom vroom in the fights, and also provides exactly some extra vision around said target, allowing for the PA daggers to come into play, allowing for that jump and that vision need for Viking, but also like the nature's the wrath of nature, sorry, from the Furion. If you have that free vision, you're always going to connect on that ult. So yeah, it's I'm enjoying the draft right now from Viking. They really did just go all out aggressive. They need to end the game. They need to be able to hit the high ground.
Well, they're doing it. At least Toby is.
He's dead.
Ignis, though, might have been a bait all along. Might have just been a bait. Noob gets to jump out. DNZ low on HP. Boom gets stunned up. Mitch trying to get the close in. The Yules will be forced out at least. They will take down DNZ. Shad's been hitting the backlines at the same time. And Mitch is in trouble. He's being surrounded from every direction. Goes for the swap. Keeps himself up for now. 1-for-1 traded. Ignis has been used, but that Ignis is also up in 40 seconds again. No ulti on Luna. They did use a lot on this bounty hunter.
And this is all the bounty's trying to do, right? He just wants to enter the fight, and if Viking were a little bit closer there, where the PA auto jumps in after that big kind of drop of spell, that's where Viking would just crush the fight.
And they're just going in.
Oh, LeBron, he's on a single tree.
Zero respect for Spider Pigs. They just go ham right at him. And Mitch is down.
They're 18k out, mate. They can do whatever they want.
Exactly.
LeBron's inside vision right now. Are they going to find him? Oh, no, there's no TP cancel.
Nope. Yep, Boom had Yules on cooldown. Are you lost? Those are your last words of comfort, LeBron. Then.
Hold on, I'm doing a shard check real quick.
Do you do a shard check? I was doing that yesterday. I think it's good to pass it over to you now.
Yeah, we got no shard, only Furion, but I rate the Furion.
Oh, Noob gets crit for half of his HP, and he's just stuck on the low ground inside the Ignis. Gets the jump to safety. LeBron, though, not as lucky. It's going to be a godlike spring
Look at these big boy trees. Look at this. For one sprout, you get these 2 greater treants. That is...
And even more.
And now look at this.
Just even more. Chat goes in. Noob, remember last time you tried to go for going in? You just got crit for half your HP. Toby sitting inside, just giving vision. They don't have a sentry on the ground. They don't even see where Toby is. And Mitch has been... He goes in. Boom also pushed to the low ground. They're fighting like in GG, but they don't have the damage necessary for it. Thug is killed off as well. Celery kills him off with the ultimate. Noob with the blade mail. And that's a team wipe, and that should be it. Viking GG. 27,000 gold, and GG well played comes in. Viking will take game number 1.
This was just a really nice draft in the idea of, even if lanes don't go that well, because Spider Pigs, they had nice lanes where the tree Luna can do damage, and Voice Pro early rotations helped out the somewhat failing offlane Spider Pigs, but the ability for Viking to force the pressure, and when you mentioned earlier, it's like, oh, okay, maybe a Viking going over aggressive. Not at all. Their play is simply just to prevent Spider Pigs from farming, and then to break down the map so they can utilize track gold, but also the PA farms behind the aggression. And then you get to the later portion of the game, And Spider Pigs, they have some really good plays where they can get Aegis, they can force out a big fight when they get the jump, but they don't have that continued fight that built into their lineup. They're locked into like, does Luna have ult? Does Luna have maybe a 2-item advantage? And she just didn't have that this game. She had a Manta, and PA had Battle Fury, Deso, BKB, and like, you don't win games like this, especially on a Luna. So unfortunate for Spider Pigs, they could never get the ball rolling, but it's near impossible against a Bounty plus Lesh plus Furion type lineup where they're always in your face, on your side of the map, pressuring towers and pressuring your life.
Pretty much. Very solid performance in general. Viking GG, their first game into this tournament. They started off at Phase 3, which is the semi-final part. Spider Pigs came all the way from the decider match, losing their first series against Brame 2-0, winning their next series against Brame 2-1. So we've been watching this team improve and like get better because they started off real sloppy. Do you see any improvement in their gameplay as the tournament has gone past?
I think that the coordination to be able to make these big team calls is there. I think this is just a situation where the pacing of the draft is so favored for Viking that they have all points of the game covered, where they have the track gold, they have the ability to take early towers. It's so hard. And Spider Pigs, they have a draft where they need their opponent to be equally looking to play on the back foot, just play on their own tri-camp. But when you're playing into Viking where they don't care about farming jungle creeps, only on the PA, that's when it's very scary. So I think, sure, Spider Pigs have got some more kind of team play in mind to be able to take the big fights, but they just weren't able to win their lanes hard enough to get the ball rolling. So I think a couple tweaks in the draft might help Spider Pigs, especially playing up against Viking, who have shown that they do not care about the idea of farming too much, and they'll farm heroes instead.
Well, time to take a good breather here and see what happens in our next game between Viking GG and Spider Pigs. Are we going to get a finalist after the next map, or are we going to stretch it all the way to 3? We'll be back after the break. That's why I feel like whatever no one was saying, I believe him, because it seemed very vague just to get hero reworks and hero changes, and this patch is the patch to play the next DPC season on, to be honest. So there has to be something more to it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, yeah, 100%. Like, I think people would be not upset, but people would just be like, they'd feel like they're missing something if they had to watch the start of DPC where, like, the basic construct of the game was the same. Like, you feel going into a new year, you kind of expect it. So, no, I am so excited for this tournament ending, and then maybe that's what the Valve's plan was. You know, it's like, let's change up the heroes during these tournaments, but let's not make it too drastic. Let the tournaments end. And then after that, once we have no more BTS, no more OGA, no more, like, there's maybe a break between the Chinese online tournaments, then suddenly that's when you roll out the next big thing. But Dota can only get better, because in the new year, we're going to have DBC kick in. We're going to have whatever happens with the patches. We're going to have organizations want to maybe come back and help support these tier 2 teams, because there's now funding going into it because of that second division. Like, it can only get better. And they don't ban out the Viper, because guess what? They're going to pick it instead.
Well, heavy favorite for a Mitch Viper. So does that mean LeBron Venge and Mitch Viper?
I would say, yeah, just offlane Viper, position 5 Venge with a carry Spectre. Unless they want to do some quirky DNZ4 Venge, because they have tried that before, but alas, let's look more towards Viking right now. They picked up this Nyx Assassin. It could very well be the offlane still. It could be that position 4 if they put the Fury into that 3 role. Like, there's a lot of flexibility here. And I've seen a lot of Seb playing offlane Nyx.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't just the offlane. Another annoying hero where they break down lane and they're always running at you. You know, they're always in Vendetta. Where is he? Oh, wait. He's not here. Oh, God. Got to have sentries. And maybe that's what Viking are trying to showcase in this first playoff series. Like, we want to play with Bounty, we want to play with Nyx. We want to waste your early resources and just, you know, be super in your face.
Pretty much. I'm just zazzing over this Earthshaker pick, which is long overdue. Hello, my good friend. It's been a while. I've missed you.
And in regards to why Nyx is maybe good in this pick, it's the idea of the carapace can always deal with the Viper, and then there is that very small scenario where maybe the Nyx gets on top of the Spectre, gets that break, and he blows up. But realistically, that interaction happens maybe 1 in 100 times, because Spectre's always playing very deep, playing off the haunt. Yeah, Viking, they just go we need that win condition, like I mentioned, and they just go straight in, pick up that Terrorblade. They want to be able to push. I wouldn't be surprised if Furion goes for another shard at 20 minutes. It allows for the TB just to have maybe Manta plus 1 item at 20 minutes, maybe even a BKB would be great. And they're going to be pressuring potentially high ground. If they can maybe kill this Viper, there's no way, it's a tower defense or wave clear. It could be a very quick game again.
I like the TB pick with the Sunder onto like heavy targets like the Spectre, who become super difficult to deal with later on. It kind of gives you that extra fighting edge, and Spectre kind of doesn't get out of hand, so to say. You still have a late game answer to like a 4k HP Spectre, so I like the TB pick in that sense.
Yeah. Gonna fix my mic in game because I forgot to switch it to my actual mic. There we go. It should be fixed in game.
All right, that's nice. I'm also wondering.
I had it on this mic on this, so basically, obviously, I had the headset on this, so I realized I had it set to this mic. So if don't worry, Mr. Dixon Gorged, I fixed my mic for you in game.
Shout out to that. Yeah, I don't know.
Man.
I always hear some people saying like, "Oh, T-Panda's a robot," and it's like, okay, and then I'm actually not a robot. So I don't know. If I'm a robot, just whatever. I'll look into.
Ignore him. Let him deal with it.
Yeah. Just debate me and have a horrible experience listening to static.
But Viking, 2 bans out. Zeus, the best anti-aggression, great against TB, against Furion. And the tiny ban, it's just about that big jump. The
teeny ban.
Oh, the teeny ban, yes, the tiny, and they pick up a Storm themselves.
All right.
The Kotal is just the new Chen. Simple as that. If any hero has the ability to recall you, you're gonna be able to just utilize that and have these mid heroes. So Storm will be always running around the map, blowing people up, being really annoying with all his free mana. And for Spider Pigs, I have some concerns here where how do they fight early? Earthshaker does no damage. Darkseer does no damage. Venge, guess what? 3 for 3 doesn't really do damage. There's so much pressure on this like mid Viper to be very clear, because that's where they flexed it and they now put it mid against the Storm Spirit. Like this Viper should have a good lane against Storm Spirit. Spectre, he is going to be a little bit under pressure of just non-stop chip, but I am so scared when Viking group up. How do they really defend other than making that big jump where Spectre gets that perfect horn? And it's
only 10 seconds.
I'm a bit worried for Spider Pigs, kind of not stale, but the better way of describing it is rigid draft, right? Where on paper, you can describe the perfect team fight in that bubble at 5v5. It's like the Viper is the tanky hero, he frontlines, and the Earthshaker reinitiates. Darkseer hits the big vacuum wall, and the Haunt is devastating, But for Viking, it's like so much easier to look away from the 5v5 and go, they have the wave clear, the pickoff, the ability to group up early, they've got mixed damage. So again, I'm very much favoring Vikings draft here, but Spider Pigs, when you naturally can't make early moves, your heroes are normally tanky, because tanky heroes also leads with the inability to make moves on the map. It kind of goes hand in hand in Dota. So Spider Pigs, if they get over that hurdle of Viking, then maybe they become this unkillable lineup where defending high ground, this TB pokes his head up, suddenly there's a big instant initiation of the slam and they turn it around. And we have seen Spider Pigs win games where they play on the back foot and eventually wait for a better timing. So early game, have to look for Viking making the correct moves. Need Spider Pigs to dodge those aggression. And then if we get to 30 plus minutes, it could be a very amazing close game. But for sure, Viking have the edge in the early game.
Definitely can be. And you mentioned about Spider Pigs being able to hold their ground for a long time. If somebody recalls the Medusa game, it really didn't require much except holding, defending, and hitting the right timing after a while. So if Viking GG somehow don't put the pedal to the metal, we might just see a tie happen here in our second game. But as we get our next game underway, Viking GG this time on the Radiant side, Spider Pigs on the Dire. Game 2 winner either stretches it to Game 3 or Viking GG will be in the finals.
I will say, in regards to Spectre though, and the patch, the additional cooldown to your dagger, it's an extra 8 seconds level 1 now, which means you still will be able to secure every range creep, because of course the time isn't too big. But the extra 30 mana cost is kind of annoying to deal with. You're going to be able to spam out still 3 daggers, but normally you kind of replenish for your 4th. Now you're going to be doing 2 daggers, replenishing for your 3rd. And we used to see a lot of ringer regen sport, on Spectres, maybe 2 of them. But some Spectres in the old patch used to go like 3 or 4 mangoes to kind of be like that pseudo ring, but also that mana. And I think maybe that's what we could see Spectre builds going into lane in the future, where they realize that they actually need the mana for the dagger because of that nerf, but they also want the reach in. So look in the future for potentially more mangoes on Spectre safe lanes.
This time, Celery providing the good luck, have fun. Just quick check. Yep, LeBron's always the one who says it first. PMA. And Celery in action with the Tree Protector. This time he's picked up a Blightstone. I think he had that last time. But now he gets free trading capability onto this Darkseer, who can't really fight against the NP. So I do think this Blightstone is going to be big value.
Yeah, it's basically a standard item on the Fury, and you get to play behind your Treant to just increase their damage, increase your damage, and you're one of the best zoners in the game, especially against these melee heroes that want to get on top of you. You can't. You have that Treant kind of wall in front of you. And in this type of lane where it's Earthshaker plus Darkseer, maybe if it was like some Tiny or some Tusk, Fury is under pressure, but realistically, Celery should never have any issues with what this Spider Pig's offlane will present.
Yeah. Double range. Well, technically 1.5 range versus 2 melees. Fissure comes out in TB. 11 armor. Body block, but a bit of damage. But DNC seems to be on the receiving end. Mitch also takes some heavy hits from Metamorph.
Also, that's where the value of the Blightstone kicks in further. That first meta drop. Maybe in some scenarios you could see TB dying there, but of course DNZ being an Earthshaker didn't really have that kill threat. Dropped Shad low, but not low enough to be threatening.
Yeah, he can go for another Fissure, but that's about it. And he is tanking a lot of hits. He's actually wanting to go for Celery, allowing Mitch to maybe get a score here, but no, he won't get it. Shad gets it first, and Mitch even dying. Yeah, there we go. So it was a bit of a nifty play, and it doesn't pay off. Viking get 2. Good
That's
side.
a strong tip, though, to be fair, mate.
And good, a good thing about the NP. Oh, clicking the shop here. He hits level 2. He teleports home, and he's got a second teleport spell to bring him back home, back to lane. I mean,
good old Fury, eh?
Yeah.
I'd love to see the day where a pro player levels Sprout to try and get a kill, and then forgets he doesn't have teleportation like 99% of his games. TP's back to base and goes, uh-oh. We've not seen it yet, but I'm ready for the day.
See, now we have our first 2 minutes also rolled out. We haven't really looked at this top lane too much. Nyx is getting a decent amount of CS. Up against the Spectre. We've got the Venge doing pulling action. This actually serves the Nyx a lot. Like, I see too many times on offlane with a melee hero going in a 1v1 and still not, like, being able to farm too well. Obviously, like, in these games, you do see any melee versus melee just focus on farm instead of like trading and fighting against each other's. Though Nyx getting early CS is really big.
No, for sure, 100%. But this is also a product of the... As Toby gets a little bit tickled, but not really kill threat. When Aramis and Toby have maybe level 4 on Nyx and level 3 on Toby, on the Coddle, sorry, easily Thug and LeBron are going to be, food for them. The level 2 Impale plus the level 2 Illuminate, it's going to do so much damage, especially when paired with the eventual point in Solar Bind. The question for me, or the statement simply is, the lack of changes to the patch in regards to pull camps and map does allow for these lanes to exist. So he is dropping pretty low.
Big trouble, and a wave of terror out of all things is enough for a kill.
He did miss the stun though, right? So
Coddle might still get Aramis, relentless with this, might be able to get it. No, the stick charges will save him. And the Sal. Aramis makes them pay.
Good day everyone, ako nga pala si Wolf, your host, at kasama ko ngayon ang pinakamainit na team sa MPL Season 6, ang XctN. What's up mga lods?
In regards to like
mainit.
Pakilala
naman kayo mga lods sa mga
yes, you're reading my mind.
Your name, your identity,
ako nga pala si Jeff Subang, IGN, sa Gitno, ang fighter
I think there's
Excretion.
movement speed on any hero.
Ay, ako nga pala si Joshua Mangilog,
You can make an
aka
excuse like,
Jackno, ang
I want to
tank ng
play my...
Excretion.
Ako nga pala si
think of
Billy
any-
Alfonso,
my Abaddon
aka
with
Zapno,
bots plus you know,
fighter
so good.
assassin ng
Movement is,
Excretion.
you know, just
Ako nga pala si
walking is actually
Patrick James
surprisingly
Big
very
Idig,
funny,
aka
or
Tomax,
running,
ang
actually.
main
So,
support
yeah,
ng
it's
Team
better running.
Excretion.
Yeah.
Ako naman
Like
si
you
Jaylord
said that
Gonzalez,
you haven't really played
aka
any other games except
Assassin
Dota. I
Mage
remember
ng
playing
Excretion.
this
Ako
game
nga pala
called
si Benedict
Road
Gonzalez,
Rash on,
aka
like,
Benny
Sega
Cutie, ang
Saturn
fighter mage
when
na
I was, like,
Excretion.
Captain,
5 years
ito
old.
Max, ikaw na
It's
ngayon
basically
yung
a
captain.
game of,
Ano naman
like, you
yung
drive
journey
bikes
ng
and you try to hit
Excretion ngayong
people and
season
try to
6?
win. Like, you have, like,
Ngayong
these
season
teams,
6,
spikes,
bago
you have,
mag-start
like,
yung season, syempre
police
sobrang
batons
excited
and
kami
all that
dahil nga
stuff.
alam namin
So,
nahanap
it
namin
kinda
yung role
reminds you
ng
of, like,
bawat
an
isa,
Abaddon
tsaka
of movement speed. It's like
sobrang
you just
ganda ng
slap it and
performance
run,
na
kinda like
lumalabas
just
sa amin, tsaka
chasing you to the finish
mas nakikita ko na mas
Meanwhile,
lumalakas
Boom,
pa yung
he's
team namin
been,
ngayon.
he's got a lot of
Tsaka
dots
alam
from
kong
Noob, and Noob looks to
masalakas
take
pa
a
sa
kill,
darating na
and there we
playoff.
go.
Sino yung pinaka nilulook forward ka laban? Kung sakaling
Bottom Celery also very low, 60 HP, getting burnt up, and he will die. DNZ with the Iron Shell.
Nice from Spider-Pigs, and this is what they need. They need to be able to have this strong laning phase to be able to allow themselves an even playing field, so that when Viking want to group up for that early push, they have at least that one item, maybe an early Blink Dagger from an activated DNZ, or Terrorblade having to go jungle a lot quicker.
Yeah, well,
A
might have to
really
go
nice
really
vision,
soon
yeah.
because he's being punished under tower, trying his best. Mitch is tanking hit from the tower, and DNC, the Iron Shell will be enough. So it's a trade 1-for-1, but DNC can teleport away, and they kill the TB as well. So that means every core on Viking has now died once.
But now Terrorblade will just go to the jungle. Celery will probably just kind of lap up the farm here, and when he hits 6, he'll probably look to ult and then maybe try and pressure the top lane with the Coddle plus Nyx. Having that early 6 could be a big window back into the game. But the issue now for Viking is simply this Viper is having a great time mid, 39 for 17 compared to the 35-3 on Storm. And he's forcing Storm to jungle. We just spoke about Terrorblade potentially, depending on the aggression, could be going to the jungle shortly.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
staying
it's
in
true.
bot
Like,
lane.
do you want to put all your cores in the jungle just because you're kind of forced to do it? Meanwhile, Toby, with the help of Aramis, gets the kill on LeBron. You're going to put yourself in a vulnerable spot if everybody's jungling. So I guess TB is still realizing I can still lane for a little bit longer. But for how long is like, you need to be really careful. Information on the comms is super big right now for Viking GG.
But also the fact that you have this ward on the bot side of the map scouting out DNZ leaving, allowing the Darkseer to be independent. And also we didn't really talk about the fact that Darkseer, after like minute 6+, he likes to play behind the tower. So Terrorblade is such a great hero against him in the idea that he can just farm in front of the tower. And so the idea and the discussion of going to jungle and Shad never actually should happen because he's against a Darkseer. He can just always just play in front of the tower away from him. And this is where Mitch, he has to decide, do I want to try and pressure with an Earthshaker and remove that potential? Toby does die in the top lane meanwhile.
He does. Yeah, Toby was already in Vendetta. He was running away from the sentry because the stun was thrown onto his carapace. I was like, is he really gonna die? And then the Shaker just throws in a level 3 fissure right in the face and squashes the bug.
Nice.
So it was a good Shaker rotation towards the top lane. And now setting up for mid onto Boom, though this is a level 6 Storm with a jump, so this is a whole lot more different. He's already expecting it.
Yeah, lane's actually going pretty well for Spider-Pigs.
It is. And we can look at net worth as well. It's not too bad. Like, even though Storm is the last in farm, as we said, that the Viper is really enjoying his time. TB dying once is still 3,700 in net worth. So this TB is definitely not shut down. That is for sure.
No, yeah, and you see this early lead flickering between 1 to 2k. It's the idea that Spider-Pigs, they have to use so many resources to get these kills. Like Earthshaker's roaming them out looking for that one fissure. Viper's diving towers for that one kill, and Spectre's kind of getting whatever he can in top. Darkseer's getting whatever he can in bot. Meanwhile, Viking, even if they die, you have this Terrorblade just free farming bot. You've got Nyx lapping up the farm. Like, everyone's hitting creeps and also utilizing the jungle early on. Terrorblade, he farms lane, he farms hard camp. Storm, he farms mid, he farms the side camp as well. Like, they're able to maximize the most at the map compared to Spider-Pigs, where they're kind of locked into just doing one thing, and that is trying to apply pressure. Because if they don't apply pressure, Viking have this insane team timing. We mentioned it during the draft, but the fact that when Nyx gets his Vendetta, he starts scouting out these stats, scouting out what Spider-Pigs are trying to do. Suddenly, Spectre can't play that one 1x4 type strategy where 4 play one side of the map, Spectre plays by himself. Because if he does get caught by the Nyx, that break comes into play. Suddenly, Kotl recalls in a Terrorblade who messes with a Skadi, for example. Like, the game from Spider Pigs needs to be aggression in lanes, set the early pace of the game, have really good talent.